Chapter 1. A Dead End. In the Huaxia Kingdom, Longjiang City, at 8:25 a.m. The summer heat in Huaxia is oppressive, yet for Cao Dingtian, seated in the bustling hospital corridor, it feels akin to a frigid winter. With reddened eyes and a dazed expression, he sits amidst the throng of passers-by, occasionally wiping away the tears that escape the corners of his eyes. At this moment, his father is enduring the torment of illness, requiring exorbitant medical expenses, yet he finds himself utterly destitute. Your father, Cao Dingtian, is facing a recurrence of cancer. The spread of the cancer cells is severe, and we urgently need to perform surgery, the doctor states coldly. The cost of the operation is approximately 500,000. If you cannot secure this amount, you must prepare for the worst. When the cancer was first diagnosed, Cao Dingtian had just graduated from university, a naive youth who could not possibly afford the steep treatment costs. Thus, in a desperate bid to raise the necessary funds, he reluctantly became a son-in-law to the Luo family for a remuneration of 500,000. This sum enabled him to secure his father's treatment, but fate dealt a cruel hand. Cao Dingtian, having overexerted himself, suffered a relapse. Just moments ago, the doctor had issued an urgent notification, urging him to gather the 500,000 for medical expenses. To Cao Dingtian, this amount looms like a staggering mountain. This sudden blow has compounded the struggles of their already modest existence. With only his father's family, he vows not to abandon the fight for his father's life, otherwise he would never forgive himself. Grasping his hair in anguish, he cries out, 500,000! Where on earth can I find that amount? In this era, where the mere mention of cancer evokes fear, lacking the means for treatment equates to awaiting death. Determined not to be seen as a disloyal son, he rises abruptly from the cold chair. He cannot resign himself to inaction. He must muster the courage to borrow money. Every little bit could grant his father a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, Cao Dingtian rushes to his uncle's house. Uncle, Aunt, my father's cancer has returned, and I urgently need 500,000 for surgery. As family, I implore you to lend me a little. Upon hearing his plight, his aunt immediately scowls and retorts, borrow money? We are even poorer than you. We barely managed to scrape together a down payment for your brother's house yesterday, and you expect us to help you? With that, she forcefully pushes Cao Dingtian out the door, slamming the cold entrance shut behind him. Cao Dingtian understands the fickleness of human relationships, yet he cannot fathom such stark reality. Undeterred, he continues his search, but upon revealing his intentions, relatives from afar also turn him away harshly. After hours of fruitless endeavor, he finds himself disheartened, contemplating the desperate route of engaging in illegal activities. Yet, in the end, reason triumphs over his impulsive thoughts. Ding! Just as despair envelopes him, his phone rings. In that instant, a flicker of hope ignites within his heart. Surely, there must be a kind-hearted relative willing to assist him. However, when he answered the call, a barrage of insults erupted from the other end. Cao Dingtian, your rent is 15 days overdue. If you fail to pay immediately, you and your father will be thrown out without hesitation. Due to an unforeseen illness, Cao Dingtian's family had already sold everything they owned. Now, both father and son could only afford a small room costing a few hundred yuan. After a few perfunctory words with the landlord, Cao Dingtian hung up the phone. Ding! The next moment, the phone rang again, like a harbinger of doom. At first glance, it was a call from a loan shark demanding repayment. Cao Dingtian hung up, initially hoping for a kind relative willing to lend him some money, but instead he was met with relentless debt collectors. He truly felt at a loss. Yet his father's illness could not be delayed for even a moment. Were they truly trying to push him to the brink? No, it had not yet come to that. Just as Cao Dingtian felt he had reached a dead end, a spark of inspiration struck him, thought of someone. Luo Qingcheng. Though he was reluctant to trouble this seemingly insubstantial wife of his, he found himself with no other options. Thus, he retrieved his phone and swiftly dialed Luo Qingcheng. Before long, someone answered on the other end, and Cao Dingtian got straight to the point. Luo Qingcheng, my father's cancer has recurred, and I need 500,000 for the surgery. Is there any way you could? What? The man who lives off others wants to get 50,000 for free? No. Let him deal with it himself. Before he could finish, a loud voice belonging to his mother-in-law, Lu Ruyin, echoed through the phone, nearly shattering Cao Dingtian's eardrum, before she hung up on Luo Qingcheng. Despair washed over him completely. Cao Dingtian slumped onto a bench by the roadside, tears streaming down his cheeks. Living was truly exhausting. The relentless blows of setbacks were overwhelming, and he felt a fleeting impulse towards self-destruction. But then he remembered, if he were to leave, who would save his father? That thought extinguished his negative feelings. After a day of fruitless wandering, his stomach was growling with hunger. Thus, he took out a 1 yuan bill from his pocket and purchased 2 steam buns. Cao Dingtian held the warm buns in his hands, squatting down on a small path by the street, and began to eat. Cough, cough. The dry buns nearly choked him, yet he savored them nonetheless. At that moment, he noticed a striking woman approaching him, her admiration for her exquisite manicure evident. An idea sparked in his mind. Consequently, he followed the street and entered a nail salon named Beautiful as a Flower. Inside, the atmosphere was filled with well-dressed men and women in various fashionable brands. In stark contrast stood Cao Dingtian, clad in what could only be described as market-stall attire, resembling a clumsy duck among swans. His conspicuous presence ultimately led to him being recognized. Cao Dingtian, what are you doing here? This is no place for someone like you, a voice called from behind, and Cao Dingtian instinctively turned around. It was his university classmate, Su Shan. She wore a white shirt paired with thigh-high leather pants, radiating an allure that made her the most captivating woman in the room. I am here to see Jiang Huachong. Could you please inform him? Cao Dingtian replied. Look at you, clutching buns and dressed like a beggar. What makes you think you're worthy of meeting Brother Chong? Su Shan extracted a banknote from his pocket and tossed it, disdainfully before Cao Dingtian, his expression replete with arrogance as he declared, Pick it up swiftly and leave. You filthy wretch, your presence tarnishes my business. Su Shan, show me some courtesy and summon Jiang Huaqiang. Inform him that Cao Dingtian has matters to discuss. Years ago, Jiang Huaqiang had made a promise to him, vowing that any future request would be met without hesitation. Now, with his father, Cao Duong, facing a recurrence of cancer and finding himself in a dire predicament, Cao Dingtian recalled this commitment and decided to test his fortune. Show you courtesy? What stature do you possess before us esteemed individuals? Depart immediately. As Su Shan's words fell, a sharp voice resonated from above. Su Shan, a guest should be treated with respect. How can you behave so rudely? Cao Dingtian turned his gaze upward, his countenance grave. Chapter 2. Banter Brother Tian, why didn't you notify me before coming? I could have prepared a warm welcome for you. A man, around 180 centimeters tall, adorned with ear piercings and flamboyantly dyed blonde hair, approached Cao Dingtian with a swagger. This man was none other than Jiang Huaqiang. Beside him stood a strikingly attractive woman, whose beauty was undeniable. It took Cao Dingtian but a moment to recognize her as Su Wanru, once his cherished white moonlight. Yet, she was no longer the innocent girl he remembered. Instead, she exuded an air of coldness and sophistication. Leaning intimately against Jiang Huaqiang, she wrapped her arm around his, radiating affection. The couple, under the gaze of countless onlookers, made their way towards Cao Dingtian as if gracing a red carpet, basking in admiration. Brother Chong Wanru, you have arrived, Su Shan said with a stern visage, forcing a radiant smile as she continued. I accidentally let a fly in, but I'll have it swiftly removed. All eyes turned to Cao Dingtian, some stifling laughter, while others clutched their stomachs in mirth. Among them, a group of flamboyantly dressed youths made unfriendly gestures towards him. It was no surprise. In such elite circles, they felt superior and looked down upon someone like Cao Dingtian, whom they considered beneath them. However, Cao Dingtian observed their disdain without letting it trouble him excessively. His immediate concern was securing 500,000 yuan for his father's medical treatment. Seeing Jiang Huaqiang surrounded by so many admirers and thriving in business, he realized that borrowing money from him might not pose a significant challenge, especially since he was a wealthy heir. TSK, Su Shan, how can you speak like that? Brother Tian is my benefactor. Without him, how would Jiang Huaqiang be where he is today? Jiang Huaqiang feigned a serious expression while reprimanding Su Shan, though a subtle smirk lingered at the corner of his mouth. His polite demeanor eased Cao Dingtian's anxious heart, making him believe that borrowing money was indeed plausible. After all, Jiang Huaqiang had once struggled academically until Cao Dingtian helped him through his studies, allowing him to graduate. Witnessing his gratitude, Cao Dingtian felt that Jiang Huaqiang still possessed some humanity and was a man of his word. He then spoke candidly. My father is hospitalized and urgently needs funds for surgery. I wish to borrow 500,000 yuan from you. Upon finishing, Cao Dingtian presented the hospital records for their perusal. However, Su Shan's expression immediately turned frosty. Hey, are you out of your mind? You're worthless. How dare you ask for 500,000? I can offer my ID and diploma as collateral, Cao Dingtian pleaded, desperation creeping into his voice. If he failed to secure the funds, his father would be lost to him forever. His sole thought was to obtain the money at any cost. What is a diploma worth? Susan scoffed. If I lend you money, who knows when you'll be able to repay it? It'll be like throwing a stone into the ocean. She leaned closer to Su Wanru and added, lending him money would only diminish Wanru's quality of life. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Who dares to lend 500,000 without possessing anything? Who is instilling such audacity in this young man? Wanru, I implore you. Cao Dingtian, disregarding the mockery of those around him, humbly turned to Su Wanru and spoke. For the sake of our past, could you kindly speak a good word for me to Huaqiang? He felt as though he were a dog, humbled to the utmost degree. Su Wanru's icy gaze fixed upon Cao Dingtian, as if regarding a fool. She coldly replied, Cao Dingtian, your father is not my father. Why should I speak well of you? Past. Do we even share a past? When I was afflicted by my monthly cycle, you were buried in your studies at the library. When hunger struck me, you remained at the library, engrossed in your books. Even on my birthday, you were still at the library, lost in your reading. Do you think this so-called past is worthy of mention? She said coldly, Cao Dingtian, we are no longer on the same path. It is best for you to leave. Seeing you now only reminds me of how contemptible I once was. Then, her gentle visage turned toward Jiang Huaqiang. Only Changge, during my monthly affliction, went to the supermarket for me, even personally assisting me with my discomfort. When I felt hunger, Changge braved the storm to fetch me KFC, even tearing it apart for me to eat. On my birthday, he crafted romantic gestures, gifting me bags and roses. After speaking, she planted a kiss on Jiang Huaqiang's cheek. In her earlier life, she believed she could find happiness with Cao Dingtian, yet he lacked the understanding to be considerate of women and to create romantic atmospheres. It was only upon meeting Jiang Huaqiang that she felt like the most exquisite princess in the world. Although Cao Dingtian possessed some unforgettable merits, they no longer belonged to the same world, and she no longer yearned for the past. Leave quickly. I do not wish to see you again, lest others gossip behind our backs. Su Wanru coldly stated, returning a piece of jade inscribed with the word peace to him, which he had once gifted her, claiming it was a family heirloom that could ensure safety. Su Wanru cast the jade at Cao Dingtian, hoping it would safeguard his father and that he would cease to disrupt her life with Changge. Cao Dingtian clutched the jade tightly, his expression darkening as he questioned Jiang Huaqiang. Were those promises from the past mere jest? At that time, Jiang Huaqiang, having taken Cao Dingtian's woman, felt a sense of guilt and made a solemn promise to compensate him. Whether it was sincere remains uncertain. Jiang Huaqiang could no longer contain himself. Laughing heartily, Brother Tian, should I laugh at your nostalgia or at your foolishness? After all these years, you still cling to those idle words. Had it been before, Jiang Huaqiang might have respected Cao Dingtian. After all, with Cao Dingtian's potential, he could have soared to great heights. However, he recently learned that Cao Dingtian's post-graduation life was far from favorable. His father was battling cancer, and to raise funds for treatment, Cao Dingtian had become a paid son-in-law. Now, Cao Dingtian resembled a toothless tiger, hardly worthy of mention. It was then that Cao Dingtian realized the elusive smile on Jiang Huaqiang's lips was a mockery. He had been played for a fool. He felt as though the world was spinning around him. Had fate truly severed his path? At that moment, Jiang Huaqiang revealed a playful smile and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, nevertheless, I, Jiang Huaqiang, am a benevolent and capable young man. Since you are in distress, I can offer you assistance, but it depends on whether you can seize the opportunity. Cao Dingtian, whose heart had been shattered, suddenly felt a flicker of hope ignite within him, and he exclaimed with fervor, "Of course, I will kneel." Jiang Huaqiang's lips curled into a grin that extended to the roots of his ears. He recalled how subservient he had once been before Cao Dingtian, and now he sought to reclaim his dignity. Upon hearing such a humiliating demand, Cao Dingtian's blood pressure surged, and he yearned to retaliate against Jiang Huaqiang. However, the thought of his father lying in the hospital quickly quelled his rage. He felt at his knees, stripped of all dignity. His knees throbbed with pain, but his heart ached even more. Laughter erupted from the crowd, particularly from Su Shan, who relished the sight of the once indomitable Cao Dingtian brought low. Su Wanru raised her chin with pride, realizing that only Jiang Huaqiang could provide her with such endless satisfaction. At that moment, Jiang Huaqiang whispered a few words to one of his subordinates, who then scurried off towards the restroom. In less than half a minute, the subordinate returned with a devious grin, clutching a steaming cup of liquid. Jiang Huaqiang took the cup and mockingly offered it to Cao Dingtian, saying, "Drink this, and I shall lend you 500,000 immediately." Cao Dingtian recognized the contents as urine and bellowed, "This is too much to bear." The accumulated negative emotions erupted instantly. He kicked the cup over, splattering its contents onto Su Shan and several of her companions, causing them to scream in outrage. "How dare you? You have crossed the line." Jiang Huaqiang fumed, issuing a command, and several young men began to assault Cao Dingtian mercilessly. Cao Dingtian was no match for their numbers and was quickly overpowered. Yet, he still managed to shield his head with his hands. It was only when his attackers grew weary that they ceased their onslaught. Seeing Cao Dingtian lying on the ground like a beaten dog, Su Shan felt a sense of vindication and chastised him for his insolence, claiming he deserved to be beaten for opposing them. Jiang Huaqiang, still unsatisfied, stomped on Cao Dingtian's head. With a resounding crack, the jade talisman he held shattered, sending a beam of divine light into Cao Dingtian's mind. Chapter 3. The Nine-Yang Divine Needle. "I am your ancestor, Cao." Suddenly, Cao Dingtian found himself transported into an expansive and boundless realm. Gazing at the shimmering, long-haired figure before him, he believed he must be dreaming. Looking down at his feet, he was convinced. He was suspended in mid-air, reminiscent of scenes from a mythological television drama. The sensation was rather pleasant, feeling a sense of lightness enveloping him. Cao Dingtian spoke joyfully, "Alas, has our Cao family lineage become so sparse?" Suddenly, the long-haired figure sighed once more. However, his voice resonated like a mighty bell, striking deep within Cao Dingtian's soul. "Descendant, accept the legacy of the Cao family." After a moment of reflection, the long-haired man waved his hand, and countless rays of divine light surged into Cao Dingtian's body like a stampede of horses. The profound martial arts secrets, the unparalleled medical knowledge, the lost acupuncture techniques, the intricate principles of the 5 elements and Bagua. Countless scriptures flickered through Cao Dingtian's mind like a slideshow. For an ordinary person, encountering such wisdom would be akin to deciphering a celestial manuscript. Yet, Cao Dingtian grasped the profound mysteries contained within. With each fleeting image, he felt himself acquiring extraordinary knowledge. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a biography of a certain Cao, which left him utterly astonished, for it was filled with insights on wooing women. Let us remember, to revive the Cao family and restore its glory, the road ahead is arduous. I hope that one day, the seeds of the Cao family will blossom across this earth. Forge ahead, young man. With a grand gesture, Cao Dingtian was whisked away from that ethereal realm, as if propelled by a mighty fan, vanishing in an instant. "Ah!" he exclaimed, abruptly awakening with wide eyes. Glancing at the 4 drip hanging from his arm, he felt disoriented yet aware of his surroundings. He had awakened, lying on a hospital bed. As he pondered, he recalled being brutally beaten by Jiang Huaqiang and his gang, who had subsequently discarded him outside a nail salon. He surmised that a kind-hearted individual must have called an ambulance to bring him to the hospital. Strangely, Cao Dingtian suddenly sensed something amiss. Despite having been nearly beaten to death, he felt no trace of pain. He frantically pinched various parts of his body, discovering he was in excellent condition. What could this mean? Believing he might be dreaming, He confirmed repeatedly that this was no illusion. "You are awake," a gentle voice whispered in his ear amidst his confusion. Turning toward the sound, he saw a nurse clad in a white coat. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, and her vitality seemed lacking. "Do you feel unwell?" the beautiful nurse inquired again. Cao Dingtian shook his head. At that moment, he felt a smooth flow of energy within him, feeling extraordinarily comfortable, far superior to any pampering session. The nurse gazed at him in astonishment. When he had first arrived, he had seemed like a lifeless dog, yet now he appeared revitalized. It was inconceivable. Their hospital's medical capabilities had not reached such heights. Intrigued, the nurse decided to investigate further. She delicately pressed various points on Cao Dingtian's body, asking, "Does this hurt?" He shook his head. She shifted to another area, inquiring once more, only to receive a negative response again. After probing numerous spots without eliciting any sound from him, the nurse concluded that he was indeed healed. This was her current thought, though she found it hard to believe. Who would accept such a miraculous recovery? As Cao Dingtian observed the nurse's bewildered expression, he suddenly recalled the dream he had just experienced. Could it be that the dream was real? Closing his eyes, he entered a meditative state, reminiscent of a monk in deep contemplation, and began to reflect on the medical knowledge he had encountered. To his astonishment, those medical secrets unfolded before him like a cinematic display. Endless streams of knowledge replayed in his mind as Cao Dingtian fervently absorbed them. "Sir, what is the matter with you?" At this moment, the nurse gently touched Cao Dingtian, and with that singular contact, he discerned her physical condition. Had he been feeling fatigued, experiencing difficulty in breathing, and plagued by frequent nightmares lately? Cao Dingtian inquired. The beautiful nurse was taken aback. How could this patient know such personal details about her? Could he be an insatiable gossip, prying into others' private matters? Furthermore, you suffer from irregular menstrual cycles and endure severe dysmenorrhea, he continued. Now, disdain flickered in the nurse's eyes. Not only was he a gossip, but he might also be a stalker. Such individuals were rumored to be dangerous and should be avoided at all costs. Just as she contemplated storming out, a sudden pang of excruciating pain gripped her lower abdomen. Dysmenorrhea had struck. During her menstrual discomfort, she felt utterly tormented, her body as limp as cotton. Reluctantly, she leaned against Cao Dingtian's hospital bed for support. At that moment, Cao Dingtian pressed 2 fingers together and swiftly tapped her abdomen several times. Top, top, top. In an instant, the nurse's eyes widened. The pain in her lower abdomen had vanished. She felt rejuvenated. "Are you a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine?" The beautiful nurse's first thought was that Cao Dingtian possessed remarkable medical skills. It was said that when practitioners reached the pinnacle of their craft, they could heal patients merely through acupressure. What he had just demonstrated aligned with the 4 essential skills of traditional Chinese medicine: observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse diagnosis. She felt deeply regretful for her earlier misjudgment of him. Cao Dingtian was momentarily stunned and did not respond. He had confirmed that the dream he had experienced was not a mere figment of his imagination, but an astonishing reality. He realized he seemed to possess extraordinary abilities. Yet, this still required further experimentation. Presently, his gentle gaze rested upon the beautiful nurse. While her face may not have been of the highest caliber, the ample expanse of her figure was enough to divert a man's attention from her looks. Cao Dingtian was taken aback. Why had he become so lecherous? This was a stark departure from his usual self. He chose not to dwell on it. For now, he would first test his newfound talents. If you wish to eradicate the ailments afflicting you, a session of acupuncture is required. Do you trust me? He asked. The beautiful nurse nodded eagerly. Had this been earlier, she would have suspected that Cao Dingtian harbored ulterior motives. However, she was now utterly captivated by him. Very well, go fetch a set of silver needles, and I shall remedy your ailments. In no time, the nurse hurried to the traditional Chinese medicine department of the hospital to retrieve the needles. Watching her retreating figure, Cao Dingtian closed his eyes and returned to his inner consciousness space. He fully understood the nurse's symptoms and needed a comprehensive treatment plan. As he delved into his memories, a set of techniques known as the 9 Yang Divine Needles, caught his attention. The 9 Yang Divine Needles comprised 9 levels. They could dispel evil, break malevolent forces, and cure myriad ailments. This set of techniques was profoundly intricate. If he could master all 9 levels, he would navigate through Longjiang City with ease. This was it. Cao Dingtian hastily immersed himself in the profound techniques of acupuncture. Soon, he had completely grasped several layers of the needlework. At this moment, the beautiful nurse brought a set of silver needles. "Sir, here are the silver needles you requested," she said with deep respect for Cao Dingtian. He withdrew the intravenous needle from his hand and accepted the silver needles from a nurse. "Do you need to undress?" the nurse shyly inquired. As an experienced nurse, she understood the importance of precisely targeting acupuncture points, necessitating the removal of any unnecessary garments. Cao Dingtian nodded. Soon, following his instructions, the nurse shed her excess clothing, revealing only 2 essential pieces, a white top and black bottoms, both strikingly appropriate for the occasion. Then, she blushed as she lay down on the hospital bed. Gazing at her smooth, luminous back, Cao Dingtian felt a surge of warmth in his throat. He was suddenly reminded of the nurse's ample bosom, which made him acutely aware of his own restraint. Typically, he prided himself on being a gentleman, never taking advantage of women. What had changed? Perhaps it was related to the legacy of the Cao family. This was the only explanation. Shaking off such thoughts, he began his work. "Don't move, I'm inserting the needle." As he punctured the skin, a divine energy surged into the lovely nurse's delicate form. Chapter 4. A lunatic? "All right, I'm completely healed," exclaimed the nurse, springing to her feet with excitement. However, the scene was quite provocative. Her ample bosom collided dramatically, further igniting Cao Dingtian's already parched throat. Suddenly, the nurse realized something was amiss, quickly covering her chest and hastily putting on her garments. A minute later, she joyfully embraced Cao Dingtian and planted a deep kiss on his cheek, only to separate almost instantly. Cao Dingtian felt his heart race, a sensation he had never experienced before. He smiled. Now, the nurse's complexion glowed with vitality, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor, especially since today was her menstrual period. After the silver needles were removed, all her discomfort vanished entirely. "My name is Li, and here is my phone number. Call me when you have the time." She shyly handed him a note before rushing off to assist in the traditional Chinese medicine department. Once Li left, Cao Dingtian stood there in a daze. "I have truly become a miraculous physician." He raised his hands, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who would have imagined that the naive youth he had just been moments ago now possessed such remarkable skills? "Dad!" Suddenly, his eyes widened. His medical expertise could save his father. Cao Dingtian felt as if he had glimpsed the dawn of hope in the darkness. "Quick, quick!" At that moment, an urgent voice pierced his thoughts. Turning around, he saw a group wheeling in an unconscious patient. "Make way! Don't block the path!" A doctor shouted as they passed by him. They quickly began examining the patient and discussing treatment options. 1/3 of the patient's brain is already flooded with blood. If we don't perform a craniotomy immediately, he may not survive the day, the doctor solemnly conveyed to the others. "Where are the family members?" Suddenly, a question broke the silence, leaving everyone exchanging puzzled glances, as the patient's family was nowhere to be seen. It is imperative to understand that a craniotomy is a major surgical procedure. Without the family's consent, the operation cannot proceed. "The family is en route," a nurse whispered. Upon receiving an urgent notification, the medical team rushed to the scene, only to find the patient in a state of unconsciousness. After contacting the relatives, they hurriedly transported the patient to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. "Damn it, what's the family playing at?" the doctor exclaimed in frustration. "Time is of the essence. The sooner we can initiate rescue efforts, the greater the chance of survival." The doctor urged the family over the phone to hasten their arrival. In truth, the patient could survive without the craniotomy, he added with a sense of urgency. Amidst this tense atmosphere, a provocative remark emerged, inciting collective ire. The doctor felt his blood pressure surge. Who is spouting such nonsense? He scanned a room and noticed Cao Dingtian's right hand resting on the patient's wrist. That voice, unmistakably, belonged to Cao Dingtian. What kind of lunatic is this? Get him out. The doctor, observing Cao Dingtian clad in patient attire, suspected he must be a psychiatric patient. Is the delay in surgery a joke? Cao Dingtian's resolute expression incited laughter among the doctors and nurses. Clearly, this man needs an increase in medication. To them, Cao Dingtian appeared no different from a fool. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a woman clad in black rushed in. She appeared to be in her 20s, with flowing ebony hair that danced in the wind. Her breathtaking beauty striking Cao Dingtian's eyes. Particularly, her rapid breathing accentuated her curves, delivering a devastating visual impact to the men present. He thought that Luo Qingcheng was the epitome of beauty in Longjiang. Yet in comparison to this woman, they seemed equally matched. If Luo Qingcheng embodied a cold, aloof beauty, this woman represented a blossoming allure. Both possessed an exquisite beauty. "Doctor, how's my father?" was the first thing the woman asked, her anxious gaze revealing a shared sense of urgency with Cao Dingtian. He couldn't help but think of his own father. The situation was far from optimistic. The doctor produced a medical consent form. "We urgently require your signature for your father to undergo a craniotomy." Upon hearing this, the woman's cheeks glistened with tears as she snatched the weighty consent form and swiftly inscribed her name. "Shengwan Wanner," the doctor exclaimed in surprise, realizing she was the esteemed CEO Shengwan. They had never anticipated that the patient was the father of Shengwan Wanner. Who is Shengwan Wanner? She is the wealthiest woman in Longjiang City, having carved her niche through exceptional business acumen. She is an idol in the eyes of all women and the object of desire for many men. "I entrust my father to you," she said, handing the signed consent form to the doctor. At the moment the doctor took over, she hesitated for a moment and inquired, "What is the success rate?" "Less than 30%, the doctor replied dejectedly. Had this been any other patient, he might have claimed a success rate exceeding 50%. However, this was the father of Shengwan Wanner, and they refrained from making grandiose promises. Should any medical mishap occur, they could hardly withstand her wrath, and their hospital might very well face closure under her fury. "Less than 30%, Shengwan Wanner spoke in a somber tone, her displeasure palpable. The grim expression on her face sent shivers down the spines of the doctors. To be candid, they regretted accepting this patient. After a brief silence, the room descended into an eerie stillness. "I am fully confident that I can save him." Suddenly, a voice resonated through the ward like a thunderclap. Shengwan Wanner turned her gaze to see Cao Dingtian. "What did you say?" She momentarily doubted her ears. "I can treat his illness and guarantee a complete recovery," Cao Dingtian asserted with conviction. He had just examined the patient and discovered that, although his brain was inundated with congealed blood, it had not yet reached an irretrievable state. With the 9-yang divine needle, it is feasible. No one understands the anguish of a loved one suffering from illness more than he does. He is unwilling to let this world bear another tragic tale. "President Shengwan, I apologize for the embarrassment," the doctor interjected apologetically. "He is a patient from our psychiatric department who accidentally escaped." He cast a glance at his subordinates, urging, "Hurry and apprehend this lunatic before he jeopardizes our livelihoods." "Miss, has your vitality been poor lately? Do you often feel a heaviness in your chest?" Upon hearing Cao Dingtian's words, the doctor erupted in fury. "Get this madman out of here at once." Yet, Shengwan Wanner furrowed her brow. Chapter 5, A Minor Rash Stop. Shengwan Wanner waved her hand decisively, interrupting the commotion. "How do you know?" It was true that her vitality had been lacking, and she experienced severe chest tightness daily. She even suspected her bra was to blame, leading her to temporarily liberate herself. However, it proved ineffective. Until today, when Cao Dingtian spoke, she felt as though he could see through her entirely. "President Shengwan, do not heed the ramblings of a lunatic. We must focus on the surgery and not squander the prime opportunity for rescue due to a madman." The doctor's words held merit. Yet, how could she dismiss the thought of success rate below 30%? Shengwan Wanner gently bit her alluring red lip, the sense of helplessness making her indecisive. "If you allow them to proceed, your father will never awaken in this lifetime." Cao Dingtian's words caused Shengwan Wanner to waver again. Having relied on her father since childhood, he had been her solace in times of despair. Now, as she stood in triumph, he lay before her, incapacitated. He had yet to enjoy the fruits of life. She was determined to awaken her father at all costs. President Shangwan, let the professionals handle this matter. The doctor glared fiercely at Cao Dingtian. The audacity of this individual, truly believing himself to be a divine healer. Upon realizing that Cao Dingtian was from the psychiatry department, he felt a sense of relief. Professional? Cao Dingtian scoffed. The patient's brain and blood vessels have already ruptured, compounded by the impact of falling to the ground, which has exacerbated an already dire situation. At this point, his brain is likely saturated with blood. Even a deity would struggle to revive him. Upon hearing this, the doctors were left speechless. The reality indeed aligned with the words of this so-called madman. Yet, how could this lunatic possess such knowledge? The image had not been shown to him. Stunned, several were at a loss for words. Their initial confidence of 30% wavering under Cao Dingtian's assertion that once they opened the skull, the father of Shangwan Wanner would surely perish. Young man, I am Chun Dashan, the attending physician in this department. Chun Dashan respectfully inquired, for which medical school did you graduate? At this point, Chun Dashan and his colleagues dared not regard Cao Dingtian as a mere lunatic, for everything he said was grounded in logic and reason. I am not a graduate of a medical school. At this revelation, the doctor's expressions fell, disappointment washing over them. Was he not merely a quack, a barefoot doctor? They had assumed Cao Dingtian was a top-tier medical doctorate, only to discover he had no background whatsoever. What were they to do? The hot potato that was Shangwan Wanner's father was not one they dared to handle. Let him save my father. Amidst the growing anxiety, the silent Shangwan Wanner slightly parted her lips. With no other recourse, she resolved to place her trust in Cao Dingtian one last time. Based on his assessment of her and his analysis of her father's case, she sensed that Cao Dingtian was indeed extraordinary. As the CEO, she possessed a keen insight into human character. President Shangwan, absolutely not. Chun Dashan interjected. He lacks a degree from a prestigious university and does not hold a medical license. If anything were to go awry, who would take responsibility for a life lost? I too find this improper. Another doctor voiced his stance. Subsequently, the members began to express their refusals in rapid succession, denying Cao Dingtian the opportunity to treat Shangwan Wanner as father. Then what about you? Shangwan Van retorted, her tone laced with displeasure. With a mere 1% chance, how can I entrust my father to you? The group fell silent, rendered speechless. Rest assured, should anything happen, I shall bear the consequences myself. Upon hearing her declaration, Chun Dashan and the others felt as if flowers had blossomed upon their faces. They would not be held accountable. Their jobs safe, and the hospital would remain unaffected. With a troubled expression, Shangwan Wanner approached Cao Dingtian and bowed, pleading, I implore you to save my father. If you restore his life, Shangwan Wanner shall undoubtedly repay your kindness. Cao Dingtian lifted her graceful form, gently patting her shoulder, his gaze resolute. Do not worry. Having said that, he advanced towards the unconscious patient. During his earlier examination, he had already formulated a strategy. The first layer of the 9-yang divine needle specializes in curing myriad ailments, particularly those concerning cerebral hemorrhages and thrombosis. According to the inherited teachings, a single needle would completely refine the stagnant blood within the patient's body. Without further ado, he produced a set of silver needles. Traditional Chinese medicine. At present, Chun Dashan and his companions have finally discerned that Cao Dingtian is indeed a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. However, their expressions are tinged with disdain. The esteemed Hua Shanshi of the traditional medicine department shakes his head, questioning what Cao Dingtian could possibly offer in terms of healing. Hua Shanshi is a towering figure in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, and his mere sneeze could send ripples of illness throughout the land. He stands as an unparalleled deity within the medical community. Recently, when he assessed the situation, he found no viable solution, prompting him to concede to the efforts of Western medicine. Hua Shanshi, with all his experience, seems at a loss, prompting Chun Dashan to scoff. How could a young man like him manage such complexities? As a Western physician, Chun Dashin is acutely aware of the essence of traditional medicine, which requires the accumulation of time and experience. The venerable Hua Shanshi, at over 80 years of age, has honed his skills through countless experiments and the absorption of wisdom, earning him his revered title. In stark contrast, Cao Dingtian is merely in his 20s, lacking the necessary opportunities for practical application. For someone like him, even the basics are a formidable challenge. President Shangwan, I advise you to brace for the worst. Chun Dashin quips with malicious glee. Cao Dingtian, he continues, have you recently noticed your urine turning yellow, your eyes feeling dry, and your tongue exhibiting cracks? Cao Dingtian retorts, you have indulged yourself excessively, unaware of the ailments you have acquired. Chun Dashin, feeling guilty, responds, you slander me. I shall take legal action against you. It seems that Cao Dingtian has indeed perceived the truth. He has been quite indulgent in his professional life. The women in the department, a significant number of whom have crossed paths with him intimately, are a testament to his excesses. Even the interns are not spared, should they refuse his advances. He resorts to threats concerning their graduation certificates. It can be said that in the entire department, save for Li, none have refrained from yielding to his prying gaze. Cao Dingtian, he mocks, have you recently developed some inexplicable rashes on your skin, growing in alarming clusters? Cao Dingtian smirks. The itching must render you desperate. Upon hearing this, several doctors fix their gazes upon the visible patches on Chun Dashin's skin. Indeed, there are conspicuous rashes on his neck and wrist. Under the scrutiny of all, Chun Dashin feigns composure, dismissing the rashes as trivial, claiming that a simple application of anti-dermatitis cream would suffice to eradicate them. Yet, he is perplexed. While the cream alleviates itching, it does little to halt their rampant proliferation. In my experience, you are the first to remain so unperturbed upon discovering you have contracted plum blossom disease, remarks Cao Dingtian. The room falls silent in astonishment. Chapter 6. Cao Dingtian. Upon hearing the diagnosis of plum blossom disease, Chun Dashin hastily rushes to have blood drawn for testing. The ramifications of such an affliction are dire and easily imagined. Had he known this would be the consequence, he would have refrained from seeking immediate gratification without protection. Now, he finds himself regretting his choices. The revelation sends a shockwave through the nurses, who begin to lose their composure, hastily departing to arrange for their own blood tests. Thus, a remarkable scene unfolds within the hospital. On the 5th floor, all female staff members line up in a serpentine queue, with Chun Dashin leading the charge. The passing doctors were filled with curiosity, assuming that the 5th floor was hosting a noble blood donation event. However, upon noticing the fiery glares of the female staff directed at Chun Dashin, they were left bewildered. Once Chun departed, the room fell into a profound silence. Cao Dingtian commenced his acupuncture on the patient, employing the first layer of the 9-yang divine needle technique. With a swift motion, he inserted the needle, and a divine radiance erupted. White wisps of smoke began to rise from the patient's head. Observing this phenomenon, Cao Dingtian recognized that his technique for the first layer was indeed correct. The emerging white smoke signified the congealed blood in the patient's brain being refined and escaping through the pores. Seizing the moment, he proceeded with the second needle. As he inserted it, the patient's tightly shut eyelids fluttered slightly, indicating a restoration of neural function. Naturally, the white smoke continued to emanate. He followed with the third and fourth needles. Initially, Cao Dingtian found the first few needles effortless, yet as he progressed, he increasingly felt the strain. With each subsequent insertion, it seemed as though a vital force from within him was being transferred to the patient. After the 10th needle, he began to perspire profusely. Noticing his discomfort, Shangwan Wanner delicately withdrew a handkerchief from her garment and gently wiped the sweat from his brow. "Thank you," he replied, turning to meet her gaze. Their faces alarmingly close. Their intense stares filled the air with an unspoken tension that enveloped the room. Suddenly, realization dawned on Cao Dingtian. He felt a flush of embarrassment as he hastily redirected his attention to the patient. As a married man, he could hardly fathom the repercussions should this moment be witnessed by Luo Qingsheng or his in-laws. It would be a lifetime of penance. Observing his bashfulness, Shangwan Wanner's enchanting visage broke into a sweet smile. Across the world, countless men yearned for even a fleeting interaction with her, and yet this man maintained his composure, earning her deep admiration. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice that Cao Dingtian had completed all the acupuncture. A total of 21 needles had been administered. Now, Shangwan Wanner could clearly see wisps of white smoke rising from her father's head. It was truly astonishing. She had never witnessed traditional Chinese medicine practiced in such a manner. Furthermore, as the smoke continued to escape, she noticed her father's pallid complexion transforming into a warm hue. His expression was serene, devoid of the previous agony. All signs indicated a positive development. He truly did not exaggerate. Shangwan Wanner recalled the remarkable confidence and charisma Cao Dingtian had displayed earlier. In retrospect, it was striking. This man had limitless potential. A subtle smile graced her lips. He was someone she desired. After approximately half an hour, as the patient's head ceased to emit smoke, Cao Dingtian began to retract his silver needles. Soon, he sanitized the 21 needles and returned them to their case. After a minute or two, your father will naturally awaken. Cao Dingtian appeared utterly exhausted, speaking in a notably subdued tone. He produced a sheet of white paper and began to write with a flourish. Once completed, he handed it to Shangwan Wanner, instructing her, follow the prescribed dosage. 3 times a day for 10 to 15 days, and your father's dizziness will vanish. Shangwan Wanner examined the prescription, noting that it contained well-known herbal remedies. Yet, could such commonplace medicines truly wield such remarkable effects? As Cao Dingtian departed, her father's eyes slowly fluttered open, and he gradually sat up. Wanner, his voice was faint, but to Shangwan Wanner, it resonated like thunder. Tears streamed down her cheeks upon hearing that familiar voice. In that moment, she was no longer the lofty CEO, but rather the cherished daughter cradled in her father's arms. Doubts regarding Cao Dingtian's concoction dissipated entirely. Dad, a multitude of words failed to convey her feelings. This single word encapsulated her emotions perfectly. She joyously nestled against her father's chest, as if returning to a time of innocent bliss in her childhood. Good girl, Daddy's fine. Her father gently patted her back, though his once smooth hand no longer retained that quality. Nevertheless, his love remained unchanged. Shangwan Wanner silently vowed to ensure her father's comfort, vowing never to subject him to such torment again. Good girl, I feel dizzy. I need to lie down for a while. Such is the condition during recovery from serious illness. Shangwan Wanner carefully laid her frail father back down and covered him with a blanket. The doctor just said that you might feel this discomfort upon waking. She retrieved the white paper, her voice brightening as she added, but rest assured, these remedies will help. Good girl, Dad's survival from the clutches of death is all thanks to this doctor. You must repay him well. At these words, Shangwan Wanner realized she had committed a grave error. She had been contemplating how to recruit him, yet in her excitement over her father's recovery, she had forgotten to ask Cao Dingtian for his contact information. Determined not to let him slip away, she decided to pursue him. Dad, just lie here. I need to take care of something. With that, she turned and dashed out. However, as she stepped through the door, she encountered a familiar figure in the corridor. He sat slumped in a chair, looking as though he had been utterly drained. Indeed, it was Cao Dingtian, who had exhausted all his strength in treating Shangwan Wanner's father. As he stepped outside, feeling dizzy, he had chosen to rest briefly before tending to his own needs. Thank you. Suddenly, he felt the chair beside him tremble and instinctively turned to see Shangwan Wanner. I'm glad you're all right, he said weakly. For reasons unknown, seeing Cao Dingtian in such a state caused her heart to ache profoundly. I am Shangwan Wanner. May I know your name? She gently inquired, her sweet voice washing over Cao Dingtian like a gentle breeze. Cao Dingtian, however, was sparing with his words. Exhaustion enveloped me. Never had I felt such fatigue, not even after battling for 300 rounds. Cao Dingtian? Shangwan Wanner fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes instinctively drawn to a particular aspect of his being, curious whether he truly embodied his name. Subsequently, a knowing smile graced her lips. Chapter 7, A Wager Benefactor. I offer you this small token of appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Shang Wanwaner produced a card, adorned with her business card. The card was embellished with diamonds, ensnared by a magnificent golden dragon. It was the first time Cao Dingtian had encountered such an exquisite card. President Shangwan, you are too kind. It is merely a trifling matter. No need for such formality. He replied, attempting to decline. How could I possibly allow that? Shangwan Wanner spoke earnestly. You saved my father's life, and as a gesture of gratitude, I present you with this Tianlong gold card. She continued, in Longjiang, possessing this card grants you the privilege of limitless consumption within the Tianlong group. Benefactor, please accept it. Cao Dingtian, unable to refuse, reluctantly accepted the Tianlong gold card. Enough with the benefactor business, he said, surveying her closely. You appear to be younger than I, if you don't mind. You may call me Brother Cao. Shangwan Wanner nodded enthusiastically, her voice warm as she replied, and you need not refer to me as president. Simply call me Wanner. Her sweet voice invigorated the already weary Cao Dingtian. After exchanging pleasantries, Shangwan Wanner cheerfully made her way towards her father's hospital room. Unfortunately, Cao Dingtian had declined her invitation. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred, confident that one day he would reconsider. Meanwhile, Cao Dingtian resumed his place on the corridor bench, seeking to regain his strength. Their conversation revealed Shangwan Wanner to be an exceptionally warm-hearted individual, in stark contrast to Luo Qingsheng, who seemed to exist beyond the realm of humanity. After conversing for a while, Cao Dingtian sensed his energy returning, and with a bit more rest, he would be ready to attend to his father's ailment. At that moment, he spotted a familiar figure, one who appeared to be weeping profusely. It was Li Li. What could have caused her distress? As he approached, he discovered a sizable handprint marring her left cheek. Evidently, she had been wronged. Though he preferred to avoid meddling in others' affairs, upon witnessing Li Li's pitiable state, a surge of righteousness ignited within him. Who has wronged you? Upon seeing Cao Dingtian, Li Li collapsed into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Her mournful cries tugged at his heartstrings. It turned out that after she had taken on the role of assistant to Hua Bai in the traditional Chinese medicine department, she had inadvertently selected the wrong herb, leading to a patient suffering an allergic reaction. Now, the patient was causing a scene, demanding compensation in the hundreds of thousands. As a nurse with a modest monthly income, how could she possibly afford such a sum? Hua Bai, witnessing the situation spiral out of control, had vented his frustration on Li Li, delivering a sharp slap and ordering her to gather her belongings and leave. Take me there. I wish to see for myself. Having grasped the full extent of the situation, Cao Dingtian resolved to restore Li Li's dignity. They made their way to the grand hall of the traditional Chinese medicine department. A 200-pound noblewoman, adorned in lavish attire, was vociferously berating the doctors, exclaiming, "Look at what you have done to my once beautiful visage. Am I to continue facing the world in this state?" Hua Bai found himself at the receiving end of her ire, while the senior traditional Chinese medicine practitioners could only bow their heads in shame. Her face, already marred by imperfections, now resembled that of a furious dinosaur due to an allergic reaction. The fault lay with the hospital, and they could only endure this silent injustice. Fortunately, they had recently expelled the malignancy from the medical team, ensuring that such elementary mistakes would not recur in the Department of Traditional Medicine. As for compensation, Hua Bai decided to discuss only once the noblewoman's fury had subsided. Are you deaf? Speak. The noblewoman shouted, pointing at her face. If you do not compensate me for my emotional distress today, we are far from finished. Hua Bai and his colleagues prudently chose not to provoke her further. At that moment, Cao Dingtian and his companion entered their line of sight. How dare Li Li, that wretched woman, show her face in the midst of the noblewoman's wrath? Was she not merely adding fuel to the fire? He felt that his earlier calculations had come to naught. Wretched woman, do you still have the audacity to appear? He was about to slap Li Li when Cao Dingtian intervened. Young man, I do not recognize you. Are you here to defend Li Li? Hua Bai regarded Cao Dingtian with a cold gaze and replied indifferently, You must have witnessed that medical mishap. It was entirely Li Li's doing. If you wish to defend her today, you must provide 300,000 to settle this matter. Otherwise, you shall both be doomed. This was the only resolution he could conceive. Cao Dingtian replied coldly, I have no money, but I can resolve her issue. Hua Bai let out a derisive laugh. As the deputy director of the traditional medicine department, I am powerless in this situation. What makes you think you can resolve it? He spat disdainfully. Are you suggesting that your feeble mind can rectify this? Cao Dingtian responded impassively. Do you understand the concept of there are always greater talents beyond the horizon? At this, Hua Bai and the seasoned practitioners erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the most ludicrous joke. This young lad, lacking experience, dared to boast before such accomplished doctors. Sheer folly. Young man, can you truly restore my appearance? The noblewoman asked, astonished. Not only can I restore your appearance, but I can also make you even more beautiful, Cao Dingtian proclaimed, prompting Hua Bai and his colleagues to laugh even more heartily. Very well, I believe you. Treat me at once, the noblewoman implored, suffering from the discomfort of her allergic reaction, wishing to claw at her face. However, the thought of leaving scars that would further diminish her already fragile beauty filled her with dread. Thus, hearing that Cao Dingtian might resolve her plight, she felt compelled to take a chance. If he failed, she could always demand a hefty compensation. Madam, I advise you not to act impulsively, Hua Bai cautioned kindly. Should he ruin your face, regret will come too late. If you insist on proceeding, let us wager. Cao Dingtian cast a cold gaze upon Hua Bai and inquired, what if I managed to restore that lady's visage? What would you say? Several doctors wore expressions of disdain, clearly unimpressed, as if to say that the inexperienced youth was ignorant of the gravity of the situation. Hua Bai, witnessing Cao Dingtian's audacity, felt a surge of amusement. Intrigued, he replied, should you succeed, I shall grant you any request you desire. Conversely, if you fail, you shall spend a week cleaning the restrooms in the traditional Chinese medicine department. If you lose, you must deliver 20 slaps to the beautiful nurse. As Cao Dingtian spoke, Lily felt no trace of the burning pain on her face. Beside him, she was enveloped in a profound sense of security. Suddenly, a bold idea struck her. Very well, I accept. Hua Bai, harboring no belief in Cao Dingtian's capabilities, called out to the staff, you all heard that. Let us have a witness. Since Cao Dingtian wished to play the fool, Hua Bai was more than willing to provide him with a stage for his folly. After their agreement, Mother Tyrannosaurus sat quietly in a solitary chair, while Cao Dingtian diligently observed her symptoms. Look at him, as if this is a serious matter. If he manages to cure her, I will eat dung upside down. Oh, how vulgar. If he succeeds, I shall consume the entire table. The mocking voices echoed around them. A wager secured in victory turned into a delightful distraction from the monotony of time. Chapter 8. A false alarm. As Cao Dingtian continued his observations, he became thoroughly acquainted with Mother Tyrannosaurus's condition. He began to prepare the medicine. The traditional Chinese medicine department at Longjiang Hospital boasted the richest collection of herbal remedies in the entirety of Huaxia, surpassing even that of the abundant imperial capital. Cao Dingtian swiftly gathered several herbal ingredients. However, just as he was about to select another, Hua Bai shouted, "You fool! Are you trying to kill someone?" It was that wretched Li Li who introduced this herb, causing the patient's discomfort. Hua Bai's tone dripped with scorn, tinged with an unmistakable air of hostility. Indeed, the consequences of feigning knowledge are dire. Oh no, I cannot bear to watch any longer. A life may be at stake. The others chimed in with reproach. If Mother Tyrannosaurus's condition worsened, the traditional Chinese medicine department would undoubtedly become quite lively for some time. Proudly seated, Mother Tyrannosaurus contemplated the fortune she would extort if Cao Dingtian failed to heal her. Yet, only Lily remained steadfast, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Cao Dingtian. Amidst the cacophony around him, Cao Dingtian remained unfazed. He adhered to the prescription previously gathered by Li Li, adding a touch of honey to the concoction. How absurd! You cannot indiscriminately add honey. Are you trying to incite chaos? Hua Bai could no longer remain seated. He had never witnessed such a beauty-enhancing formula that incorporated honey. This Cao Dingtian was indeed a braggart. The restroom awaited him. Meanwhile, Cao Dingtian continued to focus on his work, diligently grinding the herbs, placing all the ingredients into the tool, his hands moving with purpose. As the medicinal ingredients were ground into a fine powder, he began to pour in a modest amount of honey, followed by a few drops of red wine. The seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were rendered speechless. It felt akin to preparing a gourmet dish. Yet, would such a remedy truly quell the fury of the mother Tyrannosaurus? There was no escaping the restroom duty for him. This treatment would surely exacerbate the already uneven and blemished visage of the mother Tyrannosaurus. At that point, it would be surprising if she didn't tear him to shreds. While they were lost in their fanciful thoughts, Cao Dingtian finally completed the concoction. He shaped the blended ingredients into 3 small balls, each resembling the size of a ping-pong ball. Casually, he approached the mother Tyrannosaurus and softly stated, "I am about to apply the medicine. You must cooperate with me for a few minutes. No matter what transpires, you cannot displace the remedy I have prepared, or the consequences will be dire." "All right, I understand." The mother Tyrannosaurus readily agreed. With that, Cao Dingtian commenced applying the medicine to her face. He molded one of the medicinal balls into a mask and spread it generously across her skin. Upon witnessing her distressing complexion once more, Cao Dingtian felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach. The oil extracted from her skin could sustain him for several days, and those depressions could serve as reservoirs. Not to mention the blemishes. Encountering such a woman at night would surely send anyone into a state of sheer terror. Yet, for the sake of restoring Li Li's dignity, he endured. "Ha ha ha. Just wait for the spectacle," he declared. "Once the medicine takes effect, that lady will undoubtedly be in excruciating pain. Young and ambitious, she remains blissfully unaware of her own limitations." Observing Cao Dingtian's unorthodox application of the remedy, Huabu Yi and the others began to hurl sarcastic remarks. The balls, initially the size of ping-pong balls, spread out like strands of silk under Cao Dingtian's meticulous manipulation, effortlessly filling the mother Tyrannosaurus's pockmarked skin with the appropriately moist substance. Soon, her face was enveloped in a specially crafted traditional Chinese medicine mask, leaving only 2 nostril-sized openings for her to breathe. Otherwise, she might suffocate. As 2 minutes passed, the mother Tyrannosaurus began to stir. A potent wave of medicinal power prompted her to cry out in agony. "Endure," Cao Dingtian urged. "Remember what I just said." Although racked with pain, the mother Tyrannosaurus refrained from tearing off the mask at his command. Observing her evident suffering, Huabu Yi and the others could hardly contain their laughter. "It's coming. It's coming. I told you, if he could cure her, what need would we have for these old practitioners? All right, starting tomorrow, you can begin cleaning the restroom. As for compensation, you two can negotiate amongst yourselves." As Huabu Yi and the others reveled in the unfolding drama, they deftly shifted the blame onto Cao Dingtian and his companion, achieving dual satisfaction. Although they had initially disapproved of Cao Dingtian's haphazard approach to medication, they were ultimately pleased with the outcome. "Cool, so refreshing." Suddenly, the mother Tyrannosaurus's tone shifted. "Delightful, truly delightful." At these words, the expressions of Huabu Yi and the others froze in disbelief. What was happening? Why had the mother Tyrannosaurus ceased her cries of distress? This was not at all what they had envisioned. They are about to witness the grand spectacle of the mother Tyrannosaurus battling the couple. This cannot be real. Their eyes are fixed intently on the facial mask, gazing for several minutes. "All right, you may remove the mask now," Cao Dingtian declared as the time came. However, the mother Tyrannosaurus remained utterly still. What is happening? Observing the unmoving creature, Huabu Yi and the others felt a wave of confusion wash over them, soon followed by a creeping sense of dread. She must have been incapacitated. Their expressions turned hollow. It's over. Someone could die, and the traditional Chinese medicine department would be utterly ruined. If their superiors discovered that a patient had perished in their care due to a wager, they would certainly face legal repercussions. Moreover, the department would be subjected to the torrent of public scrutiny, potentially leading to its dissolution. This situation had spiraled out of control. "You little rascal, you've put us in a terrible predicament." Huabu Yi was the first to speak up. As the second in command, he bore the primary legal responsibility, being one of the initiators of the bet. Once accountability was assigned, he would be the first to be held accountable. The remaining individuals joined in, hurling a barrage of curses at Cao Dingtian. Witnessing the onslaught of insults directed at him, Li Li's cheeks were streaked with tears. She vowed that if Cao Dingtian were implicated, she would accompany him, becoming a pair of star-crossed lovers within the confines of imprisonment. Just then, a loud snore shattered the cacophony of accusations. It turned out that the mother Tyrannosaurus had dozed off, lost in sheer comfort, which had triggered the earlier scene. It was merely a false alarm. As they beheld the creature snoring like a pig, he finally exhaled in relief, although his anger simmered beneath the surface. "You brat, just wait until it's your turn to clean the toilets." He glared at Cao Dingtian, swearing to torment him mercilessly over the next 3 days to alleviate his resentment. "Madam, please remove your facial mask." Cao Dingtian gently patted the mother Tyrannosaurus on the shoulder, waking her from her dream. "What? Where's the food? I'm so hungry." Huabu-yi and the others stared, their eyes wide as saucers. Cao Dingtian rubbed his forehead and reluctantly helped her remove the mask. A brilliant flash of light dazzled everyone's eyes. Chapter 9. I am willing to be small. Huabu-yi and the others gazed at the mother Tyrannosaurus's face, their eyes filled with disbelief. Is there truly such an extraordinary formula in this world? Once the mask was removed by Cao Dingtian, the once remarkable beauty of the mother Tyrannosaurus revealed itself. The blemishes had vanished without a trace, and the pits were visibly shrinking at an astonishing rate. "What is happening to you?" To the mother Tyrannosaurus, the looks in Huabu-yi and the others' eyes seemed aggressive, clearly coveting her beauty. At that moment, Lily held a mirror up to her. A sound that pierced the heavens erupted. "Is this me?" she exclaimed in shock, staring at the reflection in the mirror. The blackheads were gone, the acne scars had disappeared, the pits were filled, and the blemishes obliterated. These are the endeavors she had longed to pursue in her dreams. She pinched her own flabby skin tightly, realizing that everything was indeed true. "How marvelous it is! I have become beautiful!" she exclaimed, pointing to her long-desired visage. "Look at this radiant skin, rivaling that of a 20-year-old maiden." While it may not be as exaggerated as she claimed, the transformation compared to her previous appearance was nothing short of astounding. "Madam, do you feel any discomfort?" "Inquit Cao Dingtian." "None at all." The imposing figure, known as Mother Tyrannosaurus, stretched her massive arms with an air of ease. "Young man, here's my business card. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall go through fire and water for you." Cao Dingtian accepted the card, discovering her name to be Lei Yuhuan. At that moment, Lei Yuhuan gazed into the mirror and noticed that her nostrils had not yet met her expectations. She softly requested, "Young man, could you provide me with additional medicine? I wish to be the epitome of beauty." Cao Dingtian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had heard of 200-pound beauties, yet this sister seemed to be aiming for the stars. However, he had only administered one treatment. There were still 2 more to come. He believed that after 3 applications, she would surely marvel at her own appearance. He handed her 2 pills, saying, "Apply these 2 pills to your face tomorrow and the day after. Remember, only once a day." Lei Yuhuan was overjoyed, snatching the invaluable pills from Cao Dingtian's hands. "Well, you have lost. It's time to fulfill your wager." In high spirits, she cast a mocking glance at Hua Bai and the others. "I recall you saying that if my brother won, you would eat dung while standing on your head." She then pointed at another individual, "And you promised to consume that table." Finally, her gaze settled on Hua Bai. 20 slaps, not 1 less. She spoke coldly. "You may choose not to comply, but this matter will surely reach Lord Ho." "What?" The faces of Hua Bai and the others turned ashen as they nervously inquired. "May I ask what your relationship with Lord Ho is?" "My brother-in-law." As soon as the words left her lips, Hua Bai and the others collapsed in despair. That lord was not to be trifled with. With Mother Tyrannosaurus backing Cao Dingtian, they were destined to fall into a pit today. "I need to use the restroom." One of the individuals reluctant to eat the table, despite his reservations, began to gnaw furiously at the unyielding wood, losing several teeth without stopping, ultimately leaving him bloodied and toothless. "It's your turn." As Hua Bai listened to Lei Yuhuan's words, the color drained from his face. "Little girl, strike him fiercely. Hold nothing back. If he troubles you, I will bear the consequences for you." Encouraged by Lei Yuhuan, Lily looked at Cao Dingtian, seemingly seeking his guidance. Cao Dingtian met her gaze with resolute eyes and nodded. Understanding his silent approval, Lily finally stepped forward, raising her hand to draw a perfect arc in the air. Slap. The first slap landed on Hua Bai's left cheek. Although Lily's physique is petite, the force behind her slap is undeniably potent, causing Hua Bai to stagger. He clutches his burning face, his eyes nearly ablaze with indignation. The expression of resentment is palpable on his face. He yearns to retaliate. But the thought of Lily's formidable mother, Lei Yuhuan, serves as a deterrent, compelling him to suppress his simmering anger. With a sharp crack, another slap lands on his right cheek. After 2 resounding strikes, Hua Bai's face begins to swell. In quick succession, Lily delivers 20 slaps to either side of his face, and as she gasps for breath, the prominent curves of her chest become strikingly alluring. Meanwhile, Hua Bai's visage resembles that of a swollen pig's head. If one were not acquainted with him, they would hardly recognize the renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine. All that he has endured today is etched in his memory. Just as he contemplates fleeing, Lei Yuhuan halts him. Vice Dean Hua, I have heard that the position of head nurse in the Chinese medicine department is currently vacant. I believe this young lady would be quite suitable. What is your opinion? Hua Bai gazes at Lei Yuhuan's cunning expression, realizing that if he does not acquiesce, this matter will not conclude. Li, report to the Chinese medicine department tomorrow. All nurses there are to be reassigned under your direction. After speaking, he storms away, followed closely by the individual at the table. Little brother, thank you for helping me regain my confidence. We must play together sometime. Lei Yuhuan flirts with Cao Dingtian before departing with an air of elegance. At this moment, Li, still in a daze, suddenly regains her composure. Reflecting on her recent slap to Hua Bai and her inexplicable promotion to head nurse, she recognizes that it is thanks to Cao Dingtian. Just moments ago, she feared the worst, only to discover it was a false alarm. With this thought, she instinctively leans into Cao Dingtian, wrapping her arms tightly around him. In this moment, she releases all her pent-up emotions, feeling that if the world were to treat her with malice, this man would undoubtedly stand by her side, fiercely supporting her. Overcome by her feelings, she disregards Cao Dingtian's sentiments and presses her soft pink lips against his. Cao Dingtian's mind goes blank. This Li is far too audacious. He's a married man. Such actions would surely embroil him in moral quandary. Yet the sensation is undeniably pleasurable. Before he can fully absorb the moment, Lily's tongue begins to explore, compelling him to retreat from this battlefield. He gently pushes her away, stammering, I'm married. This isn't right. At that very moment, as Cao Dingtian stands up for her, a bold thought ignites within Lily. No matter what, she must be with this man for life. Even if he is already committed, as long as she possesses his love, she would willingly descend into hell. Her cheeks flush deeper, and she whispers, I am willing to be the hidden one. I do not care about titles. Cao Dingtian nearly collapses to the ground. Chapter 10. The second layer of the 9-yang divine needle. Oh my, what a shocking revelation. If you wish to hear more, come quickly. In the corridor of the traditional Chinese medicine department, a young man was calling out, soon attracting a gathering of curious onlookers. Among them were Cao Dingtian and Li, who walked closely together, the atmosphere tinged with a hint of ambiguity. There, gossip, I've set up the chairs. Hurry up and share, we can hardly wait. The young man, having just returned from the restroom, feigned mystery, inciting the eager crowd. What could you have possibly discovered in the restroom? Did you learn several methods of relieving yourself? Or perhaps you've mastered the art of doing so while upside down. Speak quickly. With a mischievous grin, he declared, I saw Dr. Zhao from the department indulging in some peculiar delicacies. Lily couldn't help but chuckle at his words. What is so funny? It's true. I really saw Dr. Zhao digging into something rather unsavory, and he seemed to relish it. The young man insisted. You are behind the times with your antics. If Dr. Zhao were foolish enough to partake in such things, I wouldn't mind sharing a bowl with him. Cao Dingtian and Lily exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing yet another ruse for free food. At that moment, Dr. Zhao approached from the direction of the restroom. Several young men shivered in surprise. Hello, Dr. Zhao. One of them greeted. What's so good about it? You lot seem to have nothing better to do than loiter here. What would the leaders think? His mood soured. and he erupted, "Everyone, go clean the restroom." However, upon noticing that others were covering their mouths, he instinctively fell silent. The scandal could no longer be concealed. He hurriedly made his exit, not even lingering to scold Cao Dingtian and the others. "Buddy, we enjoyed your performance." After Dr. Zhao left, the corridor buzzed with excitement. The young man's wager ensuring yet another complimentary meal for him that day. Lily walked alongside Cao Dingtian, her face aglow with joy. This man not only provided her with a sense of security, but also gifted her with delightful feelings. This strengthened her resolve. "Gaudaja, tunigli blusha, azitating. Could you possibly take me home?" With that, she tilted her head to the side, her slender fingers fidgeting nervously. "Perhaps another day. My father is still in the hospital." Cao Dingtian ziplit, Lili nuda, pleasa. She had just been chatting with him and was aware of his circumstances. His lack of refusal indicated potential. No matter what, she would wait for that day. Meanwhile, Cao Dingtian was internally astonished at his own words. A married man ought to maintain a respectful distance from the opposite sex. Previously, he had prided himself on being a paragon of virtue. Could it be that his character had shifted after inheriting such burdens? Not wishing to dwell on it, he fervently hoped for his father's recovery. Thus, he took his leave from Lili under the pretense of caring for his father. By the time he returned to his father's hospital room, it was already evening. During this time, the doctors and nurses had scarcely made their rounds, leaving his father to lie quietly in bed. Cao Dingtian gazed upon his father, whose complexion was pale and emaciated, and his eyes welled with tears. Though he had endured beatings with the resilience of a cornered animal, the sight of this man stripped away all his defenses in an instant. He recalled that since the dawn of his memory, this man had been his sole companion. As for his biological mother, every inquiry about her was met with his father's deliberate evasion of the subject. From an early age, Cao Dingtian had displayed remarkable maturity, refraining from probing into matters best left unspoken. Consequently, he dedicated himself fervently to his studies, achieving commendable academic success, which naturally filled his father with pride. His father toiled from dawn until dusk, striving to provide him with a good life, ensuring he could attend a prestigious university. The hope was to eventually remarry, have a son, and earn the respect of the Cao family ancestors. Yet, fate played a cruel joke on him. Just as Cao Dingtian graduated, illness began to take a toll on his father. Reflecting on the past, it felt as if it were just yesterday. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, his gaze hardening with resolve. Now armed with formidable skills, he was determined to save his father and show him the beauty of the world. He took his father's wrist to check his pulse, gaining insight into his father's condition. Soon, he grasped the full extent of his father's ailments. The cancer had developed over the years, compounded by other minor health issues. While treatable, a comprehensive plan was necessary for complete eradication. He found a quiet spot and closed his eyes, meditating to summon ancestral wisdom. His sole aim was to discover the method with the least risk for treatment. As is well known, cancer cells proliferate. If not entirely eradicated, they will endlessly reproduce. For his father, a little extra assurance brought Cao Dingtian some solace. At last, he opened his eyes, revealing a gaze brimming with unwavering confidence. He had discovered the perfect solution. The second tier of the Juyang divine needle technique could aid in eliminating his father's cancer cells. Having just consulted the mystical medical texts of his ancestors, he realized that a specific concoction, combined with this needle technique, would guarantee success. Cao Dingtian couldn't help but marvel at the brilliance of traditional Chinese medicine, which allows for synergistic treatments devoid of side effects. He thought of all the cancer patients, enduring both the agony of their illness and the ravages of chemotherapy. Those with frail constitutions could be bettered in for weeks. In contrast, traditional Chinese medicine, at its worst, could extend a patient's life, granting them more time with their loved ones. He contemplated whether he should take on disciples to pass down the lost arts of healing, thereby alleviating the suffering of his compatriots, a noble endeavor indeed. However, his immediate priority remained the salvation of his father. Without further ado, he produced his silver needles. The Juyang divine needle technique, in its second tier, consisted of 28 needles, a nemesis to cancer. To wield this technique, one must possess immense willpower and unwavering faith. Those with malevolent intentions would find it futile. Following the prescribed method, Cao Dingtian commenced acupuncture at his father's acupoints. As the first needle penetrated, a radiant white light surged into his father's body. Simultaneously, he felt his own strength ebbing away towards his father. 2 seconds later, he observed wisps of white smoke emanating from his father's form, signifying that he was one step closer to success. This was a symptom of the cancer cells being refined. Subsequently, with the second, third, and fourth needles, as he reached the 20th, the white smoke emanating from his father was abundant, and his previously sallow complexion gradually regained its color. Alas, just as he was about to administer the 22nd needle, an overwhelming sense of weakness surged from his feet. 21 needles marked his limit, especially since he had employed 2 layers of needle techniques today, which consumed far more energy than he had anticipated. However, he could not falter now. If he were to stop at this moment, his father might suffer a backlash. Thus, he gritted his teeth and continued with the injections. He could not cease. He was determined to save his father. More flashes of white light followed. Chapter 11. We are not to be provoked, Xiao Tian. I am hungry. After an unknown passage of time, the familiar voice rang in Cao Dingtian's ears. It was his father's voice, one that often oscillated between whimsy and seriousness. He abruptly opened his eyes. His father had awakened. Cao Dingtian glanced at the clock, astonished to find it was already 7 in the morning. He had been unconscious for nearly 10 hours. The energy expended during the second layer of the 9-yang divine needle was truly immense. Without a strong will, he might have met his own demise. Dad, how do you feel? Cao Dingtian grasped his father's hands. Upon examination, he could sense no trace of cancer cells within his father's body. It had truly succeeded. I'm so hungry. I crave food. Please fetch me half a roast goose and a large box of white rice. Upon hearing this, Cao Dingtian promptly set off. Soon, he returned with a large bag, unwrapping it to present a box of rice and a generous portion of duck meat before his father. As he beheld the golden brown roast goose, his father's eyes sparkled with delight, and before Cao Dingtian could don him with gloves, he eagerly began to feast. At that moment, the attending physician, accompanied by a team, entered the room. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were filled with unease. Cao Dingtian, are you hastening your father's demise by allowing him to eat recklessly? Cancer patients must adhere to strict dietary restrictions. Such indiscriminately consuming could lead to dire consequences. Disregarding their doctor's admonitions, no matter how robust your father's health may be, you cannot subject him to this turmoil. The doctor shook his head, inquiring about the preparations for the surgical fees, suggesting they could schedule a procedure for his father while the attending physician was in high spirits. At this juncture, a nurse recording Cao Dingtian's daily vital signs exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, this is unbelievable." Previously, the data indicated a state of near demise. How is it that the patient statistics are now so stable? The data reflecting Cao Dingtian's current vital signs resembled the pinnacle of human health. How could this be possible? The doctor, equally perplexed, powered down the machine and restarted it. Yet, Cao Dingtian's readings remained astonishingly favorable. All signs indicated that he was recovering. Undeterred, the doctor conducted a thorough examination and discovered that the cancer cells within Cao Dingtian's body had indeed vanished. He is well. The doctors accompanying them were utterly astonished, unable to fathom such outrageous occurrences in the world. On that day, after confirming that Cao Dingtian was in good health, the nurse proceeded to complete their discharge paperwork. As Cao Dingtian settled the medical expenses, he suddenly discovered an additional 50,000 yuan in his account. A slight smile graced his lips as he glanced at the sender's information. It turned out that despite her frosty exterior, Luo Qingcheng still possessed a warm heart. During the settlement, they had exceeded their budget by a few hundred. With no money on him, Cao Dingtian had no choice but to use the funds Luo Qingcheng provided as an advance. Father and son quickly departed from that nightmarish place, only to find themselves at a corner where, due to visibility issues, several luxury cars passed dangerously close to Cao Dingtian. Had it not been for Cao Dingtian's quick reflexes, Cao Dingtian would surely have been struck and sent flying back into the hospital. Driving so fast, Are they in a rush to meet their maker? Cao Dingtian muttered in frustration. After his outburst, the cars came to a halt, and a group of elegantly dressed young people emerged. Oh, Tiangu, you truly are tough as nails. Even after that, you're still standing, mocked Jiang Huachong, who, along with Su Wanru, began to encircle the father and son. The situation was dire. What's the matter? Can't borrow money, so you've given up on treatment? Jiang Huachong sneered. Rest assured, once your father passes. As a former brother, I will ensure he receives a custom-made imported coffin. Laughter erupted among them. Apologize to my father, or this matter will not end well. Cao Dingtian exclaimed, his emotions running high. He was acutely aware that without family, life would be akin to that of a zombie. You expect me to apologize to a corpse? Have you lost your mind? Jiang Huachong laughed derisively. Su Wanru looked at Cao Dingtian with disdain, recalling how he'd been taught a lesson the previous day. Had he forgotten such a humiliating scene? How had she ever fallen for such a mindless individual? Cao Dingtian, for the sake of our past as classmates, this is a gesture of goodwill. At that moment, Su Shan, clad in light, breezy attire, approached Cao Dingtian, handing him a 100 yuan note. As he gazed at the bill, sparks ignited in his eyes, and he was about to snatch it and tear it apart, but Cao Dawang held on tightly to him. Xiao Tian, let it go. Let us leave. Cao Dawang urged, seeking to defuse the situation. However, this group, who thrived on the suffering of others, would certainly not miss an opportunity, especially one to trample on Cao Dingtian. Jiang Huachong, seeing his former rival, was eager to play a cat-and-mouse game with Cao Dingtian, relishing the chance to toy with him. Leave? Who said you could go? Jiang Huachong, with Su Wanru at his side, obstructed the path of the father and son, his expression dark. Here, 1,000 yuan. Please, for the sake of brotherhood. Have a cup of tea to cool down and let us go. Cao Dawang offered a smile as he extended the money he had intended for rent towards Jiang Huachong. With a swift motion, Jiang Huachong knocked the cash from Cao Dawang's hands, angrily rebuking him. Old fool, do you take us for beggars? You think 1,000 yuan will suffice to dismiss us? He then revealed a cunning smile. I will grant you a chance. If your son can step over my foot and call me grandfather 10 times, I will let you both go. He spoke with a grave expression, stating, I possess no patience. Should I change my mind later, none of you will be able to leave. Young Master Jiang, for my sake, may I fulfill this for my son? Cao Dawang said with a forced smile. This is the essence of fatherhood. Even when the sky falls, he stands resolutely for his children, shielding them from harm. With a crack, Jiang Huachong's eyes blazed with fury as he struck Cao Dawang across the face. Give you face? You old relic, what face do you have here? Rushing to reincarnate, you dare to be the first to stand out. Jiang Huachong, do you wish to die for hitting my father? Cao Dingtian clenched his fists, ready to confront Jiang Huachong and his entourage, but was restrained by Cao Dawang. Xiao Tian, do not act rashly. We cannot afford this. As a child of poverty, he had always endured hardships silently. To entangle with such wealthy youths could spell a lifetime of turmoil. He merely wished for his son to endure this moment of turbulence. Su Wanru shook her head. Originally, if he had simply crawled past Brother Chong and called out grandfather 10 times, everything would have been fine. Instead, his actions had brought suffering upon his old father. Moreover, Cao Dingtian's stubbornness had ignited Jiang Huachong's uncontrollable wrath. Now, they were in deep trouble. Alas, how foolish it was to have ever associated with Cao Dingtian. Young Master Jiang, I sincerely apologize. It was our fault. Cao Dawang implored Jiang Huachong once again, hoping to quell his anger. Yet, Jiang Huachong not only disregarded his plea, but also sent him flying with a kick. You old fool, get out of my sight. Witnessing this, Cao Dingtian's eyes turned as red as a raging beast. Chapter 12. Your grievance accepted. Just as Jiang Huachong was about to deliver another blow to Cao Dawang, a powerful hand gripped his arm tightly. Upon turning, he realized it was Cao Dingtian. You dare to bully my father. You deserve to die. Cao Dingtian's bloodshot eyes resembled those of a frenzied creature. In that moment, Jiang Huachong felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Witnessing a man exuding such palpable murderous intent for the first time. With a thud, Cao Dingtian kicked him away. He was propelled several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Su Wandu Thou Wen. When did Cao Dingtian become so formidable? Though his spirit was indomitable, he was no match for Jiang Huaqiang in a fight. Yet, astonishingly, he had sent her beloved Chang flying several meters, which was simply unbelievable. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and deal with this waste. Jiang Huaqiang, staggering to his feet, rallied his young followers to charge at Yichang. Susan, Su Wanru, and several other lovely ladies displayed excited expressions, eager to witness the spectacle of Cao Dingtian being beaten, a scene they had not tired of from the previous day. However, the next moment, the women were left dumbfounded. Cao Dingtian did not succumb to the attack from these young ruffians, as they had anticipated. On the contrary, he appeared to handle the situation with remarkable ease. What is happening? How did Cao Dingtian transform overnight into someone so different? As the focal point of this confrontation, Cao Dingtian himself was equally bewildered. He was remarkably adept at discerning the tactics of these ruffians, even predicting their subsequent moves with uncanny accuracy. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. It was unmistakably a legacy of the Cao family. Although he had merely skimmed through the martial arts manuals, their effects were already apparent. Just imagine if he were to thoroughly study all the secrets contained within. He would undoubtedly be invincible. A slight smile graced his lips. His current methods were sufficient to deal with Jiang Huaqiang's lackeys. Today, these miscreants were destined to face defeat. With a sudden motion, he unleashed a kick, sending a young man with yellow hair soaring backward like a kite with its string cut. Before anyone could respond, a sharp crack echoed as a green-haired youth had his head twisted sideways. Each time Cao Dingtian struck, a small thug fell to the ground. Witnessing this, Jiang Huaqiang was rendered speechless. How could Cao Dingtian be so formidable? Hadn't they reduced him to a mere dog the day before? Overnight, this so-called waste had undergone a remarkable transformation. As he recalled the look in Cao Dingtian's eyes moments ago, a shiver ran down Jiang Huaqiang's spine. The same thoughts plagued Su Wanru and her companions. They had come to witness Cao Dingtian's humiliation, not his display of prowess. What was happening? Or had it all gone awry? Despite their best efforts to comprehend the situation, they all believed that Cao Dingtian was merely experiencing a fleeting moment of brilliance that would soon fade. However, as Cao Dingtian grew increasingly emboldened in battle, the yellow-haired and green-haired thugs they had favored were swiftly dispatched by him alone. Even their last hope, Changgu, was left trembling in defeat at the hands of Cao Dingtian. Could it be that Cao Dingtian was a demon? Su Wanru pondered, questioning whether, despite his skills, he could withstand blades, firearms, or the might of artillery. With such reckless aggression, Cao Dingtian is destined for mediocrity, she muttered. Yet, what kind of life did they aspire to lead? With murderous intent, Cao Dingtian strode directly to Jiang Huaqiang, delivering a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. You dare to threaten us? Jiang Huaqiang quivered, yet his bravado remained. Do you understand the consequences of your actions? Cao Dingtian responded with a swift slap that knocked out 2 of his teeth. Gripping Jiang Huaqiang by the neck, he demanded, what consequences? I am a member of the Jiang family, an entity you cannot afford to provoke. Jiang Huaqiang began to reveal his cards, but before he could finish, he was met with another resounding slap. A few more teeth flew, and blood filled his mouth. The Jiang family is formidable? Cao Dingtian replied coldly. From that moment on, every attempt Jiang Huaqiang made to speak was met with a resounding slap, until he was utterly drained of the strength to utter another word. Cao Dingtian, enough. Suwandu et galim angli. You have invited grave trouble upon yourself. Changgu is not someone you can afford to antagonize. What grave trouble? Cao Dingtian zito. Stepping down on Jiang Huaqiang's shin, producing a chilling sound of cracking bone, then placing his foot on the other leg. I have provoked him. What of it? Su Wanru, infuriated, felt blood rise in her throat. In his eyes, Jiang Huaqiang was an invincible entity, capable of manipulating Cao Dingtian rather than being reduced to a mere shadow of himself by Cao. Just as she was about to unleash her verbal barrage upon Cao Dingtian, Jiang Huaqiang bellowed, "Wretched creature, do you wish for my demise to come swifter?" Su Wanru was rendered speechless. This was the first time Jiang Huaqiang had raised his voice at her. He had once vowed to cherish her as one would a precious gem. How had things changed so drastically? Could love truly dissipate? Consider this a stroke of ill fortune for me. Spare my life, and I shall no longer trouble you. Jiang Huaqiang relented, albeit begrudgingly. Are you lost in delusion? Cao Dingtian seized Jiang Huaqiang by the throat, gradually applying pressure. In this world, anyone who offends my father must perish. For reasons unknown, as he gazed into Cao Dingtian's eyes, Jiang Huaqiang felt as if he were staring into an abyss. He genuinely believed that Cao Dingtian might snuff out his life in the next moment. It was the first time Jiang Huaqiang felt how perilously close he was to death. He sensed that the Cao Dingtian who once knelt in submission for a mere 500,000 was no longer present. Xiao Tian, release him. Do not let this escalate to murder. As Jiang Huaqiang's face began to turn purple, Cao Dawang rushed to plead on his behalf. It was this intervention that restored a semblance of rationality to Cao Dingtian. He loosened his grip, allowing Jiang Huaqiang to tumble to the ground in a heap. Spare your wretched life, but you must kneel and apologize to my father, calling him grandfather 100 times, and compensate us for our emotional distress. Jiang Huaqiang realized that if he maintained his defiance and continued to resist Cao Dingtian, he would undoubtedly be crushed. Thus, he devised a plan to feign submission. Knowing he would have ample time to deal with the father and son duo later, he lowered his exalted head and began to knock it against the ground repeatedly, chanting grandfather, grandfather until he had completed 100 repetitions. Once he stood upright, he gathered 10,000 yuan from his lackeys and, with an ingratiating tone, addressed Cao Da. Grandfather, this is our tribute to you. I kindly ask you to accept it in light of my regard. Suddenly, a slap resounded against Jiang Huaqiang's face. What are you? What standing do you have with my father? Realizing his mistake, Jiang Huaqiang hastily corrected himself. Grandfather, I was wrong. This is our tribute to you. I beseech you to accept it. After receiving the stack of money, Cao Dingtian kicked him in the rear. Get lost. Chapter 13. I can heal after expelling Jiang Huaqiang and his entourage. The father and son took a taxi back to their previous rental residence. Once they settled the rent, they vacated the premises. Having formed enmity with Jiang Huaqiang, and knowing him well enough, Cao Dingtian was certain that this individual would not simply let the matter rest. Jiang Huaqiang was aware of the old apartment, and if he were to cause trouble for his father in the future, the repercussions would be dire. Therefore, after some contemplation, he decided to seek a new place to rent. Soon enough, they moved into a 2-bedroom apartment in an urban village, with a monthly rent of 2,000 yuan. Cao Dingtian withdrew over 9,000 from Luo Qingsheng, paying the entire rent in one go, leaving only a few hundred for tomorrow, when he intends to procure some medicinal remedies for his father. As for living expenses, the money gifted by Jiang Huaqiang is ample enough to sustain Cao Dahua for several months. Presently, Cao Dingtian is free from worries, firmly believing that, with his capabilities, he will soon ascend to greatness. For now, he will have his father temporarily reside here. Suddenly, his phone rang, and to his surprise, it was a call from Luo Qingsheng. Cao Dingtian grasped the phone as if it were a burning stick, yet ultimately he answered the call. Where have you been all these days? You Haven T returned home at all? If you do not wish to stay at the Luo residence, you are free to leave at any time. The voice on the other end unleashed a torrent of scorn. My father has just been discharged from the hospital and requires care, so I must remain by his side, Cao Dingtian replied, his tone subdued. Over the past year, had it not been for the 500,000 from the Luo family, his father would not have survived this long. Thus, he felt he had no right to raise his voice against Luo Qingsheng's harsh tone. Beside him, Cao Dahua was teary-eyed, feeling he had burdened his son throughout his life. Being a son-in-law had truly left Cao Dingtian unable to hold his head high among others. Upon hearing that Cao Dingtian was caring for his father, Luo Qingsheng's voice softened slightly. Tonight is my mother's birthday. If you do not return home to be seen, you might as well pack your bags and leave. With that, she abruptly ended the call. Cao Dingtian's lips twitched. His mother-in-law, Lu Ruyan, values her reputation above all else. Should he be absent tonight, she would undoubtedly feel humiliated before her relatives, and upon his return, he would be met with a fierce reprimand. Contemplating this, he felt a flicker of warmth. Luo Qingsheng, it seemed, was not entirely frosty. With his plans disrupted, he resolved to purchase traditional Chinese medicine without delay. After exchanging greetings with Cao Duong, he made his way to the renowned Chinese medicine clinic, Huichuntang. The clinic was overseen by Hua Dingtian, a master of traditional medicine. Many complex ailments had been resolved under his care, attracting numerous patients drawn by his reputation. Cao Dingtian found himself queuing among the throngs of people. Observing the long line, he couldn't help but sigh, wondering how long this would take. After an hour and a half, it was finally his turn. He produced a sheet of paper covered with dense handwriting detailing various herbal prescriptions and handed it to an elderly man with a wispy mane of white hair, who exuded an otherworldly presence. The elder, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, examined the prescriptions and found some of the concoctions incomprehensible. He expressed skepticism regarding the dosages prescribed by Cao Dingtian. "Young man, do you not fear for the lives of others with such prescriptions? Who is it that you wish to harm so indiscriminately?" The elder admonished. "To purchase medicine here, you must adhere to our prescribed quantities. Your concoctions are beyond what the human body can endure. I cannot allow you to endanger others. Simply follow the quantities I provide, and I will ensure the rest is appropriate." Cao Dingtian replied resolutely, leaving no room for argument. Upon witnessing others questioning his master, the young apprentice interjected. "Do you know who this venerable figure before you is? He is none other than the most esteemed master of traditional Chinese medicine in the land of Huaxia, Hu Tongtian. There is no ailment he cannot remedy. Even the most eminent doctors from the Blue Star regard him with the utmost reverence, addressing him as Master Hua." Cao Dingtian chuckled softly. This held little relevance to him. All he desired was to procure the necessary herbs and return home to the Luo family, lest he face the wrath of Lu Ruyan. At that moment, a delicate yet impatient voice emerged from behind him. "Do you intend to treat the illness or not? If you are here merely to cause a disturbance, kindly step aside, for we cannot afford to wait much longer." Turning to investigate, Cao Dingtian beheld a young lady of around 20, her figure resembling that of a youthful sprite, yet incongruous with her ample bosom. Indeed, she embodied the mythical combination of youthful beauty and voluptuousness. Her oval face, adorned with striking dimples, left a lasting impression. Beside her stood a stooped old man, who clutched a box in his hand. From the aura of his breath, Cao Dingtian discerned that the elderly gentleman must be suffering from a grave ailment, one that would soon claim his life. Hu Tongtian cast a glance at Cao Dingtian, disregarding him, and beckoned the old man forward for examination. After a brief assessment, Hu's brow furrowed, and his expression grew grave. It is widely acknowledged that when a traditional Chinese physician furrows his brow, the situation is undoubtedly dire. The master renowned for his ability to heal any ailment found this case particularly challenging. "Just be forthright," the old man said with a faint smile. "The top doctors from the foreign lands have also been rendered helpless against my affliction. I am merely awaiting the day of my demise. Pray tell, how many days do I have left? I wish to savor the remainder of my life." "My friend, your condition indeed exceeds my capabilities," Hu Tongtian sighed. "I am aware of an ancient and enigmatic acupuncture technique that, if employed, might grant you a chance of survival. Alas, this technique resides solely within the realm of legend, unseen by mortal eyes. Regretfully," he added, "I can only prescribe you a few herbal remedies. If you adhere to them, you may continue to witness this world for a short while longer." "And how much time do I have left?" the elderly man inquired with a serene demeanor. Hu Tongtian lamented, "If you diligently take the medicine I prescribe, you may live for over a month. However, should you neglect it, your life will extinguish within a week." Upon hearing this, the young lady wept bitterly. "Grandfather, I do not wish for you to die. I want you to be with me always." Despite her prior mental preparation, tears cascaded down her cheeks at Hu Tongtian's words. "Dear child, do not weep," the old man gently comforted her, patting her back. "Life and death are the natural order of existence. There is no need for sorrow." "My apologies, brother," the young lady said through her tears. "We were indeed cutting in line, and that was our fault." Just as they turned to leave, Cao Dingtian felt a surge of compassion. I can cure your ailment. Chapter 14. Let him heal. The young girl had already turned to leave, but upon hearing Cao Dingtian's words, she joyfully turned back. However, upon seeing such a youthful figure, she felt her enthusiasm deflate like a punctured ball. A master like Hua Tongtian was at a loss regarding her grandfather's ailment. Surely, there was no one else in the world who could remedy it. What could a boy, nearly her age, possibly achieve? Doubtful, she thought, noticing her disappointment. Cao Dingtian inquit. The girl fell silent. Naturally, she wished for Cao Dingtian to heal her grandfather, allowing him to accompany her in daily conversations and outings. Yet, his youth made it difficult for her to believe. Had an elder like Hua Tongtian appeared, she would have eagerly accepted his assistance without hesitation. Truth be told, she remained skeptical of Cao Dingtian's credibility and his lack of experience. You, young lad with your tender years, should focus on being a decent person rather than making grandiose claims. Aren't you afraid of overstepping your bounds? Hua Tongtian scoffed. If you recklessly attempt to treat ailments, can you bear the dire consequences if something goes awry? He scrutinized Cao Dingtian, admiring his appearance and recognizing his potential as an alchemist. Your unique physique suggests great promise. How about coming to my clinic as my apprentice? You cannot even treat a minor issue. What could you possibly learn here? Cao Dingtian dismissed his condescension, recalling how he boasted of being able to heal any illness, only to be stumped by a trivial ailment. Hua Tongtian's temper flared. Do you even comprehend the nature of his illness? I can assure you, there is no one in the realm capable of curing it, unless they are celestial beings. The girl's heart sank as she witnessed Hua Tongtian's outburst. For her grandfather's sake, she was arguing with a mere boy. At their age, they ought not to lose their temper. It could adversely affect their health. Simultaneously, she felt helpless regarding Cao Dingtian. Instead of honing his skills, he chose to boast. Just because he could not heal her grandfather did not imply that others were incapable. Cao Dingtian's gaze was resolute. So, according to your assertion, everything lies within your grasp? Hua Tongtian sensed his authority being challenged. The tension in the air was palpable. In Huaxia, no one dared to question his expertise. And even abroad, those elder statesmen would steer clear of him. Yet here, a mere boy had provoked his ire. Indeed, I could cure his ailment effortlessly. Cao Dingtian retorted, unwavering, which only intensified Hua Tongtian's fury. Let him heal, Hua Tongtian declared, waving his hand dismissively. If you succeed, this clinic shall be yours, and I shall appoint you as my lifelong apprentice. The onlookers were taken aback by Hua Tongtian's dramatic gesture, astonished that such a revered figure would engage in a dispute with a child. This somewhat tarnished his esteemed image, and they regarded Cao Dingtian with disdain, whispering among themselves about the audacity of youth. Divine physician Hua, there's no need for anger. The stooped elder gently interjected, acknowledging that his days were numbered, and considered it an opportunity to refine his skills and gain experience, ultimately to save more patients in the future. He maintained a benevolent expression, unfazed by the looming specter of death. At his age, the notion of mortality was of little concern. Grandfather, the young girl exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks. How could she allow her noble grandfather to become a mere test subject, especially under the care of a young man whose medical prowess was uncertain? She vehemently opposed the idea. Silly child, your grandfather is embracing a noble sacrifice, he reassured her, gently patting her head. If anything were to go awry during the treatment, do not hold that young man accountable. The stooped elder discerned the unwavering resolve in Cao Dingtian's eyes, recognizing sincerity. He comforted the girl, understanding that unforeseen complications might arise during the treatment, and it would be a grave mistake to halt the process in a moment of panic. The girl soon nodded, though her reluctance towards Cao Dingtian was palpable. With no further objections, Cao Dingtian, guided by Hua Tongtian, entered a tranquil room. Young brother, proceed with confidence, the elder said, exuding a fearless demeanor as he lay on the bed. Hua Tongtian regarded Cao Dingtian with disdain, convinced that the elder was beyond saving and questioning the young man's audacity. He was intent on observing what capabilities this youth possessed. Cao Dingtian, familiar with the procedure, began by taking the elder's pulse. No physician should prescribe treatment without a thorough understanding of the patient's condition, although he had gleaned the elder's ailments through observation and inquiry. Further investigation was essential to maximize the likelihood of success. Indeed, his instincts were correct. He discerned that the elder was in the advanced stages of lung cancer, with both lungs severely compromised, explaining the difficulty in his breathing. Hua Tongtian's earlier prediction of 7 days was overly optimistic. If Cao Dingtian's assessment held true, the elder might not survive the night without intervention. Fortuitously, he had encountered this situation armed with the formidable legacy of the Cao family, feeling an unwavering duty to save the ailing. "Silver needles," he exclaimed, retrieving a box of them. Hua Tongtian immediately recognized the object, but was baffled by its relevance to late-stage lung cancer. If acupuncture were effective against cancer, the place would be overflowing with patients suffering from the disease. The youth, in his impetuosity, was taking a considerable risk. Yet in the next moment, as he witnessed Cao Dingtian deftly administer a needle, he felt a profound impact. Indeed, Cao Dingtian employed the second-tier technique of the 9-yang divine needle. Hua Tongtian marveled at the precision of the young man's technique, praising his adeptness. If even Hua Tongtian's late master had been present, he might not have matched the finesse displayed by this young practitioner. Who was this youth, and why did he exhibit no discernible affiliation with any established school of thought? Hua Tongtian prided himself on his vast experience with people. Yet in the presence of Cao Dingtian, he perceived only a nebulous fog. The white smoke emanating from the stooped old man triggered a muscle memory that began to stimulate his brain's nerves. Such an ethereal technique seemed hauntingly familiar. Moments later, as Cao Dingtian administered a second needle, white smoke once again billowed forth. At that moment, Hua Tongtian's previously haughty demeanor vanished entirely, replaced by a look of bewilderment in his eyes. "What are you doing? Are you trying to harm my grandfather? Stop at once, or I shall not hold back." The young girl, witnessing the continuous emergence of white smoke from her grandfather, mistakenly believed that Cao Dingtian was inflicting harm, and her emotions surged wildly. Hua Tongtian waved his hand, his voice trembling as he implored, "Allow him to treat him." The young girl fell silent. Chapter 15. Ho Tian Lai is that? The 9-yang divine needle? Hua Tongtian's complexion changed dramatically as realization dawned upon him. He had indeed seen this needle technique somewhere before. It was mentioned in ancient texts he had chanced upon, which proclaimed that this technique was a universal remedy, the bane of all maladies. However, the text provided no detailed instructions on the technique itself, only its effects. Hua Tongtian had spent a lifetime seeking a fateful connection with this needle technique and had found nothing until today. Now, encountering the young Cao Dingtian, he recognized that his long-awaited fortune had finally arrived. He could not afford to let this opportunity slip by. "You are aware of the 9-yang divine needle?" Cao Dingtian expressed surprise, not expecting anyone in this world to possess knowledge of such a technique, thus underestimating the old man. Hua Tongtian was well aware. His master had imparted a legacy. He who possesses this needle technique shall command the world. Hence, the descendants of his master had tirelessly sought this technique. For with the 9-yang divine needle in hand, one could traverse the martial world with ease. Yet, all their endeavors had ended in failure. Hua Tongtian, however, was different. He had found it, and only the final step remained. Centuries ago, the master had established a decree. He who obtains the 9-yang divine needle shall have dominion over the entire medical community. Hua Tongtian's face lit up with excitement. He had not anticipated that such a young man would possess this extraordinary needle technique. He had indeed underestimated him. The young girl, upon hearing Hua Tongtian's words, displayed a look of utter astonishment. The legacy of Hua Tongtian's master from centuries past, the 9-yang divine needle. Such staggering revelations were beyond her youthful comprehension. Yet, she understood that the young and handsome man before her was extraordinary. If someone of Hua Tongtian's stature held him in such high regard, how could she continue to harbor doubts? Reflecting on her earlier skepticism, a hint of shame crossed the young girl's face. Cao Dingtian chose not to speak further. The exertion required to perform such a needle technique was immense. After only a few applications, he felt utterly depleted. However, administering the technique a second time proved far more manageable than the first. The second layer of the 9-yang divine needle radiated a brilliant divine light upon the stooped old man, while his frail body continued to emit white smoke. Once Cao Dingtian had completed all 28 acupuncture needles, the frail old man's body, once desiccated, began to exhibit a glimmer of vitality, reminiscent of a withered tree blossoming in spring. At this moment, Hu Tongtian and the young girl's eyes widened in astonishment. As the most formidable healer in Huaxia, even Hu Tongtian was compelled to marvel at the sight before him, realizing that there exist realms beyond his own and individuals surpassing his prowess. Though he had merely heard of the 9-yang divine needle through ancient texts and ancestral teachings, witnessing it in action was a revelation that left him utterly astounded. In this instant, all his so-called national titles seemed nothing more than a jest. The true heir to greatness stood before him. Meanwhile, the young girl, overwhelmed with shock, found her eyes brimming with tears. She was acutely aware of her grandfather's condition and had braced herself for the worst before Cao Dingtian's intervention. Now, witnessing the return of color to her grandfather's face, she understood that he would not succumb to death. As the white smoke gradually dissipated, it was time for Cao Dingtian to withdraw the needles. Precision was vital during insertion, yet the same meticulousness was not required during removal. With a few deft motions, he gathered all 28 needles into his grasp. To an outsider, his method of withdrawal might be perceived as flawed, but to Hu Tongtian, it was the hallmark of a true medical sage. A rare glimmer of brilliance flickered in his murky gaze. Today had broadened his horizons. Bring the alcohol, Cao Dingtian instructed, intending to disinfect the silver needles. However, Hu Tongtian took the 28 needles from him, respectfully stating, "Master, allow me to handle this trivial task. You should rest. I have yet to agree to become your disciple." Cao Dingtian's expression darkened. Indeed, the master's admonition was warranted. Hu Tongtian nodded submissively and hurried out to sterilize the instruments. The young girl, observing Hu Tongtian's deference towards Cao Dingtian, felt an overwhelming admiration for him. Such a man was the epitome of her aspirations. "Grandfather, how do you feel?" Cao Dingtian inquired as he observed the elderly man rising slowly. The old man's face was a canvas of astonishment, his mind in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, he exclaimed with fervor, "I'm well. I'm completely well." Upon hearing this, the young girl's tears flowed freely. Over the years, witnessing her grandfather's suffering had pained her deeply. Now, seeing him so revitalized, how could she not be overwhelmed with emotion? In her fervor, the old man attempted to take a deep breath, discovering that there was no searing pain in his chest. He then clenched his fist, feeling an incredible surge of strength, as if one punch could fell a bull. He felt invigorated. However, a sudden realization struck him. Something was amiss. His eyes darted about, scanning his body for any ailments, yet he could find none. His granddaughter, filled with anxiety, was on the verge of tears. What if something were to happen to her grandfather now? Suddenly, the old man cried out, startling the young girl into tears. Yet, his revelation dispelled her worries. "My hunchback disease is cured." He felt an unusual sensation in his body, and to his astonishment, the lifelong affliction of his hunchback had been cured. With exuberance, he leapt from the sickbed, performing several somersaults on the ground, resembling a small, agile monkey. What a delight! After halting his playful antics, the elderly man appeared invigorated and rejuvenated. He had fulfilled a childhood dream. In his youth, he had envied his peers who could somersault like the legendary Sun Wukong, while he could not. This had cast a shadow over his childhood. Yet now, as he approached the twilight of his life, he had dispelled the remnants of that childhood shadow. What a remarkable joy that was! He was eternally grateful to the young benefactor for this second chance at life. With both hands clasped in salute, he bowed deeply. Ho Tianlai, Cao Dingtian seemed to recall this legendary figure. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Wasn't he the most distinguished diplomat of Huaxia in his quest to master foreign languages? He had studied late into the night with numerous scholars, even pulling all-nighters. To think it was him. Cao Dingtian held him in great esteem. The esteemed Ho had dedicated himself to ensuring Huaxia's diplomatic standing, and now, having cured his ailments, it seemed only fitting that this was a form of repayment. Master Ho, your name is renowned beyond compare. It is a privilege to meet you. Cao Dingtian reciprocated the courtesy. Ho Tianhai smiled kindly. It is all but fleeting, all but fleeting. He gestured towards a young girl beside him. This is my granddaughter, Ho Wanjun. If she has inadvertently offended you, dear Brother Cao, please do not take it to heart. Greetings, Brother Cao, the young girl said, her face turning crimson, her voice tinged with shyness. Chapter 16. Learn diligently, Brother Cao. May I inquire if you're married? In the midst of their casual conversation, Ho Tianhai suddenly posed the question. From his extensive experience in reading people, he discerned that this young man was destined for greatness, likely to achieve significant accomplishments in Huaxia. Coupled with his extraordinary medical skills, Ho Tianhai believed it was merely a matter of time before Cao Dingtian soared to prominence. He also had personal considerations. According to the saying, a daughter should not remain unmarried for long. Ho Wanjun had reached the age of marriage, and it was time to find her a suitable partner. Presently, Cao Dingtian seemed particularly fitting, especially with a name that suggested he was destined for greatness. Master Ho, I must confess, I am already married, Cao Dingtian replied softly, to a daughter of the Luo family. A son-in-law to the Luo family? Ho Tianhai mused inwardly. How could someone as outstanding as Cao Dingtian settle for such a humble role? It was perplexing. However, he was certain that the Luo family was on the verge of a significant rise. He sighed, lamenting that Wanjun had missed her chance. Meanwhile, upon hearing Cao Dingtian's announcement of his marriage, Ho Wanjun's heart sank abruptly, as if pierced by a sharp blade, leaving her in profound distress. She had never experienced such feelings throughout her life. In that moment, she appeared despondent, as if she had lost something incredibly precious. It felt like a poignant regret. Ho Tianhai chuckled lightly, gesturing towards his side where Ho Wanjun stood. Initially, he intended to bestow his precious granddaughter upon you, but upon learning of your marital status, it seems fate has intertwined her destiny with yours. For reasons unknown, upon hearing her grandfather's words, tears began to cascade from the corners of Ho Wanjun's eyes. Is this the essence of fate? Her spirits plummeted to an abyss of despair. Brother Cao, this is a gift for you, Ho Tianhai declared, without further hesitation, as he presented a small black box adorned with the Arabic numeral 1973. Since our union and marriage cannot be realized, let us consider this a fortunate connection. He smiled warmly, adding, from now on, you may address me as grandfather, just like the girl. His demeanor turned serious as he insisted. This is a token of our meeting. Should you refuse, I assure you, I shall be quite displeased. His expression was quite amusing, as if he were prepared to throw a tantrum on the ground should Cao Dingtian decline. Thank you, grandfather. With the conversation having reached this point, how could Cao Dingtian possibly refuse? Very well, very well. Ho Tianhai beamed repeatedly, clearly pleased with Cao Dingtian's response. He had wished to engage in a more profound dialogue with the young man, yet as his health had improved, he needed to return to his family to convey the news, lest they grow concerned. My dear Tian, I must return for a matter of importance. Let's share a drink together another day. Certainly, Cao Dingtian nodded, clasping his hands in respect. Safe travels, grandfather, as laughter echoed behind them. Ho Tianhai took his granddaughter's hand, bursting forth with joy as they exited. Just as they stepped out, Hua Tongtian entered, witnessing Ho Tianhai's exuberant spirit, akin to that of a youthful rascal, left him utterly astonished. Such extraordinary beings truly exist in this world. His regard for Cao Dingtian elevated to an entirely unattainable echelon. Moreover, observing Ho Tianhai's physique, he noted the miraculous recovery from his severe scoliosis. Hua Tongtian's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as if he were ensnared in a dream. Can one fathom a young man resolving two perplexing medical conundrums in less than half a day's time? Hua Tongtian silently resolved to cling to this remarkable ally, even if it meant serving as a mere apprentice. he would do so willingly. Master, your needles. Hua Tongtian presented the 28 needles to Cao Dingtian with his left hand, while his right clutched a large bag filled with the necessary potions. Master, here are the items you requested. Well done, Cao Dingtian replied, uttering words that ignited a fervor within Hua Tongtian. In his eagerness to gain favor, he had meticulously prepared the herbal remedies according to Cao Dingtian's specifications, and now they served a true purpose. He congratulated himself on his cleverness. Master, this is the land deed for the Rejuvenation Hall. I hope you will accept it. Willing to stake his lifetime of effort, Hua Tongtian presented his heartfelt dedication to Cao Dingtian. He was wholeheartedly convinced that yielding to the 9-yang divine needle was not in vain, believing that his ancestors would understand his choice to part with their legacy. What do you need this for? Cao Dingtian shook his head, suggesting Hua Tongtian keep it to manage himself. I have already acquired what I desired. He gazed at the substantial bag of traditional Chinese medicine. After consuming it, Cao Dawang would undoubtedly feel rejuvenated. Hua Tongtian respectfully responded, I shall heed my master's words. At this moment, Hua Tongtian's loyalty towards Cao Dingtian had reached its zenith, allowing him to act as he pleased. Master, when shall we conduct the apprenticeship ceremony? Hua Tongtian inquired. Wait a moment. Cao Dingtian gestured with his hand. To enter my fold, you must first undergo my scrutiny. I need to observe you for a while. He still had to attend to Cao Dawang's health, and his mother-in-law's birthday was also that evening. Cao Dingtian was overwhelmed with matters to address. He wished to avoid complications and could only use this excuse to stave off inquiries for a time, though it slightly wounded Hua Tongtian's feelings. Moreover, if Hua Tongtian aspired to master the 9-yang divine needle, he needed unwavering determination. A mindset eager for quick success would surely lead to failure. Upon hearing Cao Dingtian's words, Hua Tongtian experienced a surge of mixed emotions. Knowing that Cao Dingtian was evaluating him, he felt as exhilarated as a schoolboy, ignited with ambition, reminiscent of when teachers would assess our recitations in elementary school. At that moment, Hua Tongtian was filled with similar fervor. I have no further business. I shall take my leave. Time was of the essence, and Cao Dingtian needed to hasten his preparations to brew medicinal soup for his father. Otherwise, they might be late for the evening's banquet. The thought of his mother-in-law's fierce expression sent shivers down his spine. I bid you farewell, master. Hua Tongtian addressed his teacher with utmost politeness, reminiscent of a dutiful student. Half a minute after Cao Dingtian departed, a portly middle-aged man entered Hua Tongtian's room. It was Hua Bu-yi, the eldest son of Hua Tongtian. What is the matter with you? You look ghostly, Hua Bu-yi remarked brusquely. I was outmaneuvered by a junior, leaving me utterly humiliated. Hua Bu-yi recalled yesterday's events, feeling as though he had endured a battlefield. I always urged you to study diligently, but you disregarded your father's counsel. Now that you've suffered, it is too late for regrets, isn't it? Hua Tongtian pointed to the 10-centimeter thick book on the table. Go and transcribe the Shinong Benchao Jing. Father, that is quite formidable. Hua Bu-yi protested, seeking unaidjuse. Formidable? Am I not more so? Hua Tongtian replied with disdain. Everyone knows you are a master of the Huaxia nation. He cannot even compare to a mere finger of yours. Despite his complaints, Hua Bu-yi obediently picked up the hefty Shinong Benchao Jing. However, upon hearing his son's words, a cold sweat began to form on Hua Tongtian's brow. His title had become a mere facade moments ago. Yet, before his son, he must uphold a standard and refrain from mentioning his recent embarrassment. He cleared his throat and asserted, study well, and you too may one day reach your father's level, adopting the demeanor of a stern parent. Chapter 17. The Devoted Admirer at Chu. Just as Cao Dingtian reached the alley, he suddenly sneezed. He wondered who might be cursing him from behind. After muttering a curse under his breath, he continued on his path. However, as he looked ahead, he noticed a man of similar age blocking the path, whose actions piqued his interest. The road spans approximately 3 meters in width, yet the man stands firmly in the center, which seems rather excessive. His feet assume a stance that resembles a blockade, as if he were waiting for someone. This path is the shortcut for Cao Dingtian to return home, promising a significant saving of time. However, Turning back would not only squander precious moments, but if he were to encounter Hua Tongtian again, who might insist on taking him as a disciple, he would surely be met with a torrent of scorn tonight. Thus, Cao Dingtian resolved to press forward, reasoning that perhaps this man was simply a lunatic passing the time by loitering. Yet, as he approached within 3 meters of the man, he realized his initial assumptions were misguided. This man was there to cause him trouble, standing at around 175 centimeters, with a buzz cut and eyes radiating a chilling malice. He appeared formidable, especially with his pronounced temples. "I've been waiting for you," the buzz-cut man intoned, his voice deep and laced with a palpable threat, as if interrogating a foe. "Who are you?" Cao Dingtian asked coldly, certain he did not recognize this individual. Nevertheless, this stranger seemed to possess an unsettling knowledge of his whereabouts, as if he had been tracking his movements. "A man who intends to kill you," the buzz-cut man declared, his words shattering the heavy atmosphere like a cataclysm. "Kill me? Cao Dingtian ziplit purple. We don't even know each other. Surely you need a reason to take my life?" The buzz-cut man exuded a malevolence that suggested he was not one to be trifled with. Cao Dingtian racked his brain, struggling to comprehend why this man harbored such deadly intent. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Was there not someone who held a grudge against him? At that moment, a familiar laugh echoed through the air. "Cao Dingtian, your doom is upon you." Upon turning to investigate, he confirmed his suspicions. There sat Jiang Huaqiang, albeit not in his usual energetic form, but rather confined to a wheelchair. Assisting him was Su Wanru, accompanied by several bruised and battered men. "Jiang Huaqiang, haven't you learned your lesson from yesterday?" Cao Dingtian remarked, observing Huaqiang's legs encased in plaster and his body swathed in bandages. "Cao Dingtian, yesterday was my misfortune, but today, with Brother Hu here, you shall not escape unscathed," Jiang Huaqiang retorted, his pride undiminished despite his injuries. After returning home in disgrace the previous day, he had informed his cousin, Jiang Hu, of the incident. Upon hearing that his younger brother had been soundly defeated by a mere son-in-law, Jiang Hu was incensed. The Jiang family would not suffer humiliation. Those who insulted them would face dire consequences. Thus, he resolved to take matters into his own hands to avenge Jiang Huaqiang. Armed with information from Jiang Huaqiang's subordinates about Cao Dingtian's whereabouts near the Rejuvenation Hall, Jiang Huaqiang and Jiang Hu set a trap along Cao Dingtian's inevitable path. Despite his bruises, Jiang Huaqiang's voice remained filled with arrogance, for the one seeking retribution today possessed an unimaginable strength. He was a martial artist. Jiang Huaqiang had witnessed firsthand his cousin's ability to incapacitate a cow with a single punch. With such a powerhouse at his side, he felt assured of victory. Having experienced Cao Dingtian's fighting prowess the day before, Jiang Huaqiang believed that while Cao Dingtian was indeed formidable, he was not yet at a level capable of delivering a blow sufficient to fell a cow. "Cao Dingtian, come here, kneel down, shout father 100 times, and slap yourself 100 times. This time, I shall let you off," Jiang Huaqiang declared with an air of pride. Beside him, Su Shan and Su Wanru raised their chins defiantly. They were well aware of the formidable reputation of Jiang Huaqiang's cousin. "Fool, do not obstruct the way." Cao Dingtian's words ignited a fury within Jiang Huaqiang and his companions, especially Su Wanru, whose eyes seemed to blaze with indignation. "Cao Dingtian, the ally that Brother Chong has summoned, is not someone you can provoke. Out of respect for the kindness you once showed me, I advise you to apologize sincerely to Brother Chong," she warned, her confidence radiating as she added, "Otherwise, no one will be left to collect your remains." "Did you hear that, you idiot?" Jiang Huaqiang, with pride, wrapped his arm around Su Wanru's slender waist and planted a forceful kiss on her cheek, flaunting his dominance and further belittling Cao Dingtian. "Aren't you the tough one? Your woman is now at my mercy, obediently under my control." Seemingly attuned to Jiang Huaqiang's intentions, Cao Dingtian replied slyly, "Jiang Huaqiang, you treat a second-hand item as if it were treasure. You truly have a unique perspective." "Cao Dingtian, you speak nonsense." Jiang Huaqiang immediately erupted in anger. When Su Shan had once facilitated his pursuit, she had vehemently assured him that Su Wanru was undoubtedly a first-rate gem. Had he known then that Su Wanru was second-hand, he would have deemed her beneath his notice. Cao Dingtian, speak carelessly again, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Su Shan shouted at him, like a frightened wildcat, determined to keep Jiang Huaqiang oblivious to her involvement. She had received considerable benefits from orchestrating the situation, and if the truth emerged, she could only imagine the retribution Jiang Huaqiang might inflict upon her. Jiang Huaqiang, you are truly pitiable, remaining in the dark even now. Cao Dingtian mocked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huaqiang's expression darkened. You had better confess what you did to Wanru. Ask her how she fared in the first week. Cao Dingtian dan det. Oh, and I nearly forgot to mention, she has a heart-shaped birthmark on her inner thigh. With that, Cao Dingtian burst into laughter, while Jiang Huaqiang's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom. It was evident to all that he had been boasting about a second-hand item, claiming it to be a unique first-rate treasure. He turned to Su Shan. How do you explain this? Su Shan, drenched in sweat and trembling, replied, Brother Chong, do not listen to that dead man's nonsense. Wanru is innocent. She cast a furtive glance at Su Wanru. You'd better step in to clear this up, unless you want him to discover your surgery. Su Wanru understood the cue and leaned in close to Jiang Huaqiang, whispering heatedly, Brother Chong, I am pure and innocent with you. Do you not know what it feels like to be with me? After speaking, she shot a venomous glare at Cao Dingtian, filled with loathing for the man who had left her bedridden for a month, and now dared to reveal her secret. Do you hear me, Cao Dingtian? Do not presume upon yourself. Jiang Huaqiang's tone softened slightly as he embraced Su Wanru once more, declaring, Wanru is the love of my life, no matter the circumstances. I shall cherish her dearly. Upon hearing Jiang Huaqiang's vow, Su Shan and Su Wanru breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have navigated through the moment. Cao Dingtian shook his head, reflecting on the abundance of devoted admirers this year, regardless of whether one kneels or calls him father. He had resolved not to show mercy any longer. Suddenly, Jiang Huahu's demeanor shifted, turning fierce. Chapter 18. Who else? No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a formidable aura erupted from Jiang Huahu, resembling a cascading waterfall. He then shouted, pointing directly at Cao Dingtian's head. Recognizing the imminent threat, Cao Dingtian understood that any lapse in vigilance could cost him dearly. Thus, he raised his hands defensively, attempting to counter Jiang Huahu's assault. In the next instant, a deafening crash echoed as a surge of energy unleashed a tempestuous gale, forcefully expelling a fierce whirlwind from the 3-meter-wide alleyway. The intensity of the wind obscured their vision, leaving Jiang Huaqiang and his companions uncertain whether Cao Dingtian had been felled. However, judging by the sound and the overwhelming force, it was evident that he would not emerge unscathed. As the residual force dissipated and their sight returned to normal, they beheld Cao Dingtian being propelled several meters away by Jiang Huahu's Ba Ji Quan, leaving 2 rubber streaks on the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of Cao Dingtian's mouth, confirming his injuries. Jiang Huaqiang rejoiced. Cao Dingtian, have you witnessed Tiger Brother's strength? He laughed maniacally. This time next year will mark your demise. Let Tiger Brother send you to the afterlife with the next strike. Observing her former lover's severe injury, Su Wanru felt no compassion. Her heart instead ignited with a desire to inflict further harm, spurred by Cao Dingtian's mention of their bloody past. Though it was a haunting nightmare for her, it had been long since she had faced such anguish. Yet, when she glanced at Jiang Huaqiang, disappointment flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Huahu appeared calm and in a position of absolute superiority, but internally, he experienced tumultuous emotions. He had exerted 5/10 of his strength in the Ba Ji Quan, and according to Jiang Huaqiang's insights, such power should easily reduce Cao Dingtian to mere rubble. However, despite the blow, Cao Dingtian remained standing. This instinctive realization told Jiang Huahu that Cao Dingtian was no ordinary opponent. With this thought, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Throughout his life, he had never encountered such emotions. His fighting spirit ignited as he recalled his remarkable martial talent, having effortlessly triumphed over peers with sheer force. Yet now, facing Cao Dingtian, he felt invigorated like never before. With a slight smirk, Jiang Huahu remarked, "You are the most formidable opponent I have ever faced. As a reward, I choose to end your life." He prepared to unleash 70% of his power, readying himself for another assault. At this moment, after sustaining injuries, Cao Dingtian's heart was filled with astonishment. He had confidently believed that his defense was flawless, yet he was still overpowered by Jiang Hua, whose 8 extremes fist. Determined not to rely solely on defense for his next strike, he resolved to take the initiative, for offense is indeed the best form of defense. Simultaneously, he silently vowed that when the opportunity arose, he would diligently choose a martial art to study. Although his medical skills were exceptional, his martial prowess was woefully inadequate. Had he diligently practiced the ancestral techniques of the Cao family, he would not find himself in such a predicament. Prepare to meet your end. In the next moment, as Jiang Huahu prepared to launch an attack, he was taken aback to see Cao Dingtian charging at him like a fierce leopard, seemingly oblivious to the danger. Adjusting his strategy, Jiang Huahu intended to employ an alternative method to subdue Cao Dingtian. Meanwhile, Jiang Huachong and his companions, witnessing Cao Dingtian's tenacity, were both amazed by his resilience and mocked him for his lack of combat strategy. They believed that in a weaker position, one should prioritize defense, something he evidently failed to comprehend. They could already envision Cao Dingtian being knocked to the ground in the next instant. However, to their astonishment, Cao Dingtian's reckless charge actually turned the tide of the battle in his favor. What was happening? Jiang Huachong nearly choked on his disbelief. Wasn't Cao Dingtian supposed to be the one on the ground? Su Wanru and the others shook their heads in surprise, equally bewildered by Cao Dingtian's unyielding spirit, akin to that of an indomitable cockroach. It seemed as though he had transformed since the previous day. Yet, their anxiety proved futile. All they could do was fervently hope that Jiang Huahu would prevail and defeat Cao Dingtian. At that moment, Jiang Huahu, engaged in combat with Cao Dingtian, felt an immense blow to his pride. Despite exerting 70% of his strength, he still found himself unable to subdue Cao Dingtian. Furthermore, it appeared as though Cao Dingtian was learning in the heat of battle. His techniques had begun to become unpredictable, simultaneously anticipating Jiang Huahu's next move. Just as Jiang Huahu was momentarily distracted, Cao Dingtian seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch directly to his nose. A sharp crack resonated, signaling the breaking of Jiang Huahu's nasal bridge, followed by a torrent of blood gushing from his nostrils like a faucet. How could this be? Jiang Huachong, terrified, attempted to rise from his wheelchair, but his legs, encased in plaster, refused to budge. He was well aware of Jiang Huahu's strength and had never imagined that Cao Dingtian could inflict a wound upon him. Was this truly the same Cao Dingtian who had once been bullied by them? Likewise, Su Wanru was equally flustered. She had anticipated witnessing Cao Dingtian being thoroughly defeated, not witnessing his triumphant resurgence. With Cao Dingtian still standing, her secret would forever remain under his control. "Nothing is impossible," Cao Dingtian retorted, having gleaned much from their recent confrontation. Moreover, he had realized that once bitten, he would not be so easily fooled a second time. It was akin to receiving a formidable blow from a master of the 8 extremities fist. However, when Jiang Huahu launched his attack once more, Cao Dingtian effortlessly evaded, even taking the opportunity to retaliate. He silently lamented the formidable legacy of the Cao family. Just as he was lost in thought, Jiang Huahu began to roar. At that moment, his visage resembled that of a ferocious tiger, unleashing his full fury. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this fiery onslaught was extinguished by Cao Dingtian. With a swift step as quick as lightning, he dashed to Jiang Huahu's side and delivered a resounding slap to his left cheek, leaving a vivid crimson imprint. Not yet finished, Cao Dingtian then raised his long leg and delivered a powerful kick to Jiang Huahu's chest. With a crack, a rib shattered, sending him flying several meters like a kite with a severed string, only to come to a halt after colliding with his companions, who fell in disarray. "Is there anyone else?" Cao Dingtian bellowed dominantly at the sight of the fallen adversaries. However, when silence met his challenge, he grandly strode past them. He no longer feared Jiang Huahu, whom he regarded as a mere clown. Should the fool dare to trouble him again, Cao Dingtian would not hesitate to toy with him as a cat does with a mouse. He was pressed for time, otherwise, he would have relished in prolonging their encounter. As he passed, he callously crushed Jiang Huahu's feet and took care of Jiang Huajiang by stomping on his 10 fingers. Chapter 19. The forgotten gift. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Cao Dingtian set about preparing medicinal soup for his father. While concocting the remedy, he rummaged through his memories for various martial arts manuals. Eventually, a particularly domineering text caught his eye, the invincible body technique. The moment he laid eyes on the title, he sensed it was precisely what he sought. Thus, he began to peruse its contents. The invincible body technique, a dominant method focusing on physical prowess, promised that once mastered, every part of the body would become impervious to harm, invulnerable to blades and bullets. Cao Dingtian marveled at the prowess of the body technique. The thought of becoming utterly flawless thrilled him to the core. Suddenly, he was jolted by a revelation, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. The notion of being impervious sparked his imagination, recalling the very source of the affliction that had confined Su Wanru to her bed for an entire month. If he were to gain the enhancement of the body technique, what exhilarating prospects that conjured! He erupted into a raucous, almost lascivious laughter. "Xiao Tian, what are you laughing about?" At that moment, Cao Dawang entered, sensing that something was amiss with his son, as though he had been up to something unspeakable. Cao Dingtian shook his head and proceeded to share the method of concocting the medicinal soup with his father. After all, upon returning to the Luo family, he might be relegated to menial labor, unable to tend to his father's needs. Thus, he felt compelled to prepare in this manner. Hearing this, Cao Dawang's murky eyes brimmed with tears, feeling as though he had thrust his son into a den of wolves. Yet, Cao Dingtian disagreed. He reassured his father that had it not been for the Luo family's 500,000, they might have been separated by the chasm of life and death. He urged Cao Dawang not to blame himself. In the future, when he achieved greatness, he would ensure that his father would join him to live a better life. Even if he could not be with the Luo family, Cao Dingtian was determined to provide his father with a luxurious home. Upon hearing this, Cao Dawang felt a sense of pride, realizing that his son had matured and that he no longer needed to worry. His foremost priority now was to take good care of his health, lest he become a burden to his son. After an open-hearted conversation between the father and son, Cao Dingtian resumed his practice of the invincible body technique, which was divided into 9 levels, each more mystical than the last. Each level comprised stages of initiation, minor success, and major success. Once Cao Dingtian mastered all 9 levels at the major success stage, he would become nearly invincible. It is well known that mastering a technique is not achieved overnight. It requires continuous practical application and refinement through combat before it can be etched into one's very being. Although Cao Dingtian had already familiarized himself with the moves and patterns of the 9 levels, he still needed to hone his skills in real combat. What seemed like a brief period of practice in reality spanned several hours. When the fragrant aroma of medicine filled the room, Cao Dingtian opened his starry eyes. At this moment, he had gained some insight into the first level. Now, should 10 fierce opponents simultaneously unleash their 8 extremes fist upon him, he felt confident enough to withstand their full force strikes. Indeed, the invincible body technique was formidable, enabling him to endure all physical attacks and act with impunity. As he prepared to serve his father the medicinal soup, a call from Luo Qingsheng rang through, urgent as a death knell. He hurriedly answered, "Cao Dingtian, have you returned home yet? Mom's birthday banquet is about to commence." Soon after, a barrage of reprimands from Luo Qingsheng echoed through the phone. "I just finished preparing the soup for Dad, and he is drinking it now." Cao Dingtian replied softly, "I'll be there shortly." Such an unreliable person. Luo Qingsheng's tones softened considerably. "Send me your location, and I'll come pick you up right away. There's no need for such trouble. I can take a taxi." Cao Dingtian insisted. Immediately came an impatient retort from her, followed by the sound of a disconnected call. Cao Dingtian shook his head. This woman was truly decisive. After sending his location, he served the medicinal soup to his father. Approximately 10 minutes later, the sound of bustling cars filled the air, signaling Luo Qingqing's arrival. He opened the door to find a woman in a red dress striding towards him. Her steps were light, exuding a powerful aura that made ordinary people feel a sense of trepidation. Particularly striking were her icy eyes, which seemed to emanate an inexhaustible chill even from a distance. Perhaps it was the gust of wind she seemed to carry with her that accentuated her perfect figure. Cao Dingtian, who considered himself a paragon of virtue, found himself momentarily parched upon seeing her. The visitor was none other than Luo Qingqing. Initially, the Luo family had offered an exorbitant sum in need of a son-in-law for auspicious reasons. When Cao Dingtian stumbled upon this opportunity during a desperate time in his life, he initially thought it was merely a ploy for a wealthy suitor. However, after the interview, he realized his assumptions were unfounded, and thus he naturally became her husband. Nonetheless, despite their marital status, their relationship remained largely nominal. "Why have you changed locations?" Luo Qingqing asked coldly. Compared to the previous place, they had taken a few more steps here. This place was safe. Those loan sharks would not find them. Upon hearing this, a slight warmth flickered across Luo Qingqing's icy expression. She understood that Cao Dingtian had borrowed a considerable amount of money for his father. She took out a bag of bird's nest and said, "This is for your father. After bidding him farewell, we shall return home." With that, she turned and retreated to the car. After offering a few words of instruction to Cao Duong, Cao Dingtian transferred the money from Luo Qingqing to her. A minute later, he hurriedly climbed into the car, still clutching the black box. It was around 6 o'clock, leaving no time to purchase a gift for his mother-in-law. Fortunately, he could use the items gifted by Ho Tian to present as a token of goodwill. Although the packaging remained unopened, Cao Dingtian surmised that the contents would surely delight his mother-in-law. "Why do you return the money to me?" Luo Qingqing inquired coldly. "The Luo family has already spent so much on you. A mere few thousand is insignificant. If you return it, what will happen to your father? Rest assured, I will handle it from now on." Cao Dingtian's resolute gaze met hers, and in that moment, Luo Qingqing found herself momentarily awed by his presence. For the first time, she witnessed such an aura emanating from him, feeling as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. With urgency, Luo Qingqing started the engine, dismissing her thoughts. The banquet was about to commence, and if they were late, her mother would surely be in a foul mood. After driving for several minutes, they finally arrived at the Luo family villa. The residence was a standalone 4-story mansion, spanning approximately 1,000 square meters, complete with a spacious courtyard. Once parked in the yard, they began to disembark, and Cao Dingtian was taken aback. The courtyard was filled with dozens of luxury cars: Mercedes, Audis, Aston Martins, Elfas, and Ferraris. These vehicles were the dreams of countless young men. Owning even one would grant entry into the realm of the affluent. Cao Dingtian felt a surge of panic. Tonight would undoubtedly be a battleground. He could envision the aunts and uncles scrutinizing him with sharp eyes. Suddenly, Luo Qingqing exclaimed in a state of panic, "I forgot to buy a gift for my mother." She glared at Cao Dingtian, furious that she had overlooked the most crucial present in order to pick him up. She knew her mother valued face. Tonight, she would surely suffer embarrassment in front of her friends. What should she do? Luo Qingqing felt as if she could die from anxiety. Chapter 20. The Imposter. Do not worry. I have prepared something, Cao Dingtian said as he produced the box, shaking it in front of Luo Qingqing. However, the look in her eyes suggested that she still wished to tear him apart. He had no idea what her mother liked. And would the gift he bought even meet her approval? Moreover, the box's unremarkable packaging might lead her mother to toss it straight into the trash without a second glance. Sighing, Luo Qingqing thought, better something than nothing. She solemnly advised Cao Dingtian, if possible, refrain from speaking tonight. All the relatives are eager to see you make a fool of yourself. Exhausted, she felt the weight of the evening ahead. If only Cao Dingtian could achieve a semblance of success, she might hold her head high in front of her relatives and friends. However, since arriving at the Luo family, she has only been relegated to household chores, and over time, has become the target of their mockery. Tonight, should her relatives show even a modicum of restraint in their taunts, she would genuinely consider offering incense to the heavens for several days. After a brief nod from Cao Dingtian, the two entered the residence. Upon crossing the threshold, they were met with a living room lavishly adorned, reminiscent of a royal palace. Dazzling in its opulence, Cao Dingtian inwardly mused that this was indeed excessive. Meanwhile, the relatives, already seated, were engaged in animated banter. But upon noticing the arrival of Cao Dingtian and Luo Qingsheng, their expressions swiftly morphed into ones of mockery. They flocked around Luo Qingsheng, showering her with hollow pleasantries, while Cao Dingtian was unceremoniously pushed aside. "Big sister, what is the matter? Why are you so late?" Luo Qingwu inquired, her countenance marked by displeasure. Lu Ruoyan had given birth to 3 children across 2 pregnancies. Luo Qingsheng, the eldest daughter, had perfectly inherited Lu Ruoyan's beauty, even surpassing her in certain aspects. Luo Qingwu, being the second daughter, while also blessed with Lu Ruoyan's looks, fell short in some respects. A younger brother was studying far away in a foreign land. Traffic was terrible. Qingwu, Luo Qingsheng replied dismissively, casting a reproachful glance at Cao Dingtian, fearing the embarrassment that awaited her that evening. "Everyone has brought gifts, and you're the only one left. Mother has always favored you, so I hope you won't disappoint her with your offering," Luo Qingwu remarked, causing Luo Qingsheng to feel a wave of despair wash over her. In her haste to pick up Cao Dingtian after work, she had completely forgotten to buy a birthday present. Hesitantly, she stammered, "The traffic was quite severe, so I didn't have the chance to purchase a gift. I promised to get her that coveted Rolex another day." Gasps of disbelief echoed through the room. How disheartening it would be for the birthday celebrant to receive no gift. As the eldest daughter, such negligence towards her parents' birthdays was profoundly disappointing. "And she's a CEO? What a lack of perspective." One relative chimed in, "If my daughter behaved this way, I might not sleep for months." The chorus of reproachful voices directed at Luo Qingsheng left her feeling utterly powerless. She had anticipated that the ire of the gathering would be directed at Cao Dingtian, but unexpectedly, she had become the target instead. With a fierce glare directed at Cao Dingtian, she wished she could extract his heart in her frustration for causing her this humiliation. "Cao Dingtian, if Qingsheng has forgotten the gift, surely you haven't tea as well?" A tall, handsome man, Fu Yushu, interjected with a sardonic tone. He was the husband of Luo Qingwu and had never harbored any affection for Cao Dingtian. Why should a good-for-nothing like him be able to wed someone as perfect as Luo Qingsheng while he, a construction contractor, ended up with a wife so vastly different? He felt a deep-seated resentment. "Not at all. I have brought a gift," Cao Dingtian replied, producing a square box, but the expressions of those present were rife with disappointment. "What kind of gift is this? It's utterly inadequate." At this moment, Luo Qingwu disdainfully approached, tearing open its protective film and extracting the item from the box. Before everyone's eyes appeared a fruit, reminiscent of the size of a Buddha's hand fruit, yet exceedingly unsightly, with a dark red hue. Cao Dingtian's eyes widened in surprise. This was indeed a remarkable item. As expected, the brother-in-law never failed to impress. Luo Qingwu smirked derisively, remarking, "This fruit must weigh around 1.5 kilograms. What was it called again?" "Buddha's hand fruit." Presenting such an item, doesn't he feel embarrassed? Just look at its color. It's likely laden with fertilizers. Who knows? It might even be poisonous. Qingsheng, you should hastily divorce him, lest one day you find yourselves in peril. The relatives wore expressions of disdain, some even covering their noses, fearing that a mere breath of air would tarnish them with the fruit's presence. Naturally, Cao Dingtian was not spared from their mockery. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, akin to steel. He had already been advised to maintain a low profile, yet now he revealed such a trivial fruit as a birthday gift for his mother-in-law, undoubtedly transforming him into the most conspicuous jester of the gathering. Luo Qingsheng felt as though the world was spinning around her in that moment. The thought of divorce suddenly surfaced in her mind. "Qingwu, your brother-in-law truly intended well. You ought not to speak ill of him," she thought, feeling utterly exhausted. Cao Dingtian was so inept that, after making a mistake, she had to clean up after him. It was all too burdensome for her. Luo Qingwu returned the fruit to its original position and slyly exchanged a glance with Fu Yushu. Cao Dingtian, what on earth have you brought? If mother accepts it, she will be the subject of ridicule. He then produced a colorful jar, boasting, look at this, I bought it from an antique market, Song Dynasty Imperial porcelain. Not expensive at all, just 200,000. Do you know its collectible value? 1 million. Upon hearing this, the relatives couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising Fu Yushu's discerning eye and her respect for the family. Luo Qingwu marrying him is indeed her fortune. They then compared what Cao Dingtian had offered, and the disparity was glaringly evident. Fu Yushu further belittled Cao Dingtian, stating, Cao Dingtian, the most important aspect of gift-giving is to bring joy to mother. Your fruit could send her blood pressure soaring. Will you take responsibility for that? The relatives nodded in agreement, believing Fu Yushu's words carried weight, urging Cao Dingtian to treat Fu Yushu with the respect she deserved. Cao Dingtian merely nodded in a perfunctory manner. Observing this, Luo Qingcheng shook her head helplessly. Had she known this would transpire, she would have disposed of the gift Cao Dingtian brought right outside the door. At that moment, she had assumed the box contained at least a few hundred yuan worth of ginseng, only to discover it held a Buddha's hand fruit instead. She felt a mix of anger and amusement, wishing she could strangle Cao Dingtian. Sister, although the sentiment behind a gift is paramount during such a special occasion, we must treat it with due importance. Wouldn't you agree? Especially on Mother's birthday, spending a few extra 100 yuan on something she likes is certainly worthwhile. Fu Yushu began her sarcastic remarks once more, but allowing him to buy that worthless item truly demonstrates a lack of regard for Mother's birthday. Yushu, let it be. Sister truly has it tough. Throughout the year, she worked tirelessly to earn money, all while supporting her brother-in-law, who was living off her efforts. Luo Qingwu's smile concealed a sharp edge, and her words elicited a round of laughter from the relatives. Luo Qingcheng felt a deep frustration, lamenting that had she known her sister would not fetch Cao Dingtian, she would have simply purchased that Rolex at the mall instead, thus avoiding embarrassment before her family. She suddenly sensed that it was time to confront Cao Dingtian. At this moment, all she wished for was to find a crack in the ground to hide within. Brother-in-law, the gift I presented is genuine, far more valuable than your counterfeit, she thought. Had Fu Yushu indeed purchased a fake? Cao Dingtian's declaration rendered the room's atmosphere as if time itself had come to a standstill, leaving the relatives' expressions frozen in shock. Chapter 21. Apology? Fake. All eyes turned sharply towards Fu Yushu, astonished. Enraged, he retorted, you speak nonsense. This porcelain piece was acquired from a legitimate market. Just observe its quality. It perfectly aligns with the elements of Song Dynasty porcelain. He gestured towards the surface of the porcelain, adding, look at the painting. It embodies the landscape characteristics of that era. Indignant, he continued, furthermore, this porcelain has been authenticated by experts, all of whom confirmed its authenticity. Fu Yushu produced a highly authoritative certificate. Open your eyes wide and see what constitutes a credible institution. He struck the table emphatically, declaring, if you slander me like this, you must provide a reasonable explanation today, or this matter will remain unresolved. Brother-in-law, one may indulge in various foods, but one must not speak frivolously, Luo Qingwu interjected, supporting her husband with a cold smile. You, a son-in-law, who knows nothing about porcelain appreciation, should apologize to Yushu. We, as a merciful couple, could choose to overlook past grievances. At this, the relative's expression softened. If Cao Dingtian were truly capable, he would not have humbled himself to become a son-in-law for a mere 500,000. Why not pursue a career as an antiques expert instead? In Huaxia, such experts often operated in the shadows, deceiving many novices into parting with their treasures. There was even an instance of an expert purchasing a painting for tens of thousands, only to sell it for millions. Cao Dingtian hastened to apologize to the good child Yushu. Ignorance disguised as knowledge is your own folly. You may act with impunity at home, but outside, you could find yourself cast into the sea without a clue. The authoritative certificate lay there, leaving him with no room for retorts, as the relatives pointed fingers at him. Luo Qingcheng felt utterly drained, her heart aching. When would Cao Dingtian ever provide her with peace of mind. Her father, an employee of the Cultural Relics Bureau, would soon arrive. He could easily determine the truth. Watching Cao Dingtian continue to play the fool only deepened her thoughts of divorce. However, Fu Yushu felt a twinge of uncertainty. Observing Cao Dingtian's unwavering confidence made him feel slightly uneasy. He had indeed purchased this Song Dynasty porcelain for 300,000, and the seller had assured him of its authenticity. Yet, the look in Cao Dingtian's eyes instilled a sense of inexplicable dread. Then, glancing at the certificate in his hand, stamped by an authoritative institution, he regained his composure. Cao Dingtian, extend your apologies to Yushu. Luo Qingsheng spoke weakly, expressing her sense of impending embarrassment. Trust me. Cao Dingtian grasped her hand, and suddenly she felt her body infused with energy, as if she were being charged. What are you all chattering about? I can hear you from afar. Do you treat this place like your home? At that moment, an impatient voice echoed, and everyone turned to see Lu Ruyin arriving. Although Lu Ruyin had crossed the threshold of 40, the passage of time had left no trace upon her. Moreover, under the tender care of Luo Yunfei over the years, she had lived a carefree life, which contributed to her youthful appearance. It was said that when Luo Yunfei pursued Lu Ruyin back in the day, he faced numerous rivals, yet through his exceptional means, he emerged victorious and won the heart of the beauty. This evening, Lu Ruyin donned a form-fitting dress that showcased her perfect figure. If one were to see the trio of mother and daughters together, an unknowing observer would surely first choose Luo Qingsheng, followed by Lu Ruyin, and finally Luo Qingwu. Cao Dingtian exclaimed in admiration, "My esteemed mother-in-law, your charm remains undiminished, and your youth everlasting. Mother, the gift from Yushu, my brother-in-law claims it is a fake. He has tarnished Yushu's reputation. You must arbitrate this matter." Luo Qingwu stepped forward, her voice laced with grievance. "This porcelain is indeed a counterfeit. It is only your ignorance that has led you to be deceived," Cao Dingtian insisted once more. "Silence. What do you know?" Lu Ruyin retorted sharply. "Bring it here. I shall have old Luo examine it." As a staff member of the Cultural Relics Bureau, though Luo Yunfei may not rival the most renowned experts, his words carried substantial authority. Fu Yushu handed the porcelain to the elders, who scrutinized it meticulously from top to bottom and inside out. Suddenly, they whispered among themselves. At that moment, Lu Ruyin's gaze fixated sharply on Fu Yushu, her eyes glinting like daggers. All indications suggested that the porcelain was indeed suspicious. Luo Qingsheng felt a surge of delight. Could it truly be, as Cao Dingtian claimed, that the porcelain was a forgery? Her eyes suddenly clouded with hope, for once. Cao Dingtian had spared her worry. The scene shifted to Fu Yushu, who appeared flustered and restless. But it has certification. It shouldn't be fake. He felt an unsettling doubt creeping into his mind. It is genuine. However, Lu Ruyin's words swiftly doused Luo Qingsheng's elation, much to Fu Yushu's delight. Cao Dingtian, as a son-in-law with limited experience, you spread baseless rumors and slander Yushu. You shall apologize to her with tea, and we will let this matter pass. I hope you will not embarrass yourself again in the future. Brother-in-law, apologize. Luo Qingwu chimed in joyfully. We see each other often. Let us consider this matter resolved. Fu Yushu feigned nonchalance while secretly wishing to manipulate Cao Dingtian. This item is indeed a counterfeit, Cao Dingtian asserted once more. Excuse me? Lu Ruyin frowned, her displeasure evident as she exclaimed, Are you implying that we are too old to discern quality? As a son-in-law, what capabilities do you possess? If you truly possess remarkable abilities, you would, like Yushu, amass great wealth and dutifully honor our elders, rather than impotently questioning here. She slammed her hand on the table. Apologize. Otherwise, leave our Luo family. Cao Dingtian. Cannot you heed your mother's words? Hurry and apologize to your brother-in-law. Luo Qingsheng shook her head helplessly. She was acutely aware that their mother placed immense value on face, and yet, he continued to challenge her authority. The misfortunes of the Luo family. How could they have such an ungrateful son-in-law? Incompetence would be one thing, but stubbornness in the face of error is another. He has slandered Yushu's reputation. He he should hastily pour tea and apologize. The relatives exchanged glances, silently shaking their heads. A perfect woman like Luo Qingcheng would inevitably be ruined by a brute like Cao Dingtian. Cao Dingtian squinted at Lu Ruyan. He understood his lowly status. While Fu Yushu hailed from a prosperous family and was a contractor of a major company, which undoubtedly led their family to regard him with disdain. Even if he were in the right, they would unhesitatingly defend Fu Yushu, casting him as the fool. With a piercing gaze, Cao Dingtian exhaled deeply. In the past, he might have offered tea and apologized to smooth things over, but now, he refused to play the coward. Endless forbearance would only make others perceive him as easy to bully. Thus, he resolved to approach the porcelain display, raise it high above his head, and then bring it crashing down. With a resounding bang, it shattered into countless pieces. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Chapter 22, Dragon Soul Incense. Everyone was rendered speechless by Cao Dingtian's actions, particularly Fu Yushu, for that was a Song Dynasty porcelain she had purchased for 300,000. Its collectible value was 1 million. Now, thanks to Cao Dingtian's reckless act, it was all lost. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes narrowed, revealing the strain of fury. She would not tolerate anyone defying her within her household, especially in front of relatives and friends. She felt her face had been utterly tarnished. Cao Dingtian, you have shattered my Song Dynasty porcelain. I will not let this go. Fu Yushu shouted. 300,000. That is a considerable sum. Mother, you must take our side. Luo Qingwu cried, seeking solace in Lu Ruyan's embrace. Just as Lu Ruyan rolled up her sleeves to teach Cao Dingtian a lesson, an observant relative noticed something unusual about the porcelain. Look, this shard has writing on it. They discovered that the porcelain bore some printed characters, albeit too small to decipher at first. This piece has it too. One by one, they found several fragments, piecing them together, and their expressions turned pale. A few words rendered their faces ashen. It's fake. This porcelain is indeed a counterfeit. Look, the painting is flaking off. This is filled with modern porcelain, clearly intended to deceive in some foreign land. Several seasoned relatives swiftly assembled the pieces and identified the flaws. Luo Qingwu was dumbfounded. After all, she had purchased it alongside her husband, having paid in full. How could they have bought a counterfeit? Lu Ruyan's expression darkened, becoming exceedingly grim. In truth, once those unsightly characters were pieced together, anyone with a modicum of intelligence would recognize that it was a counterfeit, a forgery. Luo Qingqing's mouth fell slightly agape as she realized that Cao Dingtian had discerned the porcelain's inauthenticity. Surely, she could not be dreaming. Oh dear, we too have been deceived. Just take a look, she urged. Luo Qingwu produced her mobile phone, displaying the payment record to Lu Ruyan, who, to her dismay, discovered that the couple had spent 300,000 at an antique shop. She tenderly caressed Luo Qingwu's head, remaining silent yet sympathetic. Though the gift is a sham, the money spent is undeniably real, Fu Yushu remarked, holding the gift bestowed by Cao Dingtian with palpable indignation. Even so, the value of these shattered fragments far exceeds that of your worthless trinket. Just look at its repulsive form. It lacks any appeal. And its color, if not the result of excessive hormones, then surely a residue of pesticides. Do you wish for our mother to meet an untimely end? Cao Dingtian furrowed his brow and queried Luo Yunfei and his wife. Parents, this is truly a remarkable item. Surely, you do not think I am attempting to deceive you? As a member of the Cultural Relics Bureau, Luo Yunfei observed the object closely, feeling a twinge of familiarity, though he could not place it. To him, it appeared to be an ordinary fruit. Lu Ruyan, who valued beauty, felt her stomach churn at the sight of its grotesque appearance, devoid of any desire to take a bite. She coldly addressed Cao Dingtian. Your brother-in-law speaks the truth. Even a pile of discarded porcelain holds more value than this abomination, without a doubt. With a flick of her delicate fingers, she added, You should dispose of this thing. And remember, place it beneath the trash can. Otherwise, should a vagrant consume it, the police may trace it back to our home. Do you see, you foolish one? You wish to humiliate me publicly, yet you lack the merit. Fu Yushu stood proudly, while Cao Dingtian shook his head. He snatched the one-of-a-kind treasure from Fu Yushu's grasp and coldly declared, "Parents, do you truly believe this item is inferior to a heap of refuse? What purpose does it serve? Dispose of it immediately. Do you wish to bring about my demise?" Lu Ruyin remained impassive. Witnessing this scene, Luo Qingqing's previously budding fondness for Cao Dingtian evaporated entirely. When would this man mature? She pondered. Perhaps tonight would be the moment to confront him. Just then, Cao Dingtian, resembling a ravenous beast, switched on the television and sank into the sofa, voraciously biting into the fruit. As the fruit split open, an intoxicating aroma wafted forth, refreshing and invigorating. Despite this, the Luo family erupted in protest. "Cao Dingtian, are you courting death? Do it outside," they lamented, utterly bewildered by the ancestral misfortunes that had led to this torment of the Luo lineage. "We are doomed, utterly doomed." At that moment, the television broadcasted a news segment. "Good evening, viewers. According to reliable sources, the elusive Dragon Soul incense was auctioned off yesterday for a staggering 30 million by a mysterious individual." At that moment, a photograph of the fruit was displayed on the television screen. Its appearance was exceedingly unattractive, resembling a Buddha's hand fruit in size. This fruit is reputed to possess beauty-enhancing properties and the ability to prolong life. Credible information suggests that consumption of this fruit guarantees immunity from ailments for a century. The members of the Luo family began to fix their gazes intently on the fruit in Cao Dingtian's hand, which bore an uncanny resemblance to what was shown on television. Subsequently, a relative produced the packaging, which bore the number 1973. As they stood in stunned silence, realization dawned upon them. The fruit Cao Dingtian was consuming was indeed the Dragon Soul incense. Instantly, the room erupted with agitation. "Leave a piece for me. I want some too. Just a drop." They cast longing looks at Cao Dingtian, yet in the next moment, accompanied by the sound of a loud gulp, he swallowed it whole. Now, the only chance to partake lay in the fleeting moments when he licked his lips. A surge of fury welled up within Lu Ruyin, ascending from her toes to her heart. How dare this son-in-law consume such a divine fruit all for himself? How could he? Regret flooded her, almost bringing her to tears. Had she partaken of this fruit, not only would her youth be preserved, but it would allow her to blossom as a flower for several more years. As for the elderly relatives, they would have relished even a single taste, perhaps extending their lives. Yet now all was lost. Before long, the banquet commenced. However, the relatives were devoid of any celebratory spirit, for the coveted treasure had been devoured by Cao Dingtian. After bidding farewell to Lu Ruyin, they left in huff. As for Fu Yushu and her husband, they too found no reason to linger in the Luo household, their pride thoroughly shattered. Not only had Cao Dingtian exposed the fact that their porcelain was counterfeit, but it was also revealed that this son-in-law had gifted them something worth 30 million. Cao Dingtian had delivered 2 resounding slaps to their faces, and remaining there would only cause the couple to be the subject of ridicule for Luo Qingqing. As the spacious living room emptied, leaving just the 4 of them, Lu Ruyin finally erupted. "Cao Dingtian, do you not regard me as your mother-in-law? How could you selfishly consume such a marvelous treasure?" She slammed her palm on the table, her eyes aflame, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Chapter 23. "Leave it to me, mother. Please calm down." Cao Dingtian did not act with malice. To Cao Dingtian's surprise, in the midst of her fury, the usually frosty Luo Qingcheng stepped forward to defend him. What was happening? He could understand that his change in demeanor stemmed from the inheritance of the Cao family. But Luo Qingcheng had not received such a legacy. A warmth spread through Cao Dingtian's heart. Regardless of what may transpire in the future, he was resolute in caring for Luo Qingcheng. The ancestral teachings must not be forgotten. He's doing this on purpose to provoke me. Lu Ruyin seethed. "Do you have any idea how much I have sacrificed for you two over the years? Finally, there was an opportunity for me to enjoy some comfort, and this ingrate wants to drive me to my grave." She pointed toward the door and shouted, "Get out! Leave my presence at once." Dingtian, apologize to your mother. I believe her sharp tongue conceals a tender heart, and she will forgive you." After a prolonged silence, Luo Yunfei uttered these words. "I do not seek an apology from an ingrate. I want to believe our Luo family." Lu Ruyin's heart bled. That was 30 million. Beauty treatments, prolonging life. This was something she could have easily obtained. It was squandered by that ungrateful wretch, Cao Dingtian. If she had obtained youth and beauty in her circle, regardless of whether it was Lady Wang or Lady Li, they would all pale in comparison. Now, everything was lost. How could she not be furious? Mother, you shouldn't say it like that. Just moments ago, you remarked it was worse than trash, Cao Dingtian interjected. You thought I couldn't see through it, didn't you? That was a deliberate remark. I have already seen everything clearly, Lu Ruyin retorted angrily. And what about your brother-in-law's porcelain? Why don't you mention that? Cao Dingtian replied defiantly. In such a grand setting, do you think I could expose your brother-in-law's purchase of a counterfeit? How would others perceive our family if I publicly humiliated him? Lu Ruyin fumed. It is acceptable to strike my face, but not his. That is unfair to me. Cao Dingtian argued. You as son-in-law, consuming and utilizing our family's resources, what is wrong with me confronting you? Lu Ruyin, exasperated, echoed the sentiment that every year, Yushu spends over $1 million on filial piety towards them, while you merely serve as a homemaker, contributing nothing. She nearly choked on her tea. You are leagues apart from Yushu. You should feel honored to be confronted. Do you understand the concept of honor? Mother. Luo Qingsheng attempted to interject, but Lu Ruyin silenced her firmly. Be quiet. I will teach him a lesson so he understands who holds the authority in this family. Luo Qingsheng could only remain helplessly silent. Although Cao Dingtian had not accomplished any earth-shattering feats throughout the year, he took meticulous care of Luo Qingsheng's daily life. Reflecting on her husband in this light made Luo Qingsheng feel uneasy. Luo Yunfei, too, could only remain a passive observer, aware of Lu Ruyin's domineering nature. He knew that if he did not comply with her wishes, the Luo family would surely endure a sleepless night. Lu Ruyin continued to sip her tea. In this world, weakness is a sin. If you do not wish to be humiliated, you must strive for greatness. As a good-for-nothing, can you truly ascend? Cao Dingtian resolutely declared, I will certainly achieve greatness. Lu Ruyin, nearly choking on her tea, retorted, how do you plan to achieve that? By offering your head? A mere homemaker should reflect on his own worth instead of boasting. Cao Dingtian, stop speaking. Apologize to Mother and return to your room, Luo Qingsheng instructed. Mother is upset. It is best to acquiesce. Dingtian, apologize. Luo Yunfei concurred with Luo Qingsheng's reasoning. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Cao Dingtian intended to remain steadfast in his stance. One day, I will stand atop the peak. I merely await an opportunity. Luo Qingsheng sought to silence him, but found Lu Ruyin had already spoken first. Opportunity? Very well. I shall grant you one right now. She pointed at Luo Yunfei. Old Luo, go retrieve that pile of debts. Give him a chance. Luo Yunfei's lips twitched. The outstanding debts have remained unresolved for several years, and they have decided not to pursue them any further. To send a son-in-law to chase after them is akin to sending him to his doom. Luo Qingsheng sensed something amiss and quickly gestured to Cao Dingtian, but he was utterly unresponsive. He was indeed determined to press on regardless. Cao Dingtian felt an immense warmth in his heart at Luo Qingsheng's demeanor that night. It was the most interaction they had shared since their marriage, revealing that she was not as cold and unfeeling as he had believed. Father, you go collect it, and I shall reclaim it, proving that my words hold truth. Cao Dingtian's statement ignited Lu Ruyin's fury even further. She deemed Cao Dingtian ungrateful. However, at this juncture, she found herself without a graceful exit. If she were to retract her words, what face would she have left? Old Luo, do you not hear what they are saying? Do you wish to bury such talent? Are you unwilling to extend any courtesy? Lu Ruyin exclaimed loudly. Meanwhile, Luo Yunfei could only obediently search through the account books. Soon, he produced several blurred invoices and handed them to Lu Ruyin. She grasped the indistinct documents and pointed, This is the 5 million owed by the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce. Retrieve it to substantiate your earlier claim. If you fail to do so, you shall leave the Luo family. Our household does not support the incompetent. With that, Lu Ruyin stormed off. Subsequently, Luo Yunfei shook his head and followed suit. Let us discuss this in a room. Luo Qingsheng understood that speaking here would undoubtedly disturb her parents. The two swiftly made their way to Luo Qingsheng's room, which also served as their marital abode, situated on the fourth floor. Although labeled a marital chamber, it contained two beds, one large for Luo Qingsheng and a smaller one for Cao Dingtian. Since their marriage, he had harbored a yearning to one day take charge and share the larger bed. Yet, Luo Qingsheng remained as unyielding as an ice sculpture, leaving him to sleep on the small, hard bed each night, making restful sleep a rarity. Luo Qingsheng approached her bed and sat down gently, nonchalantly stating, "Mother was merely speaking in anger. Do not take it to heart. By morning, she will surely forget this incident." Cao Dingtian, holding the invoices, spoke with unwavering determination. "Wife, I wish to give it a try." For reasons unknown, hearing him address her in such a manner caused Luo Qingsheng's cheeks to flush. It is entirely normal for a man to aspire to greatness, yet groundedness is paramount. Strangely, Luo Qingsheng found herself unusually patient in her conversation with Cao Dingtian that day. Typically, she would have scolded him and then retired for the night. She sensed a change within herself, as well as in Cao Dingtian, whose gaze was resolute and filled with confidence. "Leave this to me. Tomorrow I shall speak a good word to Mother. You have been working hard these days. Do take some rest." With that, Luo Qingsheng walked toward the bathroom, turning on the faucet to wash up. Observing her dark silhouette in the bathroom, Cao Dingtian swallowed hard. He then gripped the invoices tightly, his eyes glinting with newfound determination. Chapter 24. A few massages? A night of restlessness. Cao Dingtian spent the entire night engaged in rigorous mental training. He meticulously reviewed the 9 Suns divine needle technique and continuously simulated combat scenarios in his mind with the invincible body technique. Now, he had already achieved substantial mastery of the first level. After a night of cultivation, he sensed a surge of energy coursing wildly through his limbs and bones, leaving him a bit uncomfortable. This sensation seemed to have arisen after consuming the dragon soul incense the previous day. Throughout the night, he expelled the impurities from his body, which emanated an unpleasant odor. Seizing the opportunity while Luo Qingsheng was still asleep, he stealthily went to freshen up. The bathroom inside was off-limits to him, as it was exclusively for Luo Qingsheng, so he utilized the one outside instead. After roughly 10 minutes, wrapped in a bathrobe, he quietly opened the door, only to find that Luo Qingsheng had already awakened. Upon seeing Cao Dingtian return from washing up, a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer sparkled in her sleepy eyes. The reason was simple. Cao Dingtian's robust chest muscles, complemented by the alluring contours of his sculpted abdomen, were enough to captivate any woman's gaze. At that moment, Luo Qingsheng sat at the edge of the bed, clad in an exceedingly sheer silk nightgown, and she had relaxed her usual demeanor. Unlike other women, who might appear droopy or flat when unrestrained, Luo Qingsheng exhibited no such signs. Instead, under the delicate fabric of her nightgown, her enticing figure stirred Cao Dingtian's blood. His gaze gradually took on a more assertive quality. Suddenly, Luo Qingsheng let out a muffled groan, her expression revealing discomfort. "What's wrong?" Cao Dingtian swiftly approached her side. "Hurry, take me to the hospital. I feel an unbearable pain in my neck, as if it might snap." Luo Qingsheng's face reflected distress, oblivious to the fact that Cao Dingtian's attention was fixated on her magnificent form. "Dear, let me take a look." He boldly grasped her wrist. Such audacity would have certainly earned him a hefty kick in the past, but today Luo Qingsheng did not retaliate. She merely urged him, "Take me to the hospital quickly. I can't endure this any longer." At that moment, Cao Dingtian discerned the root of Luo Qingsheng's ailment. Her prolonged exhaustion, compounded by restless sleep, had caused her to suffer from a stiff neck. With the legacy of the Cao family's healing arts at his disposal, he believed he could remedy her discomfort with a simple massage. "Allow me to give you a massage. It may alleviate your pain," he suggested. Luo Qingsheng's expression darkened. "Call me Qingsheng." She felt that Cao Dingtian's increasingly audacious behavior warranted some boundaries, fearing that if left unchecked, greater troubles might arise in the future. Yes, Qingsheng." He nodded. You're suffering from overexertion and restless sleep, leading to your neck issue. I recently learned a set of traditional Chinese massage techniques that should suffice. Luo Qingcheng stared at him in disbelief. Let us just go to the hospital. Don't waste time. It will soon be time for work. Trust me, Cao Dingtian assured her. If you do not find relief, I will offer my head as a football for you to kick. Luo Qingcheng's expression softened, and for the first time, she reluctantly agreed. Just lie down and relax. Listening to Cao Dingtian's words, Luo Qingcheng slowly reclined onto the bed. At that moment, Cao Dingtian was flexing his 10 fingers, preparing for an earnest endeavor. He swiftly began at Luo Qingcheng's shoulder. The instant he made contact, he felt her skin was remarkably elastic, as if pressing too hard might elicit a response. Gently, he applied pressure. Luo Qingcheng let out a soft, delicate moan. In that instant, her eyes widened in surprise. How could mere shoulder pressure elicit such comfort and relief, prompting such an alluring sound from her lips? Cao Dingtian continued, and she persisted in releasing those sounds. When did you master this traditional Chinese massage technique? Luo Qingcheng wondered, feeling a delightful tingle. The sensation was exquisite. After just a minute of this treatment, she felt significantly more relaxed. However, she was perplexed as to how Cao Dingtian had acquired such skill. After all, he was merely a homebody, having never taken any courses on the subject. Sensing her suspicion, Cao Dingtian hastily concocted an excuse. I often watch health programs at home when I'm bored and learn from the experts. He smiled and added, so, what do you think? Am I impressive? Luo Qingcheng shot him a playful glance. You think you're clever just because you learned a trick or two. In truth, she was quite pleased. It turned out that Cao Dingtian was not without merit. If he were to harness this talent, he could easily run a flourishing massage business. A warmth filled her heart. Her humble husband indeed possessed his strengths. Yet, amidst her delight, another moan escaped her lips, causing her eyes to widen once more. The technique was so exquisite that it inadvertently led to sounds that might be misconstrued by others. It was not inconceivable that the authorities could come knocking. I need to pick up the pace. Cao Dingtian interrupted her thoughts. At that moment, 2 figures loomed at the doorway like imposing mountains. They had overheard everything that transpired within the room. Now, upon hearing Cao Dingtian's remark, their eyes sparked with fury, their bodies trembling. It was Lu Ruyin and her companion, who frequently conducted surprise inspections to ensure Cao Dingtian was behaving. The sound from within the room were now further stimulating their auditory senses. They had not eaten a morsel the previous night, and their stomachs were growling with hunger. Already irked, they had come to confront him, only to be met with those dissonant sounds from the room. Lu Ruyin could no longer contain herself. Today, she was determined to expel Cao Dingtian. And this unfilial daughter was also due for a reprimand. She had promised her mother that during her career's ascent, she would not engage in such activities with Cao Dingtian. For an entire year, she had adhered to this commitment, convinced that Cao Dingtian had overstepped. She flung open the door with a bang and stormed inside. The scene before her validated her suspicions. Cao Dingtian, get away from her, she shouted, and as she pulled him away, a slap landed squarely on his face. Cao Dingtian, so strong is it? Get out of our Luo family. She gazed at Luo Qingcheng with concern, her complexion flushed as if she had just endured a similar ordeal. As someone who had experienced it herself, she understood all too well. Moreover, Cao Dingtian was currently bare-chested, with only a bathrobe wrapped around his lower body. Even a fool could discern what had just transpired. Lao Luo, call the police, hurry up and report this criminal. Lu Rian shouted towards Luo Yunfei outside the door. Mom, what are you talking about? Luo Qingcheng looked at Lu Ruyin in confusion. That ingrate bullied you. I'll make sure he never sees the light of day again. Lu Rian's emotions were running high. Mom, you misunderstood. I've been exhausted from work these days, and after a poor night's sleep, I just had a stiff neck. He merely helped me with a massage. Luo Qingcheng rolled her eyes. Lu Ruyin felt her intelligence had been insulted. A massage? How do you explain what Cao Dingtian said? How do you explain the sound you made? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Dream on. Chapter 25. The Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce. Ah. Lu Ruyin shouted, feeling utterly humiliated. Luo Qingsheng recounted everything in detail to her, and after verifying, she confirmed that Luo Qingsheng had not been harmed. Mom, so you misunderstood Cao Dingtian. Luo Qingsheng shot her a glare. How could she be so easily won over by a man? Lu Rian maintained her stern expression, oblivious to her error. This is a punishment for him. Didn't he get up early to cook breakfast, intending to scheme against us? She always managed to find an escape route for herself. Luo Qingsheng was at a loss for words, given her mother-esque character. Apologizing to Cao Dingtian was akin to asking for her own demise. She looked at Cao Dingtian, a myriad of emotions swirling within her. Soon, Lu Rian and Luo Yunfei left with righteous indignation, declaring, "Hurry up and prepare breakfast for us, and then go collect debts. Otherwise, get out of our Luo family." Does it hurt? For the first time, Luo Qingsheng initiated the conversation. Lu Rian's earlier slap had certainly been loud enough to inflict pain on Cao Dingtian. However, what she did not know was that Cao Dingtian was currently fortified by his body dominance technique. Lu Rian, a mere woman, could not hope to leave a mark on him. If he had reached the 9th level, her hand would be rendered useless. The body dominance technique of the Lao Chao family was indeed formidable. "Come over and sit down," Luo Qingsheng softly beckoned to Cao Dingtian. It was his first time being invited to sit on the dragon bed. Cao Dingtian complied, sitting uneasily to one side. At that moment, Luo Qingsheng's soft, delicate hand unexpectedly caressed Cao Dingtian's cheek, causing his heart to race. Could this be the sensation of infatuation? If anything further were to transpire, perhaps that slap would have been worth it. Mom was indeed excessive just now. "I apologize on her behalf," Luo Qingsheng murmured. "She only said that to motivate you to strive for greatness, you must not go to the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce to collect debts. I will speak to her." Cao Dingtian felt a surge of emotion. This woman is worth pursuing. I must ensure she bears my children. Trust me, I will not disappoint you. Luo Qingsheng furrowed her brows, recognizing that the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce was akin to a den of danger. Had it been an easy endeavor, her parents would not have struggled so much over the years. "If I could retrieve the debts they owe, would you grant me a favor?" Cao Dingtian's gaze held steadfast determination. Typically, Luo Qingsheng would have mocked him for his audacity, yet this time, she perceived a steely resolve within him. Intrigued, she inquired, "What is it that you desire?" "The Cao family does not speak in riddles. I wish to sleep with you." Cao Dingtian smirked mischievously. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingsheng instinctively kicked him in the waist, albeit awkwardly. "Get lost. I expected something more flattering from you, but instead, you entertain such lewd thoughts. Go, go, go. Off to make breakfast." Her concern for him had been genuine, yet he dared to propose such a thing. Furious, after hastily dressing, Cao Dingtian rushed out of the room, but just as he was about to close the door, Luo Qingsheng called out, "Don't take risks. I will speak on your behalf." With a soft thud, he shut the door, a barely discernible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Sighing, Luo Qingsheng felt a wave of relief wash over her. Despite the earlier tension, her spirits had notably lifted. She promptly rose from her bed, feeling significantly more at ease after Cao Dingtian's earlier massage. However, she soon realized her monthly visitor had arrived. During the massage, she had sensed the onset of her period, but had been too embarrassed to halt the session. Moreover, had she not been mindful of her condition, that kick would have surely kept Cao Dingtian bedridden for at least 10 days. Hastily, she retrieved a crimson undergarment to change in the bathroom. Upon doing so, she was taken aback to find it was stained with a considerable amount of colorless fluid. Her original attire had been white. Suddenly, memories flooded back, and a blush crept onto her cheeks as she smiled to herself. After preparing breakfast for the family, Cao Dingtian excused himself from the Luo residence under the pretense of fetching medicine for his father. In truth, he stealthily embarked on a journey toward the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce. He flagged down a taxi, stating, "Driver, take me to the headquarters of the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce." Upon hearing this, the driver accelerated with great urgency, leaving him in a cloud of dust. When he attempted to hail a second vehicle, the driver, upon realizing someone was foolish enough to seek debts from the Earth Tiger Chamber, sped off without a second glance. Cao Dingtian shook his head. Was the Earth Tiger chamber truly that formidable? Fortunately, he eventually managed to catch a motorcycle, promising the elderly rider 50 yuan for a drop-off 500 meters from the headquarters. The motorcycle driver, enticed by the handsome fare, readily agreed. Soon enough, Cao Dingtian disembarked and, after a brief stroll, arrived at the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce's headquarters. This organization was a powerful entity in Longjiang City, known for engaging in perilous ventures. Over the years, they had expanded significantly, instilling fear in both the underworld and legitimate circles alike. It was precisely because of this power that they felt emboldened to default on the debts owed to the Luo family. The Luo family, possessing a keen sense of awareness, recognized that this group of ferocious beasts from the wilderness was not to be trifled with, and thus contemplated relinquishing their pursuit of debts. However, upon hearing of Cao Dingtian's fervent desire to prove himself, Lu Ruoyan, in a fit of exasperation, devised a plan to subdue him, intending to convey that one must remain humble when under someone's roof and avoid excessive arrogance. She presumed that upon discovering the background of the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce, Cao Dingtian would retreat, yet to her astonishment, he arrived unaccompanied. Upon reaching the gates of the chamber, several youths with dyed yellow hair shouted at Cao Dingtian, "Halt! You are approaching hell. Passage is forbidden. Summon your superior. I have come to collect debts." Cao Dingtian remained composed, exuding an aura of formidable strength. The yellow-haired youth's eyes flickered. "Do you realize whose authority you are challenging? Are you even aware of the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce? If not, allow me to elaborate. It is the largest criminal syndicate in Longjiang City. Now, you should comprehend your predicament." The followers laughed heartily, mocking him. "Fool! Go home and drink your milk. This is no place for you." They regarded Cao Dingtian as if he were a simpleton. In Longjiang City, no one dared to confront the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce alone for debt collection. Such an individual was either mentally challenged or utterly despondent. "I am Cao Dingtian, here to collect the debts owed by the Luo family. Please notify your superiors," he stated. "The Luo family?" sneered the yellow-haired youth. "Are you the son-in-law of the Luo family?" The crowd erupted in laughter. The Luo family is a prominent and reputable clan. How could they possibly choose someone so brainless as their son-in-law? "You lot, give him a beating, then toss him onto the roadside." With a whistle, the yellow-haired youth signaled, and his companions brandished steel pipes, their expressions fierce as they approached Cao Dingtian. In their line of work, they were always prepared to face troublemakers, and it had become second nature to them. Let him regret not leaving this troublesome place sooner. At the command of the yellow-haired youth, his subordinates charged at Cao Dingtian, shouting and clamoring. Chapter 26. Jiang Huadu, what did you say? In an office within the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce, a burly man abruptly stood up, causing the fine wine beside him to spill, startling the two beautiful women nearby. This stout figure was Chun Wendong, the leader of the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce. He had just learned from his subordinates that a troublesome young man had arrived at the chamber and, single-handedly, had taken down over 10 of their members. This subordinate was none other than the previously arrogant yellow-haired youth. Brother Dong, that young man was like a war god. He was incredibly fierce and knocked our brothers down in an instant. The yellow-haired youth, reflecting on the encounter, felt a wave of dread wash over him. How could a mere son-in-law possess such immense strength? In his mind, 1,000 curses erupted. Such a formidable individual could hardly be suited to the role of a son-in-law. "Useless," Chun Wendong bellowed. "You inept fools. All you do is chase after women, wasting yourselves away." He closed his eyes, stroking his bald head as if pondering something. Suddenly, he opened his eyes with fury and pointed at the yellow-haired youth, commanding, "Go summon Jiang Huadu. Have him deal with that waste." "Brother who?" The young man with yellow hair grinned broadly, exclaiming, "Now let's see if you can escape your fate." Outside the Chamber of Commerce, Cao Dingtian compelled a hapless individual to bend down, transforming him into a makeshift chair upon which he unceremoniously sat. Any movement would result in a severe reprimand from Cao Dingtian. The unfortunate soul could only lament in silence, burdened by the agony of his predicament. "Where is your superior?" Cao Dingtian inquired impatiently. Do we not agree that they would emerge shortly? No sooner had he spoken than the yellow-haired youth dashed out like a monkey, exuberantly declaring, "Kid, I have already summoned reinforcements. When that esteemed personage arrives, you shall be thoroughly defeated. Prepare yourself for your demise." Cao Dingtian furrowed his brow. He had instructed this fellow to fetch the leader, yet he had instead sought out thugs. Amused, he chuckled softly. After all, a fervent energy still surged within him, and he welcomed the opportunity to channel it further. Today, no matter how many came, he would confront them all. Noticing Cao Dingtian's silence, the yellow-haired youth grinned maliciously. "Are you afraid? While Brother Tiger is yet to ascend, if you kneel and apologize now, and slap your own face 100 times, I shall take it upon myself to grant you mercy." He sneered. "Should you disregard my advice and allow Brother Tiger to take action against you, you might very well spend the rest of your life in a hospital bed." "Brother Tiger?" Cao Dingtian fixed a penetrating gaze on the yellow-haired youth. "Is he truly formidable?" The youth erupted in laughter, finding it amusing that Cao Dingtian was so oblivious to Brother Tiger's fearsome reputation. In days gone by, Brother Tiger had single-handedly infiltrated enemy ranks, facing dozens without a hint of trepidation. Ultimately, his extraordinary combat prowess had earned accolades for the organization, and his legend echoed within their ranks. To them, Brother Tiger was nothing short of an idol. "Young man, I advise you to flee promptly. Should you linger here any longer, your life will be in even graver peril." The unfortunate individual beneath Cao Dingtian interjected, "Brother Tiger is a true martial artist, cold-blooded and merciless, capable of killing without a second thought. I strongly suggest you comply, kneel, and apologize, even if it means striking your own face." With a grave demeanor, he cautioned Cao Dingtian, "Brother Tiger is unrivaled among his peers, even able to defeat those a few years his senior." "Is that so?" Cao Dingtian scoffed. "Then I am eager to witness the extent of Brother Tiger's abilities." The hapless individual shook his head along with the yellow-haired youth. This man was beyond salvation, foolishly choosing to confront the barrel of Brother Tiger's wrath. In their eyes, Cao Dingtian had already sealed his fate. At that moment, a piercing voice rang out, "Who dares to cause a disturbance within our Tiger Chamber of Commerce? Do you seek death?" The yellow-haired youth turned at the sound, his expression one of shock. Brother Tiger had arrived, though his entrance was far from ordinary. The normally imposing Brother Tiger now sat in a wheelchair. Nevertheless, in their minds, Brother Tiger remained an exalted figure. "Kid, you are doomed," the yellow-haired youth shouted with glee. "This is our Brother Tiger. Even if you beg for mercy now, we will not spare you. Accept your fate, scum. Is that so?" Cao Dingtian glanced over, and upon seeing the figure, he could not help but chuckle. "Isn't that Jiang Huahu?" At this moment, Jiang Huahu, urged by his subordinates, approached Cao Dingtian. The instant he recognized Cao Dingtian, a cold sweat broke out across his skin. How could this harbinger of doom be here? This was the thought racing through his mind. "Brother Hu, that's the brat. He has come to stir trouble at our trading association. I implore you to unleash your Bagua fist and crush him." Clearly, Jiang Huahu's Bagua fist held an esteemed position in the eyes of the onlookers. "Brother Hu, save me." The unfortunate soul, now serving as a makeshift chair, cried out desperately for help. Yet Jiang Huahu's reaction left them all astonished. "I'm not feeling well today. I must take my leave." Jiang Huahu attempted to turn away, but his subordinates had firmly restrained the wheelchair. Despite his frantic gestures signaling his desire to escape, they remained oblivious, eager to witness the legendary prowess of Brother Hu. Many among them had come to admire him after his rise to fame through battle. Now, with a rare opportunity to see Brother Hu in action, they could not afford to miss it. "Brother Hu, let him know the might of our Tiger Trading Association. Brother Hu, unleash your ultimate technique. I am prepared to capture your perfect form on my phone at any moment. Brother Hu, go." Cao Dingtian's piercing gaze pierced through Jiang Huahu like 1,000 razor blades, sending shivers down his spine. He felt an overwhelming desire to flee. This group of rascals was pushing him towards the brink of death. Cao Dingtian's strength was formidable. He was no match for him. He had been left in a wheelchair after their last encounter, let alone in his current state. The young man with yellow hair excitedly rushed to Jiang Huahu's side. "Brother Hu, finish him off." Let him know the consequences of provoking our Tiger Trading Association. Smack! At that moment, Jiang Huahu slapped the young man across the face. Do you not see my current condition? How could I fight? You fight in my stead. Jiang Huahu still held a revered status in the eyes of his subordinates. However, he was internally anxious, hoping these fools would not push him further into the fire. The young man with yellow hair suddenly realized. So that's it. How could the legendary invincible warrior of the same age stoop to a mere son-in-law? It was a matter of brother whose condition. He immediately turned and angrily shouted at Cao Dingtian. You're lucky today. If it weren't for brother whose illness, you would surely perish beneath his Bawa fist. Jiang Huahu's complexion turned ashen. Chapter 27. Keep calling what is going on? Chen Wendong bellowed as he rose from his throne. Having spotted the young man with yellow hair returning, pushing Jiang Huahu along. Their faces were swollen like pig heads, blood trickling from their mouths and noses. A most humiliating sight. Donggu, that brat is too formidable. We are completely outmatched, the young man with yellow hair exclaimed, his face a picture of despair. They were no match at all. Who's he? You cannot compete with him? It was evident that Chen Wendong held Jiang Huahu in high regard. Donggu, I stumbled and broke both my legs yesterday. Otherwise, I could take on 10 of that Cao Dingtian by myself. Although the young man with yellow hair was in a pitiful state, his gaze towards Jiang Huahu was filled with admiration. Cao Dingtian only took advantage of the situation. Had he faced brother who head-on, he would have been effortlessly defeated. The yellow-haired youth looked down on Cao Dingtian's actions. So that was it. Chen Wendong nodded, stroking his chin. Come with me and witness my prowess. The young man felt a surge of joy. Chen Wendong was about to act, and it was certain that Cao Dingtian would sink like a stone today. Soon, they arrived outside the Dihu Chamber of Commerce, only to discover that Cao Dingtian had made a bed out of his fallen companions and was lying there, humming a tune. Who dares to wreak havoc at our Dihu Chamber of Commerce? Chen Wendong's deep voice carried a palpable pressure, leaving ordinary people around him feeling overwhelmed. He was a martial arts master, having carved out a name for himself in society with his formidable skills. It was only upon meeting that individual that he was brought to the Dihu Chamber of Commerce. That person had sincerely told him, Kid, I greatly admire your strength. Be my subordinate, and this land will be yours to roam freely. Chen Wendong had been deeply moved at that moment, feeling he had finally found a kindred spirit. Following that esteemed figure, he had risen to prominence, becoming the leader of the Dihu Chamber of Commerce, truly commanding respect in that territory. He had inherited that person's spirit of valuing talent and held his capable subordinates in high regard, as evidenced by his recent attitude towards Jiang Huahu. The boss is here. Upon seeing the leader's arrival, the crowd erupted with excitement, instantly regaining their confidence. So you are Chen Wendong? Cao Dingtian spoke coldly. You haven't forgotten the millions owed to the Luo family, have you? Chen Wendong cast a cold glance. This man was quite a striking figure. If he could be of use, he would gain an excellent general. Truth be told, in Longjiang City, he had yet to encounter anyone bold enough to confront the Dihu Chamber of Commerce alone to collect debts. The audacity of this young man made Chen Wendong inclined to share a drink with him. Young man, I offer you a choice. Become my adopted son, and you shall soar in Longjiang City. At these words, the crowd was taken aback. Being Chen Wendong's son was an esteemed position, second only to one. What merit did Cao Dingtian possess as a son-in-law? Setting aside the trivialities, Cao Dingtian fixed a sharp gaze on Chen Wendong. Either pay up willingly, and I shall let the past be bygone, or I will beat you into submission before you pay. Chen Wendong shook. Youth is indeed marked by a lack of experience. The world knows me, Chen Wendong, as a ruthless tyrant thanks to the backing of the Dihu Chamber of Commerce. Yet they failed to realize that even without it, I could still dominate this land. With that, he shed his outer garment, revealing a figure reminiscent of the Maitreya Buddha before the crowd. Since you are unwilling to become my adopted son, I shall entertain you. Chen Wendong smiled. Rest assured, I know my limits. I won't let you perish. However, in the blink of an eye, Cao Dingtian appeared before him like a specter, delivering a resounding slap to his ample left cheek. The thick flesh rippled across his face like waves. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. How could Cao Dingtian be so swift? They hardly had time to comprehend it. The beautiful women accompanying him furrowed their brows, astonished that a son-in-law would dare to take the initiative. It was a sight to behold. Yet, compared to Brother Dong, there remained a considerable disparity. Scoundrel! Chun Window roared in fury, raising his fist, as large as a cooking pot, and launched a frenzied assault at Cao Dingtian. However, his massive frame left him breathless after just a few strides. With a swift kick, Cao Dingtian sent the round Chun Window soaring several meters away. The previously unimpressed women now stared, their eyes wide as saucers, astonished by the rapidity of the slap. Everyone, attack together! Chun Window commanded his subordinates. He had brought dozens with him, initially believing their presence unnecessary, but now he had no choice. Soon, his men surged towards Cao Dingtian, armed with batons, baseball bats, and even a few ruthless young men wielding sharp switchblades. They combined their strength, intent on inflicting severe harm. Yet for all their intimidating fervor, the outcome was devastatingly grim. Before they could gain any advantage, they were met with a single punch from Cao Dingtian, knocking some unconscious and sending others flying with a powerful kick. Within less than a minute, several dozen men were left in disarray, utterly defeated by Cao Dingtian's lightning-fast prowess. Chun Window was taken aback. How could such a formidable individual exist in this world? Even in his prime, facing such reckless foes with wild hair, he would have felt a tinge of apprehension. Yet here stood Cao Dingtian, single-handedly overpowering them all. His strength was extraordinary. Continue. Cao Dingtian beckoned Chun Window with a gesture. But with his men incapacitated, there was no one left to rise against him. What could Chun Window do? His expression was one of bewilderment as he encountered such a ruthless adversary for the first time. Call for help. Summon your strongest. Cao Dingtian shouted. The recent skirmish had diminished the energy within him, but it was far from sufficient. He needed to release this pent-up power entirely. Otherwise, he would remain uncomfortable. As if complying with his wishes, Chun Window hastily dialed his comrades on his phone. After concluding the call, he bellowed, "Just wait, you'll soon face the consequences." He was no longer in the mood to consider his adopted son. Shortly thereafter, several luxury vehicles arrived in haste, halting to reveal a cadre of fierce-looking men. They were elite fighters from various factions, each valiant and battle-hardened, some even having blood on their hands. As they disembarked, they beheld the seemingly invincible Cao Dingtian. Without waiting for pleasantries, they charged forth, intent on delivering a brutal onslaught. Once more, the previously quiet territory of the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce erupted into chaos, thick with smoke and the stench of blood. Amidst the fray, Cao Dingtian stood like a god of war. With a single slap, he sent another unfortunate soul flying. The man clutched his chest, coughing incessantly, blood spilling forth. With a resounding thud, he delivered a kick that shattered the ribs of an unfortunate soul, sending him hurtling several meters away. With each strike, Cao Dingtian ensured that another adversary lay motionless on the ground. The dozen or so subordinates Chun Window had summoned in luxury vehicles were swiftly overwhelmed. "Keep calling," Cao Dingtian declared, his fighting spirit unabated. Chapter 28. An unyielding hospitality. What on earth is happening? Chun Window gazed at the row of injured individuals, an overwhelming sense of disbelief washing over him. Yet, the pain coursing through his body forced him to confront the grim reality. Cao Dingtian was still standing strong. He promptly retrieved his phone to summon further assistance. Soon, several more vehicles arrived, bringing with them the prominent figures from the branch association. Upon receiving Chun Windong's frantic message about his subordinates being trampled, they rushed to his side without hesitation. Recognizing the unfamiliar figures in the crowd, they immediately deduced that their adversary was none other than him. "Let's take him down." As leaders, each possessed their own methods. Otherwise, they would not have risen to prominence within the Tianhai Chamber of Commerce. A formidable throng of dozens surged toward Cao Dingtian, their collective might akin to a tidal wave crashing down upon a solitary crab. This time, they were determined to subjugate the audacious youth. Cao Dingtian was acutely aware of the overwhelming numbers he faced. Yet, armed with the Ba Ti Ju from the Cao family, he refined his techniques mid-battle, daring to innovate in certain aspects. After all, there's a saying, standing on the shoulders of his predecessors allowed him to see further and achieve greater heights. His foundational layer had already reached considerable mastery. With a primary focus on strength, he could now deliver a punch capable of vanquishing an elephant. As Cao Dingtian charged into the fray, each impact resonated with a peculiar phenomenon. Any weapon that collided with his hands felt as if it had struck an unyielding golden staff. How could this be? Chen Wendong watched in horror. How was Cao Dingtian so incredibly resilient, unbreakable by clubs, impervious to blades? How could such a formidable individual exist? Who could dare label the son-in-law as useless? At that moment, regret washed over him. Had he only paid up promptly, he would not be facing such catastrophic losses now. Chen Wendong was oblivious to the sheer terror gripping those who clashed with Cao Dingtian. The weapons in their hands felt utterly useless, mere decorations. The thought of challenging him with their mortal forms was absurd. If Cao Dingtian were merely a wooden figure, it would be manageable. However, he was a living force. Each punch and palm strike delivering devastating blows to his foes. Mere moments ago, they had vowed to trample him into submission. But witnessing their comrades fall one after another shattered their resolve. Some even cast aside their armor, kneeling in surrender. Cao Dingtian was not devoid of honor. He adhered to a code of martial ethics, sparing those who chose to yield. In no time, the reinforcements Chen Wendong had summoned became a backdrop to Cao Dingtian's dominance. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. Keep calling. I shall see this through to the end. The dominance technique is truly remarkable. In this confrontation, this group had no opportunity to breach his defenses. Brother, there's no one left. You've knocked down hundreds of them. Let us negotiate. Please spare me. Chen Wendan, with his rotund figure, knelt before Cao Dingtian and fervently bowed his head. Can we settle the debts now? Cao Dingtian replied coldly, Of course. Chen Wendan raised his eyelids, a pained expression twisting into an awkward smile. Today has indeed been a nightmare. I must ensure that the esteemed one does not learn of my humiliation today. Otherwise, I would surely meet a grim fate. A few minutes later, within the premises of the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce, a young man in his 20s reclined on Chen Wendana's throne. A beautiful woman peeled fruit for him with her left hand, while another poured wine with her right, and yet another provided him with a massage from behind. Meanwhile, Chen Wendan attended to him like a subordinate. Indeed, this man was Cao Dingtian, exuding an air of dominance akin to that of a lord. Observing his surroundings, he felt the decor lacked sincerity. If this continued, the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce would be doomed. Yet, in the moment, he found himself unable to voice his thoughts. The attentive service from the three beautiful women left him entranced, far surpassing even that of an exclusive club. At that moment, he realized that he had never harbored such inclinations before. Why, after just one experience, did he find himself yearning for more? This wayward inclination should not be allowed to flourish. Yet, he ultimately succumbed to the irresistible allure. He attributed this to the legacy of old Cao. Gorging on fruit while admiring beauty, he pondered that in life, happiness holds the utmost importance. Who could have imagined that the man who once became a son-in-law for a mere 500,000 would now sit proudly in the highest seat of the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce? Looking down upon all, who could have foreseen that the man who once knelt for 500,000 would one day make those who demanded his submission pay 100-fold? The lovely women attending to him employed all their charms to serve this king. They were acutely aware of the recent battle at the Earth Tiger Chamber, where Cao Dingtian had battled hundreds without faltering. Now, he stood as the strongest man in the chamber. Should he desire it, all the beauties would flock to him. Is everything ready? Cao Dingtian's gaze fell upon Chen Wendan. Chen Wendan, raising his voice, shouted towards the finance department. What are you all doing? Hurry and bring in what Brother Cao requested. Quickly, the finance personnel rushed in, clutching 2 checks. Brother Cao, I sincerely apologize for the overdue payments to the Luo family. He presented 1 check. This is the payment to the Luo family. Cao Dingtian glanced at it. Chen Wendan, 5 million. Immediately, Chen Wendan produced another check. This is an advance payment for our future collaboration with the Luo family. Cao Dingtian was taken aback. What was Chen Wendan up to? However, upon seeing the amount, he was utterly astonished. 20 million for their collaboration. How many years would this take? Brother Cao, please do me a favor and accept this. Chen Wendan ingratiatedly implored. I have accepted the check. However, I cannot guarantee our collaboration, Cao Dingtian remarked indifferently. Upon seeing Cao Dingtian accept the check, Chen Wending's troubled expression transformed into a smile as he produced a box. Brother Cao, this is the latest model of Patek Philippe. Consider it a token of our newfound acquaintance, and I kindly ask you to accept it. Patek Philippe? Cao Dingtian Fidao. Was this not a prestigious watch? It seemed of little use to him. It is well known that the affluent indulge in timepieces, while the less fortunate invest in automobiles. As a son-in-law, donning such a watch would surely invite ridicule from his relatives, who might mock him for attempting to flaunt a counterfeit. Noticing Cao Dingtian's reluctance to accept, Chen Wending began to perspire nervously. Brother Cao, today we instigated the trouble. The fault lies with us. This gift is to express our sincere apologies. He implored, please. Brother Cao, accept it. Otherwise, I fear you have not truly forgiven us. Having witnessed Cao Dingtian's formidable presence, he felt uneasy without his approval. Several attractive women also beseeched Cao Dingtian to accept it, fearing nightmares if he refused. Chen Wending summoned several subordinates, who promptly knelt before Cao Dingtian, pleading, Brother Cao, a generous person does not hold grudges against the less fortunate. Please accept our humble offering. Unable to refuse their earnestness, Cao Dingtian reluctantly extended his hand. Chapter 29. You again, Cao Dingtian gazed at the diamond-studded Patek Philippe, its countless glimmers deeply captivating his gaze, momentarily causing his heart to race. What a fine treasure. Chen Wending grinned. Having accepted your gift, I naturally cannot take it without reciprocation. Previously, Cao Dingtian had perceived Chen Wending as merely a reckless individual, one who would seek to eliminate anyone who offended him. To his surprise, this seemingly brutish man was making every effort to curry favor with him through the offering of a luxury watch, demonstrating an acumen in social dealings that surpassed that of many. The arrangement of furniture in this room is improper. There is an issue with the feng shui. If this continues, misfortune will abound, leading not only to financial loss, but potentially more dire consequences, Cao Dingtian cautioned. Feng shui is widely regarded as an esoteric matter, and since the founding of the Huaxia nation, the existence of supernatural beings has been strictly prohibited. Chen Wending, upon hearing Cao Dingtian's words, merely nodded in a perfunctory manner, dismissing the notion. He was a staunch atheist, an unwavering defender of Marxist ideology. Were it not for Cao Dingtian's formidable abilities, he would have long since dismissed such discussions with a sharp retort. Adjust the positioning at once, and then pay respects to the Lord Guan, Cao Dingtian insisted. Yes, yes. Chen Wending nodded repeatedly, though it was evident that he would disregard Cao Dingtian's advice. Bring me a piece of yellow paper, Cao Dingtian instructed. Puzzled, Chen Wending ordered a servant to fetch it. Soon, a servant returned with the requested item. Cao Dingtian took the yellow paper and began to write with flourish, quickly crafting a talisman. Upon completion, he uttered a series of incomprehensible phrases, then folded it into a small triangle. This cursed talisman, when held tightly, may very well save your life in critical moments. Cao Dingtian handed the yellow talisman to Chen Wending, his expression grave as he cautioned. You have been plagued by misfortune lately. You must keep this with you at all times and refrain from venturing out unnecessarily. Otherwise, even deities may not be able to rescue you. With that, Cao Dingtian departed. Brother Dong, once Cao Dingtian had left, one of Chen Wending's sycophants stepped forward, pointing curiously at the yellow talisman in Chen Wending's hand. If I were to believe in such superstitions, how could I have attained my current position? He chuckled dismissively, tossing the talisman into the trash. While Cao Dingtian's martial skills were beyond reproach, his musings on feng shui and fortune-telling were mere feudal superstition. Brother Dong, you are truly wise, the sycophant exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Cao Dingtian exited the Dihu commercial building and walked several hundred meters before hailing a taxi on the bustling avenue. At that moment, he spotted two familiar figures. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Chun Dashin and Li Li. Li Li, should you agree to be my lover, not only will your position as head nurse be further secured, but I could also recommend you for the role of chief nurse, Chun Dashin was saying, showering her with flattery as he followed her closely. With 2 decades of professional experience, he had established immense prestige within the hospital. Every nurse on the 5th floor cast him flirtatious glances, yet Li Li remained indifferent. He was determined to win her over and fulfill his long-held desire. No need, Li Li replied impatiently, trying to hasten her pace, but Chun Dashin clung to her like a stubborn burr. When she first arrived at the hospital as an intern, he had persistently pursued her with his advances. The thought of his age and lecherous demeanor made her stomach churn. Thus, she had chosen to keep her distance whenever he pursued her. However, this time, he would not relent. Li Li, I can offer you a monthly salary of 100,000 and even gift you a Mercedes, Chun Dashin insisted, trailing closely behind her. Today, Li Li wore a fitted outfit that accentuated her stunning figure. The scent of innocence wafting from her only intensified his desire to seize her. Dr. Chun, I already have a boyfriend. Please, stop this harassment, Li Li implored, hoping he would take the hint. Yet, taking advantage of her momentary distraction, he grasped her hand. Li Li, I know you're lying to me. He clutched her hand against his chest, his eyes brimming with yearning as he confessed, Can you feel my heart? It beats solely for you each day. If you become my lover, I promise to make you the happiest woman in the world. He even uttered the shocking proposition. Or perhaps, I could divorce my wife and make you the matriarch of my household. Fury and embarrassment surged within Li Li as she slapped Chun Dashin across the face. Shameless. Chun Dashin, nursing his stinging cheek, glared at her in indignation. Li Li, do not reject my kindness. I am offering you an easier path. How could you be so ungrateful? His true nature revealed, he bared his fangs with a menacing glare. Today, either accompany me to bed, or I shall call the police to have you arrested. He sneered insidiously, You just slapped me. If I report this to the authorities, do you think you would escape punishment? Li Li felt as though the world had spun out from under her. The slap she had delivered was without restraint. Truly a fierce blow. If Chun Dashin were to report her, after a medical assessment, she could very well find herself incarcerated for a year or more. Given the severity of your slap, if I were to leverage connections to exaggerate the injuries, do you believe you could avoid 3 to 5 years of imprisonment? Chun Dashin grinned wickedly, kissing Li Li's delicate hand, reveling in his enjoyment. Li Li, if you simply part your legs and close your eyes for a moment, our affair will be settled. Otherwise, I shall call the police right now. Li Li was in a state of panic. Her mind was a blank canvas, the sole thought being to escape the clutches of Chun Dashin. She struggled with all her might and finally broke free. However, the force of inertia propelled her backward. If this continued, her head would surely crash onto the hard floor, potentially leaving her paralyzed for life. Just as Li Li closed her eyes and surrendered to despair, she suddenly felt a force acting upon her. Upon closer inspection, an arm was wrapped around her slender waist, while another was firmly securing her right arm, holding her tightly. Turning her head slightly, she realized it was none other than the person she had longed for. Cao Dingtian had caught her, preventing her life from being threatened by death. Brother Cao, Li Li cried, tears streaming down her face, soaking his clothing. In that moment, she felt that Cao Dingtian's embrace was the safest place in the world. You again. Chun Dashin recognized Cao Dingtian and was filled with fury. This man had ruined his reputation yesterday, after a medical examination revealed the early stages of a condition. In this technologically advanced stage, a few courses of medication could lead to recovery. Because of him, Chun Dashin's name was now tarnished in the hospital, and he was determined to retaliate. Chapter 30. Righteousness over family ties. Was yesterday's lesson not enough? Cao Dingtian squinted at Chun Dashin. You have sullied my name, and now seek to sabotage my good fortune. Standing tall, Chun Dashin replied, Today we settle our accounts. Cao Dingtian comforted Li Li, setting her aside before charging at Chun Dashin with lightning speed. A loud slap echoed as his hand struck Chun Dashin's face. In broad daylight, You dare to harass a virtuous woman? Scoundrels like you deserve to be dealt with. Chen Dashin felt a ringing in his ears, followed by a surge of pain. How dare you strike me? His eyes were bloodshot with rage. Having always been favored by fortune, he had never encountered such disrespect until now. What good is a scoundrel like you if not dealt with? Cao Dingtian declared, raising his hand to deliver several more slaps. Chen Dashin was left battered and bruised, his once sleazy visage now resembling that of a pig's head. Young man, do you not realize you are plunging yourself into an endless abyss, descending into a place of irreversible calamity? Chen Dashin exclaimed with fury. What do you mean? Cao Dingtian replied dismissively. You've gotten yourself into serious trouble. With that, Chen Dashin retrieved his phone and pressed the dial button. Cao Dingtian revealed a knowing smile. Calling for help? He felt a lingering sense of defiance within him. If only he could stretch his limbs, it would be perfect. Young man, let us see if you can wait 5 minutes, Chen Dashin sneered, the phone ringing in his hand. Once I summon my cousin, you might as well prepare for death. Upon hearing this, Lili tugged at Cao Dingtian's sleeve. Her face pale as she said, Cao go, we must flee quickly. The forces backing Chen Dashin are beyond our capacity to confront. Having worked in a hospital for several years, Lili was well aware of Chen Dashin's background. It was rumored that Chen Dashin had a cousin involved in organized crime, whose presence commanded respect in both the legitimate and underworld circles of Longjiang City. This formidable support had allowed Chen Dashin to navigate the hospital with ease over the years, indulging in his whims with little regard for others. Lili was immensely grateful for Cao Dingtian's life-saving intervention, yet her greatest wish was for him to survive. Should he fall victim to the brutal retaliation of the underworld, she would be haunted for the rest of her life. In that moment, a thought crossed her mind, to appease Chen Dashin by offering herself, thereby sparing Cao Dingtian. However, her resolve was shattered as several cars sped towards them. Recognizing the arrival of Chen Dashin's associates, she understood that escape was futile, regardless of the outcome. She felt certain that she was destined to become a mere plaything for Chen Dashin, potentially subjected to the whims of his entourage. The realization filled her with despair. With tears streaming down her face, she cried, Cao Ge, I have brought this upon you. I am so sorry. Cao Dingtian gently wiped the tears from her eyes and reassured her, silly girl, as long as I am here, no one will dare to bully you. In that moment, Lili's heart surged with determination. Any obstacle before her seemed trivial. Cao Ge, if anything were to happen to you, I would not wish to live on. Her gaze was resolute, embodying a fearless spirit. Chen Dashin chuckled, have you finished? Then brace yourself for my cousin's wrath. Just as he finished speaking, a voice like thunder resonated from behind them. Who the hell wants to die, daring to provoke the brother of Chen Wendong? Chen Dashin greeted the newcomer with a grin, pointing towards Cao Dingtian. Brother Dong, it's that bastard. I shall see which unfortunate soul has failed to inquire about who protects Chen Dashin, Chen Wendong boasted. Yet, as he followed Chen Dashin's, his demeanor faltered, his expression contorted in dismay as he caught sight of Cao Dingtian's hawk-like gaze fixed upon him. This was a catastrophe. Why must this calamity follow him everywhere? Chen Wendong's confidence deflated like a punctured balloon, leaving him feeling utterly unsettled. Hey, Brother Dong, it's that brat with eyes in the back of his head. Let us teach him a proper lesson, Chen Dashin declared with unwavering confidence, entirely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Not long ago, Cao Dingtian had stirred the Tuhu society into disarray, and now, who among those involved in the ensuing conflict does not tremble at his name? Currently, having entangled himself with Cao Dingtian, he has even dragged his elder brother Chen Wendong into the fray. Does he not wish for Chen Wendong's swift demise? Chen Wendong's expression immediately darkened to an ominous shade. Could it be that this younger brother harbored some profound enmity against him? Brother Dong, go for it. Eliminate him. Chen Dashin continued to stoke the flames, igniting a fierce, murderous intent within Chen Wendong. You brat, today you shall meet your end. Once Brother Dong deals with you, we shall have our fun with that wretched Li. Chen Dashin sneered at Cao Dingtian, oblivious to the impending fury brewing within Chen Wendong. Li was engulfed in despair. She lamented not having allowed Cao Dingtian to escort her home yesterday. Had she done so, enduring Chun Dashin's humiliation would have been bearable. Yet now, recalling how that lecherous man had taken her virtue, she felt as if she were living a fate worse than death. However, the subsequent actions of Chun Wendong offered her a glimmer of hope amidst her desolation. With a resounding slap, Chun Wendong's sizable palm struck Chun Dashin's head. After being hit, Chun Dashin was momentarily disoriented. "Brother Dong, why are you hitting me?" he questioned, bewildered. What had come over Chun Wendong? Why had his aura diminished upon encountering Cao Dingtian? This was not the demeanor he typically displayed. "I'll beat you, you waste of space." Chun Wendong delivered another slap to his forehead, deepening Chun Dashin's confusion. "Brother Dong, what have I done wrong?" he stammered, bewildered. They had come to confront Cao Dingtian, yet he found himself becoming a mere punching bag. "Brother Cao is my sworn brother. If you're seeking death, just say so." Chun Wendong, filled with exasperation, seized Chun Dashin by the collar, baring his teeth as he spoke ominously. "You fool. If you can't speak wisely, then keep your mouth shut." Chun Dashin looked utterly perplexed. "Brother Dong, what on earth is happening? Why do you regard Cao Dingtian with such trepidation?" Chun Wendong felt an overwhelming urge to toss this dimwit into the sea to feed the fish. His menacing gaze fixed on Chun Dashin, he spat out, "Do you have any idea what just transpired within the Tuhu society? He single-handedly challenged our entire organization. You brought me here to support you. Are you trying to hasten my demise?" "What?" Chun Dashin was utterly shocked. The most formidable underworld organization in Longjiang City had been provoked by an obscure young man. Surely, this could not be reality. Chun Wendong's hand struck Chun Dashin's face with force. "Immediately go over and apologize. If you fail to earn Brother Chao's forgiveness, I will disregard all bonds of brotherhood and take decisive action." Chun Dashin's face drained of color. Observing Chun Wendong's grave demeanor, he realized that failing to comply would surely cost him his life today. Chapter 31. Targeted? "My apologies." Chun Dashin, like a defeated dog, knelt before Cao Dingtian and his companion, fervently bowing his head until blood began to flow from his forehead. He had presumed Cao Dingtian to be a soft target, only to discover that he was as unyielding as steel. "Which hand just touched her?" Cao Dingtian asked coldly. For someone like Chun Dashin, if he was not properly disciplined, he would continue to engage in such bullying behavior. He slowly raised his right hand and softly said, "This one. Today, one hand will serve as punishment. Do you have any objections?" Cao Dingtian inquired frostily. Chun Dashin weakly shook his head. "No objections." Then, Cao Dingtian's gaze fell upon Chun Wendong, whose heart sank under the chilling intensity of his stare. Chun Wendong's body trembled. He suddenly pulled out a switchblade and, like a ball, rushed to Chun Dashin's side, saying, "You handle it yourself." Gazing at the menacing blade, Chun Dashin felt a cold sweat break out. He pondered countless ways to resist, but found them all futile. Tentatively, he reached out and took the switchblade from Chun Wendong's hand, stealing his resolve. With a swift motion, he plunged the blade into his right hand. Instantly, blood gushed forth. Although Lily had seen many things, the sight of blood-soaked flesh made her heart race. "If you dare to commit any more heinous acts in the future, it will not be resolved so easily," Cao Dingtian stated coldly. Chun Dashin's face turned pale as he nodded weakly. "I understand, I understand." Chun Wendong kicked him forcefully. "If you understand, then hurry up and get lost." "Do you want to spend the new year here?" Chun Dashin was sent flying several meters before scrambling to his feet and rushing to the hospital. At that moment, he no longer dared to harbor any inappropriate thoughts about Li Li. He knew that if there was a next time, Cao Dingtian would make good on his threats. After Chun Dashin left, Chun Wendong thought the matter was settled. Yet when he met Cao Dingtian's gaze, he was struck with terror. He repeatedly slapped his own face. "Brother Cao, I must have been blinded by foolishness, completely unaware that the scoundrel was provoking you." Observing Cao Dingtian's silence, Chun Wendong sensed the impending doom. He was acutely aware of Cao Dingtian's abilities. To eliminate him would be effortless. "I told you to wear the protective talisman these days and to avoid going out. Look at the trouble you've brought upon yourself." Cao Dingtian remarked with an icy demeanor. I was wrong. Chun Wendong nodded vigorously. If anything happens to her in Longjiang City, you will come to me with her head, Cao Dingtian warned, concerned that Chen Deshan might retaliate, urging Chen Wendong to keep him in check. Leave it to me. I will ensure my sister-in-law's safety, Chen Wendong quickly assured, sensing Cao Dingtian's leniency. What nonsense are you spouting? Cao Dingtian Dawen, prompting Chen Wendong to quickly amend his words. Yes, I will definitely protect the beautiful lady from any harm. Lily felt both flattered and surprised. With Chen Wendong's protection, she no longer had to fear Chen Deshan's harassment. It was this man beside her who provided her with such assurance. Lily looked at Cao Dingtian with eyes full of unspoken emotions. After receiving Chen Wendong's promise, she was notified of an urgent meeting at the hospital. And naturally, Cao Dingtian had to return to fulfill his responsibilities. Now that the debt has been recovered and a business opportunity has been secured for my father-in-law's family, they will undoubtedly regard him with newfound respect. After bidding farewell to Cao Dingtian, Chen Wenden's previously cheerful demeanor abruptly darkened. Today had proven to be particularly unfortunate for him. First, he had been ridiculed by Cao Dingtian, and then dragged by Chen Deshan to serve as a mere punching bag. Boss, could it be that what he said was true? At that moment, Huang Mao recalled Cao Dingtian's words and voiced his thoughts. Chen Wenden, with a brooding expression, stroked his chin and pondered aloud. It must be a coincidence. It cannot be that ominous. We are advocates of science, after all. Superstition is for fools. Huang Mao and his companions found this reasoning compelling, raising their thumbs in approval, exclaiming, "Boss is wise. Let us head back." After receiving such flattering remarks, Chen Wenden felt slightly uplifted. Just as he turned to take the first step, a speeding cement truck approached. If it weren't for Huang Mao's quick reflexes, Chen Wenden might have been reduced to a mere pancake. As it was, the truck merely brushed against him, enough to cause him pain for several days. "Quick, pursue him!" Chen Wenden cursed vehemently, swiftly adjusting his mindset, eager to jump into a vehicle and chase after the cement truck, hoping to teach the reckless driver a lesson. However, the next moment, just a few meters from the truck, several vehicles inexplicably erupted into flames. He stared in shock at his trembling subordinates. Then, recalling Cao Dingtian's words, he exclaimed, "The talisman, my magical talisman, fetch it for me quickly." Upon returning to the Luo family, they were gathered for lunch, with Fu Yushu and Luo Qingwu present. Noticing Cao Dingtian's arrival, Luo Yunfei called out, "Dingtian, come join us for a meal." Lu Ruyan immediately interjected with a frown. "Eat? What is there to eat? These few dishes are insufficient for us." "Dear, there are 8 dishes. We won't finish them all," Luo Yunfei replied. But Lu Ruyan swiftly stuffed a chicken leg into his mouth, insisting, "Yushu and Qingwu are at a growing stage. This is not enough for them. Mind your manners." Luo Qingcheng sighed inwardly, noting how excessively critical her mother was of Cao Dingtian. However, considering the embarrassment he caused her last night, it was hardly surprising that she would speak harshly. "Father, don't worry. We will finish everything," Fu Yushu chimed in cheerfully. Luo Qingwu added sarcastically, "He has such great abilities. How could we not rely on him?" Luo Qingcheng furrowed her brow. "Qingwu, is that how you speak to your brother-in-law? Isn't it so? He confidently promised to recover the old debts from the Earth Tiger Commerce Association. With such great capability, how could we not depend on him?" Luo Qingcheng fell silent. She had already attempted to ease the tension between Cao Dingtian and the family, yet her mother seemed determined to have him kneel and apologize, or else be cast out. According to Lu Ruyan, he lacks any real talent, and yet laments about not being appreciated. Such men are destined for mediocrity. "Qingwu, say less. Dingtian has come to join us for a meal." Luo Yunfei's tone turned stern. "If you don't quiet down, you may not get to eat at all." Lu Ruyan slammed her chopsticks heavily on the table, her eyes ablaze with indignation. They merely lack an opportunity. Once the moment arrives, they could soar to great heights without needing to rely on our family support. Your actions are akin to a slap in their face. Luo Yunfei hung his head, clearly aware that Lu Ruyan's anger still simmered. Fu Yushu, seizing the moment, wore a playful smirk as she mockingly remarked, "So, Cao Dingtian, after all that time, surely you've managed to collect at least a few thousand from that 5 million debt, right?" Chapter 32. Tens of Thousands Cao Dingtian. If you cannot retrieve the old debts from the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce today, you must leave our Luo family. Lu Rian fumed. The memory of the humiliation she had suffered in front of so many relatives gnawed at her. Just last night, this brazen son-in-law had brought her nothing but disgrace. Perhaps I shall extend you a chance, Lu Rian sneered. If you come and apologize while serving us tea, I shall pretend nothing has transpired. From now on, you may dutifully play the role of son-in-law, but if you continue to voice such impractical notions, do not blame me for ruthlessly expelling you from our family. Cao Dingtian shook his head. No need. I've already reclaimed the debts. The others were momentarily stunned, processing his words. Ha ha, Cao Dingtian. If you manage to collect those bad debts from the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce, I shall eat this table. Fu Yushu laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. Sister-in-law, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but one must remain grounded. If you constantly chase after unrealistic dreams, you will forever be relegated to the role of a mere house husband. Luo Qingwu chimed in, her brows dancing with amusement. Look at our Yushu, so young yet regarded as a rare talent by her superiors, set to be promoted soon. Brother-in-law, take notes. Luo Qingqing's expression soured as she realized they were belittling her husband. However, if she intervened on Cao Dingtian's behalf, it would only paint him as a coward, subjecting him to further ridicule. After a moment as contemplation, she decided to endure the moment. It would soon pass. At that moment, Lu Rian slammed her hand on the table again, with displeasure palpable. Cao Dingtian, this is the Luo family. Do you take us for fools? Do you truly believe that retrieving debts from the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce is so simple? If it were, we wouldn't have been entangled in such troublesome debts for years. A worthless son-in-law, making such outrageous claims. Do you not take my words seriously? Get out immediately, Lu Rian shouted, pointing toward the door. Undeterred by their uproar, Cao Dingtian calmly approached the table, producing a $5 million check. This is the amount owed to you by the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce over the years. He then pulled out a stack of contracts, followed by a $20 million check. This is a contract for future collaboration with the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce, along with a check. He continued, not only have I recovered the debts owed by the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce, but I have also secured a substantial business deal for the Luo family. Would you not say I have accomplished my task? The family was left utterly dumbfounded. How could a mere son-in-law have reclaimed the debts owed by the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce and managed to secure a $20 million business deal? It was simply inconceivable. Brother-in-law, you can fulfill your earlier promise now, can't you? Cao Dingtian said to Fu Yushu. This is impossible. This check and contract must be counterfeit. Fu Yushu initially reacted. And then Luo Qingwu realized that Cao Dingtian had employed some underhanded trickery. Sister-in-law, could these checks and contracts have been produced in a shady workshop? She sneered. Forging checks and contracts. Do you intend to end up in prison? Luo Qingqing's complexion paled. If what her sister suggested were true, then Cao Dingtian's life would be ruined. Cao Dingtian was truly a source of concern. Lu Rian and Luo Yunfei suddenly grasped the situation. In a fit of rage, Lu Rian exclaimed, How dare you employ such tactics against me? If it weren't for Qingwu being here today, I would have been completely deceived. I am offering you a chance for redemption. If you admit to your despicable actions and apologize with tea and bowing, I shall consider this matter as if it never occurred. However, should you fail to acknowledge your mistakes, I demand that you leave the Luo family at once. Dingtian, just confess, Luo Yunfei signaled to Cao Dingtian. He doubted that Cao Dingtian possessed the capability to reclaim those debts from the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce. They were all well aware of the limitations of a son-in-law. Dingtian, hurry and apologize to Mom, Luo Qingsheng urged, her eyes filled with urgency. She evidently did not believe him either. Trust me, this check and contract are authentic. Cao Dingtian grasped her hand. In that moment, she felt a surprising intensity from him. Still desperately clinging to false hope. Are you? Luo Qingwu fumed. I will verify the authenticity of the contract on the Earth Tiger Chamber's website. If it's fake, I will report you and ensure you face the consequences. The mere thought of Cao Dingtian being expelled from the Luo family filled Fu Yushu with a sense of exhilaration. The woman he could not possess would not be claimed by anyone else. Qingwu, there's no need to investigate. This contract and check are clearly forgeries. Lu Ruyin slammed her hand on the table. Get out. The Luo family has no place for a contemptible wretch like you. You are unworthy. With that, she rose to expel Cao Dingtian. Ah! At that moment, Luo Qingwu exclaimed, how can this be? It's actually genuine. She had just carefully compared the contract and found it identical to the documents Cao Dingtian had presented. Subsequently, Fu Yushu also verified the check he brought, her face turning pale with disbelief. Impossible, impossible, this cannot be real. Upon verification, the check proved to be authentic as well. Soon after, Luo Qingsheng, Lu Ruyin, and the others rushed to examine the check and contract, seeking any flaws. Unfortunately, the items Cao Dingtian had provided were impeccable. Luo Qingsheng suddenly felt that Cao Dingtian appeared much more formidable, revealing a hidden potential. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyin and Fu Yushu's expressions darkened, nearly bursting with disbelief at the thought that a supposed failure could bring such substantial benefits to the Luo family. Ultimately, they dismissed Cao Dingtian's success as sheer luck. Ha ha! Dingtian has made a name for himself. Luo Yunfei exclaimed joyfully. Thank you, Dad, he replied. Cao Dingtian smiled sweetly and pointed to the marble table, inquiring, brother-in-law, do you prefer dipping sauce, or shall we enjoy it raw? Fu Yushu and her husband were rendered speechless, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they feigned ignorance. Brother-in-law, you are an esteemed leader. Your words must hold weight. Cao Dingtian continued to provoke Fu Yushu further. Realizing that remaining any longer would subject them to Cao Dingtian's relentless teasing, the couple hastily concocted an excuse to depart, a small-minded individual reveling in their momentary triumph. Thinking they had aided the Luo family, what was there to be proud of? Lu Ruyin, witnessing the humiliation of her beloved son-in-law at the hands of Cao Dingtian, felt a surge of anger. She launched into a barrage of rebukes. You ought to comprehend that the Luo family's benevolence extends far beyond this. Yes, I understand. Cao Dingtian nodded repeatedly. What do you truly know? The Luo family has supported you for so long, yet you cannot even present me with a decent gift? She raised her fair wrist, adorned with a gleaming luxury watch, boasting this was a thoughtful gift from the couple, costing several tens of thousands. Chapter 33. Witness to love, it turned out that Fu Yushu and her husband had personally taken Lu Ruyin to the mall today to purchase this Rolex as an apology. Lu Ruyin felt immensely gratified by their thoughtfulness, and upon returning from her shopping excursion, she took it upon herself to cook 8 dishes and a soup. Now, wearing a Rolex worth several tens of thousands, she felt a newfound confidence while socializing with friends. Luo Qingsheng instantly recognized the watch. Regret washed over her for not being able to buy her mother's cherished Rolex yesterday due to her engagement with Cao Dingtian. Now, with her sister having seized the opportunity, acquiring another Rolex might not win their mother's favor. She sighed helplessly, her complexion wan and fatigued. Well, old Luo, how does this watch suit me? Does it not elevate my aura instantly? Lu Ruyin kept shaking her wrist, clearly flaunting her acquisition. Absolutely splendid, Luo Yunfei exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. The one we bought for our wedding broke. This one perfectly fills that void. Cao Dingtian interjected. What do you think? You can't afford such an expensive watch. A few thousand would suffice. Lu Ruyin continued to provoke him. Look at Yushu, how dutiful she is. Mother, what would you like? I'll buy one for you next time. Luo Qingsheng stepped forward to speak on Cao Dingtian's behalf. Be quiet. Supporting him like this will only lead to your downfall. Lu Ruyin scolded. If a man does not learn to adjust his mindset, he may never achieve anything in life. Yushu is the exemplary child. Her smile bloomed like a flower as she praised Fu Yushu. At that moment, Cao Dingtian pulled out the watch box gifted to him by Chen Wendong and slammed it onto the marble table with a thud. Mother, this is my tribute to you. What are you doing? Playing the big shot? Lu Ruyin was momentarily taken aback by Cao Dingtian's audacity. This was hardly a tribute. It was akin to dismissing a beggar. With a grim expression, Lu Ruyin opened the watch box, fully aware that its contents were likely of little value. However, as she unveiled the packaging, a dazzling array of brilliance overwhelmed her wide eyes. Under the luminous glow of the lights, The diamond-studded Patek Philippe sparkled brilliantly. To an ordinary individual, it would undoubtedly appear to be an extraordinary piece. However, Lady Lu Ruyin, having experienced far more than mere mortals, quickly masked her initial astonishment with a grave demeanor. Clearly, she perceived this watch as a mere imitation, valued around 2,000, significantly inferior when compared to Fu Yushu's Rolex. Nevertheless, it would suffice for old Luo. Well, this time it was passable. Lu Ruyin's expression remained unusually composed as she pointed a finger at Cao Dingtian, declaring, "Should you boast again, I shall see you expelled from the Luo family. Furthermore, your idleness is unacceptable. You must find a task to occupy yourself." Reluctantly, she added, "In a few days, when Yushu receives a promotion, I will arrange for him to find you a laboress position. Remember, do not create trouble for Yushu, or you will be shown the door." Luo Qingcheng was taken aback. Her mother had, for once, refrained from reprimanding Cao Dingtian. Truly a rare occurrence. After dinner, she summoned Cao Dingtian to her room, feeling slightly unwell and wishing for a massage. Once inside, Luo Qingcheng inquired about the check and the contract, aware that she was not easily deceived. Cao Dingtian concocted a plausible story. "Today, while collecting debts, I witnessed an elderly lady nearly struck by a vehicle. In a moment of peril, I saved her life, only to discover later that she was Chen Wendong's mother-in-law. Upon learning of my intentions to collect from the Hu Chamber of Commerce, Chen Wendong naturally did not impede my endeavors." Cao Dingtian's narrative was convincing enough to leave Luo Qingcheng utterly convinced. It was wise to avoid contact with someone as ruthless as Chen Wendong, lest one attract significant trouble. Additionally, your mother's suggestion for your brother-in-law to assist you in finding work is genuinely for your benefit. After this, Luo Qingcheng reclined slowly, preparing for the massage. Upon beholding her exquisite form, Cao Dingtian could not help but swallow hard. This woman, indeed, was enchanting. As he massaged her, the sounds that could be misinterpreted continued unabated. Meanwhile, her in-laws downstairs were diligently repairing the broken watch, a treasured wedding gift. As an employee of the Cultural Relics Bureau, Luo Yunfei possessed some knowledge regarding maintenance in this realm. However, this particular watch seemed to exceed his repair capabilities, prompting him to seek assistance from an old expert. Soon, the doorbell rang, and the old expert arrived with a toolbox. Upon opening the door, Luo Yunfei greeted him with a warm smile. "Old Gu, please come in." Old Gu chuckled, but his heart skipped a beat upon noticing the prestigious watch adorning Luo Yunfei's wrist. Following Luo Yunfei's introduction, Old Gu entered and swiftly engaged in the intricate restoration work. "Brother Luo, this watch is an antique from 20 years ago, in today's market. It may be worth a considerable sum. Given your stature, why would you harbor such an affection for an old timepiece?" As he observed closely, Old Gu suddenly realized that the watch on Luo Yunfei's wrist held significant provenance. Yet, he could not comprehend why there was such fervent interest in what appeared to be a mere relic. "Old Gu, to be honest, this is a cherished wedding memento for my spouse and me, which is why we hold it so dear." Old Gu suddenly comprehended, and if that was the case, it was understandable. "Can it be repaired?" Lu Ruyin inquired. "Not difficult," Old Gu replied, as he grasped the faded watch in his palm, his tools dancing deftly over it. In less than a few minutes, the watch that had previously ceased to function resumed its ticking. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Ruyin shed tears of joy. "Old Luo, the witness to our love has come back to life." Luo Yunfei was equally moved, tears streaming down his face. The sensation of recovering this priceless antique deepened his appreciation for it. "Old Luo, from now on, you shall keep this." Lu Ruyin indicated her possession of an $80,000 Rolex, asserting that this memento could only replace the counterfeit of Cao Dingtian. Luo Yunfei understood instantly, removing the Patek Philippe and discarding it into the trash. At that moment, Old Gu's expression shifted to one of displeasure. "Lao, if you must squander, it need not be in such a reckless manner." He had just confirmed that the watch Luo Yunfei wore was indeed a Patek Philippe, worth a fortune. To see such a valuable timepiece tossed away like refuse was disheartening. "It's just a piece of scrap metal gifted by my ungrateful son-in-law. If it's lost, So be it, Luo Yunfei chuckled. Ignorance. Old Gu chided, his expression stern. Do you realize that the watch you just discarded is a Patek Philippe? One of the world's most esteemed gold watches, estimated to be worth 5 million? What? The couple's faces flushed with shock as they immediately began rummaging through the trash. Chapter 35. At your disposal, when Cao Dingtian opened his eyes, it was around 2 in the afternoon, and he found himself alone in the room. Suddenly, a cacophony of ringing erupted. Checking his shattered phone screen, he saw it was a call from Shangwan Waner. He pressed the answer button, and a frantic voice resonated through. Brother Cao, for some unknown reason, my father has fallen unconscious again. Could you please come and take a look? Shangwan Waner was in a state of desperation. For reasons unclear, her father had awakened that morning in high spirits, but after taking the medication prescribed by Cao Dingtian, he lapsed into unconsciousness. In her urgency, she could only call Cao Dingtian. Drive over to the Luo residence to pick me up. If Cao Dingtian were to take a taxi, it would take an eternity to arrive. Thus, he sent her his location. After hanging up, Cao Dingtian hurried downstairs. As he passed through the living room, he inadvertently overheard his in-laws discussing business matters. But he did not linger, for as a son-in-law, he was not privy to significant decisions of the Luo family. As he walked by, he noticed Lu Ruyan's previously cold demeanor had softened somewhat, though there remained an air of disdain. In contrast, Luo Yunfei appeared much more at ease, waving his right hand, the dazzling Rolex starkly out of place. Soon, Shangwan Waner's crimson Maserati pulled up to the Luo residence, and Cao Dingtian quickly opened the car door and slipped inside. He was wary of his mother-in-law's perceptions should she see him entering another woman's vehicle. Today, Shangwan Waner donned a sleek black shirt paired with a short leather skirt. Her long, slender legs enveloped in stockings that accentuated her alluring silhouette, captivating the gaze of Cao Dingtian. It felt as though he were committing a transgression. The enchanting smile gracing Shangwan Waner's lips added an extra layer of seduction, leaving Cao Dingtian in a state of internal turmoil. He could barely muster the courage to meet her gaze, averting his eyes and murmuring, "As the son-in-law, you know what that entails." Shangwan Waner responded with an even brighter smile. "Why not consider parting ways with her? I can help you take charge." Cao Dingtian shot her an exasperated glance. "Shouldn't you focus on driving? You come to seek my help." Realizing the truth in his words, Shangwan Waner quickly started the car. The journey was smooth until they reached a narrow lane, where their path was unexpectedly obstructed by several vehicles. Panic surged through Shangwan Waner as she swiftly turned the steering wheel in search of an alternative route. However, the sudden turn left her with little time to react, and the car veered perilously toward the utility pole. In that moment, she braced herself for disaster. Yet, Cao Dingtian's hand moved with the swiftness of lightning, correcting their course just in time to avert catastrophe. The proximity to a male for the first time sent waves of heat flooding her cheeks. It was then that she noticed Cao Dingtian's elbow, her eyes widening in surprise as a blush crept across her face. Once the car stabilized and Cao Dingtian's hand withdrew, Shangwan Waner felt an intense warmth envelop her. "Quick, make a U-turn." She was jolted back to reality by Cao Dingtian's urgent call, as she resumed her usual composure, turning the steering wheel in search of a chance to turn around. Unfortunately, a few more vehicles appeared behind them, trapping them in a precarious situation. With no way forward or backward, they had no choice but to exit the vehicle. "President Shangwan, how fortunate to see you." As they stepped out, they were surrounded by a group of men in suits. The leader, short in stature with a noticeable scar running across his face, exuded an intimidating presence. "We have never met. Why do you obstruct my path?" Shangwan Waner replied coldly, reaching for her phone only to discover that the signal was non-existent. Evidently, this group had jammed communications. "Don't resist," the scarred man smirked with a hint of amusement. "Even if the King of Heaven were to arrive today, your life would surely end here." He lamented, "Such a beautiful woman, to die in vain, what a waste." One of his lackeys stepped forward with a mischievous grin. "Boss, let's seize the moment." The scarred man, initially lamenting the loss, laughed heartily as he patted the lackey's head, saying, "Clever one, you're on the second task." Their gang had received orders to ensure Shangwan Waner's demise, and defying such commands was unthinkable. After all, she was the dream girl of Longjiang City. Who wouldn't desire a story with her? However, in their line of work, if one were to falter due to a moment of confusion and jeopardize significant matters, they would inevitably face grave consequences. Thus, they could only lament the necessity of taking her life. Yet, the recent words of his younger companion reignited his hope for a deeper engagement with Shangwan Wan'er. Ultimately, the outcome remained the same. Her fate was inconsequential. The crowd burst into laughter, now able to join the queue to strike iron. Shangwan Wan'er stared at her lifeless phone, her eyes vacant and devoid of spirit. Over the years, she had ascended to the throne of the richest woman in Longjiang City at a young age, fully aware that she had encroached upon the interests of many. She also understood that retribution would eventually come, but she never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. "Before I die, I have a question for you," Shangwan Wan'er spoke. The scarred man, feigning a sense of righteousness, replied, "Ask away." "Who sent you?" Shangwan Wan'er's expression turned grave. The scarred man shrugged, shaking his head. "President Shangwan, I'm afraid I cannot assist you with that. In our line of work, we cannot disclose our employer's information, even at the cost of our lives." Realizing that she could extract no useful information from them, Shangwan Wan'er ceased her inquiries. At this moment, she merely hoped that Cao Dingtian would not be involved. He was innocent. As for those around me who have no vested interests in this matter, I implore you to spare him, Shangwan Wan'er pleaded. Cao Dingtian held a deep respect for this formidable woman. In the face of life and death, she still sought to carve out a sliver of hope for herself. Such women were rare. He resolved that no matter what was said, she would not perish here today. Upon hearing her words, the scarred man's lips curled into a slight smirk as he retrieved a colorful photograph from his pocket, coldly stating, "What a coincidence. He is also within our sights." Shangwan Wan'er gazed at the photograph, her heart sinking as she recognized Cao Dingtian, who, after all, wanted him dead. Cao Dingtian's mind raced. It seemed he had offended quite a few people lately. Jiang Huaqiang, Huabai, Chen Wendong, and Chen Dashan. Through deductive reasoning, he concluded that Chen Wendong would never dare retaliate against him, and Chen Dashan was equally unlikely. That left only Huabai and Jiang Huaqiang as potential adversaries. To want me dead? Dream on, Cao Dingtian thought. Now, with the first level of his body dominance technique fully realized, he needed practical experience to advance to the second level. This presented a splendid opportunity. "Let him go, and I shall leave my fate in your hands," Shangwan Wan'er declared, resolutely positioning herself in front of Cao Dingtian, vowing to protect him at all costs. Chapter 36. No Code of Honor. President Shangwan, while your beauty is unparalleled, the dream of every man, we must, for precautionary reasons, eliminate you first before deciding your fate, the scarred man rejected. Shangwan Wan'er felt a wave of despair wash over her. She had never anticipated that her actions would bring harm to Cao Dingtian. Guilt consumed her. "Brother Cao, I am so sorry for involving you in this." Shangwan Wan'er turned her face toward him. "Do not worry. We shall be fine today." She forced a smile. Though with no signal and her subordinates far away, how could they possibly escape from these men's clutches? She felt that Cao Dingtian was uttering words of comfort to her. "You shall not leave alive today," the scarred man bellowed, then began commanding his ruthless henchmen, "Slay them both." At his command, the underlings surged forward like a raging tide towards Cao Dingtian and her. Some wielded batons, others brandished folding knives, and the most vicious among them were armed with long sabers. Shangwan Wan'er, seeing no hope for survival, felt her legs begin to weaken. Just as she was about to collapse onto the ground, she felt a force behind her thigh. Upon closer inspection, it was Cao Dingtian's arm supporting her. With a swift motion, he cradled her in his embrace. Wan'er never imagined that before her demise, she would find herself in the arms of a handsome man. Her life had not been in vain. As she tightly shut her eyes, waiting for the fatal blow, a sudden chill brushed against her cheek. The wind was striking her delicate face. Upon opening her eyes, she realized that Cao Dingtian was sprinting with her in his arms. "Brother Cao, put me down. Save yourself," Shangwan Wan'er implored. Better for one to die than for both. However, before Cao Dingtian could respond, the scar man's henchmen had already reached them. Wanner thought to herself. This is it. I'm going to die. Yet, the next second, she witnessed an enemy fly several meters away from her. She was momentarily stunned. It was Cao Dingtian who had kicked the man away. How could this be? Besides his extraordinary medical skills, she never suspected he possessed such formidable martial arts. As she gazed in disbelief, one enemy after another was sent flying before her eyes. This was real. She believed it. Cao Dingtian truly possessed unparalleled martial prowess. She clutched him tightly. If she had felt resigned to her fate moments ago, now, knowing that Cao Dingtian could help her through this ordeal, she no longer wished to die. She had a father to care for and her own business empire to manage. Bang, 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 like Zhao Zilong of yore. Cao Dingtian maneuvered through the enemy ranks with grace and ferocity. After a brutal onslaught, he had taken down dozens from the once imposing throng. The remaining foes no longer bore the arrogance they had at the onset. Onward, charge! You useless fools, kill him! The scarred man cursed violently. His subordinates, each skilled in their own right, some even carrying the weight of lives lost, faltered under Cao Dingtian's might. Why could they not withstand even a single exchange with him? This was absurd. It was a scene that would not be dared in a film. Witnessing the enemies fall in droves, Cao Dingtian finally set Shangguan Wanner down. After all, this was a battle, and holding her restricted his mobility. Wanner, who had been preoccupied with seeking refuge in Cao Dingtian's embrace, had hardly noticed how many he had dispatched. Now, surveying the scene, her heart raced at the sight of dozens of defeated foes sprawled on the ground. He was truly a warrior of unparalleled strength. She gazed at Cao Dingtian with soft eyes. No matter what, she had to make him hers. Finally, it was time to unleash her own strength. After shedding a heavy burden, Cao Dingtian felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through his body. He swayed his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, and regarded the approaching adversaries, his fists coalescing with formidable power. With a series of dull thuds, the obstinate foes were swiftly felled to the ground, some with broken ribs, others with shattered noses, and a few with fractured bones, as they lay there like lifeless dogs. Only the scarred man remained. Cao Dingtian beckoned him with a finger, inviting, "Come, let us exchange a few blows." The scarred man sneered, then seized Cao Dingtian's garment, tearing it forcefully. The sound of fabric ripping echoed, revealing the scarred man's muscle physique before Cao Dingtian. Indeed, as the rumor suggests, you're a martial artist, and a yellow level one at that. No wonder you can easily vanquish my insignificant subordinates. He smiled arrogantly, adding, however, you are destined for misfortune today, for you have encountered me. With a fierce shout, a surge of wild energy emanated from the scarred man. A violent whirlwind enveloped 100-meter radius around him, while Shangguan Wanner rushed to Cao Dingtian's side, clutching him tightly with one hand and holding her short leather skirt with the other. As the wind subsided, the scarred man's aura began to stabilize. An ordinary person would surely be paralyzed by the overwhelming presence he exuded, for at that moment, he was confident in his ability to contend with someone at the initial stage of the Xian level. I am a peak yellow level powerhouse. Any yellow level warrior is but an ant in my eyes. The scarred man looked down upon Cao Dingtian with disdain, demanding, submit at my feet and relinquish your struggle, and I shall grant you a swifter death. Suddenly, a figure appeared before the scarred man, delivering a resounding slap to his face. The sound echoed as two of his teeth were sent flying, blood gushing forth. Impossible. The scarred man was incredulous. How could an ordinary yellow-level warrior breach his tumultuous aura? Surely, any attempt to approach would result in their internal organs being shattered. Perhaps this is mere coincidence. Another slap from Cao Dingtian sent more of his teeth flying. The scarred man was now visibly panicked. The relentless slaps from Cao Dingtian were clearly not a matter of chance. Are you not a yellow-level warrior? Fear flickered in the scarred man's eyes, the previous arrogance vanishing entirely. I never claimed to be a yellow-level warrior, Cao Dingtian replied coldly. With a palm aimed directly at his forehead, he inched closer. Wait. The scarred man, sensing death closing in, scrambled for a means of survival. Do not kill me. I can reveal the true culprit who hired me to kill you. He had severely underestimated Cao Dingtian, believing that such a plea would cause him to relent. To his astonishment, Cao Dingtian's grip only tightened. With a desperate shout, he exclaimed, "If you kill me, my master will never let you go." At that moment, Cao Dingtian finally eased his force, halting his palm just a millimeter from the scarred man's forehead. "My master is an expert of the highest order, a figure in Longjiang City whose mere presence commands respect from all. Should you provoke me, he will undoubtedly ensure that neither you nor your family find peace." The scarred man quickly regained his confidence and chuckled. "If you release me, I will speak with him and persuade him to spare your lives." "That's more like it. Farewell." Just as the scarred man intended to flee, Cao Dingtian suddenly raised a finger and pierced through his skull. The scarred man gasped, "You lack chivalry." Chapter 37. He is my master. As the scarred man collapsed, Cao Dingtian's eyes shimmered like stars, accompanied by an insatiable killing intent. He despised those who threatened him with the lives of their loved ones. Should anyone dare to challenge him, his dominance technique would ensure they faced dire consequences. Just as he had engaged in combat, his dominance technique had once again advanced. It seemed that fighting allowed him to elevate this skill. Cao Dingtian marveled at how this technique was extraordinarily suited to him. "Cao, my brother." Upon witnessing Cao Dingtian effortlessly subdue dozens, Shangguan Wanner excitedly threw herself into his embrace. Moments ago, she had hovered on the brink of death. Now, having been granted a new lease on life, her exhilaration was palpable. "It's all right. It's all right." He gently patted her back, soothingly saying, "Let us go home." Soon, they hurried toward the Shangguan residence. As the wealthiest woman in Longjiang City, Shangguan Wanner's villa was 10 times larger than the Luo family's and even more magnificent. Standing outside, Cao Dingtian felt akin to Lu Laolao entering the Jia mansion. But thankfully, with Shangguan Wanner's guidance, he did not lose his way. Before long, they arrived at the room of Shangguan Yutian. His complexion was ashen, lips darkened. As he lay quietly on the bed, his breaths barely discernible. During the time Shangguan Wanner had been attacked, the housekeeper had taken it upon herself to summon the renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner Hua Bai to treat the master. With Shangguan Wanner's prolonged absence, time had become a matter of life and death. "Miss, you have returned." Upon seeing Shangguan Wanner, the old housekeeper's anxious expression softened slightly. Yet she dared not meet her gaze. With a tense demeanor, she gestured toward Hua Bai beside her, saying, "This is the eldest son of the revered Hua Xingshou. I worried something might go awry with your absence, so I took the liberty of inviting Dr. Hua to attend to the master." At that moment, Hua Bai turned to look at Shangguan Wanner, and upon seeing her, recognized a familiar figure. "You, Cao Dingtian." He had identified him. "Do you know each other?" Shangguan Wanner inquired. Hua Bai suppressed his anger and managed to utter, "We have met once." Having been struck 20 times and forced to transcribe the compendium of Materia Medica, Hua Bai harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Cao Dingtian, were it not for the fact that they were in the residence of the wealthiest woman. Cao Dingtian might have already become a lifeless corpse. "President Shangguan, you cannot possibly intend for this man to treat your father, can you?" Hua Bai waved his hand dismissively. "I concede he possesses some unconventional knowledge, but in the face of true martial prowess, he is insignificant." Hua Bai had just completed a thorough examination of Shangguan Yutian and was fully aware of his condition. Moreover, the old father recently acquired a set of profound acupuncture techniques, firmly believing that their application would bring immediate healing. Hua Bai, filled with hubris, declared, "President Shangguan, there exists no ailment beyond my cure. With my presence, your esteemed father shall surely awaken in good health." Shangguan Wanner attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Cao Dingtian. "Isn't saving a life all the same?" Noticing Cao Dingtian's perceptiveness, Hua Bai refrained from further ridicule. He produced a box of silver needles and proclaimed with pride, "I shall now demonstrate these exquisite techniques. Young brother, pay close attention, for perhaps a single needle could propel you to fame in the land of Huaxia." Hua Bai had heard from his father that masters wielding this technique could even cure late-stage cancer. Initially skeptical, he was profoundly impressed after witnessing his father's demonstration. Feeling he had grasped its essence, "Watch closely." Hua Bai extracted a needle and plunged it in. Cao Dingtian shook his head, saying, "Too heavy." Furrowing his brow, Hua Bai proceeded with his second needle. Yet Cao Dingtian's voice rang out again. Too light, push it in a little more. After adjusting, Hua Bai thrust again. It's crooked. Cao Dingtian's words ignited Hua Bai's fury. While I am performing this intricate technique, could you refrain from disrupting my concentration? Otherwise, I cannot focus and will fail to execute properly. Divine Healer Hua, should you continue to mishandle the needles, the patient will surely suffer a reversal of vital energy after just 3 attempts, plunging him further into the clutches of death. Cao Dingtian had discerned the situation. Hua Bai was employing the second tier of the Zhuyang Divine Needle technique, which primarily addressed ailments like cancer. For a poison patient like Shangguan Yutian, it could only serve to suppress the condition, while the more intricate detoxifying techniques belong to the elusive fourth tier. Are you familiar with this technique? Hua Bai scoffed. Do you pretend to understand what this is? Cao Dingtian chuckled. This needle technique is known as the Zhuyang Divine Needle. Am I correct? Hua Bai stared at him in astonishment, believing that fewer than 3 individuals worldwide knew of this technique. How could Cao Dingtian be aware of it? You have learned our family's technique in secret. Barely had Hua Bai's words left his lips when a figure rushed in, appearing before him. You unfilial son, how dare you? Hua Tongtian shouted furiously. This technique I merely practiced and studied. Yet you ungrateful wretch dare to use it on patients? Do you wish to tarnish our Hua family's reputation? He had been sequestered, focused on the study of acupuncture, and upon emerging, learned from a disciple that Hua Bai had come at the Shangguan family's invitation to provide treatment. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he hurried to the Shangguan residence. To his dismay, upon entering, he found his son questioning Cao Dingtian. Who is Cao Dingtian? A master of unparalleled acupuncture, with medical expertise that reached the pinnacle of excellence. Even he would need to undergo assessment to join Cao Dingtian's ranks. Yet, this ungrateful son boldly flaunted his ignorance before such a divine presence. Today, if I do not awaken this ungrateful son, he shall no longer bear the surname Hua. The father, Hua Bai, changed countenance. Subsequently, a resounding slap echoed through the air. It was Hua Tongtian who struck him. Do you comprehend the identity of the person standing before you? Upon finishing his words, he delivered another slap. Hua Bai lowered his head and murmured, I do not know. Hua Tongtian erupted in a tirade. He is my master. He is my master. He is my master. A phrase of utmost significance repeated thrice. Hua Tongtian, filled with disappointment, lamented that all the goodwill earned yesterday had been squandered by this rebellious child today. Hua Bai's face turned pale. He had not anticipated that Cao Dingtian was indeed that extraordinary figure. It was evident that even the esteemed physician, his father, had to undergo rigorous assessment to become a disciple. However, he was astounded to discover that this remarkable individual was so young and, moreover, his adversary, Cao Dingtian. Shangguan Wanner stood agape, her eyes filled with disbelief. Hua Tongtian was renowned as the foremost physician of the Huaxia nation. On a deeper level, even throughout the entirety of the Blue Planet, there were scarcely 5 individuals of comparable medical prowess. Yet now, he had taken Cao Dingtian as his master, a revelation that left all who beheld it in utter astonishment. Chapter 38. Others offer more with a crack. Hua Tongtian struck the face of his unfilial son once more. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and apologize to your grandmaster. Time and again, Hua Bai endured slaps that rendered his previously swollen face as grotesque as a pig's head. If he did not kneel and humbly apologize, he feared that his father would enact a severe form of filial punishment today. I'm sorry, Grandmaster. Hua Bai earnestly knelt, repeatedly bowing his head. Hua Tongtian, filled with ire, kicked him, exclaiming, Your sincerity is insufficient. Hua Bai bowed fervently, causing his head to bleed. Master, have you calmed down? Hua Tongtian spoke gently. If you feel your anger has not subsided, I shall ensure this rebellious son pays the corresponding price. To betray one's master and ancestors, such a price could indeed cost Hua Bai his life. Enough, Cao Dingtian interjected coldly. Moreover, I have yet to acknowledge you as my disciple, so refrain from making unfounded statements. Hua Tongtian felt as though he could die from frustration. He kicked the unfilial son away in anger, commanding, Return and transcribe the Compendium of Materia Medica 5 times. Only after completing it may you step outside. I shall inform the hospital of your progress. You will commence work only upon completion. While by, too, wish for death. A weighty tome of the Compendium of Materia Medica would take an eternity to finish. From this day forth, he vowed never to show disrespect toward Cao Dingtian again. Shangwan van er was pofo und li schocket. Hua Tongtian had not yet been accepted as Cao Dingtian's disciple. What a formidable threshold it was. Simultaneously, the higher the standard, the more exquisite Cao Dingtian's medical skills appeared. Her interest in Cao Dingtian deepened. Master, the rebellious son has offended greatly. I hope Master will be magnanimous and forgive him this once, Hua Tongtian said with a smiling face. Those who study medicine must possess a heart to alleviate suffering, rather than seeking to outdo others or oppress the weak. Hua Tongtian nodded repeatedly. He has acquired yet another skill, medical ethics and conduct. With that, Cao Dingtian drew forth a silver needle and began to treat Shangwan Yutian. However, to err on the side of caution, he carefully took Shangwan Yutian's pulse once more. Fortunately, Cao Dingtian let out a sigh of relief. Shangwan Yutian was merely suffering from ordinary poisoning. Utilizing the 4th level of needle technique, he could effectively neutralize the toxin. This 4th tier of the 9-yang divine needle specifically targets all forms of poison. This technique comprises a total of 35 needles, and the number deployed depends on the type of toxin encountered. The poison afflicting Shangwan Yutian was of a standard variety, easily remedied with just 6 needles. Swiftly, Cao Dingtian removed Shangwan Yutian's garments and punctured his skin with 6 needles. Observing the different needle techniques employed by Cao Dingtian, Hua Tongtian's eyes widened in astonishment. Confusion etched across his face. Master, this seems entirely distinct from the previous esoteric techniques. Cao Dingtian did not conceal the truth, stating, the prior method has its specific efficacy, merely serving to suppress toxins. The technique I am employing now belongs to the 4th tier, a true nemesis of poison. Hua Tongtian's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. The 9-yang divine needle truly deserved its reputation as the most formidable technique of antiquity. Should he manage to glean even a fraction of knowledge from Cao Dingtian, it would be a boon that would benefit him for a lifetime. His admiration for Cao Dingtian deepened, and an intense desire to become his apprentice ignited within him, akin to a wildfire sweeping through a dry field. Before long, familiar wisps of smoke began to rise, albeit this time in a different hue, black. Upon witnessing the swirling smoke, the elderly caretaker's expression darkened, and her frail hands reached out to remove the silver needles embedded in Shangwan Yutian's body. What are you doing? Hua Tongtian bellowed, forcefully pushing her aside. Miss, you must remove those needles at once, or it will endanger the master. The elderly caretaker remained fixated on the silver needles. You fool! How dare you question my master's medical expertise? Hua Tongtian rebuked vehemently. The caretaker refrained from engaging in a battle of words with Hua Tongtian and attempted to act with force. Surely, you are the one responsible for poisoning Shangwan Yutian. At that moment, Cao Dingtian, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Since the moment she entered, he had scrutinized the caretaker, sensing something amiss. Now, with her overtly anxious reaction, he had arrived at an answer. You slanderous wretch, the caretaker exclaimed, panic flaring in her eyes. The master has treated me with immense kindness. How could I ever harm him? She insisted. It is you who recklessly applies needles, causing such adverse reactions in the master. What are your true intentions? Cao Dingtian was taken aback to find himself at the center of her accusations. One does not relent until they reach the Yellow River, Cao Dingtian mused, no longer feeling the need to conceal the truth. There are traces of the poison on your right hand. If I am not mistaken, you must have come into contact with it while administering the poison today. Cao Dingtian scoffed. In your advanced years, how could you be so careless? The caretaker was left speechless, her murky eyes appearing hollow. She had believed her scheme to be flawless, only to be unmasked by Cao Dingtian. Granny, is this true? Shangwan Wan looked at the elderly caretaker with disappointment. She had sensed something was amiss. Today, no one is aware of my itinerary, so how could I possibly encounter an assassin while on my way to retrieve Cao Dingtian. Upon hearing Cao Dingtian's words, a semblance of understanding dawned upon her. The old matron had watched her grow up since childhood, and despite her self-reflection on treating the matron with kindness, she could not fathom why such betrayal was bestowed upon her. At this juncture, the elderly caretaker had decided to unveil the truth, recognizing that Shangguan Wan'er had already begun to grasp the situation. Indeed, it was I who administered the poison. A cold smirk creasing the weathered skin of the matron's face. Why? Our family has never treated you poorly. Tears streamed down Shangguan Wan'er's cheeks. For being backstabbed by the one she held closest and trusted most was far more painful than death itself. I need more money to extricate my son from the throes of gambling, the matron declared with a fierce tone. Her only son was deeply ensnared in a web of gambling debts amounting to millions, currently held captive by the casino's enforcers. They had granted her a mere 3 days. Should she fail to procure 5 million within that time frame, they would dispose of her child's remains by the riverbank. For her, 5 million was an astronomical sum. She had contemplated asking Shangguan Wan'er for a loan, yet she recognized that borrowed money must eventually be repaid. Thus, she devised a more sinister plan, to commit murder and seize the treasure. As she pondered her scheme, a scarred man approached her, promising a substantial reward, and they quickly forged an agreement. However, Cao Dingtian's unexpected arrival disrupted their sinister plot. Bring her, Shangguan Wan'er commanded, and several elegantly attired female bodyguards appeared before her. Take her to the police station. Let the authorities determine her fate. Consequently, the old matron was escorted away by the bodyguards, and she did not utter a single plea for mercy. Shangguan Yutian's treatment was nearing its conclusion. As the dark smoke dissipated, he regained his former vitality and soon awakened. Upon witnessing Shangguan Yutian slowly open his eyes, Shangguan Wan'er could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her face. The events of the past 2 days had been more harrowing than the entirety of her previous 20-plus years. Had it not been for Cao Dingtian, she believed she might have crumbled overnight, even losing her life. Chapter 39. Weakness as Original Sinhaha. Brother Cao, thank you once again for saving my life. You are truly a blessing in my existence. Shangguan Yutian exclaimed with exuberance upon realizing Cao Dingtian had once again come to his rescue. Uncle Shangguan, you flatter me. Cao Dingtian zipli modetli. Shangguan Yutian praised. Cao Dingtian is neither arrogant nor complacent. He is a rare talent indeed. When he had heard his daughter speak of this individual in such glowing terms, he had assumed she was merely infatuated. However, upon witnessing him in person, he felt his daughter's words had been far too restrained. Such an exceptional young man. Should he not court the favor of the Shangguan family? Who would? May I inquire if Brother Cao has a girlfriend? Shangguan Yutian asked straightforwardly. Cao Dingtian nodded gently. Yes, I do. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wan'er deflated like a punctured ball. Feeling utterly powerless, Shangguan Yutian laughed awkwardly, inwardly lamenting the unfortunate circumstance. However, Cao Dingtian had saved his life, and since childhood, his mother had taught him the importance of gratitude. Today, he felt compelled to express his appreciation to Cao Dingtian in a meaningful way. He produced a bank card containing several million in funds and handed it to him. Brother Cao, please accept this as a token of my gratitude. Cao Dingtian pushed the card away, saying, Uncle Shangguan, this is a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. If you continue to insist, I might just take my leave. Unable to persuade Cao Dingtian otherwise, Shangguan Yutian called upon another maid to bring some fruit to present to him. However, when Cao Dingtian beheld the fruits gifted by Shangguan Yutian, he was momentarily taken aback. Truly, as the wealthiest woman in Tianhai City, the fruits she offered were rare delicacies. Harvested from the mystical Penglai Mountain, Cao Dingtian instantly recognized the grapes from the celestial peaks. Though they were not particularly exquisite in appearance, they were exceedingly rare. For an ordinary person, consuming one could enhance vitality and promote longevity. For martial artists, it could bolster their power and elevate their realm. Just a single celestial grape was enough to incite a fierce competition among the wealthy. This gift is rather extravagant, Cao Dingtian remarked. Brother Cao, if you refuse this time, I shall be quite displeased. Shangguan Yutian declared with a feigned sternness. Then I must express my gratitude to Uncle Shangguan. Cao Dingtian accepted nearly 2 pounds of the celestial grapes, contemplating how their consumption would undoubtedly enhance his strength, propelling his body dominance technique to new heights. This visit had indeed proven fruitful. Ha ha, splendid. Shangguan Yutian chuckled in satisfaction. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek assistance from my daughter. If she fails to assist you, I shall certainly reprimand her. Shangguan Yutian sighed inwardly, lamenting the fact that such a remarkable son-in-law belonged to another. Cao Dingtian nodded, conversing with the father-daughter duo for a while before bidding them farewell. Initially, Shangguan Wanner wished to escort him, but he politely declined. Considering the recent assassination attempt, he feared that if Shangguan Wanner encountered more assassins on her return, it would be quite perilous. Master, allow me to see you off. Upon exiting the door, Hua Tongtian awaited Cao Dingtian at the entrance of Shangguan Villa, brimming with filial devotion. Recognizing that he still had a ways to go, Cao Dingtian thought it would be foolish not to accept a ride. Thank you then. Hua Tongtian, resembling a venerable old ape, opened the car door, believing that their relationship had begun to mend, which offered hope for an apprenticeship. Just as they drove into a secluded area, a voice reverberated through the air, laden with immense pressure. Cao Dingtian, come out. Hua Tongtian, an ordinary individual, felt his mind swirl with unease upon hearing the commanding tone. The visitor bore ill intent. Moments later, a white-haired elder descended from the heavens, his feet crashing down upon the shattered ground like a spider's web, standing imposingly before their vehicle. His expression exuded an aura of unyielding authority, reminiscent of a merciless demon. Hua Tongtian attempted to swerve away, but the elder, possessing extraordinary prowess, firmly grasped the front of the car. Futile struggle. The elder scoffed, delivering a powerful strike to the hood of the BMW 9. With a resounding crack, a cacophony of tire noise erupted as the vehicle reversed several dozen meters. Cao Dingtian, come out this instant, bellowed the white-haired elder, his voice laced with fury. He had just received word from his subordinate that his most beloved disciple had been slain by Cao Dingtian. Infuriated, he hastily made his way to confront Cao Dingtian, driven by an insatiable thirst for vengeance. The grievance of his disciple's death was one he could not overlook. Today, he vowed to sever Cao Dingtian's head from his shoulders. Cao Dingtian and Hua Tongtian exited the vehicle. Master, you need not intervene. Allow your disciple to handle this, Hua Tongtian declared, stepping forward to address the elder with utmost respect. Esteemed brother, I am Hua Tongtian, a revered practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, and this is my master. For the sake of my humble reputation, let us settle this matter amicably, shall we? However, before he could finish his plea, a sharp slap marked his face, a strike delivered by the white-haired elder. You hold no sway here, the elder retorted coldly. That blow was delivered with but a fraction of my strength. Meddle further, and I shall send you to meet the king of hell. The sheer terror of a Xian-level martial artist was palpable. Had he exerted even a third of his power, Hua Tongtian's head would have been reduced to mere fragments. This esteemed brother, if you spare my master, our Chichuan Hall owes you a debt of gratitude. In the future, we shall be at your service, Hua Tongtian stammered. Yet, before he could catch his breath, the elder's hand struck him again. Do you think I require your paltry favor? The elder scowled. Should I hear another peep from you, it will be your end. Spare my master. Before he could finish, the elder's palm ignited with a spark of energy, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Hua Tongtian's forehead. I command you to be silent. Just as he prepared to end Hua Tongtian's life, Cao Dingtian appeared before the elder with an enigmatic presence, seizing his arm and thereby granting Hua Tongtian a reprieve. Master, I am ashamed of my inadequacy, Hua Tongtian confessed, feeling humiliated by the elder's disdain. Step aside, Cao Dingtian commanded coldly. Although Hua Tongtian had yet to officially become his disciple, he had witnessed Hua Tongtian's efforts to defend him. This trial had been passed, and he had tacitly accepted Hua Tongtian as his apprentice. No one dared to harm Cao Dingtian's student. Ah, young one, To withstand even 3/10 of my power sets you apart among your peers. It is no wonder my cherished disciple met his demise at your hands, the elder remarked icily. Do not blame me for your downfall. Weakness is a sin in itself. Cao Dingtian chuckled mockingly, gradually releasing the elder's arm. Your realization is commendable. Thus, I need not exert excessive effort to eliminate you. The elder, believing Cao Dingtian had acknowledged their disparity in strength, ceased his struggle and willingly sought his demise. Rest assured, I shall ensure your passing is devoid of suffering, the elder proclaimed, gathering a formidable force within his palm. A dazzling red light radiated from him, imbued with a razor-sharp aura and an overwhelming intent to kill. Chapter 40. The Annihilation of the White-Haired Elder. Have you perhaps misunderstood something? Suddenly, a playful smile emerged on Cao Dingtian's face, his lips curving upward. The white-haired elder furrowed his brow, momentarily taken aback. Such an expression clearly indicated he was not the cowardly type willing to await his demise without a fight. You wish to struggle? How intriguing. The elder maintained his regal demeanor, for he was renowned as a top-tier expert within Tianhai City. The game of cat and mouse was rather delightful. Cao Dingtian so mai con li, ju sing silence tazet. The white-haired elder swiftly gathered his overwhelming power, his eyes gleaming with a disdainful superiority. Huatong Tian, witnessing the elder's formidable presence, felt beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He feared his master might not withstand this onslaught. The elder's true capabilities eluded even Huatong Tian, a man seasoned in the ways of the world. He could only speculate that the white-haired elder hailed from one of those formidable hidden sects of the market, of which he had heard whispers, their strength unfathomable. The power the elder now exuded was a testament to that. Anxiety gripped him. Should Cao Dingtian perish, where would he find another master of such caliber? Submit to your fate. Suddenly, the white-haired elder leapt into the air, the oppressive force in his hands morphing into a blade of over 40 meters in length. In an instant, with a thunderous crash, the colossal blade surged toward Cao Dingtian, imbued with earth-shattering energy. Huatong Tian, upon witnessing this, turned pale with fear. Surely, this would reduce him to mere fragments. Such was his frantic thought. With a resounding bang, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings. Disciple, your assailant is no more. Go in peace, the elder lamented, tears streaming down his face, avenging a long-held grudge. Does aging induce delusions? Just then, an unexpected voice broke the tense atmosphere, causing both the elder and Huatong Tian to gaze in astonishment at the rising mist. As they beheld the dark figure emerging from the fog, Huatong Tian's pallor returned, exhilaration flooding his features. I knew Master would not perish, he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Impossible. The white-haired elder stared in shock at Cao Dingtian. It was crucial to note that he had exerted 50% of his strength with that strike. Even an Earth-level expert would tremble before such a force. How could an unknown individual withstand such terrifying energy? It was preposterous. Soon, as the smoke dissipated, the white-haired elder beheld Cao Dingtian's true form. Indeed, he was unscathed. This could not be. The elder's murky eyes filled with bloodshot veins as he shook his head violently, struggling to comprehend how Cao Dingtian could stand before him, unharmed. Suddenly, he recalled Cao Dingtian's earlier words, cold sweat trickling down his spine. Gradually, he began to regain his composure. Although Cao Dingtian had withstood 50% of his power for reasons unknown, if the elder unleashed his full strength, Cao Dingtian would undoubtedly be reduced to dust. The thought of having to resort to his ultimate capabilities to eliminate a mere 20-something youth left the white-haired elder feeling profoundly insulted. However, remaining immobile was no longer an option. With a chuckle, I concede that your strength exceeds my wildest imaginings. Yet as the tone shifted, the white-haired elder's voice grew more pronounced. Compared to me, you are but a chasm apart. Upon finishing his declaration, the elder's snow-white hair began to swirl violently, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of terror that left one breathless. Ha ha! Allow me to demonstrate what true, overwhelming power signifies. As the elder's strength escalated, Hua Tongtian felt as though his very insides were on the verge of shattering. This was akin to a hell on earth, truly horrifying. When he attempted to urge Cao Dingtian to flee, he was taken aback to find Cao Dingtian utterly unmoved, his gaze filled with disdain. Hua Tongtian was left dumbfounded. Even if his master possessed boundless abilities, one would expect retreat in the face of such a terrifying pressure. He wished to cry out, but upon opening his mouth, blood trickled from the corner, his insides crushed by the force. This was beyond his control. All he could do was pray for his master's safety. Ha! This magnificent power is simply too formidable. Once the elder's breath stabilized, he reveled in the cataclysmic force within him, exclaiming in excitement. Decades later, a young man had compelled him to unleash his dormant strength. He felt that with this power, he could obliterate Cao Dingtian with just a fingertip. "Boy, come forth and meet your demise," he proclaimed with arrogance. Cao Dingtian sneered and materialized before him. A resounding slap echoed as the elder found himself unexpectedly struck, sent flying several meters away. Witnessing this, a smile broke across Hua Tongtian's anxious face. My master embodies the spirit of a war god. He now comprehended why his master remained so composed. True strength is the foundation of calmness. He resolved to cling to the leg of this master. Meanwhile, the white-haired elder's expression mirrored that of someone who had just consumed excrement. Just moments ago, he had marveled at his own overwhelming pressure, only to be met with a humiliating blow. As a profound master, to be disgraced by a mere insect was intolerable. That was a moment of carelessness on my part, allowing you to gain an advantage. Now, unleash your full force. I shall ensure your utter annihilation. Regaining his composure, the elder steeled himself. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Cao Dingtian appeared before him once more, delivering another slap that left the other side of his face swollen. This time, he lost a tooth, blood pouring forth. Following this, Cao Dingtian unleashed a flurry of strikes, mercilessly attacking without regard for the elder's age. Initially, the elder dismissed the onslaught as mere triviality. However, upon attempting to counter, he found each blow to be exquisite and profoundly painful for his aged body. "Who exactly are you?" As the white-haired elder desperately sought to escape the calamity, he gasped for breath and began inquiring about Cao Dingtian's identity. At this moment, his arrogance had been supplanted by fear. "You inquire about my identity?" Cao Dingtian, with his hands clasped behind his back, proclaimed with pride, "I am the one who will bring about your demise." The countenance of the elderly man turned pallid, resembling that of a corpse. As he sensed the looming threat of death emanating from Cao Dingtian, he hastily knelt upon the ground, bowing his head in supplication. "Young brother, I was utterly wrong. I should never have provoked you." In his desperate bid for survival, the old man implored, "If you spare my life, I shall bestow upon you my entire wealth. If you desire beauty, I shall fetch it for you." Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded for his life. Perhaps moved by his supplication, Cao Dingtian felt a twinge of compassion, contemplating the possibility of sparing him. However, the elderly man, sensing the waning intent to kill, seized the moment to launch a surprise attack. Fool perish! At the very moment he exerted all his strength to bring Cao Dingtian to his demise, an unexpected warmth coursed through his forehead. Upon closer inspection, it was blood. Impossible! The old man's eyes dimmed, his confidence in turning the tide of battle faltering. Little did he anticipate that his malevolence would incite Cao Dingtian's resolve to eliminate him. After vanquishing the elderly man, Cao Dingtian silently vowed to exercise no mercy towards adversaries in the future. Encountering opponents of comparable strength could spell disaster if one were to let their guard down. Following his exertions, he accompanied Hua Tongtian to the rejuvenation hall. Today, Cao Dingtian was particularly pleased with Hua Tongtian's performance. Having passed his assessment, he resolved to impart the 9-yang divine needle technique to him. "Master, please enjoy some tea." Upon arriving at the rejuvenation hall, Hua Tongtian promptly gathered everyone to conduct a master-disciple ceremony. When the disciples learned that the esteemed healer of Huaxia had chosen Cao Dingtian as his master, their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief. After the initial shock, the disciples of the rejuvenation hall knelt in 4 rows, with Cao Dingtian forming a single line on his own, respectfully offering tea to Cao Dingtian as part of the ceremony. Once Cao Dingtian finished his tea, the formalities were complete. A beaming Cao Dingtian, overwhelmed with joy, realized his dream of becoming a disciple of the divine physician, a status that would undoubtedly carry great prestige. In turn, Cao Dingtian fulfilled his duty as a master, calling Cao Dingtian into a private chamber to begin imparting the first layer of the 9-yang divine needle technique. It was not that Cao Dingtian intended to withhold the complete 9 layers from Cao Dingtian. The intricacies of the 9-yang divine needle demanded a high level of skill from its practitioners. At Cao Dingtian's age, mastering even the basics of the first layer would be sufficient for him to make a mark in Huaxia. Of course, upon mastering the first layer, Cao Dingtian would naturally proceed to teach him the second, and so forth. Master, trouble has arrived at the clinic. A challenging patient has come, and none of the brothers have found solution. Just as Cao Dingtian was about to commence the instruction of the needle technique, a nervous young apprentice rushed in. Master, please see. Cao Dingtian looked to Cao Dingtian, leaving the decision in his capable hands. Go ahead, I shall await your return. With a wave of his hand, Cao Dingtian sent Cao Dingtian and the others on their way. Soon, guided by the apprentice, Cao Dingtian finally encountered the patient, a child cradled in the arms of a woman in her 30s. Behold her, adorned in splendid garments, elegantly attired. Unmistakably a woman of high society. Divine healer, hasten to save my son. The anxious mother, upon seeing Cao Dingtian's arrival, felt her countenance soften slightly. She hurriedly placed the child upon the sickbed. Rest assured, as long as I am here, all shall be well. Cao Dingtian assured her before beginning to examine the child's pulse. However, as time passed, he remained uncertain in his heart. The mother's anxiety deepened as she observed his troubled demeanor. What could Cao Dingtian do? Who else could she turn to? I regret to inform you, madam, that I am unable to treat this ailment. He finally sighed. The child's illness was beyond his capabilities, and he could not even ascertain its cause. Divine healer, are you not reputed to cure all ailments? How is it that you cannot save my son? The mother implored, her voice tinged with desperation. Madam, this is the first time I have encountered such a disease. I truly find myself at a loss. Cao Dingtian confessed, feeling deeply ashamed. Ha! What kind of so-called national treasure are you, claiming there are no incurable diseases? I believe you are merely deceiving the common people. The woman's expression shifted, her tone growing harsh. She had come with the hope of healing, having heard of a relative who was cured of a terminal illness here, only to find the rejuvenation hall was all but a facade. Cao Dingtian, if you fail to treat my child today, consider this establishment closed for good. At that moment, a figure appeared before Cao Dingtian, and upon seeing him, a chill ran down his spine. The newcomer was none other than the director of the National Medical Bureau, Ho Wusher. It was well known that once he spoke, the rejuvenation hall would be shuttered without hesitation. Cao Dingtian was taken aback to discover that this patient was Ho Wusher's son. The situation had grown dire. Director Ho, I beg your pardon for my inadequacy. I truly have no means to treat your son's condition. Cao Dingtian lamented, his brow furrowed in distress. Ho Wusher's son suffered from an exceedingly rare genetic disorder, a malady with odds of 1 in several million. Were it not for his affluent background, the child might have perished long ago. Cao Dingtian, you must awaken my child today, or I shall see to it that the rejuvenation hall vanishes forever, and all associated shall be held accountable for fraud. Ho Wusher's words struck the hearts of Cao Dingtian and his associates, who understood he was a man of his word. Director Ho, surely you comprehend your son's condition better than I do. Even if we were to gather all the eminent physicians in the world, I fear they would be unable to rouse your son. Cao Dingtian felt tears welling in his eyes. After all, Ho Wusher was a formidable figure in Huaxia. Ho Wusher's expression darkened immediately. Indeed, as Cao Dingtian had stated, his child had sought the finest physicians, yet no cure had been found. Previously, a special medication purchased from a foreign land had seemed to alleviate the symptoms for a time, but recently, his son had fallen into a deep, unyielding slumber. It was only today, upon learning that a relative with a terminal illness had been restored to health by Hua Tongtian, that he had rushed to the rejuvenation hall. However, upon entering, he overheard Hua Tongtian's disheartening words, and the pent-up frustration within him finally erupted. Hua Tongtian, today you must heal, whether you wish to or not. In a word, if you cure my son, you will rise in fortune at the rejuvenation hall. If not, then you shall accompany my son to the grave. Ho Wushi intended to pursue a relentless path. Hua Tongtian felt the weight of suffocation pressing upon him. This was nothing short of an unreasonable demand. The greater the official, the heavier the oppression. Despite his inner grievances, he suppressed his fury. Suddenly, Hua Tongtian exclaimed. He recalled something of utmost importance. His master was at the rejuvenation hall. Hua Tongtian slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten such a critical matter. I know someone who can cure your son's illness. Hua Tongtian's words ignited a spark of hope in Ho Wushi, who eagerly responded, Who is this divine healer? Bring them forth at once. Director Ho, please rest for a moment. I shall fetch them immediately. Soon, under Hua Tongtian's guidance, Cao Dingtian appeared before Ho Wushi. Director Ho, allow me to introduce my master. With him here, all will be well. Ho Wushi furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Cao Dingtian. Although he wished to regard Cao Dingtian with high esteem, his experience led him to believe that Cao Dingtian was far from remarkable. Traditional Chinese medicine requires years of experience. A youth barely initiated could not possibly hope to cure his child's affliction. Was Hua Tongtian treating the director of the medical bureau as a mere child? How dare he attempt to deceive me? What audacity! Ho Wushi's anger surged to the heavens. He stormed towards Hua Tongtian, striking him across the face. Hua Tongtian, you scoundrel! Do you dare jest with me? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to punish you? Hua Tongtian clutched his face in silence. Muscle atrophy, a condition so challenging to treat? At this, Ho Wushi found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 42, A Clear Understanding Muscle Atrophy. A condition that has plagued the medical community for centuries can arise from genetic factors, neurological disorders, trauma, and other pathological changes. The moment Cao Dingtian laid eyes on Ho Wushi's child, he discerned that the boy had suffered from muscle atrophy since childhood. Were it not for Ho Wushi's immense wealth in seeking treatment, the child would have perished long ago. Now, with the added complication of mutation, the child's fate hung by a thread. Can you truly heal him? Ho Wushi's expression shifted from rage to excitement. Yes, Cao Dingtian replied nonchalantly. However, before the couple could bask in their joy, his demeanor instantly darkened. But why should I treat your child? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Ho Wushi and his wife soured, yet realizing their dependence on him, they chose to temper their stance. Saving my son is your best opportunity to curry favor with me, a blessing earned over several lifetimes. Ho Wushi believed he had shown sufficient deference to Cao Dingtian. Why should I seek your favor? Cao Dingtian zito kun li. Instinctively, Ho Wushi wanted to explode, but considering this might be his child's last hope, he struggled to rein in his emotions, forcing a smile that nearly broke him. In Tianhai City, who doesn't wish to curry favor with me? Do not be ungrateful. Cao Dingtian offered a cold smile, refraining from providing a response. What must I do for you to heal my son, esteemed physician? The woman beside him hastily urged Ho Wushi to remain silent. Such supplication could only incite the anger of the divine healer. It is quite simple. Let your husband strike himself 10 times across the face, then kneel and apologize to my disciple. Should you fail to win my disciple's forgiveness, you may seek assistance elsewhere. Cao Dingtian declared, his indignation palpable. His disciple was not someone to be easily insulted. To strike his disciple was to strike at his own honor. That is impossible. Ho Wushi waved his hand dismissively, outright rejecting the notion. As the director of the Chinese Medical Bureau, how could he ever lower himself before another? I must kindly ask you to leave. Cao Dingtian gestured for them to depart. Consider your decision carefully. The moment I turn my back, I shall ensure that your clinic is thrown into chaos, he warned. Ho Wushi retorted with a cold snort. You shall also forfeit a chance for great advancement. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed, drawing the attention of the crowd. A petite young woman accompanied by an elderly man entered through the main door. It was Ho Tianlai and Ho Wanjun. Upon reaching Ho Wushi, Ho Tianlai admonished, "You wretched child, do you not hasten to apologize to the esteemed physician? Do you wish to bring ruin upon our family?" "Uncle, Ho Wushi's voice had significantly lowered, losing the arrogance it once held. With a sharp slap, Ho Tianlai struck Ho Wushi across the face. "When your father departed, he entrusted you to heed my words. What is this rebelliousness?" Ho Tianlai's fury was uncontained. After informing his nephew about the miraculous treatment being conducted, he rushed from home to see how his grandson was faring. Little did he expect to find his nephew speaking such defiance upon entering the clinic, igniting his ire. Ho Wushi, cradling his stinging cheek, spoke softly, "Uncle, I can apologize to Hua Tian, but kneeling is simply beyond my capacity." Noticing his hesitation to act, Ho Tianlai kicked him, resulting in a thud as he fell to his knees. "If you wish for our family to face extinction, then rise. Otherwise, comply with Brother Chao's demands." Ho Wushi clenched his teeth in frustration. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Orphaned in his youth, he had been raised by Ho Tianlai, and it could be said that without him, he would not be where he was today. The weight of his uncle's authority bore down on him like a mountain, pressing upon him for decades. "I am sorry I was wrong. I am sorry I was wrong," he muttered reluctantly, lowering his head. "I did not wish to repeat myself." Cao Dingtian replied indifferently. With a series of resounding slaps, Ho Wushi struck himself 10 more times. "Well, that is somewhat acceptable. Whether I choose to forgive you depends on my disciple," Cao Dingtian remarked, warmth blossoming in Hua Tongtian's heart. His master had indeed brought him honor. "Enough. It grows late, and I must return home to prepare a meal. As a son-in-law, neglecting household duties would surely result in a scolding from Lu Ruyan. Disciple, should his sincerity be lacking, do not allow him to rise." With that, he nodded at Ho Tianlai and his grandson before hastening home. Once he had completely vanished, Hua Tongtian swiftly helped Ho Wushi to his feet. "Director Ho, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused, and I hope for your understanding. He has brought this upon himself and should not blame others." Ho Tianlai, filled with disappointment, remarked, "I have always taught you that one must learn humility and the art of yielding. Have you not tasted the bitter fruit of your actions this time?" Ho, disregarding the reprimand, nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, Uncle's words are wise. But Uncle, what shall we do about the little monkey?" The woman asked anxiously. "What else can be done? You two should hasten to buy some gifts and apologize to their family." "Do I really need to instruct you on this?" Ho Tianlai exclaimed. Indeed. The couple nodded vigorously and hurried off. Moments later, the rejuvenation hall returned to its former state. Hua Tongtian brewed a fine pot of tea to entertain Ho Tianlai. Upon learning that Hua Tongtian had become a disciple of Cao Dingtian, Ho Tianlai leaped from his chair in astonishment. "What? Is what you say true?" He could hardly believe Hua Tongtian had been granted such a fortuitous blessing. Hua Tongtian is destined for greatness. If the Huashan discussion were to take place again, Hua Tongtian's medical skills would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the Central Plains. Absolutely true. Hua Tongtian nodded excitedly. Ho Tianlai grasped a cup of tea to calm his nerves, gazing enviously at Hua Tongtian. With Hua Tongtian, now a disciple of Cao Dingtian, he would surely become a formidable presence in the future. Just as he sighed in contemplation, he suddenly noticed Ho Wanjun beside him and broke into a knowing smile. At the Jiang residence, Jiang Huaqing was drowning his sorrows in alcohol, while Su Wanru and Su Shan attempted to persuade him to drink less, but their efforts proved futile. His frustration stemmed from having invited two formidable experts to take Cao Dingtian's life, only to fail and incur losses exceeding 10 million. "Cao Dingtian, I swear I shall not rest until you are dead," Jiang Huaqing roared, guzzling down another bottle of liquor. "Brother Chong, please stop drinking. Excessive alcohol is harmful to your health," Su Wanru implored. Fueled by the alcohol, Jiang Huaqing shouted, "Tell me, did you not give your first time to that scoundrel Cao Dingtian? What nonsense are you spouting? Were you not aware of your actions at the time?" Su Wanru's complexion paled, and she shrieked in outrage. Jiang Huaqing, instantly sobered, hurriedly placated her Right, my dear. I was mistaken. Do not be angry, please. Chapter 43. Street Vendor Goods. By the time Cao Dingtian returned home from the rejuvenation hall, it was nearly 4 o'clock. However, he was taken aback upon entering. The hall was adorned festively, and the large round table was laden with an array of delectable dishes. As he stepped inside, he racked his brain, trying to comprehend whose birthday it could be today. Dingtian, you're back. Come quickly, wash your hands, and prepare for dinner, said Luo Yunfei with a gentle demeanor. Cao Dingtian was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Typically at this hour, the couple would either be exercising or watching television. Why were they so enthusiastic today? Shortly thereafter, Luo Qingcheng hurried in, nearly colliding with him as she entered, almost sending Cao Dingtian flying. What has happened to this family today? Pondering this, Cao Dingtian washed his hands and set aside the bag of celestial grapes. Lao Luo, I've forgotten to buy fruits. What should I do? Lu Rian exclaimed anxiously. My dear, it's merely fruit. Missing one meal is not a matter of great concern, Luo Yunfei replied with a gentle smile. Lao Luo, that simply won't do. We have entered the ranks of the affluent. Every detail must be attended to, and fruits after meals are indispensable, Lu Rian asserted, hands on her hips. Luo Yunfei nodded, acknowledging her words. You are right, my love. I shall go out and purchase some at once. Just as he was about to dash out the door, Lu Rian halted him. There is no time. The guests are about to arrive. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the bag on the table. Upon opening it, she discovered some unattractive grapes, unfit for their status, but throwing them away seemed wasteful. Well, we shall make do with these, she decided, tossing them to Cao Dingtian. Wash these thoroughly. Having something is better than nothing, she thought to herself. Cao Dingtian wanted to explain that these were celestial grapes, significantly beneficial for his cultivation. At the very least, they would strengthen their bodies and prolong their lives. However, Lu Rian did not grant him the opportunity to speak. She pointed a finger at his chest and said, less talk, more action. Otherwise, you shall not join us at the table tonight. Stifled, Cao Dingtian fell silent, grumbling as he placed the grapes on the dining table. Brother Luo, congratulations. Wishing you prosperous business and abundant wealth. At that moment, a bald, middle-aged man entered, accompanied by a beautiful woman bearing gifts. Through their conversation, Cao Dingtian learned that the Luo elders had secured a venue today, intending to open a beauty salon. Thus, they had invited some friends from the industry for a meal. So that's the case, Cao Dingtian realized. Ha, Brother Luo, congratulations. May we collaborate more in the future. At that point, another middle-aged couple, smiling and also bearing gifts, walked in. Subsequently, a steady stream of guests arrived, all seasoned experts from the beauty industry. Luo Yunfei invited them to dinner, aiming to foster relationships and seek their wisdom, as well as to discuss potential collaborations. After all, these were veterans in the field, possessing extensive and varied connections. Brother Luo, is this your son-in-law? The bald man inquired, noticing Cao Dingtian's impressive demeanor. Cao, merely a son-in-law. Unremarkable, Lu Rian interjected, quickly gesturing for Cao Dingtian to serve tea and water, instructing him not to neglect the guests. Upon learning that Cao Dingtian was a son-in-law, the guests' expressions dimmed considerably. Such a beautiful daughter. What a pity for this fellow. Hello, I am Cao Dahua, the tiger of the criminal division. It is a pleasure to meet you. With discerning eyes, Cao Dahua believed in his judgment. This young man possessed an imperial presence. To not forge a connection now would make it difficult to approach him in the future. Upon witnessing the bald man extend his hand, Cao Dingtian was taken aback. The formidable figure of the criminal division had seemingly taken notice of him. This individual was indeed distinct from the rest. He reciprocated the gesture. Greetings, I am Cao Dingtian. I look forward to your guidance. However, during the handshake, Cao Dingtian discerned that Cao Dahua's health was somewhat compromised. Just as he was about to speak, Cao Dahua erupted into hearty laughter. We share the same lineage. No wonder I feel a fondness towards you. He had not anticipated that they both hailed from the illustrious Cao family. Gao, he was merely a fool. Conversing with him would diminish one's stature. Lu Ruyen, with a stern expression, glared at Cao Dingtian, admonishing him for casually engaging with others and insisting he serve tea. If you offend these esteemed individuals, I shudder to think of the consequences. She seethed, utterly exasperated. Madame Luo, is that a Patek Philippe worth 15 million adorning your wrist? At that moment, a woman interjected. Indeed, it is the latest model. The other women gazed enviously at the exquisite timepiece on Lu Ruyan's wrist, their eyes wide with admiration. Lu Ruyan's previously stern visage softened into a radiant smile, momentarily feeling like a phoenix amidst a flock of common fowl. Yet, upon recalling that the watch was a gift from Cao Dingtian, she felt no further need to boast. Had it been a present from Fu Yushu, she would have undoubtedly extolled it for days on end. With a sigh, Lu Ruyan thought of Fu Yushu. Both he and his wife were preoccupied with matters today and could not attend the banquet. Otherwise, they could have introduced some influential figures to facilitate future endeavors. Soon, they took their seats, eyeing the table laden with delectable dishes, all eager to commence dining. However, there was still an empty place at the table, indicating that one person had yet to arrive. Let us wait for a moment. Elder Ji has not yet arrived, Luo Yun Fei stated awkwardly. Recognizing they were awaiting a notable guest, the others maintained their smiles, unperturbed. Elder Ji was the director of the museum. Dining with the museum director would surely garner much admiration if shared on social media. Let us indulge in some fruit for now, Lu Ruyan suggested with a polite smile. Observing the unappealing grapes, she felt a surge of frustration. This Cao Dingtian, indeed, was a miser. Opting for such cheap fruit, he had tarnished the reputation of the Luo family. A few elegant ladies, upon seeing this, hesitated to partake. Yet, having gone hungry throughout the day, they reluctantly sampled the fruit. Initially, it felt akin to consuming the most unpalatable of items, but once the flavor enveloped their palates, they experienced an overwhelming surge of vitality. The ladies were entranced. How could such wondrous grapes exist in this world, compelling them to indulge endlessly? Before long, they devoured a 2 or 3 pound bunch of celestial grapes with fervor. Lu Ruyan, witnessing their gluttonous display, felt a slight twitch at the corners of her mouth. Were these women not accustomed to a life of refinement? How could they become so entranced by such inexpensive street fare? The sole explanation lies in their ravenous hunger, leading them to indiscriminately consume whatever was available. Instantly, her grievances against Cao Dingtian intensified, lamenting the fact that he had provided subpar street vendor fare for their guests, transforming their home into a laughingstock after meals. It was imperative to find a moment to confront him and demand his departure from the Luo family. Chapter 44. A double delight. Cao Dingtian watched as a few gluttons devoured his precious celestial grapes, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. Observing his pitiful demeanor, Lu Ruyan felt an urge to deliver a sharp slap to his face. Luo Qingsheng also helplessly commented on the situation. Just then, an elderly gentleman with graying hair entered through the grand door. Upon seeing him, everyone immediately extended their greetings. Old Master Ji had arrived, bearing a basket of exquisite fruits, including another basket of grapes. He took his seat and placed the basket on the table, proudly declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, partake in these. These fruits will surely whet your appetite." These were rare grapes gifted by a friend, grown in Tianshan, known to stimulate appetite and remain fresh for long periods. Old Master Ji, you are too modest," Lu Ruyan replied with a charming smile, then squeezed a grape. It melted in her mouth like a divine elixir, instantly invigorating her appetite. This was infinitely superior to the street fare offered by Cao Dingtian. This was the fruit befitting a noble family. Subsequently, everyone present eagerly sampled the grapes, discovering, as old Master Ji had promised, that they felt capable of consuming an entire dinosaur afterward. See, I did not deceive you. The crowd raised their thumbs in approval, exclaiming that such delightful treats should always be on hand. Old Master Ji chuckled dismissively. Ignorance. One cannot procure such fruits without a certain status. Individuals like me can only manage to acquire a small quantity through friends each year. The guests suddenly understood. Indeed, these grapes were akin to divine medicine, not something one could simply purchase like cabbage. Their admiration for old Master Ji deepened considerably. However, amidst the adulation, Old Master G suddenly noticed a plate on the table that was stripped bare, revealing only the bare stems of grapes. He became alert. Who purchased these grapes? Old Master G's expression turned grave. It was my disappointing son-in-law who bought them, she quickly exclaimed, removing the empty plate to prevent any disruption to Old Master G's meal. Leave them be. Old Master G's tone was somewhat stern. Grasping the bare stems, his eyes sparkled with realization. Upon close inspection, with his years of experience, he could confirm that these were undoubtedly the celestial grapes from Tianhai Mountain, infinitely more precious than those he had brought. These were the grapes he had long coveted. How could they have been consumed by this group of spendthrifts? At that moment, he scrutinized Cao Dingtian closely. His gaze was like the stars, handsome and distinguished. Such a visage was indeed that of a potential nobleman. If this man were deemed disappointing, then what did that make him but the most worthless of the worthless? Old Master G, is there something amiss? Luo Yunfei inquired. Ah, little Luo, it is a double delight. Old Master G replied, exhilarated. Yet, Luo Yunfei and the others were left bewildered, aware that the empty plate represented one joy, but what could the second joy possibly be? As they found themselves enveloped in confusion, Old Master G candidly remarked, Xiao Luo, you are fortunate to have such an excellent son-in-law. An exclamation of disbelief simultaneously escaped from Luo Yunfei's lips. An excellent son-in-law? He echoed, incredulously. Cao Dingtian was merely a worthless son-in-law. Meanwhile, Luo Qingcheng fixed her profound gaze upon Cao Dingtian. Xiao Luo, do you comprehend what this is? Old Master Ji lamented that Luo Yunfei and his wife had truly overlooked Cao Dingtian's potential, for few could procure such a treasure. He raised a bare vine branch, inquiring further. Ah, Old Master Ji, it is merely a grapevine. Dispose of it quickly to avoid soiling your hands. Lu Rian attempted to seize the vine from Old Master G's grasp, only to be reprimanded. Ignorant, you women are long-haired and short-sighted. No matter how precious an object may be, it will gather dust in your hands. Old Master, what sort of treasure is this? Lu Rian inquired, a hint of embarrassment in her smile. However, the following words from Old Master G nearly caused her to collapse. This treasure grows amidst the mysterious Tianhai Mountain, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, bearing fruit once every 30 years. This fruit is the legendary celestial grape, which, when consumed, enhances vitality and prolongs life. Tianhai Mountain, celestial grapes. The crowd was left in utter astonishment. No one could fathom that such an unappealing grape was, in fact, a celestial delicacy. The few women who had just consumed the grape felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, their senses heightened, and their confidence restored. Old Master G, filled with regret, expressed, in my youth, I was fortunate enough to have tasted one. I held it in my mouth for a year before I could bear to swallow it. Yet you all, without hesitation, have squandered such a precious celestial grape. During the time he simply held the celestial grape, he felt invigorated, free from aches and fatigue. When he finally swallowed it, he felt an inexhaustible strength. However, this treasure is incredibly rare. It cannot be purchased merely with wealth. There exists only one celestial grape vine upon Tianhai Mountain, contending with the elite of the Blue Star. Most importantly, it bears fruit only once every 30 years. Those fortunate enough to obtain these celestial grapes are undoubtedly among the pinnacle of society. Thus, he congratulated Luo Yunfei on having such a virtuous son-in-law. Old Master, then this bunch of grapes must be incredibly valuable? Lu Ruyin felt as though the world were spinning around her. Such a rare entity cannot be merely measured by monetary value, he replied solemnly. To consume even one is the greatest fortune of your lives. If one were to assign a monetary value, this bunch of celestial grapes would be worth at least half of Bill Gates' fortune, and that is a conservative estimate. Old Master G lamented his own missed opportunity, wishing he had arrived sooner to prevent such a tragedy. His health had been failing over the years, and had he been able to consume another, it would undoubtedly have improved his condition. At this, Lu Rian felt a sense of despair wash over her. Just moments ago, these grapes had belonged solely to the Luo family, now devoured by those women. A fortune in billions lay before her, consumed by others. Ironically, she had not eaten a single one due to their unappealing appearance. The thought ignited within her a fury akin to a volcano dormant for millennia, yearning to erupt. The group of middle-aged men shared her regret. Had they consumed even one, what immense fortune they would have gained. "Do you understand, you spendthrifts?" inquired Elder G. Lu Ruyan weakly nodded, now comprehending her situation, akin to having washed a winning lottery ticket worth millions in a washing machine. She glared fiercely at Cao Dingtian, wishing she could eliminate him entirely. Luo Qingsheng, sensing the hostility in her gaze, pulled Cao Dingtian closer as they focused on their meal. Simultaneously, she was quite curious about the origin of such a rare treasure that Cao Dingtian possessed. Over the past couple of days, she had sensed that he was shrouded in many secrets, and she vowed to interrogate him thoroughly one day. "Ha ha ha! Heaven has not forsaken me," Elder G exclaimed, for he had spotted a strand of celestial grape flesh hanging from a bare branch. He swiftly scraped it into his hand, then placed the morsel in his mouth, savoring it with a mouthful of saliva before swallowing. Indeed, it is the legendary celestial grape. The sensation is exquisite. A divine light burst forth from Elder G, and he felt invigorated, his once gray hair darkening significantly. The effects of the celestial grape were indeed remarkable. Everyone present observed this scene with awe in their eyes, now looking at Cao Dingtian with reverence, having previously regarded him with disdain, now eager to curry favor with him. They feared missing out on such a precious celestial grape should he produce another. Chapter 45. Stealing Chickens and Dogs? With the gilding of the celestial grape, Cao Dingtian garnered an extraordinary amount of respect at the banquet. Several beautiful women approached him, toasting and seeking his favor, as did the men. Those who missed out on the celestial grape that evening offered him verbal promises, expressing their willingness to purchase any of his future treasures at high prices. Elder G's intentions further astonished the Luo Yunfei couple. He even wished to adopt Cao Dingtian as his godson. Despite the flattery directed towards him, Cao Dingtian merely sipped a few drinks in acknowledgement and graciously declined Elder G's offer. Even though he only drank casually, those toasting felt as if they had garnered the attention of a prominent figure and were thoroughly satisfied. Elder G would not take offense at Cao Dingtian's rejection. He felt unworthy of the young man. Whether or not he became his adoptive son, he would still gain favor with the Luo family, making it a win-win situation. Originally, the banquet centered around the Luo Yunfei couple, but now all eyes were fixed on Cao Dingtian. Lu Rian appeared as if she had swallowed a bomb, yet she still forced a strained smile. With so many distinguished guests present, she valued her reputation but understood the importance of the moment. In contrast, Luo Qingsheng exhibited an unexpected vibrancy during the banquet. Initially worried that Cao Dingtian would face overwhelming discrimination, she was pleasantly surprised to see him become the center of attention, enhancing her own esteem. Although she was unsure of how he achieved this, as long as he was not labeled a coward, she would be content. The banquet continued to unfold amidst Lu Rian's suppressed fury, drawing closer to its conclusion. "Brother Luo, let us finalize our collaboration moving forward." At that moment, a slightly inebriated middle-aged man greeted Luo Yunfei. He was a leading figure in the cosmetics industry of Tianhai City, and with his assurance, Luo Yunfei no longer needed to worry about the supply of goods. After exchanging smiles with the couple, the middle-aged man, supported by his wife, departed. "Ha ha, Brother Luo, I will arrange for your business license by tomorrow, so you may operate with confidence," said another middle-aged man, bidding farewell after making a promise to Luo Yunfei. Luo Yunfei responded with a warm smile. "Brother Luo, I will also take care of the health permits for you. However, the medical institution practice license is beyond our purview. You will need to approach the relevant authorities at the medical bureau." The couple nodded in agreement, assured that they would indeed visit the medical bureau. Yet, the following words from the middle-aged man left them feeling uncertain. "This certificate is of utmost importance and quite challenging to obtain. Once secured, all worries will dissipate." As the couple furrowed their brows, the man was assisted into a car by his wife. "Old Luo, you must exhaust all your connections tomorrow, even if it costs a fortune, to secure this certificate. Otherwise, our dreams will shatter." At that moment, the beauty industry was flourishing, and Lu Rian felt a pang of regret at the thought of losing this opportunity. Young Luo, you truly have an excellent son-in-law. I dare say he will dominate Longjiang City in the future. Just then, the drunken elder Ji bid farewell to Luo Yunfei, departing with the help of his driver. As guests continued to leave, only the couple, Cao Dingtian and his wife, remained. Brother Cao, all feasts must come to an end. It was a pleasure to meet you tonight. Here is my business card. Should you need anything in the future, I will have your back. Cao Dingtian, with a slightly flushed face and hints of intoxication, spoke with the air of a soldier. Just as they prepared to leave, Cao Dingtian pulled out a tattered yellow talisman and called out to them. Cao, take this. It may save your life in critical moments. After shaking hands with Cao Dingtian, Cao Dingtian had sensed a streak of misfortune surrounding him, potentially endangering his life. He offered the talisman in hopes of safeguarding him. A talisman? The beautiful woman furrowed her brow. What era are we in that we still speak of such superstitions? Under normal circumstances, she would have snatched the talisman and torn it to shreds, but not now. Having savored the sweetness of the celestial grapes, she refrained from losing her temper in front of Cao Dingtian, knowing that if he were to acquire something valuable in the future, she would miss out. How ridiculous to use such nonsense to deceive Cao. Do you wish to court disaster? Finally, Lu Ruyan, who had been holding back all evening, erupted, baring her teeth in a scathing rebuke directed at Cao Dingtian, releasing the pent-up anger she had suppressed. You should hurry and apologize to Cao. Haha, Madame Luo. You exaggerate. Brother Cao is only looking out for my well-being. Cao Dahua chuckled, accepting the talisman from Cao Dingtian with gratitude. Remember, do not let it touch water, or it will lose its efficacy. After nodding and understanding, Cao Dahua linked arms with his wife and entered their vehicle. Darling, you cannot possibly believe that young man's nonsense. Throw this trash away, exclaimed the woman beside him. Cao Dahua chuckled. Why throw it away? Those of us in this line of work live in constant trepidation. Keeping it close provides a sense of security. The woman shook her head, exclaiming that in these times, such superstitions were utterly outdated. As she struggled to contain her frustration, she thought that had it not been for her restraint, she would have tossed it out the window long ago. Once all the guests departed, only 4 individuals remained in the Luo household. Lu Rian's expression swiftly morphed into one of severe displeasure. Just moments ago, Cao Dingtian had provoked her yet again. This time, she resolved to teach him a proper lesson. Otherwise, sleep would elude her that night. Where on earth did you steal that bunch of grapes? She demanded, slamming her hand onto the table, causing the utensils to rattle. Mom, a friend gifted them to me, Cao Dingtian replied candidly. As a son-in-law, what kind of impressive friends do you have? Did you pilfer them from somewhere, hoping to drag our Luo family down with you? Lu Rian fired back, her words rapid and relentless. Instead of learning something worthwhile, you only engage in petty misdeeds. Her disappointment was palpable. Look at Yushu, respectful and capable. And you? Not only are you useless, but you also bring trouble. Cao Dingtian knew any defense he offered would be dismissed by Lu Ruyan, so he resorted to fabricating a story about Chen Wending, echoing what Luo Qingsheng had mentioned. Ah, I see. Haha, Dingtian, well done. You've even learned a few massage techniques from a television program. Progress indeed, but don't be careless. Keep it up, Luo Yunfei praised. Lu Rian scoffed. Your words are sweeter than your actions. The day you create a mess that implicates our family, I'll ensure you regret it. Although her demeanor softened slightly, her animosity towards Cao Dingtian remained fierce. Mom, I've tried his massage techniques, and they're quite effective. Nothing disastrous will happen. Luo Qingsheng defended him gently. She then added in a hushed tone, it's just that the techniques are rather forceful, leaving her gasping while also straining some minor muscles. Cao Dingtian felt a swell of gratitude. Luo Qingsheng's kindness towards him seemed to have shifted in recent days. Oof. If you're so capable, go fetch that medical practice license for me. Lu Rian retorted coldly. Chapter 46. A change in routine. Cao Dingtian's fate as the protagonist of the evening was to be penalized by Lu Rian, who demanded he clean every corner of the house. However, she was in a particularly irritable mood, nitpicking every detail and making him repeat tasks over and over again. Meanwhile, Luo Qingsheng had gone to take a shower. She was aware that if her mother's pent-up frustration wasn't released tonight, Cao Dingtian would be restless. The trivial matters at work had already drained her energy, and returning home to chaos felt like it would shorten her life. Thus, she decided to let Cao Dingtian weather the storm. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. In her anger, Lu Ruyan shouted at Cao Dingtian, "Are you deaf? Go open the door." "Dear, calm down. Your crow's feet are showing," Luo Yunfei soothed. "Oof. If I don't give this rascal a good talking to, he'll become insufferably arrogant. If he is truly capable, let him bring that license to me." As Lu Ruyan seethed with indignation, Cao Dingtian had already opened the door. Before him stood a familiar figure, none other than Director Ho Wushi. "Is it you? I apologize for the intrusion. I hope the esteemed physician will not take offense," Ho Wushi said respectfully. "Who would visit at such a late hour?" Lu Ruyan exclaimed vehemently. "Mother, it's Director Ho," Cao Dingtian shouted. "Director Ho?" Lu Ruyan's expression shifted dramatically, nearly causing her to tumble from the sofa as she gasped. "The director of the medical bureau, Ho Wushi? I hope you will excuse my unannounced visit," Ho Wushi continued. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan hurriedly rolled off the sofa and, with a graceful sway, approached Ho Wushi, speaking softly. "Director Ho, please do come in." She transformed her demeanor into that of a dutiful wife. "Old Luo, please brew some fine tea," she instructed Luo Yunfei gently. The arrival of Ho Wushi brought light to the stormy atmosphere of the Luo household. Soon, the three were seated together, sipping tea. "Director, I was unaware of your visit. Please forgive my inadequate reception." Lu Ruyan smiled, but her expression swiftly darkened. "Cao Dingtian, hurry and serve tea to Director Ho. What are you dawdling for?" "I wouldn't dare trouble you. I can serve myself," Ho Wushi replied, pouring himself a cup. Lu Ruyan found it odd. The Luo family typically had little to do with Ho Wushi, and she wondered what brought him to their home at such an hour. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Surely, it was Cao Dingtian who had stirred up trouble. If that were the case, their beauty salon might soon face ruin. "Director Ho, I am at a loss to understand how my incompetent son-in-law has offended you. I implore you to show mercy and spare our family." She suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "Let him face the consequences alone." "Madame Luo, what are you doing?" Ho Wushi felt a wave of discomfort. Prior to his visit, Ho Tian had cautioned him to protect the young man. He must remain humble and refrain from retaliation against any insults. Now, with Cao Dingtian's mother-in-law behaving in such a manner, he felt utterly mortified. He quickly helped Lu Ruyan to her feet. "To be frank, I came at this late hour because I have a matter to discuss with Brother Cao." At this, Luo Yunfei and his wife stared in astonishment. "You have a matter to discuss with him?" Lu Ruyan exclaimed incredulously. "He is merely a son-in-law, lacking any remarkable abilities. How could you seek his assistance?" She could hardly believe it. The thought that such an esteemed figure as Ho Wushi would turn to the ineffectual Cao Dingtian was unfathomable. "Indeed, my son-in-law is but an ordinary man. What could he possibly offer that would warrant your attention?" Luo Yunfei echoed her disbelief. "Father, mother, I learned a massage technique from a television program, and Director Ho requires my expertise in that area," Cao Dingtian explained. He felt it imperative to step forward. If Ho Wushi were to mention his potential to treat rare muscular atrophy, Lu Ruyan would surely deem him a lunatic. Furthermore, she would undoubtedly use such a remark to ridicule him in the future. "Yes, indeed," Ho Wushi quickly responded, nodding vigorously. "Is that so? That is wonderful," Luo Yunfei said excitedly, tugging at Lu Ruyan's sleeve and signaling with his eyes. Lu Ruyan, though skeptical, nodded hesitantly. If Cao Dingtian could employ his massage techniques to heal Ho Wushi's family member, the Ho family would undoubtedly owe him a significant favor. This indirectly suggests that their medical practice license is not easily obtained, does it not? The couple felt as if they had encountered a refreshing rain after a long drought. Their spirits lifted immensely. "Brother Cao, I shall take my leave for now," Ho Wushi said, feeling considerably reassured after receiving Cao Dingtian's promise. The life of the little monkey seemed secure. "Indeed, I shall visit you when time permits to address any issues." Cao Dingtian waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Cao, As a courtesy, let us dine together outside and converse further, Ho Wushi insisted, still concerned about his son's condition, eager to clarify matters with Cao Dingtian. Having just dined, perhaps another day, Cao Dingtian replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, my techniques are professional. Nothing untoward will occur." Lu Ruyin and her husband felt a chill. How was it that Ho Wushi appeared so subservient before Cao Dingtian? Was this truly the same worthless son-in-law? Seeing this, Ho Wushi finally felt his anxious heart settle. After leaving a gift, he turned to depart. Suddenly, Cao Dingtian realized something and remarked, wait a moment. My in-laws require a medical practice license. I have heard that you can procure one. Could you arrange it for me? It's a trivial matter. I shall dispatch a staff member to retrieve it for you tomorrow. Ho Wushi responded respectfully. Cao Dingtian nodded in satisfaction, waving him off. Very well, you may go. Lu Ruyin and her husband's expressions contorted. Cao Dingtian's demeanor was unmistakably that of someone in a position of power. Was this the posture of a worthless individual? Old Luo, am I dreaming? Even now, visions of Cao Dingtian commanding Ho Wushi lingered in Lu Ruyin's mind, akin to a leader directing his subordinate. This was Ho Wushi, after all, the foremost figure in the Chinese medical community, and to engage in conversation with him was already a significant honor. Yet, here was Ho Wushi, groveling like a dog before a mere son-in-law. Lu Ruyin found it difficult to accept. No, you are not. Luo Yunfei also remained in stunned silence for quite some time. Were it not for Lu Ruyin's query, he too would have thought himself dreaming. Although Cao Dingtian's recent behavior had caught his attention, it did not reach the level of astonishment until just now, when he witnessed Ho Wushi's subservience. Luo Yunfei felt as though everything was unreal. Father, mother, what is happening? Upon returning to the hall after closing the door, Cao Dingtian found Luo Yunfei and Lu Ruyin's expressions wavering, as if in a trance. The moment he spoke, they snapped back to reality. This was indeed real. This meant that the Luo family's beauty salon would soon be opening its doors. Lu Ruyin, unusually gentle towards Cao Dingtian, warned one must not become overly complacent from small gains. Individuals like Ho Wushi are akin to tigers in the company of kings. Should he ever be displeased, our Luo family could be at risk. It will be prudent for you to seek a proper job. A lower salary is inconsequential, as stability is paramount. Cao Dingtian nodded in understanding. Yet, scarcely had he ascended the stairs when the hall erupted with Lu Ruyin's excited shriek. Chapter 47. Unwilling to touch before long, Cao Dingtian returned to Luo Qingqing's room. Listening to the incessant sound of the shower running in the bathroom, he silently mused about how long this woman took to bathe. Paying little heed, he settled himself comfortably, crossed his legs, and began to cultivate his invincible body technique. The encounter with the white-haired elder today had further solidified his previous thoughts. In a land of Huaxia, where dragons and tigers lay concealed, neglecting self-cultivation could lead to an untimely demise when faced with formidable opponents. Simultaneously, he yearned to prove himself, to rise through his own endeavors, to win Luo Qingqing's unwavering devotion to bear his children, and to ensure his in-laws never underestimated him. Most importantly, he wished to provide his father with a life of joy. Speaking of his father, Cao Dingtian was uncertain whether he had taken his medication on time. This thought ignited a flicker of concern within him. He resolved to make time in the next few days to visit home. He then immersed himself in his training. With an exceptionally high aptitude, he derived numerous insights from today's battle, and after simulating the combat in his mind, he enhanced his technique, achieving a minor success in the second layer of the invincible body technique. His eyes opened wide, sparkling like stars. The speed he felt was as swift as lightning. The first layer of the invincible body technique focused on fortifying the physical body, and upon reaching mastery, the practitioner would possess a physique of steel and iron. The second layer concentrated on speed. The legacy of the Cao family was all-encompassing, ensuring no aspect was neglected. Upon mastering the second layer, one could run at speeds comparable to an aircraft, ideal for escape. Currently, Cao Dingtian had only achieved a minor success, matching the speed of a cheetah. If he continued to refine his skills and became proficient in all 9 layers, he believed even the speed of light might struggle to keep pace with him. He muttered to himself, satisfied with his current progress, though he acknowledged that much time lay ahead. Suddenly, a foul odor permeated the air. After every training session, his body expelled impurities, a testament to his transformation. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was around 10 in the evening. It was time to bathe and retire for the night. However, hearing the shower still running after 2 hours puzzled him. What could possibly require such an extensive wash? In a moment of urgency, he stealthily peeked into the bathroom, only to discover it was devoid of any figure, and the sound of the shower had ceased. "Wife!" he called out, fully believing that if Luo Qingcheng heard him, even from her coffin, she would rise to scold him. Yet, silence prevailed. "Qingcheng," he called again, but still received no response. Anxiety began to grip him. The water heater in their home was electric, and the prolonged silence left him with a singular, alarming thought. Luo Qingcheng had suffered an electric shock. Without a second thought, he dashed to the bathroom door. He knocked several times, but silence reigned. When he turned the doorknob, he found it locked from within. This woman, was she playing a game? Cao Dingtian cursed under his breath. Feeling desperate, he gathered a surge of energy in his palm and forcefully breached the door. With a thunderous crash, the explosion-proof door of the bathroom was shattered, revealing the pale figure of Luo Qingcheng. At that moment, she lay motionless on the ground. A series of chilling sounds echoed in Cao Dingtian's ears. He realized that Luo Qingcheng had not suffered from electric shock. Just as he sought to identify the culprit, a dark figure darted past him like lightning. Cao Dingtian evaded with remarkable speed and glimpsed the source of the danger, a several-meter-long king cobra. The serpent raised its head over a meter high, rapidly flicking its tongue, gathering signals in preparation for another strike at Cao Dingtian. At that moment, Cao Dingtian noticed that the toilet lid in the bathroom was ajar. He surmised that the king cobra must have emerged from the sewer, slithering into the toilet before escaping the bathroom. Naturally, when Luo Qingcheng entered to take a shower, she fell victim to its bite. Panic surged through Cao Dingtian as his complexion changed drastically. The king cobra was among the most venomous snakes in the world, capable of taking down an elephant with its potent venom. If a regular person were bitten and did not receive prompt medical attention, their life would undoubtedly be at risk. Given the time that had elapsed since Luo Qingcheng's bite, without immediate application of the Jiang divine needle, her life hung in the balance. Filled with rage, Cao Dingtian transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the cobra's tail. Seizing a long strip of spicy snack, he struck it against the bathroom wall. A dull thud resonated as the serpent's head was mercilessly crushed, lying motionless on the ground when Cao Dingtian discarded it. "Darling," Cao Dingtian checked her pulse, relieved to find that she still had a faint breath. His expression softened considerably. Quickly, he turned off the shower and began to wipe down Luo Qingcheng's fair and rosy body with a towel. During this process, he discovered that the cobra had bitten the inner thigh of Luo Qingcheng, a particularly precarious location. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. Wrapping her up and carrying her back to her bed, time was of the essence. The priority was to extract the venom. Without hesitation, Cao Dingtian leaned in, sucking out the venom from the darkened area of her thigh, then spitting out a mouthful of black blood. The dark discoloration on her thigh vanished. Now, it was time to administer the needles. The fourth level of the Jiang divine needle specialized in detoxification. Cao Dingtian retrieved silver needles and began to puncture the acupuncture points on Luo Qingcheng's body. With each insertion, dark smoke began to emerge from within her body, reminiscent of the scene with Shangwan Yutian. He continued with the second, third, and until the ninth needle before finally halting. Although 7 needles were typically sufficient to counteract the cobra's venom, he opted for 9 as a precaution. To his astonishment, the use of 9 needles caused the black smoke to erupt like a geyser. This indicated an accelerated healing process. Joy surged within Cao Dingtian. What could have taken several minutes, or even tens of minutes, to resolve was now nearing completion in under 2 minutes. At that moment, he recalled how Luo Qingcheng had been worn down by exhaustion in recent days, and he could not find the opportunity to administer treatment. Thus, he resolved to address all her ailments at once. After administering 5 more needles, the dark smoke dissipated entirely. Cao Dingtian was astonished to discover that the combined effect of the first and fourth layers was remarkably swift. Excellent. The products of the Cao family are indeed extraordinary. In less than 2 minutes, Cao Dingtian had collected all the silver needles. Under the healing of the 9-yang divine needle, Luo Qingsheng would awaken shortly. If she were to see herself lying bare upon the bed, it goes without saying she would conceive a myriad of ways to exact revenge on Cao Dingtian. Now, he had to dress her. However, gazing at Luo Qingsheng's flawless figure, Cao Dingtian could not help but smile meaningfully. It would be a missed opportunity not to touch. His hands gently caressed her, and the sensation was indeed as soft and supple as he had imagined. Just as Cao Dingtian was lost in thought, the door swung open violently, kicked by Lu Ruyan. Upon witnessing her daughter being so brazenly treated by Cao Dingtian, her expression darkened immediately. Cao Dingtian, you are outrageous. Lu Ruyan first kicked Luo Yunfei aside, then slammed the door shut with a heavy thud before storming towards Cao Dingtian and delivering a resounding slap across his face. You scoundrel! How dare you force yourself upon Qingsheng? Who gave you the audacity? Lu Ruyan was furious. Seeing the unconscious Luo Qingsheng, she knew that Cao Dingtian must have employed some dubious trickery. Moments ago, she had heard an explosion from the 4th floor and initially thought it might be due to some inconsequential item, but her unease compelled her to investigate. To her shock, she found Cao Dingtian attempting to take advantage of her daughter. Rage coursed through her veins. Had she arrived a moment later, her daughter might have fallen into the hands of a rogue. Cao Dingtian lowered his head, having nothing to say. After all, he had indeed acted against Luo Qingsheng. What did you give her? Lu Ruyan demanded angrily. I was saving her, Cao Dingtian replied softly. Lu Ruyan shoved him aside and covered her daughter's frail body with a blanket. Is this how you save someone, by stripping them so bare? She scolded. Now, get out of the Luo family immediately. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, bring your identification and household registration and report to the Civil Affairs Bureau punctually. Cao Dingtian kept his head down and turned to leave. Any further explanation would only provoke Lu Ruyan to insist he present himself at the Civil Affairs Bureau with his documents immediately. Ultimately, this misunderstanding arose from his own infatuation. Cao Dingtian sighed inwardly, having inherited the legacy of the Cao family, yet now becoming so brazen. It seemed he could not remain in this household any longer. He hoped that when Luo Qingsheng awoke and learned the truth, she would restore his honor. What happened? Luo Yunfei inquired sternly as he opened the door. Nothing. Cao Dingtian replied briefly before descending the stairs. Witnessing his forlorn figure, Luo Yunfei shook his head, just as Cao Dingtian stepped out of the Luo family villa. Luo Qingsheng regained consciousness. Mom, what has happened to me? Moments ago, as I was bathing, I suddenly felt the world spinning around me, and then I lost consciousness. She still felt a bit dizzy. It was that beast. He drugged you. He is no human. Lu Ruyan gently caressed Luo Qingsheng's head. Her heart filled with a desire to dismember Cao Dingtian. She recounted everything she had just witnessed to Luo Qingsheng. That scoundrel! How despicably cunning he is. I truly misjudged him. Tears streamed down Luo Qingsheng's face like rain on pear blossoms. It turned out that Cao Dingtian's recent transformation into an admirable figure was merely a fade. His intent was to bring her down. No wonder he uttered such words the day before. His heart is deserving of condemnation. She was so enraged that she nearly spat blood. Just yesterday, she had entertained thoughts that aligned with that rogue. Dear daughter, I have already spoken to him. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, we shall sever all ties with that beast. Lu Ruyan declared. Mom, Luo Qingsheng wanted to say something, but Lu Ruyan interrupted. Enough, we shall proceed as I say. With my daughter's beauty, she need not worry about finding a man. Luo Qingsheng fell silent for a moment, suddenly feeling discomfort. Ouch, Mom, I feel some pain below. Her words sent cold sweat cascading down Lu Ruyan's back. The implications were immense. As someone who had experienced such matters, how could she not understand? Her daughter had likely fallen victim to that beast. Lu Ruyan hung her head in despair. She never imagined that the seemingly innocuous Cao Dingtian would commit such a vile act. What are you still doing outside? Lu Ruyan shouted, to Luo Yunfei, who stood at the door. "Hurry in, grab your phone, call the police, and have that beast arrested." Luo Yunfei stepped inside, surveying the glass shards scattered across the floor, immediately recognizing that a significant incident had occurred. Suddenly, he noticed a long black object in the bathroom. Driven by curiosity, he approached, and a several-meter-long spicy strip appeared before him. "My goodness!" Luo Yunfei exclaimed, startled. "Isn't this a king cobra?" However, the spicy strip lay motionless, seemingly lifeless. Once he confirmed the king cobra was indeed dead, he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. "You old fool. Our daughter has been wronged, and you're still dawdling. Hurry and report it to the authorities to capture that beast." Lu Ruyan was furious. "Wife, perhaps it's not as you think. Come and see for yourself," Luo Yunfei responded. Lu Ruyan reassured Luo Qingcheng momentarily, then gritted her teeth and dashed into the bathroom. Upon seeing the king cobra, thicker than her arm, her body bristled with fear, and a piercing scream escaped her lips. It is well known that women are particularly terrified of caterpillar-like creatures, let alone such a large snake. She clung tightly to Luo Yunfei, fearful that the king cobra might pose a threat to her. "Wife, do not panic. It is already dead," Luo Yunfei comforted her. "Dead?" Lu Ruyan looked again, and indeed, the several-meter-long king cobra lay completely still, allowing her to exhale in relief. It had truly terrified her. "Wife, I believe you may have misunderstood Dingtian. This snake must have bitten our daughter before he killed it." Luo Yunfei began to deduce like a detective, believing that Luo Qingcheng had only broken through the bathroom door after being harmed by the venomous snake. Given the urgency of the situation, physical contact was indeed unavoidable. Following his reasoning, Lu Ruyan approached Luo Qingcheng with a hint of skepticism, inquiring about her pain. Under Luo Qingcheng's direction, she discovered that there were indeed 2 fang marks on the inside of her thigh, unmistakably left by that king cobra. Her complexion immediately turned ashen, resembling that of a liver. It was a grave misunderstanding of Cao Dingtian. "My dear, we truly misjudged Dingtian. That boy risked his life to save our daughter." Upon seeing the blood on the ground, Luo Yunfei's conviction grew stronger. He was an upright man, and in such circumstances, taking certain actions was not a grave matter. "Old Luo, which side are you on?" Lu Ruyan scolded. "My love, I am merely being truthful," Luo Yunfei replied. "Daughter, Dingtian did not commit any outrageous acts. He was saving you." Luo Yunfei reiterated his deduction. Luo Qingcheng gasped, her mouth slightly agape, realizing the sequence of events. She had not anticipated that Cao Dingtian had used his mouth to extract the venom from the king cobra. It was an extremely perilous act, and she felt remorse for having wronged him. "Where is he?" Luo Qingcheng asked anxiously. Luo Yunfei helplessly waved his hand. "He was chased away by your mother and told to bring his ID and household registration to divorce you tomorrow." Luo Qingcheng exclaimed. "Quickly call him." "Dear, should we still report him to the authorities?" "Report? Report your head." At this moment, Cao Dingtian was walking down the long street, the evening breeze caressing his handsome face. The summer night air was truly refreshing. Since becoming a son-in-law, he had not ventured out alone to breathe fresh air for quite some time. Upon reaching the bus stop, he paused to wait for a vehicle. He intended to return home, having not seen his father for 2 days, fearing that he might forget to take his medication. "Brother Cao?" At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Cao Dingtian turned to see Li. Judging by her attire, she had just finished work. Li had not expected to encounter Cao Dingtian again. She excitedly rushed to him, bending down to catch her breath. "Brother Cao, it's really you." She was breathless, patting her notably expansive chest, appearing particularly charming. Cao Dingtian diverted his gaze. Having just gotten into trouble tonight, he inquired, "Why are you working so late? Was there a surgery today?" Li replied excitedly, "Thanks to you, Brother Cao, I'm on the verge of another promotion." After Chun Dashan returned today, he immediately reported to the higher-ups, suggesting that Li's proactive work ethic warranted her promotion to chief nurse. Although many questioned Li, they could only accept Chun Dashan's recommendation, for they understood the formidable background he possessed. Even the former chief nurse willingly stepped aside to make way for her. In truth, she is merely a mistress of Chun Dashan, and his words are as firm as iron. Thus, when the workday concluded this evening, the hospital leaders convened a meeting, during which Li was promoted. Following the meeting, the two head nurses completed their handover. Once Li had familiarized herself with everything, the time had almost come. "Brother Cao, to express my gratitude, allow me to treat you to a grand feast," she said, her radiant smile illuminating the room. "No refusals are permitted. Otherwise, I might become quite upset," she added playfully. Cao Dingtian chuckled knowingly. Having expended considerable energy earlier, he felt it was acceptable to indulge a bit now. He nodded in agreement and reached for his phone to call his father, only to find it had run out of battery. Never mind, he thought. Since he had promised Li, he would honor his word and take a cab home after their meal. The two soon arrived at a bustling night market. Although Li had initially envisioned dining at a Michelin-starred restaurant, Cao Dingtian declined. In his view, barbecue was the most authentic cuisine of the earthly realm. Li readily accepted this notion. As long as Cao Dingtian made a decision, she would wholeheartedly support him, even if they wished to visit a nearby bar afterwards. She would certainly accompany him without hesitation. The lively night market became even more animated with their arrival. It was no wonder. The presence of the stunningly attractive Li sent waves of excitement through the young men indulging in alcohol. Her fitted attire showcased her commanding aura, and even Cao Dingtian found himself drawn to her magnetic presence, feeling a parched throat as they settled into a corner. The proprietor promptly presented the menu for their selection. Li encouraged Cao Dingtian to take the lead. He did not disappoint her trust, ordering an array of dishes while ensuring a balance of meat and vegetables. As the proprietor worked wonders in the kitchen, tantalizing aromas wafted towards them. However, their expressions shifted slightly upon noticing a few items they had not ordered. The proprietor, wearing a sly grin, said, "Young man, these are on the house. Enjoy them, and I assure you, you'll have plenty of energy tonight." Li's cheeks flushed instantly. She was well aware of what those items entailed. "It's a delicacy," Cao Dingtian mused, silently admiring the proprietor's business acumen, which explained the bustling clientele. After expressing his gratitude to the proprietor, he began to serve Li. The two engaged in an intimate exchange, sharing bites as if they were a couple. Their closeness palpable. "Ah, youth is truly wonderful," the proprietor remarked before returning to his duties. At that moment, a young man with dyed yellow hair approached their table. He held a beer in his left hand and a cigarette delicately pinched between his fingers on the right. Cao Dingtian and Li remained silent, ignoring him as if he were invisible. Perhaps feeling his authority was being challenged, the young man slammed his beer glass onto their table, causing a loud clap. "No one here dares to disregard me when enjoying barbecue on this street," he thundered. Wu Xiao, please calm down." Upon sensing the tension in the atmosphere, the proprietor hurriedly emerged from within, offering a flattering remark. "Young Master Wu, they are unable to drink. Let us show some courtesy and let it be." Young Master Wu, the scion of the Wu family in Longjiang City, frequently frequented late-night food stalls, accruing debts at numerous vendors. With his family's vast influence and his own domineering demeanor, he would not hesitate to resort to violence against vendors should they displease him. These merchants had no recourse but to acquiesce in order to survive. In an abrupt motion, young Master Wu struck the shopkeeper across the face. "What respect do you deserve in my presence? Should you attempt to thwart my endeavors again, consider your establishment closed." Witnessing Wu's audacious arrogance, his entourage began to jeer and whistle in approval. The women he desired, even the Queen Mother herself, would be compelled to submit and climb onto his proverbial dragon bed. "Young Master Wu, allow me to cover all expenses for you and your companions tonight. I beseech you. Spare these two guests," the shopkeeper implored, his tone subservient. With no hesitation, Wu delivered another slap to the shopkeeper's face, seething, "Old fool, should you speak again, I shall ruin your mouth." The shopkeeper, clutching his stinging cheek, found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Few could evade the clutches of such ruffians, and he sincerely wished to protect his patrons. Yet Wu was a figure he could not afford to offend. "My dear beauty, will you drink this glass or not?" Wu's eyes glinted with menace. The moment he laid eyes on Li, He was captivated by her alluring figure, confident in his conquests. He had never encountered a woman of her caliber outside the realms of foreign cinema. Just one glance told him that the night would be a fierce battle. Consequently, when pouring the wine, he had added some stimulating ingredients to enhance the ambience. I shall reiterate, my patience is not boundless. Once it wanes, I shall leave your companion a cripple, destined to languish in bed for eternity, Wu declared with malevolence. Lily was thrown into a state of panic. Her delicate face drained of color. She whispered, I will drink. Ha, that's more like it. Wu clapped his hands in delight. If it had been this simple, we would have avoided all this trouble. The shopkeeper's heart bled at the thought of this beautiful girl being subjected to such cruelty. Trembling, Lily grasped the glass firmly and slowly raised it to her lips. Wu's expression was one of fervent anticipation, his eyes gleaming with desire. Drink, drink. After you savor this specially concocted elixir, tonight, those magnificent assets of yours shall be mine to indulge in. Chapter 50. We were wrongly Li, put it down? Cao Dingtian spoke after a prolonged silence. Hearing these words, Wu's previously excited expression transformed into one of fury. Cao Dingtian was defying him. Yet Li Li's hand, still unsteady with the glass, understood that refusing to drink would ensure this ordeal continued. There are no buts. I am in charge here. Ultimately, Lily chose Dohiting than his counsel. In Cao Dingtian, she once again felt the elusive sensation of security. You brat dare cross me? You are destined for misfortune. Wu Erfan sneered, then produced a butterfly knife from his pocket, immediately showcasing a flamboyant display of knife techniques. The onlookers, their blood surging with excitement, erupted in cheers and whistles. Whenever Wu Erfan brandished his knife, it was inevitable that someone would soon be stained with blood. Seeing this, the boss, in a moment of desperation, pulled out a thick stack of cash, amounting to over 1,000 or 2,000 yuan, and pleaded, Wu Xiao, this is my earnings for tonight. I present it to you. Please do not cause a ruckus here. If anything were to happen at the night market, it would surely attract the attention of the police, leading to potential closure and mandatory inspections, which would jeopardize his livelihood. The boss desperately hoped that money could resolve this unnecessary trouble. After all, he had dependents to care for, and this stall was his source of income. It could not afford to shut down. With a sharp snap, Wu Erfan sheathed the butterfly knife into the table. You old fool, you are challenging my limits. The boss's pores widened in fear as he sensed the murderous intent emanating from Wu Erfan. True to form, as Wu Erfan withdrew the knife from the table, he lunged at the boss with a ferocious expression. I have warned you. Bark again, and you shall die. Beneath the glimmering blade of the butterfly knife, the boss's murky eyes erupted with profound despair. However, just as Wu Erfan was about to strike, he felt his arm gripped by Cao Dingtian with an astonishing speed that eluded his perception. Are you seeking death? Wu Erfan seethed, his irritation mounting at the interference. Cao Dingtian's assertiveness only solidified Wu Erfan's resolve not to let him off easily tonight. Yet, no matter how hard he struggled, his butterfly knife could not penetrate further. He sensed that Cao Dingtian possessed an extraordinary strength. Brat, if you have the guts, let me go. Wu Erfan fumed. The next moment, to his surprise, Cao Dingtian indeed released his grip. Seeing that the situation had not yet spiraled out of control, the boss hurriedly urged Cao Dingtian to take Li and flee. Run? You are far too naive. Wu Erfan chuckled coldly, then shouted to his entourage, what are you all sitting there for? Hurry and join in. Initially, he had intended to seize the spotlight alone, but after a brief confrontation with Cao Dingtian, he recognized that the latter was no easy opponent. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. With his crew joining in, even if Cao Dingtian possessed unparalleled skills, survival would be unlikely. Tonight, he intended for Cao Dingtian to learn the consequences of defying him, and he also aimed to demonstrate to Li the repercussions of disobedience. Responding to his call, a throng of young people swiftly rose from their tables, encircling Cao Dingtian and Li. Brat, kneel and apologize, then send your woman to my bed. If you comply, I may let this slide. Otherwise, not only will you die tonight, but your woman will also face the scrutiny of my brothers in line. Wu Erfan declared with arrogance. feeling like an emperor amidst the crowd of hundreds. This place is too small. Let's take this outside, Cao Dingtian coldly suggested. Well, well, young man, you certainly have a bold spirit, thinking you can take on all of us single-handedly, mocked Wu Erfan. Then, with a voice reminiscent of a duck's quack, he bellowed. Did you hear that, brothers? He wants to take us all on by himself. The group erupted in laughter. They had encountered reckless individuals before, but none had been audacious enough to such an extent. All right, there's an open space outside. We shall await your arrival. With that, Wu Erfan led the way to a vacant area designated for parking, a place where they could freely engage in combat. Naturally, he was not concerned about Cao Dingtian and his companions fleeing. Rather, they were captivated by the thrill of a cat-and-mouse game. Brother Cao. Lily tugged at Cao Dingtian's sleeve, clearly reluctant for him to face so many adversaries alone. Little brother. The shopkeeper's face was etched with worry, fearing for Cao Dingtian's life in such a perilous situation. He had witnessed the ruthlessness of these young men. Cao Dingtian gently stroked Li Li's hair before turning away. What is your name? I, Wu Erfan. Do not engage with nameless individuals, he called out as Cao Dingtian stepped into the crowd. Cao Dingtian, he replied calmly. Cao Dingtian? Wu Erfan sneered. You truly have an overinflated sense of self-worth. The vast and profound nature of the Chinese language seemed to elude him, much like the misunderstanding surrounding the name of Cao Dingtian, akin to that of the renowned Shangwanwaner. Brothers, tonight we fight without restraint. Whatever happens, I will bear the consequences, Wu Erfan incited, emboldening the already intoxicated man. Just as they were about to charge and gang up on Cao Dingtian, a sharp sound pierced the air. Slap. Cao Dingtian's hand met Wu Erfan's face, sending several teeth flying and blood spilling forth. How dare a worthless fool initiate an attack? Wu Erfan cursed vehemently, then issued orders, kill him. In no time, a horde of men brandished beer bottles, aiming for Cao Dingtian's head. However, to their dismay, Cao Dingtian proved elusive, slipping through their grasp like a loach. Useless. You're all a bunch of good-for-nothings. Frustration and anger surged within Wu Erfan as he witnessed over 100 men fail to subdue a single Cao Dingtian. Bang! In the next moment, one of his underlings was sent flying at his feet, ribs broken, teetering on the brink of life and death. Slap! Simultaneously, another henchman was struck down, arcing through the air like a projectile before landing at Wu Erfan's feet. Wu Erfan could not help but feel a sense of dread. How could Cao Dingtian possess such extraordinary abilities? Then, an even more astonishing occurrence transpired. With each strike, Cao Dingtian delivered. Wu Erfan's men were sent crashing down at his feet, forming a veritable tower of flesh, now numbering 30 to 40 bodies. This is impossible. Wu Erfan shook his head vigorously, unable to accept the reality before him. His subordinates were seasoned warriors. How could they be so easily defeated? My dear girl, your man is truly formidable. The shopkeeper's face was a canvas of astonishment. Cao Dingtian's ferocity rendered the earlier show of bravado unnecessary. A flush crept across Li Li's cheeks, though her expression bore a hint of disappointment. Because this man was not hers, as the conversation unfolded. Cao Dingtian continued his relentless slaughter, the tower of bodies rising to a height of 2 or 3 meters. Witnessing Cao Dingtian as if possessed by the spirit of a war god, the remaining dozen or so individuals knelt in surrender. Brother, we were wrong. Spare us. Their faces were ashen, attempting to trample Cao Dingtian, only to find themselves stepping on iron nails instead. Chapter 51. I will support you, useless trash. How dare you consume my resources, only to be of no use in a critical moment. Wu Erfan berated the group vehemently. Brother Fan, we truly cannot fight back. One subordinate lowered his head. If you're so capable, why don't you take a turn? Wu Erfan was filled with frustration. He often flaunted his might, relying on sheer numbers. In a one-on-one confrontation, even a high school student could easily overpower him. At that moment, Cao Dingtian's cold gaze landed on the stubborn Wu Erfan. Wu Erfan felt as though he were being preyed upon by a wild beast, cold sweat trickling down his back. He understood that if he continued to act tough, his life would be at stake. Ultimately, he chose to submit, kneeling heavily before Cao Dingtian. "Brother, I was wrong. Please show mercy and let me go." Cao Dingtian remained silent, beckoning him to come closer with a gesture, just as Wu Erfan contemplated rising to approach him. The frigid expression on Cao Dingtian's face made him abandon the thought, opting instead to crawl on his knees toward him. In the next instant, Cao Dingtian delivered a resounding slap. "What face do you have here? Even if I were to grant you one, could you truly bear it?" The boss observed the scene, secretly relishing the moment. This group had long deserved a reckoning. Lily trembled, realizing the significance of such a slap for a beauty. "Brother, I misspoke. You are magnanimous. Please spare me." Wu Erfan lowered his voice, humbled. Another slap followed. "Is she someone you can covet?" Upon hearing this, Lily felt warmth in her heart. Cao Dingtian cared for her. Wu Erfan, unable to voice his anger, understood that no one dared to covet the brother's woman. He was to settle his debts with the boss before returning to face his punishment. Though reluctant, Wu Erfan had no choice but to comply in the face of overwhelming power. Ding! Payment successful, at last. He cleared the tens of thousands owed to the boss over the past year. He stumbled, kneeling before Cao Dingtian. "Brother, I have followed through with everything. Can I leave now?" He was still too naive. In the next moment, Cao Dingtian pointed at his pocket, beckoning him again. Wu Erfan's face turned pale. How did Cao Dingtian know he had the coward's bane hidden in his pocket? He prudently surrendered it, revealing a full vial. Cao Dingtian took the vial and gestured to the dozen individuals before him. As they knelt in unison, he administered an injection to each, followed by a few pills. "You lot, if you fail to satisfy young Master Wu tonight, I will certainly come after you." As he spoke, the blood within those bodies began to boil, inciting an urge to engage in unspeakable acts. "I leave this in your hands." The words of Cao Dingtian startled Wu Erfan, causing him to hurriedly cover himself. In the next moment, he was escorted away by the crowd. Soon, anguished wails echoed from a dark corner, the commotion unmistakably intense. "Young man, having crossed paths with the Wu family, you may find yourself facing considerable troubles in Longjiang City," the proprietor lamented. The Wu family is known for their relentless vengeance, particularly the eldest son, who is notoriously brutal and more ferocious than Wu Erfan. Upon learning of his brother's mistreatment, he would undoubtedly not spare Cao Dingtian. "They had best not provoke me. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to obliterate the entire Wu family," Cao Dingtian declared resolutely. The proprietor smiled faintly, having witnessed the formidable presence of Cao Dingtian that night. Perhaps, as he suggested, the reality was indeed as he claimed. Before long, Cao Dingtian and his companion departed, with him naturally escorting Lily home. Given the tumultuous events of the evening, he felt uneasy about allowing her to traverse the night alone. The two walked closely side by side, exchanging not a single word. Lily bit her lip, yearning to voice her thoughts, but finding herself at a loss. An uncomfortable sensation enveloping her. Finally, upon reaching the base of her apartment, she hesitantly spoke. "Brother Cao, please stay over tonight. It is late, and it would be unsafe for you to return alone. Here, you would be secure." As she uttered these words, her face radiated a blush akin to a ripe apple, utterly enchanting. "Cao Dingtian's my Wam Li." After sharing the details regarding Cao Diwang's situation with Li Li, he hailed a cab to head home. Lily was not disheartened. She believed that with sincere effort, one day, Brother Cao would surely cross her threshold. Meanwhile, at the People's Hospital, a conversation unfolded. "Did you hear? A patient just arrived, seemingly having been assaulted by a dozen individuals. It is said he is on the brink of death. Such madness exists in Longjiang City. We women must take care to venture out less at night." No, the victim is not a woman, but a man, reportedly a son of the Wu family. In the corridor, nurses and doctors exchanged their discourse. At that moment, several figures rushed in, led by a man approximately 6 feet tall, his face betraying an aura of unrestrained fury. They forcefully kicked open the door to the intensive care unit. "Who dares to harm my brother?" The speaker was Wu Daifan, the eldest son of the Wu family, flanked by either bodyguards or followers. "Young Master Wu, we have done all we can. Young Master Erfan will have to rely on a colostomy bag from now on." The attending physician shook his head, having never encountered such an outrageous case before. Wu Dafan glared at the throng of assailants, demanding, who was responsible? His name is Cao Dingtian, one of them replied. Cao Dingtian? Wu Dafan murmured, struggling to recall such a name from the upper echelons of society. Send word. We must locate this individual at all costs. I want him to pay 1,000-fold. A fierce glint ignited in Wu Dafan's eyes. Before long, news of the bounty on Cao Dingtian in Longjiang City reached the ears of the elite. At that moment, the inebriated Jiang Huaqiang, upon receiving this information, allowed a smile to spread across his face. As chaos erupted in Longjiang City, Cao Dingtian returned home, where the rented room still radiated a warm glow. After knocking, the door was opened by Cao Wang, whose face beamed with joy upon seeing his son. Father, what is this? Cao Dingtian inquired, noticing his father preparing marinated meats for the morrow. He realized his father was returning to his former trade. Father, you just recovered from a serious illness. Why resume your old profession? Cao Dingtian asked. Being idle is wearisome. Now that I have regained my strength, I wish to save more for you, so you can hold your head high among others in the future, Cao Wang replied. Tears welled in Cao Dingtian's eyes. No matter the circumstances, a father's concern remains unwavering. This profound debt of gratitude is one that can never be repaid in a lifetime. He felt an urgent need to strengthen himself, enabling his father to enjoy a life of ease soon. Father, you must not return to this old profession. I will take care of you, Cao Dingtian insisted, aware that his father's ailments stemmed from this very vocation. The toll of poor nutrition and sleepless nights had accumulated into chronic illness over time. So, as long as you are well treated at the Luo family, I am at ease. You need not worry about me, Cao Wang reassured him. Cao Dingtian found himself momentarily speechless. No amount of persuasion could alter his father's resolve. Only by achieving financial stability and securing a home could he hope for his father to abandon this grueling profession. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps outside caught Cao Dingtian's attention. Come out, Cao Dingtian, and face your demise. A brazen voice echoed after the footsteps ceased. Xiao Tian. Cao Wang's expression turned to one of alarm. After calming his father's nerves, Cao Dingtian stepped outside to confront the impending threat. You have finally emerged. Wu Dafan spoke coldly. And you are? Cao Dingtian surveyed the crowd, noting several martial artists among them, particularly a formidable elder with gray hair. You have offended the Wu family. Do you believe you can erase this transgression? Cao Dingtian realized that the Wu family had come seeking vengeance. Leave now, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Cao Dingtian retorted coldly. What audacity! The Wu family has dominated Longjiang City for many years and has never been disrespected in such a manner, Wu Dafan sneered. Your words have indeed reshaped my understanding of you. Boy, do not think that defeating my brother's lackeys makes you formidable. The depths of Longjiang City are far beyond your comprehension. He laughed haughtily, adding, if you wish to survive, I can spare your life if you are willing to cripple yourself. Fool! Cao Dingtian, gulp. You tread in heavenly paths, yet refuse to walk them, while boldly marching into hell. Furious, Wu Dafan glared at the elder beside him. Uncle Zhong, break this boy's limbs. Understood. The elder nodded and prepared to strike. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in with news. Young master, Jiang Shao wishes to witness his nemesis fall before his eyes. He instructed me to inform you. Let him come. Without his assistance, our vengeance remains unfulfilled. Soon, Jiang Huaqiang and Su Wanru appeared before Cao Dingtian. In that instant, clarity dawned upon him. It is evident that Jiang Huaqiang provided his leads to Wu Dafan. He felt an overwhelming shock. Despite having concealed his residence with great care, he never anticipated that Jiang Huaqiang would still manage to locate him. This realization only solidified his resolve to reunite with his father. If needed, he would hire formidable bodyguards to protect him. Cao Dingtian, did you ever imagine this? Jiang Huaqiang sneered. He had discovered their dwelling the very next day after Cao Dingtian moved in. Due to respect for Cao Dingtian's strength, they had refrained from taking rash action. However, with the Wu family, a powerful clan, now involved, they would not hesitate. Cao Dingtian, out of regard for our past, if you kneel and apologize, I might plead with young Master Wu to spare your life, allowing you to linger on. Suwandu dito indiganti. Suwandu. Do you still perceive me as the person I once was? Do you think I would bow down for a mere 500,000? Cao Dingtian replied coldly. In the past, he indeed bowed for that sum, but since inheriting the legacy of the Cao family, he had sworn never to kneel before anyone again. Cao Dingtian, you remain stubbornly obstinate. Can you not recognize the situation? What do you possess to contend with the Wu family? Wanru has worried herself to pieces for you. Su Shan interjected urgently. I have stated that I am no longer the person I used to be. You are not even qualified to look up to me now. Upon hearing this, Su Shan covered her mouth, laughing. It seemed to her the most amusing joke she had ever heard. The Wu family is immensely powerful. Even 10 Jiang families could not measure up. Additionally, she had just subtly hinted to Su Wanru that the bulges under the clothing of the Wu family's bodyguards were most likely firearms. Cao Dingtian, oblivious to the reality, continued to boast, and she could hardly contain her laughter. Since you refuse to acknowledge your situation, I shall no longer concern myself with you. I have exhausted my compassion. May you fend for yourself. With that, Su Wanru turned to Wu Dafan. Young Master Wu, I hope you will allow me the honor of delivering the final blow. Su Wanru had come here today to settle her grievances with Cao Dingtian. From this moment forth, her secrets would remain undisclosed, enabling her to smoothly assume her role as the young mistress of the Jiang family. I grant it. Wu Dafan nodded. The elder rushed towards Cao Dingtian, preparing to end his life. Boy, to fall into my hands is an honor you should cherish. The elder sneered. In Longjiang City, few can compel me to act. With that, a formidable aura erupted from the elder, causing the tranquil night to tremble as though an earthquake had struck. A master in the late stage of the profound realm, Jiang Huaqiang was utterly astonished. He had previously believed the white-haired elder he had hired was the pinnacle of strength in Longjiang City, only to find this elder's prowess even more formidable. Just moments ago, he had worried that this elder might not be able to contend with Cao Dingtian. To subdue him would require the combined efforts of multiple warriors. Upon witnessing the elder's true power, Jiang Huaqiang realized that his earlier concerns were unwarranted. The Wu family's foundation is indeed terrifying. Boy, prepare to meet your end. Astonished, the elderly man shot towards Cao Dingtian like a launched rocket, aiming to strike his chest with a powerful palm. However, in the blink of an eye, Cao Dingtian not only evaded the attack effortlessly, but also neutralized the old man's force. What? Wu Dafan was taken aback. Cao Dingtian was indeed a martial artist. It was no wonder that his younger brother had fallen victim to him. Jiang Huaqiang and the other two remained remarkably composed. They were aware of Cao Dingtian's martial prowess and his previous defeat of a profound-level master. Yet why was this elder, already in the latter stages of the profound realm, unable to subdue Cao Dingtian? His recent performance was nothing short of extraordinary, leading them to speculate that he had perhaps undergone a transformation of sorts. Chuckling disdainfully, the elder remarked, "No wonder you are so arrogant." Calmly, he extended 2 fingers. What I just used was merely 20% of my strength. Do not think that merely escaping makes you formidable. Next, I shall employ 70% of my power, and you will understand the meaning of a human purgatory. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huaqiang and the other sighed with relief, realizing they had perhaps overestimated Cao Dingtian. The elder using only 20% of his strength was akin to their dispatched experts. However, employing his full strength, Cao Dingtian would undoubtedly be no match. With a surge to 70% of his power, the elder's strength and speed increased significantly. He began to circle around Cao Dingtian, his movements resembling a dazzling display. Now, can you capture my figure? Like a gust of wind, he swirled around Cao Dingtian, confident that a single strike would easily overwhelm him. Yet, he had no intention of granting Cao Dingtian respite. He aimed to toy with him until his spirit was utterly shattered. Witnessing this, Wu Dafan and the others could only exclaim how the elderly were indeed seasoned. Even when victory seemed assured, they preferred to manipulate their adversaries with cruel finesse. However, in the very next moment, Cao Dingtian delivered a resounding slap that sent the elder flying, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Chapter 53, Humanitia. The group gasped in astonishment. How could such a formidable elder be dispatched with a mere slap by Cao Dingtian? He was a master of the profound realm. In Longjiang City, profound realm masters held terrifying power and an exalted status. How could he be so easily defeated? An unsettling feeling gripped their hearts. At that moment, the elder, clutching his stinging cheek, slowly rose to his feet, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. He found himself compelled to reassess the man before him, whose confidence had led him to believe that his unleashed strength would be enough to turn the tide. Impressive, young one, the elder bellowed, but now I shall get serious. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying aura radiated from him, as if he could tear apart the very fabric of the void. The earlier unease among the onlookers gradually subsided upon witnessing the elder unleash such overwhelming power. As his strength reached its zenith, he finally halted. If one listened closely, the air around him crackled with a popping sound, the noise of air being shattered by his formidable presence. Reveal your true capabilities, young one. The elder remarked otherwise. You shall have no chance. Is that so? Cao Dingtian slightly lifted his eyelids and swiftly unleashed a palm strike. The elder smiled gracefully, unperturbed. His current physical strength was such that blades and bullets could not pierce him. He merely deflected the attack with a gentle block. A dull thud resonated as Cao Dingtian's palm was halted by the elder's arms. A mere trivial skill. Yet in the next moment, the elder unexpectedly coughed up blood. What? This is impossible. His eyes widened in disbelief. Despite having blocked Cao Dingtian's force, how could he still sustain injury? The pain continued to pulse through his nerves. Suddenly, fear flickered in the elder's eyes as he sensed his strength gradually waning. Even with every ounce of effort he could muster, it slipped away like sand through an hourglass. What have you done to me? The elder's face was a mask of horror. Old man, at your age, you should quietly enjoy your twilight years at home instead of meddling in battles. With this strike, decades of your cultivation have surely strained your meridians beyond endurance. Cao Dingtian Zetponde Guli, you have crippled my martial arts. The elder roared in fury. He attempted to retaliate, but now he lacked even the strength to hold chopsticks. What? Wu Dafan and the others turned pale. They never imagined that with a single strike, Cao Dingtian could incapacitate a master of the Xian realm. Even some Earth-level experts would require time to disable someone in the Mid-Xian realm. How could this waste of a son-in-law possess such formidable power? Young master, I am incompetent. Back among the group, the elder muttered in shame. Uncle Zhong, you have worked hard. Just as the words left his lips, a gunshot rang out, and the elder collapsed into a pool of blood. Until his last breath, the elder's face bore an expression of unwillingness. He could not fathom that a lifetime of dedication could end at the hands of a mere child. I, Wu Dafan, do not require such useless trash. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huaqiang and the others broke into a cold sweat. Wu Dafan was indeed as ruthless as the rumor suggested. Cao Dingtian, surrender, and I will grant you a swift death. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to perforate you with several bullets, Wu Dafan threatened, his gun aimed at Cao Dingtian. Just then, the sound of an engine echoed. The crowd turned to see uniformed police officers approaching. You are surrounded. Surrender and lay down your weapons. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Cao Dingtian was astonished. Was that not Cao Dahua? It turned out that Cao Duong had discreetly called the police upon realizing the danger posed by this group. As the formidable head of the criminal investigation team, Cao Dahua was naturally the first to respond to such perilous cases. He recognized Cao Dingtian as well. Those who do not surrender shall be shot, Cao Dahua commanded, and the soldiers he brought trained their submachine guns on Wu Dafan and his men. Facing the ominous barrels, their hearts raced, rising to their throats. Although they possessed several handguns, they were insignificant in the presence of well-trained police officers who were also armed with submachine guns. I surrender, Wu Dafan ultimately chose to relent. After discarding his handgun, several of his subordinates followed suit. Observing their cessation of resistance, Cao Dahua proclaimed loudly, "Bring them all to me in handcuffs. Anyone who defies my orders shall be executed." Cao, I am Wu Dafan, one of your own. He He attempted to establish a connection. Wu Dafan, is Wu Kaitai your father? Cao Dahua inquired. Yes, indeed. Wu Kaitai is my father. Wu Dafan nodded vigorously. Upon recognizing his lineage, Cao Dahua surely would not press him further. Although he could not eliminate Cao Dingtian today, he believed that time was on his side. In any case, he vowed never to rest until Cao Dingtian was dead. That is splendid. Make sure to secure this troublesome fellow tightly. Do not let him escape. Cao Dahua's words doused Wu Dafan with a cold reality. Cao, see clearly, I am the son of Cao Kaitai. Cao Dahu, intend to capture the son of Wu Kaitai. Cao Dahua waved his hand dismissively. Take him away. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Huaqing and the others were also ushered into the vehicle. They were involved in a homicide today, and even if they jumped into the Yellow River, they cannot wash away their guilt. Cao, thank you, Cao Dingtian said, clasping his hands in gratitude. Haha, Brother Cao, it is all good. Should you encounter such matters in the future, feel free to call me. I shall see which rogue dares to challenge the Cao family, Cao Dahua declared with righteous fervor. Cao Dingtian wanted to inquire about how many heads they could claim. Now that they had established a bitter enmity, he needed to be more cautious. Rest assured, for murder, there is a price to pay. Wu Kaitai's son is doomed, and those armed men will surely meet a grim fate. Cao Dahua affirmed, I will remember this favor tonight. If ever the Cao family requires assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall go through fire and water for you, Cao Dingtian replied. Too kind, Brother Cao. I shall take my leave now to report back. We shall share a drink another day. Indeed, Cao Dingtian nodded, suddenly recalling Cao Dahua's matter. Cao, remember to keep that talisman with you at all times. Cao Dahua pulled a talisman from his breast pocket and smiled as he departed. Following this incident, Cao Dingtian felt an even stronger urge to keep his father close. He resolved to ask a friend to help him find accommodation for his father the very next day. Moving him in, for the Luo family would surely oppose such an arrangement, having threatened him that very day. The rejuvenation hall. Cao Dingtian thought of his disciple. Yet, relying on his disciple was fraught with trouble. He believed his own efforts were more reliable. After much contemplation, he decided to consult Shangguan Wanner in the morning, as he would need to leverage some connections. Chapter 54. The Test of the Wu Family. What did you say? Dafan has been captured by Cao Dahua. A middle-aged man clad in traditional attire, with black hair interspersed with strands of gray, spoke in a deep voice. He was Wu Kaitai, the patriarch of the Wu family. Yes, my lord. The eldest young master was captured alongside the young master of the Jiang family, a trembling subordinate reported. Cao Dahua has always regarded me with disdain. How can this fellow be so careless in his actions? Is he truly intent on driving me to frustration? Wu Kaitai exclaimed in anger. Contact Jiang Xiaofeng immediately. We must rescue him from the police station. By heaven, I will ensure that whoever is responsible for Fanner's predicament pays dearly. At the police station, a sense of accomplishment enveloped the atmosphere. You have performed admirably this time, one remarked. Wu Kaitai is now under our thumb. He will think twice before speaking so boldly in Longjiang City. Within the Criminal Investigation Group's office, a middle-aged woman was engaged in conversation with Cao Dahua. She was his superior. Producing a golden card, she said, This is my personal reward for you. Take it and treat your subordinates. Cao Dahua replied with disdain. The men of the Criminal Investigation Group are never mere drunks. We need no such base rewards. Merely acknowledgement of our contribution suffices. Cao, it is truly fortunate to have you in the Criminal Investigation Group. However, I fear there may be unforeseen complications from above, the woman expressed, concern etched on her face. Suddenly, the door to the office was kicked open, and a group entered, led by the police chief, Liao Jianbo, accompanied by Wu Kaitai and Jiang Xiaofeng. Their intentions were clearly malevolent. Cao Dahua, are you aware of the absurdity of your actions? Liao Jianbo stormed in, his tone filled with fury. There is no doubt that holding a gun and committing murder in public warrants the gravest of consequences. If you believe my actions are inappropriate, you are free to take me down. Cao Dahua was acutely aware of the collusion between Wu Kaitai and Liao Jianbo. Liao acted as a shield for the Wu family, allowing them to operate with impunity in Longjiang City. Initially, he thought capturing Wu Dafan would force him to divulge Wu Kaitai's crimes, leading to his downfall. However, with Wu Kaitai now turning to Liao Jianbo before any torture was even employed, the situation appeared dire. Director, what Cao Dahua has done is entirely justified. If we allow criminals to wield firearms and kill, the torrent of public opinion will surely consume us, and our standing among the people will plummet. The woman argued, "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my duties?" Liao Jianbo's eyes flashed with a murderous glint, casting a chilling atmosphere over the room. Several sycophants prepared to draw their weapons. Release young Master Wu and young Master Jiang. Who is in favor and who opposes? Liao Jianbo's gaze fell upon Cao Dahua, and with a cold snort, he departed with his men, evidently to facilitate the release. Cao Dahua was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. He took out his phone to call Cao Dingtian, only to discover it was turned off. Subsequently, he sent a text message. Ding! As Cao Dingtian powered on his phone, he was greeted with a multitude of missed calls. Among them were 20 from Luo Qingsheng and 1 from Cao Dahua. He also found a message from Luo Qingsheng, which warmed his heart. It was an apology from her. Cao Dingtian's spirit soared. It was evident that he still held a place in Luo Qingsheng's heart. After replying to her message regarding the current situation, he noticed Cao Dahua's warning that Wu Dafan and the others had been released without charges by the chief, urging him to stay safe. Cao Dingtian was left in utter shock. The influence of the Wu family was indeed beyond his imagination. Who would have thought even the police chief would stand behind them? Nevertheless, Cao Dingtian remained unafraid. If they dared to provoke him again, he would ensure they returned with nothing. Just then, a message from Luo Qingsheng arrived. "Good night, darling." A smile graced Cao Dingtian's face. After sending a message to Sheng Wanwaner, he fell into a peaceful slumber. The night passed without incident. Come morning, he was roused by the cacophony of cars. Realizing that Sheng Wanwaner had arrived with good news, he opened the door to find a woman in a black dress appearing before him. As always, her dark attire rendered all other colors in the world pale in comparison. This black, combined with her aura, bestowed upon her a beauty that was truly unique. "Brother Cao, I have managed to contact the place you were seeking," Sheng Wanwaner announced, her smile instantly invigorating the sleep-laden Cao Dingtian. After tidying himself, he promptly entered her Maserati. The owner of the house is an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who intends to sell his clinic, taking his granddaughter abroad for treatment. Sheng Wanwaner explained as she started the engine. "Miss Wanner, please, this time let me reimburse you later when I have the funds," Cao Dingtian suggested. Upon hearing this, Sheng Wanwaner chuckled. "Brother Cao, why must we be so formal? Besides, even if I bought 10 clinics for you, it would not compare to the kindness you have shown our family." Before he could respond, she pressed the accelerator, speeding away. Soon, they arrived at the clinic Sheng Wanwaner had mentioned. The establishment was a quintessential quadrangle courtyard, appearing as pristine as new, a testament to the owner's diligent maintenance. Surely, he would not sell such a place without significant reason? Pondering this, they stepped through the entrance. Inside the hall, dozens of patients were lined up, emerging with smiles after being treated by an elderly gentleman with remarkable orderliness. Cao Dingtian and Wanner followed suit in the queue. Before long, it was their turn. The elder lifted his eyelids and remarked, "Young man, I see your complexion is vibrant and your forehead well-rounded. Your health seems robust. Are you attempting to jest with me?" His expression betrayed his displeasure. "Master Zhao, this is the buyer," Sheng Wanwaner interjected. Upon recognizing her, the elder's displeasure evaporated. "Ah, it is you, niece Wanner." He had heard her speak of Cao Dingtian with great enthusiasm the previous day, and now he was eager to see what merit this young man possessed that had garnered such praise from the formidable CEO. "Young man, I hear you are well-versed in medicine?" Master Zhao inquired. "Chinese medicine is profound. I possess but a modest understanding," Cao Dingtian replied with a smile. The elder felt reassured. This young man was neither arrogant nor hasty. He seemed to be a raw gem. However, without witnessing his abilities, everything remained uncertain. "Come, take a seat and examine me," Master Zhao invited, rising to offer his place to Cao Dingtian. "If you truly possess the extraordinary abilities that Miss Shengwan claims, I might consider selling this clinic to you. However, if you are merely a facade, I must regretfully decline." Cao Dingtian recognized this as old Zhao's test and was determined to rise to the occasion. He had just observed that the location of this clinic was remarkably auspicious. Its feng shui was exceptional, promising significant benefits for cultivation. Moreover, this place was also highly conducive to recovery. His father would undoubtedly regain his health swiftly in this environment. Chapter 55. Do I appear to be jesting? Dr. Zhao, you cannot toy with our lives. Allowing such a young individual to treat us is akin to leading us to the threshold of death. We must not permit this youth to attend to our ailments. The patients expressed their strong opposition to Cao Dingtian. They had come to this clinic seeking the masterful skills of old Zhao. Yet now they were being asked to entrust their care to a young man. Was this not an act of utmost irresponsibility? Cao Dingtian remained composed. My dear fellow, your tongue is coated with a pale hue, your eyes are dry, and the corners of your eyes are darkened. You likely cannot sit for prolonged periods and experience night sweats. Your intimate encounters last no more than a minute. Am I correct? Oh, how do you know? The man was taken aback. Cao Dingtian's observations were eerily accurate. At that moment, he swiftly penned a prescription and handed it to the man. Upon consuming this remedy, you shall experience nightly vigor and remain steadfast. The man cheerfully accepted the prescription, which detailed a formula for invigorating qi and nourishing blood. He happily proceeded to procure the medicine. Madam, your menstrual cycle is irregular, and you suffer greatly from dysmenorrhea, coupled with your recent severe insomnia. This has severely compromised your physical and mental well-being. If this continues, you may find yourself in menopause at the prime of your life. Cao Dingtian transitioned to the next patient. Ah, you're absolutely correct. A woman in her 30s gasped in astonishment, her expression turning anxious as she implored, Doctor, can this condition be treated? I am not yet married and dread the thought of extinguishing the lineage of others. Cao Dingtian rapidly inscribed another prescription. Simple. Follow my prescribed remedy, and within a month, your menstruation will normalize, free from pain. You may continue to bear children until the age of 50. The woman cradled the prescription as one would a treasured possession, beaming with gratitude. Thank you, doctor. She too went to gather her medicine. Old Zhao was utterly astonished. This young man, merely through observation and inquiry, could discern the ailments of his patients. Truly remarkable. It appears that Shangwan Wanner did not exaggerate. With old Zhao as witness, Cao Dingtian continued to treat the patients, and the once-long queue had dissipated under his skilled hands in less than half an hour. Old Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the equivalent of what he usually accomplished in a full day. Yet this young man had resolved it with astonishing speed. It was truly miraculous. He seemed like a reincarnated divine healer. If this clinic were to be entrusted to him, it would indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. Just then, three figures emerged into view. Leading them was a middle-aged man, approximately 175 meters tall, clad in a suit, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, and adorned with a jade ring upon his finger. Accompanying him was a strikingly beautiful woman clad in opulent attire, her figure exquisitely curvaceous. She appeared to be in her 40s, yet her physique was impeccably maintained, showing no signs of the passage of time. Cradled in her arms was a small child, whose feet were grotesquely mangled. The child's legs hung limply in midair, as if crushed by some immense weight. Old Zhao, please save my son's life, implored the anxious middle-aged man. Moments earlier, their child had tripped while crossing the street, oblivious to his surroundings, and fate had cruelly played a trick on them. A heavy vehicle had mercilessly rolled over his legs, leaving them shattered. Quickly, gently place the child on the examination table. We must avoid touching his legs at all costs, urged old Zhao, his urgency palpable. He proceeded to examine the child meticulously, discovering that the bones were shattered into countless fragments, and the condition of the flesh was far worse. I cannot save this child, he lamented. He will likely spend his life confined to a wheelchair. Shaking his head in despair, he added, I have done all I can. You should seek your fortune at the Huichun Hall. Dr. Zhao, to be candid, we just came from there. The middle-aged man replied. They had indeed visited Huichun Hall, but Master Huadong was in seclusion, at a critical juncture where he could not be disturbed. After inquiring further, they had learned of another elder here, reputed to possess medical skills comparable to Master Huatong, named Old Zhao. Thus, the couple hurriedly made their way here. However, upon hearing this disheartening news, their world crumbled. Old Zhao, regardless of the cost, you am willing to pay any price. You are the Discipline Inspection Commissioner. You Old Zhao exclaimed, taken aback by the man's esteemed identity. Yet, given the severity of the child's condition, he felt utterly powerless. He had hoped that Master Huatong might have a solution, only to discover that they had already sought help there. Commissioner Yu, it seems amputation is the only option left, Old Zhao stated, his voice heavy with resignation. The couple had long anticipated the worst, but they had hoped that traditional Chinese medicine might offer them a miracle. To their dismay, it seemed there was no hope. Tears streamed down the beautiful woman's face. This child was their sole treasure. How could she endure a life spent in a wheelchair? And though Yu Wu was reluctant to accept this grim reality, it appeared that amputation was the only means to save the child's life. Excuse us. The couple prepared to turn away, heading toward the people's hospital for surgery. Stop. Cao Dingtian interjected calmly, asserting, I can heal this injury. Yu Wu was taken aback. Thinking he must have misheard, he rushed forward, incredulous. Young man, what did you say? Please repeat that. I can heal this injury, Cao Dingtian declared, his words resonating like thunder in the air. Old Zhao, convinced that even divine intervention could not mend those mangled limbs, wondered if Cao Dingtian had lost his senses. Although Cao Dingtian possessed commendable medical skills, they did not extend to the realm of regenerating bones or flesh, nor could he reconnect severed tendons. Considering the esteemed status of Yu Wu, it was indeed audacious for him to boast in front of him. Should he become enraged, it could lead to dire consequences. The couple found themselves at a loss, unable to discern whether to feel joy or sorrow, for they failed to perceive the divine aura of a healer in Cao Dingtian. Unlike the renowned physicians of repute, whose ages were invariably far beyond that of the youthful Cao Dingtian, the youngest among them spoke with bravado, claiming he could mend their child's grievous injuries. This left the couple momentarily entranced. As for Shangwan Wanner, she was well aware of Cao Dingtian's extraordinary medical prowess. Yet the devastating nature of the child's injuries rendered her confidence somewhat tenuous. Little brother, this is no jest. The injured cannot afford further delay, or their life may be at stake. Old Zhao cast a discreet glance at Cao Dingtian, signaling him to refrain from meddling, lest he invite trouble upon himself. Do I seem to be jesting? Cao Dingtian replied coldly. Old Zhao found himself momentarily speechless. He had intended to offer gentle counsel, but was taken aback by Cao Dingtian's lack of humility. Shaking his head, he mused that the impetuousness of youth, devoid of the temperance that time brings, often leads to unfulfilled potential. Chapter 56. A favor to ask, little brother, can you truly heal? Yu Wu lingered on the precipice of belief. I shall not repeat myself. If you doubt my abilities, feel free to resort to amputation, Cao Dingtian asserted with unwavering resolve. Seeing his confidence, the couple exchanged a glance and resolved to give it a try, for there was truly nothing worse that could occur. Little brother, we shall trouble you then. Yu Wu nodded. If you succeed in healing our child's injuries, the Yu family will owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude. Old Zhao and Shangwan Wanner exchanged incredulous looks at the audacity of Yu Wu and his spouse. To entrust their son's life to the hands of a young man required immense courage. Yet, upon reflection, it was evident that had Yu Wu not been a man of resolve, he would never have ascended to his current position. As the couple gently placed their son back onto the sickbed, their anxious gazes fixated upon Cao Dingtian. He remained unchanged, producing a box of silver needles. Upon seeing the needles, Yu Wu furrowed his brow, having expected a traditional Chinese medicine approach involving ointments to gradually mend the fractured bones and flesh. However, the emergence of silver needles left him perplexed. Old Zhao, being a practitioner of traditional medicine, shared in this bewilderment, knowing numerous acupuncture techniques, yet none that could regenerate flesh and mend bones. What remedy was Cao Dingtian concocting? If this was the source of his confidence, Old Zhao felt a pang of disappointment. Amidst their uncertainty, Cao Dingtian had already begun with the first needle, employing the fifth-level technique of the 9-yang divine needle. This technique could regenerate bones, produce flesh, and reconnect tendons and veins. It was a method both restorative and reinforcing, with distinct functionalities. Such a formidable technique would not be thwarted by mere contusions. Unlike the previous levels, this technique did not produce smoke upon insertion. Conversely, this particular acupuncture technique possesses its own profound intricacies. With a single insertion, a radiant energy infused with remarkable vitality surged into the child's body. Merely after the first needle, the bleeding from the child's legs ceased. A divine healer. Is this truly the legendary healer? Elder Zhao exclaimed with excitement. This is the 9-yang divine needle. Clearly, he recognized the source of Cao Dingtian's confidence. Indeed, it is the 9-yang divine needle. Just moments ago, he had questioned Cao Dingtian. Yet witnessing the application of this needle left him with a burning sensation on his face. This is the astonishing power of the 9-yang divine needle. Capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bones. Such claims are not exaggerated. Elder Zhao, what exactly is the 9-yang divine needle? Yu Wu, having heard Elder Zhao's words, was equally curious about this technique. For with just one needle, the condition of his previously ailing son had drastically improved. Describing the transformation as akin to a different person would not be an overstatement. It is said to be a supreme acupuncture technique, one that, once mastered, can indeed revive the dead and restore flesh to bones. Elder Zhao's murky eyes sparkled with a long-lost brilliance. What? The three of them, including Yu Wu, were utterly astonished. Reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bones. How is this possible? Just observing the results, indeed seemed plausible, especially for Sheng Wanwaner, who had witnessed Cao Dingtian's prowess twice. Upon hearing Elder Zhao's assertion, she believed that Cao Dingtian truly possessed such remarkable abilities. Reflecting on her earlier doubts, she felt a deep sense of shame. I had thought this supreme technique existed only in legends, yet here it is in reality. Elder Zhao had also heard his ancestor mention this needle, but seeing Cao Dingtian in action inspired him to revere him as one would a deity. At this moment, he formed his own thoughts. Brother Yu, your child has encountered a miraculous being today. Amputation is no longer necessary. As soon as Elder Zhao's words fell, the child's legs gradually returned to their original shape, as if inflated. Though restored, the remaining flesh was still quite ghastly, resembling a parched earth riddled with cracks and wounds. However, when Cao Dingtian inserted another needle, the fragmented flesh began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. It was nothing short of miraculous. Those witnessing the spectacle felt their hearts stirred profoundly. Was this merely the power of the 9th needle? It was truly remarkable, simply unbelievable. Elder Zhao praised fervently, quietly pondering. If Yu Ru were to receive the same treatment as this young brother, would she also not be restored to her former self? My son, the woman cried out, nearly fainting with emotion. How could she not be ecstatic, believing her son destined to a life in a wheelchair, now restored through the hands of a master? Soon, Cao Dingtian administered 9 more needles. 18 needles were sufficient. The final 9 were specifically aimed at repairing the crushed bones and tendons. If one were to see through the skin, they would witness the damaged bones and tendons within the child's feet slowly mending. Approximately 15 minutes later, after examining the child's legs, Cao Dingtian knew it was time to withdraw the needles. With swift precision, he extracted all 18 needles in mere seconds. Elder Zhao observed this with keen interest. The remarkable prowess of Cao Dingtian has reached an extraordinary level. The child should refrain from walking for the time being. Upon returning home, after administering the prescribed medicine for 7 days, he can gradually commence rehabilitation exercises. Within half a month, he will be restored to his former self. While Cao Dingtian offered his instructions, he meticulously penned a prescription. As he handed the prescription to Yu Wu, the child began to awaken. Mother, I had a most intriguing dream, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with vitality, completely devoid of pain. Little treasure, does your leg hurt? The anxious mother inquired. It does not hurt, but I feel a slight warmth. It's quite pleasant, he responded. Hearing this, Tears of joy brimmed in the mother's eyes, for she understood her son was out of danger. To be certain, she gently squeezed her son's calves, feeling the solid muscle and bone, a stark contrast to the frail condition he had been in moments before. "How wonderful!" she cried, embracing her son. "He is truly safe." Yu Wu knelt before Cao Dingtian, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, divine doctor, for your miraculous aid. This debt of gratitude shall remain etched in my heart. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I will face any peril for you." "Please rise, Deputy Yu," Cao Dingtian urged, lifting him up. "It is our duty as healers to save lives. There is no need for such formality." Yu Wu felt a sense of shame. This young man possessed a noble spirit. Reflecting on his earlier doubts regarding the youth's medical skills, he felt utterly embarrassed. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. He produced a check amounting to 10 million. "Young brother, this is your fee for the consultation." Cao Dingtian attempted to decline, but Yu Wu insisted, pressing it into his hands. "Please, for my sake, accept it." Faced with such earnestness, Cao Dingtian reluctantly acquiesced. After offering further advice to the two, he allowed them to depart with their son, ensuring they exchanged contact information. "Divine Doctor, I have a request." Zhao Lao then knelt before Cao Dingtian. Chapter 57. Special Preferences. Zhao Lao had initially intended to sell his medical practice and take his beloved granddaughter to the island nation for treatment. Given her condition, he felt utterly helpless, thus turning his gaze towards the island, where traditional Chinese medicine was far superior to that of Huaxia. Upon hearing of a reclusive divine physician there, he resolved to sell his practice and seek out this healer. However, after witnessing Cao Dingtian's medical skills firsthand, he reconsidered his plans for the island. "Zhao Lao, please rise and speak," Cao Dingtian said, having heard some of Zhao Lao's circumstances from Shangwan Wanner. His request was undoubtedly related to the treatment of his granddaughter. "To speak frankly, my mischievous granddaughter has been grievously injured during a martial arts sparring session, shattering her meridians and devastating her dantian. Now, she lies in bed like a broken vessel." Zhao Lao wept. "I implore you, divine doctor, to show mercy and save my poor granddaughter." "Do not worry, Zhao Lao. I shall take on this matter," Cao Dingtian assured him, prompting tears of gratitude to flow from Zhao Lao's eyes. Soon, Zhao Lao led Cao Dingtian and his companions to Zhao Yuru's room. As Zhao Lao gazed at his granddaughter lying on the bed, a state worse than death, tears streamed down his face. Cao Dingtian observed the room's arrangement, the walls adorned with an array of weapons, swords, knives, and red tassel spears, revealing the girl's profound admiration for martial arts. "Yuru, you are saved. Your grandfather has brought a miraculous healer for you," Zhao Lao spoke softly. However, from the bed came a chilling, self-destructive response. "Grandfather, please do not waste your efforts. My fate is sealed in this manner. Yuru, trust in your grandfather. This time, I am certain you will be liberated from your suffering. I shall summon the healer at once," Zhao Lao urged, his voice carefully controlled, fearing that any misstep might provoke anger from Zhao Yuru. "Grandfather, it is futile. Do not trouble yourself or squander your wealth. I am quite well as I am," Zhao Yuru replied, offering herself a hollow comfort. In truth, she longed to stand once more. She could not rest until she avenged her grievances. "Do you desire revenge?" Suddenly, a statement ignited a glimmer of hope in her despairing gaze. She abruptly opened her eyes and turned her head slightly to look. It was a young man. Upon seeing him, her heart sank once more into desolation. If her grandfather, a healer of great renown, could not mend her wounds, what could a mere youth, perhaps still in his adolescence, possibly offer in terms of healing? "You may leave. Do not deceive my grandfather for your own gain," Zhao Yuru said coldly. She was well aware of the lengths her grandfather had gone to for her ailment, expending considerable resources. In his desperation, he had likely fallen prey to deceitful charlatans. "Yuru, he is indeed a genuine healer. You truly have hope," Zhao Lao insisted. "Yes, Yuru, heed your grandfather's words. Soon you shall be free of your suffering," Shangwan Wanner chimed in. Zhao Yuru had not initially noticed her presence until she heard her voice. "Sister Wanner, you two have come?" she said, feeling a wave of embarrassment at revealing such a vulnerable side to Shangwan Wan'er. Yuru, be obedient and allow Brother Cao to examine you. Perhaps there is a chance for recovery, Shangwan Wan'er said gently. Zhao Yuru struggled to comprehend the situation. It was understandable for her grandfather, in his anxiety, to be swayed by nonsensical claims and be deceived. Yet, Shangwan Wan'er, the wealthiest woman in Longjiang City, remained unflappable even in the face of calamity. She would never fall for such trickery. Can you truly heal my wounds? Zhao Yuru asked, filled with doubt. Do you not believe me? Cao Dingtian replied in a serious tone. Shall we wager? Wager on what? Zhao Yuru inquired. If I am able to heal you, you must become a bodyguard for someone, ensuring their safety. Can you fulfill this? Cao Dingtian proposed. Should you succeed in healing me, I would gladly serve as your maid. Zhao Yuru declared boldly, startling Shangwan Wan'er and Zhao Lao into a shiver. Cough, cough, that may not be necessary, Cao Dingtian stammered, breaking into a cold sweat. Taken aback by the girl's audacity, looking over, he noted that she possessed a rather commendable figure. Though she lay supine, the impressive peaks of her form remained an awe-inspiring sight. However, she now required a formidable warrior to safeguard her father, and thus did not allow such matters to weigh heavily on her heart. If you cannot heal me, what then? Zhao Yuru retorted. If I cannot heal you, I shall perish before your very eyes. Cao Dingtian vowed with unwavering conviction. Very well, it is settled, Zhao Yuru replied with alacrity. I need your utmost cooperation. This is a prerequisite, Cao Dingtian stated earnestly. As long as I can regain my former self, I would have no objections even if you were to take advantage of me, Zhao Yuru declared fervently. After Cao Dingtian recounted the healing process to Zhao Lao and Shangwan Wan'er, the two discreetly withdrew. Once they had closed the door, Cao Dingtian approached the bedside, gazing upon the girl of unparalleled beauty. It would be a tremendous loss if she were to remain in a vegetative state for the entirety of her life. Without a second thought, he prepared to take action. Although Zhao Yuru's nerves were somewhat numbed, she could still faintly sense Cao Dingtian's approach. You, she exclaimed, filled with indignation. What are you afraid? Cao Dingtian inquired with a smile. I fear nothing. Zhao Yuru scoffed. Just finish what you started, and then proceed to heal me. As her words fell, Cao Dingtian began to remove her dress, revealing her flawless form before his eyes. Having previously perceived her allure through fabric, he now found his earlier estimations to be rather conservative. Swallowing hard, he removed his upper garments. Logically speaking, when a man prepares to unveil a woman, the very air he exhales can scorch her delicate skin. At that moment, tears glistened at the corners of Zhao Yuru's eyes. After 20 years of preserving her purity, she was now to be compromised by this scoundrel. Yet, for the sake of vengeance, she was willing to endure any sacrifice. Only one final hurdle remained. As long as she could satisfy Cao Dingtian, her recovery would be imminent. She anticipated that he would seize the moment and delve into the main event upon opening the final passage. However, she soon realized that Cao Dingtian was not proceeding as she had imagined. With her eyes now closed, she wondered what manner of trickery he was up to. To leave her waiting after having stripped her was a profound affront. Zhao Yuru held a certain confidence in her appearance. Any man who beheld her exquisite form would likely be left utterly enchanted. Half in confusion and half in curiosity, she slowly opened her eyes, only to discover that Cao Dingtian was sterilizing silver needles. She thought to herself, could he possess some peculiar penchant for using silver needles to heighten the experience? A chill ran down her spine. Chapter 58. All was understood. Are you ready? Cao Dingtian finally spoke after a flurry of activity. At that moment, Zhao Yuru felt as though she was about to face her destiny's judgment. She tightly closed her eyes, bracing herself for what was to come. A moment later, a soft moan escaped her lips. It is not as you imagine. At this moment, she could acutely perceive her pain receptors, which had become remarkably sensitive. Since her injury, her entire body had succumbed to numbness, with only her head able to move slightly. Ordinarily, if a knife were to strike her, she would feel no discomfort whatsoever. Yet now what was happening? She opened her eyes wide and discovered that Cao Dingtian's silver needle had pierced her neural pathways. Confusion enveloped her mind. Why would this man allow her to feel pain? Suddenly, a wicked thought crossed her mind. She recalled that women often scream in agony during their first experience, and since she had become numb, she could not express such sounds, which would typically incite a man's fervor. She realized that this scoundrel harbored such intentions. No wonder he had spent so much time on sterilization. It was utterly despicable. He must feel an extreme sense of inadequacy regarding his own abilities. Otherwise, how could he conceive of such perverse methods? Nevertheless, Zhao Yuru endured in silence. For the sake of revenge, she would brave any ordeal, be it climbing mountains of knives or traversing seas of fire. Soon, Cao Dingtian inserted a second needle. Zhao Yuru emitted a sound that would set a man's blood racing. The intensity of the pain surpassed that of the first needle. She mused that Cao Dingtian was indeed thoroughly wicked. However, as he continued with several more needles, the so-called pain began to dissipate, even becoming somewhat pleasurable. Yet, her sentiments toward Cao Dingtian remained unfriendly. Next, when he inserted a needle near her ear, she again let out that melodious sound. This time, however, her hearing felt remarkably acute. She could even discern her grandfather pacing anxiously outside. With a few more needles, her senses of hearing and sight seemed to have been infinitely magnified. She could hear the chatter of the ladies outside the clinic and see the dust particles dancing in the air. Her confusion deepened. What on earth was this fellow doing? Would he not hasten to complete his tasks and tend to her wounds? She even felt inclined to urge Cao Dingtian to swiftly unlock the final seal and unleash his true masculine prowess for a quick resolution. Yet in the next moment, Cao Dingtian began to insert several more silver needles into her. She could perceive each one. "Do you feel anything now?" he inquired. Zhao Yuru shot him an impatient glare. "Could you hurry up?" Cao Dingtian shook his head. Zhao Yuru's meridians were severed, and her dantian was damaged. If he did not restore them one by one, even if she were healed, her martial arts potential would remain severely limited. He employed the 5th level of the 9 Yang Divine Needles restoration technique. Just moments ago, he had opened her auditory and visual nerves using a reinforcement technique. As a bodyguard, such skills were essential to master. The two techniques complemented each other and fostered mutual enhancement. Cao Dingtian had accomplished a significant breakthrough. The next step was to unblock her acupoints, allowing her blood to circulate freely. Once this was achieved, with further reinforcement techniques, Zhao Yuru could undergo a complete transformation. However, within Zhao Yuetong's heart, she remained oblivious to Cao Dingtian's earnest intentions. All she desired was for him to hastily remedy her wounds. She admonished herself to quell any errant thoughts and maintain tranquility, should any misstep occur, leading to irrevocable consequences. She would have no one to blame but herself for failing to seek vengeance. Cao Dingtian, discerning her distracted demeanor, offered a gentle reminder. Although Zhao Yuetong harbored a strong inclination to retort, the prospect of avenging herself fueled her patience, leading her to reluctantly heed his counsel. Yet in the next moment, a warm sensation enveloped her lower abdomen. With her heightened perception, she sensed a surge of energy quietly coalescing. This was a sign that her dantian was being restored. Zhao Yuetong's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't this old man merely indulging his own vanity? How could he possibly mend her dantian? Cao Dingtian continued with the acupuncture. As Zhao Yuetong's upper body became as prickly as a hedgehog from the needles, she found herself drawing ever closer to success. The next phase involved her thighs. Earlier, he had been negligent in his insertion. Zhao Yuetong's legs were long, straight, and exquisitely smooth, an embodiment of beauty in a man's eyes. While Luo Qingqing's legs were also impeccably straight, they paled in comparison to Zhao Yuetong's. Cao Dingtian dismissed any distracting thoughts and proceeded to fill her lower body with needles. Following this, he administered 7 additional needles to her head, employing a technique to enhance the treatment. At that moment, Zhao Yuetong's eyes bulged in astonishment, finding it incredulous that her body was no longer numb and that the flow of energy within her was remarkably unimpeded. Even in her peak combat state, she had never felt such vigor. Everything indicated that she was healed. This was not what she had anticipated. Why was Cao Dingtian not launching a full-scale assault on her? Did he not have some peculiar obsession? Who could elucidate this to her? With a flurry of deft movements, Cao Dingtian retracted the silver needles from her body, akin to a specter. As her flawless form reappeared before him, he draped Zhao Yuedong's skirt over her. Your injuries are healed. Do you need assistance in dressing? His expression bore a hint of lewdness. Zhao Yuedong, startled like a frightened doe, sprang up, seizing the skirt to envelop herself. She was healed, stronger than ever before. After donning the skirt, she gazed incredulously at her hands, the raw power coursing through her, feeling like a dream. Ha ha, Zhao Yuedong, have truly come back to life, she exclaimed, enveloping Cao Dingtian in a heartfelt embrace. Now, she comprehended that this miraculous physician harbored no peculiar inclinations, nor was he as insecure as she had presumed. Everything he had done was solely to heal her and save her life. Reflecting on insecurities, she lowered her gaze, her eyes sweeping over Cao Dingtian's lower region, and noticed that he appeared to be afflicted by a localized stiffness. It dawned on her that no woman could possibly gain any advantage from this man. Cao Dingtian was overwhelmed with exhilaration. His blood surged with fervor. In truth, he had long since been aflame with excitement. Being a man of normal inclinations, how could he possibly lower his gaze upon encountering such a resplendent woman? Just moments ago, he had maintained his composure, focusing intently on his task, suppressing any errant thoughts. Yet now, with the tension eased, his true nature began to surface. After inheriting the legacy from the venerable Lao Chao, he found himself accustomed to such thrilling encounters. Suddenly, the door burst open as the elder Zhao and his companion rushed in, drawn by the commotion within. Upon witnessing Zhao Yuru's full recovery, they exultantly exclaimed, "Yuru, my beloved granddaughter, you are no longer tormented by suffering." Tears of gratitude welled in Zhao Yuru's eyes. Over the past few days, her grandfather had been consumed with worry for her, visibly aging a decade in mere days. That wretched Su Mei, who had promised to cease her cruelty, had instead unleashed her full wrath, nearly reducing her to a vegetative state, condemned to a life of agony. This grievance would not go unavenged. Under Zhao Lao's guidance, Cao Dingtian and the others returned to the Grand Hall. Now, Zhao Lao wore a beaming smile, exuding an air of triumph as he prepared a pot of Longjing tea for his guests. As they conversed and sipped the tea, Zhao Lao expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Shangwan Wanner. You are indeed our Yuru's guardian angel. Were it not for your intervention, my granddaughter might never have risen from her bed again. He then presented a deed of property to Cao Dingtian, stating, "This is the deed for the medical clinic. Henceforth, you shall be its proprietor." Originally, he had contemplated selling the clinic to finance treatment for his granddaughter abroad, believing that the proceeds might not suffice for her recovery. However, with Cao Dingtian having healed her, he felt no reluctance in bestowing the clinic upon him. Cao Dingtian hesitated, unable to muster the courage to accept the deed, feeling an unsettling sense of unworthiness. Noticing his reluctance, Zhao Lao chuckled. "Brother Cao, for my sake, please accept this deed." "Brother Cao, it is rightfully yours." Shangwan Van chimed in. "Very well, then, I shall graciously accept it." Cao Dingtian finally conceded. However, wishing to ensure Zhao Lao did not feel at a loss, he decided to impart a technique in acupuncture. "Miss Zhao, could you kindly fetch me some paper and a pen?" Like a swift hare, Zhao Yuru darted to retrieve a sheet of paper and a pen. Upon receiving them, Cao Dingtian began to inscribe a flurry of intricate characters. After approximately 10 minutes, he handed a densely written manuscript to Zhao Lao, saying, "Elder Zhao, I shall not accept your generosity without merit. This is a handwritten copy of the first level of the 9-yang divine needle technique. How much you glean from it depends on your own aptitude." "What?" Zhao Lao's eyes widened in astonishment. Is the 9-yang divine needle truly being offered so freely? This is a coveted technique that countless individuals yearn for. It was akin to walking down the street and unexpectedly encountering a billionaire who hands you a card, saying, "Young one, I see potential in you. Here is 1 billion. Spend it as you wish." At this moment, his emotions were palpable. The value of his clinic was approximately 100 million, a sum that might appear exorbitant to the average person. However, when juxtaposed with the profound techniques of this unparalleled acupuncture method, its worth seemed utterly insignificant. Countless individuals, over generations, have devoted their entire lives yearning to unravel the mysteries of the nine-yang divine needle. Yet many ended their journeys with unfulfilled desires. Now, he found himself presented with the opportunity to delve into this esoteric practice, a chance that transcended mere monetary assessment. Master, please allow me to pay my respects. With overwhelming excitement, old Zhao knelt to acknowledge his teacher. Both Shangwan Wan'er and Zhao Yuru's eyes widened in disbelief. It was remarkable that such a young man as Cao Dingtian could be regarded as old Zhao's master. Many would likely find it hard to believe. Cao Dingtian, momentarily taken aback, realized that he was engaging in an equal exchange, with no intention of taking on a disciple. Yet, witnessing old Zhao's earnestness stirred within him a desire to nurture talent. After all, having already accepted Hua Tongtian, why not welcome old Zhao as well? Rise, he gestured, nodding before imparting with sincerity. To master this technique requires immense willpower. Otherwise, one risks straying into madness. Take your time to contemplate, and feel free to inquire should you encounter any uncertainties. Old Zhao nodded vigorously, his heart swelling with joy. Securing the nine-yang divine needle was already a significant surprise. To become a disciple of Cao Dingtian would be a lifelong source of pride. He was confident that one day, after mastering even the slightest aspect of this technique, he would flaunt his prowess before the esteemed Hua, eliciting admiration. The mere thought of Hua's awestruck expression made old Zhao stifle a chuckle. With this in mind, he hurriedly prostrated and retreated to engage in intensive training, unwilling to squander a moment. Once old Zhao departed, only 3 remained. Cao Dingtian deemed it the appropriate moment for Zhao Yuru to uphold her earlier promise. Miss Zhao, I trust you have not forgotten your pledge? After taking a sip of tea, he set the cup aside. Of course, I, Zhao Yuru, am a woman of my word. I will fulfill my promise to be your bodyguard, she declared, thumping her chest confidently. However, a flicker of apprehension crossed her mind. Would this mean being at Cao Dingtian's side 24 hours a day? If he requested her to share his bed, how could she possibly refuse? She had already witnessed the extent of his prowess and feared she might become ensnared. It's not about being my bodyguard, but rather my fatheress. I need you to ensure his protection around the clock, Cao Dingtian clarified. What? Not as your bodyguard? Zhao Yuru's voice rose sharply, still concerned about the implications of her role. Is there a problem? Cao Dingtian inquired. Feeling bashful, she hesitated before articulating. Could we possibly omit the aspect of sharing a bed? Shangwan Wan'er burst into laughter, her radiant smile illuminating the entire hall. What on earth was this silly girl thinking? Cao Dingtian shook his head in exasperation, equally bemused by Zhao Yuru's imaginative interpretations. Were they truly the sort of people to engage in such antics? Your sole responsibility is to ensure his safety and protect him from any adversaries, he reassured her. Cao Dingtian recounted to Zhao Yuru the grievances he had incurred with various individuals over the past few days. Upon hearing his account, she experienced a moment of clarity. Now she comprehended the underlying reasons for the events that had unfolded, and she was resolute in honoring her commitments. With unwavering determination, she declared that should any adversary dare to approach, she would confront them single-handedly, and if 2 were to come, she would vanquish them both. Cao Dingtian was pleased with Zhao Yuru's attitude, for one ought to honor their promises. The medical clinic offered ample vacant rooms, sufficient for him and his father to reside comfortably. However, it was imperative to arrange for Zhao Yuru to be situated adjacent to his father's quarters. He had recently enhanced her visual and auditory perceptions, as well as her sensory awareness, believing she could discern even the faintest sound of an ant's movement. There was a more significant aspect to consider. With Cao Dingtian, now the proprietor of the clinic, he could utilize his medical expertise to earn a living, no longer subjected to the disdainful gazes of the Luo family, while spending hundreds of dollars monthly. He finally possessed a respectable occupation, a fact the Luo family could no longer use against him. Henceforth, he could hold his head high and assert to the members of the Luo family, I now have a legitimate job. He no longer needed to fret about working as a security guard for Fu Yushu or endure the humiliation of groveling before them. Cao Dingtian felt as though he had turned his fortunes around, with a future filled with promise. Suddenly, the main door swung open, revealing a striking figure. "Old man, have you prepared the bruising ointment for the martial alliance?" Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Yueru's pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 60, Mysterious Footwork. Cao Dingtian perceived Zhao Yueru's involuntary excitement and suddenly grasped the situation. "Sumei, you wretched woman." Indeed, upon recognizing the visitor, Zhao Yueru rushed forth to confront her. "You?" Sumei, taken aback, could scarcely believe her eyes. Wasn't Zhao Yueru supposed to be incapacitated? How could she be so lively now? "You are Zhao Yueru?" Doubt lingered on Su Mei's delicate face. "What's the matter? Have your guilty conscience and misdeeds come back to haunt you?" Zhao Yueru scoffed. Once the closest of friends, they had been severed by a competition that revealed the superficiality of their sisterly bond. "Yueru, please, let me explain." Su Mei attempted to clarify, but Zhao Yueru interrupted her. "Wretched woman, what is there left to say? Prepare to meet your end." With that, Zhao Yueru launched herself at Su Mei, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle within the courtyard. After several exchanges, they each retreated momentarily. "Do not provoke me." Su Mei bit her lip, speaking defiantly. It seemed that Zhao Yueru had transformed into a different person after a brief separation. During their previous encounters, Su Mei had never found herself in such a predicament. Why did it feel as though Zhao Yueru had significantly advanced in her martial prowess? What had transpired in her absence? "Unleash your ultimate technique. Today, I shall repay you for the torment you have inflicted upon me," Zhao Yueru declared, her overwhelming hatred enveloping the entire space. "Very well. If you wish to lie in bed, I shall grant you that privilege." Su Mei's eyes glinted fiercely, and she unleashed a formidable aura. The air around her surged like a tempest, sweeping through the entire courtyard. A fierce wind howled, ensnaring those powerless individuals. Shangwan Wan'er was among the victims. This formidable gust was relentless, leaving her unable to resist. Just as she prepared to be swept away, Cao Dingtian grasped her firmly. Gripping his arm as if it were a lifeline, she held on tightly. Instantly, a wave of softness enveloped Cao Dingtian, stirring his senses. However, he did not succumb to distraction. Instead, he focused intently, analyzing Su Mei's strength. Logically, the power she had just demonstrated should not have been capable of wreaking such havoc. Yet now, by unleashing her aura, she exhibited a force comparable to that of the white-haired elder they had encountered earlier. This indicated that she had elevated her prowess to the profound realm. She was, after all, merely a late-stage, yellow-level warrior. Cao Dingtian could not help but feel a chill of concern for Zhao Yueru. "Bring it on, you scoundrel," Zhao Yueru taunted. "If you wish to die, I shall oblige." With that, Su Mei launched herself like an arrow, her jade palm aimed directly at Zhao Yueru. How swift, Zhao Yueru thought, sensing imminent danger. Su Mei's strike had proven effective previously. The last time, this very move had shattered her meridians, leaving her bedridden. Seeing it again caused her heart to race. Cao Dingtian quickly discerned the situation. Su Mei was employing the notorious heart-crushing palm from the martial world. His might was formidable. A practitioner at the minor accomplishment level could temporarily amplify their combat strength, vanquishing gods and Buddhas alike. A master would find no equal in the martial realm. Clearly, Su Mei had achieved minor mastery, enhancing her capabilities through this technique. Cao Dingtian was secretly astonished. Su Mei appeared to be no more than 20 years old. Yet she had managed to reach minor mastery of the heart-crushing palm. Truly a prodigy. He felt a sense of urgency. Should Zhao Yueru fall victim to this strike, her recently healed meridians would be shattered once more. He hastily made a decision for her. Step back to the left. At the brink of peril, Zhao Yueru heard Cao Dingtian's command and followed his advice, successfully evading the attack. She marveled at the extraordinary footwork that allowed her to glimpse the pattern of Su Mei's moves with just a single step. Su Mei's gaze turned sharply towards Cao Dingtian. Her strike had never missed before. Yet now this wretched Zhao Yueru had effortlessly evaded her attack with a mere hint of guidance. Such footwork was peculiar, This man was no ordinary individual. However, she had no time to dwell on Cao Dingtian as she continued to thrust her jade palm at Zhao Yuru. Each time she attacked, Zhao Yuru evaded according to Cao Dingtian's instructions, and before long, as she moved, phantoms seemed to emerge around her. Sume was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Yuru's movements were so enigmatic that she consistently struck air. Despite her once abundant internal energy, Sume began to show signs of fatigue after several failed attempts. What a perfect opportunity! Seeing Sume reveal a flaw, Zhao Yuru retaliated with a powerful palm strike. Crack! The forceful blow landed squarely on Sume's chest. Sume soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, tumbling several meters before crashing to the ground. With a soft thud, she slowly rose to her feet, only to cough up a mouthful of blood, perhaps a consequence of overstretching her strength. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort coursing through her body. This cannot be happening, she gasped, her eyes widening in shock. The meridians of her body had been invaded by immense forces, wreaking havoc within her. Thud, thud, thud. Her tendons shattered, and her dantian was obliterated. Zhao Yuru had rendered her utterly powerless. How could this be possible? Yet, as she attempted to harness her internal energy, she realized she could summon no strength at all. This was the stark reality. She had been irrevocably reduced to a mere shell of her former self. Sume felt the world spinning around her. Once a paragon of talent, she now faced the grim fate of becoming a target of ridicule, condemned to endure a long and torturous existence devoid of the ability to cultivate. Just do it, she thought in resignation. Perhaps, after receiving Zhao Yuru's final blow, she would be spared the burden of scorn from others. She gently closed her eyes, her long lashes casting shadows on her pale cheeks, waiting for the inevitable strike. Begone! Zhao Yuru's voice rang coldly, granting Sume both liberation and the bitter taste of despair. You won't kill me? Sume opened her eyes and asked, Aren't you filled with hatred for me? Zhao Yuru remained silent. In their earlier duel, her defeat had been a testament to Sume's superior skill. If she were to lie in bed now, she would undoubtedly harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Sume, wishing only to flay her alive. But now that she had incapacitated Sume, her vendetta felt sufficiently avenged. Yet, the thought of taking her life was one Zhao Yuru could not bring herself to entertain. With a disdainful snort, Sume turned away. One day, you will regret your mercy, she declared. Return and inform them that I will no longer be joining the martial alliance. I have chosen to serve another. After Zhao Yuru's words, Sume staggered away. Brother Cao, what was that step you just executed? It was extraordinary, Zhao Yuru exclaimed, bouncing excitedly to Cao Dingtian's side. That maneuver had seemed effortless during battle. If she could learn even a fraction of it, it would be a tremendous gain. Do you wish to learn? Cao Dingtian inquit. Zhao Yuru, resembling a playful child, nuzzled against him. Oh, Brother Cao, please teach me just a little. She struck a captivating pose, adding, If I learn this move, I will do anything for you. Cao Dingtian shook his head, utterly charmed by her enthusiasm. This technique is called ghostly steps, he explained. He resolved to impart the treasured footwork of the Cao family to Zhao Yuru, for she would soon be her father's protector. Without a solid foundation, how could she ensure his safety? Ghostly steps, Zhao Yuru pondered, beginning to understand. No wonder it had seemed so simple yet elusive during her use. It was indeed a profound technique that had caused Sume considerable distress. Following this, Cao Dingtian diligently shared all the associated principles with her. Upon completion, Zhao Yuru's face was alight with astonishment. She realized that what she had utilized earlier was merely the introductory level of this intricate art. Until Cao Dingtian had completed his instruction, she remained oblivious to the mystical nature of this footwork. It can be said that, given time, once she mastered this technique, even a grandmaster would find it impossible to capture her without employing extraordinary means. She trembled with excitement. After a moment of contemplation, Cao Dingtian encouraged her to test her skills. This time, her opponent was none other than him. Zhao Yuru dared not underestimate the challenge. She exerted all her strength, fiercely launching an attack towards Cao Dingtian. However, no matter how she applied the footwork, she found herself utterly toyed with by Cao Dingtian. In the end, he firmly grasped her head, looking down upon her and declaring, "You still have a long way to go. Aside from eating and sleeping, you must constantly practice this footwork." Zhao Yuru was filled with indignation. She had hoped that acquiring the ghostly steps would earn her Cao Dingtian's respect, yet she couldn't even touch his clothing. In frustration, she stamped her foot. At noon, after arranging matters, Cao Dingtian set out to fetch his father. With old Zhao in seclusion, their clinic would be deprived of a formidable practitioner. Fortunately, Zhao Yuru had received some degree of inheritance, and Cao Dingtian promptly brought her forth to hold the fort. Simple ailments were no challenge for her, while for critical patients, it was naturally Cao Dingtian who stepped in. Cao Dingtian mused at the brilliance of his strategy. Not only did it allow Zhao Yuru to act as her father's protector, but it also stripped her of any other value, an unparalleled maneuver. In the martial alliance, Qinglong Hall, Su Qinglong stared in astonishment at Su Mei. "You were defeated by Zhao Yuru?" he exclaimed. Wasn't Zhao Yuru supposed to be incapacitated? She had received aid from a master, restoring her meridians and dantian. Su Mei recalled the recent events, feeling as if she were in a dream. A master? Su Qinglong furrowed his brow. Although Longjiang City was home to many hidden talents, he was well aware of the so-called masters. "Are you saying old Zhao's medical skills have improved?" he inquired. Su Mei shook her head uncertainly, her heart racing as she spoke. "Everyone knows old Zhao's medical prowess. I suspect it is that young man." "A young man?" Su Qinglong Fadao. It was astonishing that it wasn't old Zhao himself. When had such a mysterious youth emerged in Longjiang City? He chuckled to himself, intrigued to meet this individual. "Yes." Su Mei nodded. "Mayor, you should rest well. I need to enter seclusion to break through. Once I surpass this bottleneck, I shall accompany you to exact your revenge." Su Qinglong's voice resonated like thunder as an invisible pressure emanated from him. Su Mei gazed at him with gratitude. If her master achieved a breakthrough to the earth level, even 10 Cao Dingtians would be no match for him. Filled with excitement, Su Mei nodded fervently. "Thank you, master." As Su Mei withdrew, it was precisely when Cao Dingtian arrived at the rented house. Back home, Shangwan Wanner had also returned to handle some matters, and the two parted ways. Cao Dingtian observed the empty house and noted that his father's electric bike was also absent. He realized his father must be restless, out setting up a stall. After inquiring by phone, he learned of his father's whereabouts. Once the call ended, he headed over. Cao Duang's stall was located in a long alley with a considerable foot traffic. Cao Dingtian wandered through the bustling street, observing the numerous vendors peddling their wares. After a considerable effort, he finally spotted the familiar figure of his father, Cao Duang, skillfully slicing roast goose for customers. Perhaps it was the deliciousness of his marinated delicacies that attracted patrons even in this new locale. "Dad, let me assist you," Cao Dingtian offered. Noticing his father was overwhelmed with work. Having spent his holidays as his father's diligent aide, he was well versed in the art of butchering. With his newfound skills, he moved with the swiftness of lightning, efficiently preparing dozens of portions of marinated meat. Once the customers departed, he turned to Cao Duang and said, "Dad, perhaps it's time to retire from this trade. I can support you now." A warmth enveloped Cao Duang's heart, yet he could not fathom relinquishing his lifelong vocation. While he was alive, he intended to save money for his son. Otherwise, how could his child hold his head high among others? Following his recent illness, Cao Duang had come to fully appreciate the significance of financial stability. Without money, his son might find himself in the humiliating position of a son-in-law. What father could bear to see his child reduced to such a state? Deep down, Cao Duang felt a torrent of emotions, though he spoke none of them aloud. "Xiao Tan, it's nothing," he said with a smile, yet tears glistened at the corners of his eyes. Witnessing this, Cao Dingtian silently vowed to ensure his father would live a life of comfort. Suddenly, a commotion erupted along the street. A group of individuals swaggered down from the alley, extending their prepared QR codes to the vendors they passed. However, when one vendor refused to pay, the group swiftly overturned his stall. Cao Dingtian's brows furrowed when he recognized the ringleader, a boy with bleached hair. Was that not his cousin, Cao Shuquan? This boy had always wielded his uncle's position as the village captain to bully others, including Cao Dingtian himself. Even now, he persisted in his tyrannical ways. Preying on the weak. "Brother, we must flee," a middle-aged man, hurriedly gathering his produce, stammered to Cao Duong. "The protection fees demanded by these newcomers are exorbitant. If we don't escape now, all our efforts will have been in vain." Just as the man attempted to make his escape, a large hand seized his sleeve. Under Brother Nyo's watchful eye, "Do you think you can run?" "Gao Sukun Sna. If you don't fork over 2,000 today, you'll regret it." The vendors here had their established stalls, each marked with a number, while the itinerant merchants, like Cao Duong, lacked such permanence. Unlike the fixed vendors who paid a consistent protection fee to this gang, itinerant vendors faced exorbitant fines when caught. "Please spare me. I've only sold a few dozen pounds of vegetable leaves today. I simply don't have that kind of money," the middle-aged man lamented, tears brimming in his eyes. He pulled out a wad of change, consisting of 100 or so 200 yuan notes. He relied on the meager income from selling vegetables to sustain his family. Yet now he faced this group of extortionists demanding exorbitant sums. Where could he possibly procure the money? 2,000 yuan represented their entire month's food expenses. If he surrendered that, would his family not have to tighten their belts for the rest of the month? Is there no law left in this society? Chapter 62. If you're going to die, don't drag me down with no money? How could he possibly emulate those vendors on the street? Wouldn't it be better to wait at home for death? Cao Shukuan scoffed. "Sir, this is all I earned today. I offer it all to you. Please spare my life." The middle-aged man pleaded desperately. Cao Shukuan glanced at him, discovering that it was merely a handful of coins. He snatched the wad of change from the middle-aged man's hand. A flicker of relief crossed the man's face. He believed that if he laid everything bare, this group would let him go. However, in the next moment, Cao Shukuan hurled the wad of change directly at his face. With a sharp crack, the paper bills scattered like raindrops upon the middle-aged man's visage. Witnessing his hard-earned money raining down onto the ground, his eyes glazed over. "My money, my hard-earned money." He bent down to retrieve the fallen bills, but in an instant, Cao Shukuan delivered a kick that sent him sprawling. "Wow, what bad luck!" He spat, showing utter disdain. The onlooking vendors trembled at the audacity of this gang. Just then, a figure emerged in Cao Shukuan's line of sight. It was Cao Dingtian. Before Cao Shukuan, he helped the middle-aged man back to his feet. The previously arrogant Cao Shukuan felt his blood pressure surge upon seeing someone dare to intervene in his affairs. Yet, when he recognized Cao Dingtian, his expression transformed into one of mockery and amusement. "Oh, isn't this my brother-in-law's cousin? Instead of working at the Luo family, you found time to come out. It seems you're living even more lavishly than I am." Cao Shukuan's tone dripped with sarcasm as he caught sight of Cao Duong. "Ah, uncle, I see you've recovered. Why didn't you inform your nephew? Had I known you were discharged, I would have brought a box of bird's nest to see you." His feigned concern was so convincing that one might mistake him for a devoted son. He picked up a roasted goose, took a bite of the fatty meat, and spat it onto the cutting board, then continued to devour the rest. "Uncle, your roasted goose could use a bit more time in the oven. Perhaps 10 more minutes next time." With that, he tossed the half-eaten leg of goose onto the ground. Clapping his hands, he declared, "Since we are relatives, I will take the liberty of collecting 3,000 yuan as a protection fee today." He smiled amiably at Brother Nyo. "Brother Nyo, this is my uncle. Do you think 3,000 is acceptable?" Brother Nyo laughed heartily. "Absolutely. This is quite generous of you, my boy. You truly value family connections. It must be done." Cao Duong, having just been discharged from the hospital and lacking funds, offered, "How about this? I'll give you a few hundred now. I'll make up the rest in a few days." He produced today's earnings, 2 red bills and various smaller denominations, amounting to approximately 5 or 600 yuan. He was fully aware of the dangers posed by this gang, to prevent them from savoring the sweetness of victory. One fears that this matter may never conclude. More critically, it could involve Cao Dingtian. He has but one son, and his injury would be far more grievous than taking his life. Several hundred? Upon hearing this, Cao Shukuan furrowed his brows, his expression darkening. "Uncle, you are putting me in a difficult position. Brothers, let us smash it." With that command, several men with dyed hair prepared to overturn Cao Duong's electric vehicle. However, at that moment, Cao Dingtian emerged and directly drove the men back. Ha! Brother, you may be skilled with a pen, but when it comes to wielding blades or firearms, you still fall short of your younger brother. Gao Sukun Skop. Brother Nyo had collected protection fees on this street for several years and had never encountered such a formidable man. Proudly, he declared, "Kid, reveal your name, for I do not slay nameless individuals." His followers erupted in laughter, convinced the young man was doomed. Cao Dingtian, he stated calmly. However, the once jovial Brother Nyo's face instantly stiffened. See, come again? Cold sweat began to bead on Brother Nyo's forehead. Cao Dingtian, he said coldly. Boom! Those 3 syllables thundered like a rolling storm in Brother Nyo's mind. How could he not know the name Cao Dingtian? One man had single-handedly taken down hundreds from the Earth Tiger Association without breaking a sweat, although the association had endeavored to suppress the news as a minor leader. He was certainly aware of Cao Dingtian's heroic deeds. You lot, overturn this vehicle, then ensure my cousin is well taken care of. Cao Shuquan commanded with a wave of his hand, prompting several subordinates to stir. We cannot overturn it. We cannot. Brother Nyo trembled as he protested. Recognizing Cao Dingtian's identity filled him with dread, and he no longer dared to act with bravado. The arrogance he had displayed moments earlier dissipated like air from a deflated balloon. His legs weakened, and he instinctively knelt before the ground. Observing this, his subordinates rushed to support him, discovering that the once boisterous Brother Nyo was now drenched in cold sweat. Brother Nyo, are you unwell? Noticing Brother Nyo's ashen complexion, Gao Sukun in Guit, Brother Nyo shook off the support of his men, mustering all his strength to approach Cao Dingtian and collapsed to his knees, saying, Brother Tian, this younger brother failed to recognize your greatness. I implore you, spare me. The surrounding subordinates were left bewildered. How is this possible? Brother Nyo, the street's overlord, had never encountered a rival, yet now, Cao Shuquan, astonished and perplexed, asked, Brother Nyo, what has gotten into you? Why kneel before a worthless son-in-law? Get up, overturn the stalls, and continue collecting protection fees. Slap! Brother Nyo struck Cao Shuquan across the face, exclaiming, How dare you insult Brother Tian again? Do you believe I want to break your legs? Cao Shuquan, clutching his stinging cheek, looked utterly bewildered. Brother Nyo, he is but a worthless man, willing to become a son-in-law to the Luo family for the sake of raising money for my uncle. You slap! Slap! Brother Nyo delivered blows to Cao Shuquan's face, swelling it to resemble that of a pig. Be silent. Should you continue to disrespect Brother Tian, I will end your life. Cao Shuquan, unwilling to concede, inquired, Brother Nyo, do you not see that I am your most capable aide? Why you strike me instead of that worthless son-in-law? Tian Gu is no ordinary man, Nyo replied, delivering another punch. Speak again, and I shall not be merciful. No ordinary man? Cao Shuquan retorted with sarcasm. He was abandoned by his mother at a young age, raised solely by my uncle through the sale of braised meat. You claim he is no ordinary man? Brother Nyo, have you been bewitched? Cao Dingtian, enlightened Brother Nyo. Am I not speaking the truth? As he wiped the blood trickling from his lip, Cao Shuquan seethed, Uncle, tell Brother Nyo whether Cao Dingtian was an orphan from childhood, and whether he played the role of someone else's son-in-law for your sake. If you lie, I shall return home tonight and inform my father, who will deal with you appropriately. With Cao Shuquan's words fueling the fire, Nyo seized a long bench and struck him. A sickening crack echoed as several ribs fractured. Silence. If you wish to perish, do not drag me into your demise. Nyo barked. Chapter 63. Depart at once, seeing that Cao Shuquan remained defiant. Nyo commanded a dozen brothers to take turns beating him mercilessly. If he were allowed to continue his insolence, today would mark their own demise. A cacophony of blows resounded as the group trampled Cao Shuquan, his ribs breaking beyond count. The onslaught did not cease there. They hoisted him up and delivered a barrage of slaps. Under Nyo's orders, they dared not disobey, resulting in an extraordinarily brutal display. Onlookers, initially expecting the father and son, Cao Dawang, to be thoroughly humiliated by the thugs, were astonished by this unforeseen outcome. After a prolonged beating, Cao Shuquan ceased his insolence and, in a tone of desperation, pleaded, Brother Nyo, I was wrong. please let me go. Niu grasped his neck, whispering barely audibly. Tiangu is a brother of Chun Laoda. Do you understand, Chen Wendong? Your insolence could lead to your own demise, and do not involve my brothers. Chen Wendong? Cao Shuquan's face fell in disbelief. The worthless Cao Dingtian had managed to attach himself to such a formidable ally. A look of resentment crossed his features. Had he truly latched onto Chun Laoda's leg? Latching on? Niu ground his teeth, speaking with gravitas. Even Chun Laoda must tread carefully. At that moment, Niu exerted all his strength. Cao Shuquan was dumbfounded, unable to fathom that Cao Dingtian had such formidable connections. Was this truly the feeble wretch he had once trampled upon? The same individual who had once traversed countless households, humbly seeking medical assistance? Kneel before me. All of you, kneel. Niu commanded, toppling his subordinates and aligning them to kneel before Cao Dingtian. Tiangu, we were wrong. We beseech your mercy, spare us. Niu led the supplication, with several subordinates also bowing their heads, murmuring, we shall not dare again. Only Cao Shuquan's gaze remained filled with venomous defiance, unable to accept this monumental shift in fortune. Yet he concealed his true feelings, for if Niu were to discern his thoughts, the waters of Tianhai would surely boil with chaos tonight. Spare you? Have you ever spared them? Cao Dingtian coldly remarked. Vandalism and robbery. Do you think this is a village for petty criminals? The villagers rely on their stalls for survival. Yet you seek to exploit them, attempting to sever their means of living. The middle-aged man, recently kicked aside, felt a surge of fiery passion upon witnessing Cao Dingtian stand up for them. This society desperately needs individuals like him. The other vendors, too, applauded in agreement. Cao Dingtian approached Brother Niu, an invisible pressure emanating from him, making them feel as if a mountain was bearing down upon them. Brother Tian, we will not dare again. From this moment forward, we shall strive to be good citizens and uphold the order here. Brother Niu repeatedly knelt, proclaiming, I will return the wealth I have amassed over the years to the people. Xiao Tian, since they have acknowledged their mistakes, let us show them mercy, Cao Duong said, his face etched with concern. It is better to avoid trouble. He only wished for his son to steer clear of complications. Remember the promises you made today. Should there be a next time, I assure you will not see the sun rise again. Brother Niu let out a sigh of relief, believing his life had been spared. Just as he thought Cao Dingtian would allow them to leave, a sudden twist emerged. I do not wish to waste food. You will pay for the spoiled provisions and consume them completely. If even a drop of brine remains, you shall not leave tonight. Upon hearing this, the crowd glared at Cao Shuquan with murderous intent. Had it not been for this fool, they would not have suffered such a fate. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat. Brother Niu cursed vehemently. He stepped before Cao Duong, bowing and presenting a thick bundle of red bills. Uncle, please accept this. When Cao Duong refused, Brother Niu felt as if he might perish from despair. Yet, the moment Cao Dingtian took it from his hands, he felt an immense weight lifted from his shoulders. Food must be consumed. Do not waste it. With that, Brother Niu joined the ranks of the gluttons. Dozens of individuals ravenously devoured the delicacies from the carts, resembling famished spirits. At noon, passers-by were left astounded by such a shocking spectacle, a scene they had never witnessed before. After about 10 minutes, they finally finished, having annihilated a large bucket of brine, several ducks and geese, along with other delicacies. The crowd sprawled on the ground, resembling lifeless swine. Brother Tian, the task is complete. May we leave now? Brother Niu asked earnestly. Cao Dingtian pointed at the goose legs scattered on the ground. Brother Niu slapped Cao Shuquan across the face, scolding. Cherishing food is everyone's responsibility. Do you wish for Brother Tian to teach you? Cao Shuquan was on the verge of tears, declaring this the most humiliating day of his life. One day, he would settle the score with Cao Dingtian. He picked up the goose leg from the ground and forced it down his throat. Just as he thought it was over, Cao Dingtian pointed at the fat he had regurgitated. Cao Shuquan inwardly cursed, yet his body obeyed, and he picked up the filthy fat and swallowed it again. He felt nauseated, but he held it in, knowing that if he vomited, Cao Dingtian would surely make him eat it once more. Get lost. Cao Dingtian kicked Brother Nyo away. Under his leadership, dozens of individuals discreetly departed. As the hero enacted justice, a fervent applause erupted from the gathered citizens, who repeatedly praised the young man for his commendable actions. Even the parents who had witnessed the events firsthand expressed their admiration, offering their daughters in marriage to this paragon of virtue, Cao Dingtian. However, Cao Duong politely declined their offers. After this incident, the alley returned to its former vibrancy. With no stall of his own to tend to, Cao Duong had no choice but to drive his son home in an electric vehicle. During their journey, Cao Dingtian revealed his desire for his father to enjoy a more prosperous life at the medical clinic. Initially, Cao Duong was adamantly opposed, insisting that such a move would be a waste of time. Left without words, Cao Dingtian arranged a task for him, alleviating his father's concerns. Upon reaching home, Cao Dingtian urged his elderly father to pack swiftly and sent a location to Zhao Yuru, requesting her to pick them up. Zhao Yuru responded promptly, as she had some free time and was more than willing to assist. After organizing everything, he checked the time. It was precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was time to attend to the ailing child of Ho Wushi. Otherwise, the latter might become infuriated. Thus, he took a taxi to Ho Wushi's estate. Within 15 minutes, he arrived at the grand villa, marveling silently at the wealth surrounding him, which continually reshaped his worldview. "Hello, I am here to see Director Ho." The main gate was locked, so Cao Dingtian approached the side entrance and greeted the security guard at the booth. "Looking for Director Ho?" The guard raised an eyebrow, and upon seeing Cao Dingtian's humble attire, he scoffed, "This is not a place for someone like you. Be on your way. Please inform Director Ho that Cao Dingtian has come to treat a child," Cao Dingtian stated coldly. The guard erupted in laughter, unable to contain himself. "What kind of delusion is this? Look at yourself. You think you can treat the young master? Move along before I have to force you out." He waved dismissively, clearly unimpressed. If this man could heal, he certainly wouldn't be working as a security guard earning a meager salary. "Are you willing to take responsibility if something happens to the young master while you delay?" Cao Dingtian pressed, catching the guard off guard, as he realized the boy was gravely ill and perhaps had a genuine connection to Director Ho. However, upon observing his attire again, the guard dismissed the idea entirely. Individuals known to Director Ho were invariably affluent. How could this beggar possibly associate with them? Impatiently, he declared, "An expert is already attending to the young master. Now leave, quickly." At that moment, a Maybach approached, and the guard, no longer interested in Cao Dingtian, pressed the button to open the gate. The luxurious vehicle glided through the entrance, and the guard swiftly closed the gate, fearful that Cao Dingtian might try to slip inside. "What are you staring at? That's the daughter of the Ho family. You'll never even dream of being in her presence," the guard mocked, gazing enviously at the slowly passing Maybach. "If one day I could sit in the luxurious car of the esteemed Ho family and drive on 2 roads, how wonderful that would be." Suddenly, the slowly moving luxury vehicle came to a halt, and out stepped a young girl clad in a pink dress. With a joyful countenance, she hurried towards the security guard. He was taken aback. Could it be that his recently made wish was about to come true? His heart raced with excitement, as if he were about to leap over the dragon gate. However, the words of Ho Wanjun doused his exhilaration like a bucket of cold water. The smile that had adorned his face instantly turned rigid. It had all been a figment of his imagination. Yet, how did Ho Wanjun know this impoverished lad? The guard was momentarily stunned, his previous demeanor towards Cao Dingtian now weighing heavily on his conscience. "Miss Ho, I am here to treat the patient," Cao Dingtian stated. "Ha! Just tell the security guard that you're here for treatment," Ho Wanjun replied with a radiant smile. Yet, the guard's expression darkened, his face nearly contorting with despair. He had just been prevented from doing so. Upon hearing this, Ho Wanjun's smile vanished, her eyes sparking with fury. "You fool! Do you realize the foolishness of your actions? If my brother misses the optimal time for treatment, your life would not suffice to compensate for the loss." The guard was suddenly engulfed in darkness. A man of many encounters, he had never anticipated that a poor boy could forge connections with such a prestigious family. He was truly in dire straits. "Open the door and proceed to the finance department to collect this month's salary," Ho Wanjun commanded. The guard, trembling, opened the door and knelt before Cao Dingtian. Brother, I was wrong. Please, say a kind word on my behalf to let the young lady spare me. Cao Dingtian replied coldly. I am a man who respects those who respect me. With that, he followed Ho Wanjun into the Ho residence, which had been disregarded by the guard. Left kneeling in place, he realized he had truly fallen from grace. Without a stable job, how would he provide for his family? Regret washed over him like a tide. Meanwhile, Cao Dingtian learned from Ho Wanjun that a foreign expert had arrived at the Ho residence today, bringing a miraculous treatment for muscular dystrophy. She had rushed over in haste, but upon entering, mistook a figure for Cao Dingtian until she caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror and confirmed it was indeed him, prompting her to leap from the car and run inside, continuously apologizing along the way. Cao Dingtian chuckled, assuring her that it was of no consequence. The Ho residence was vast, and after a few minutes' walk, they finally reached the patient's room. Inside, the Ho couple and Ho Tianhai anxiously watched as the foreign doctor in a white coat prepared the medication, ready to administer it to the child once all was set. Wanjun, you've arrived. Ho Tianhai first noticed Ho Wanjun, but upon seeing Cao Dingtian, his eyes lit up in delight. Brother Cao has also come. Please take a seat, he urged, patting the grand chair beside him. The Ho couple, noticing the arrival of Cao Dingtian, greeted him warmly, while simultaneously feeling a deep sense of remorse for neglecting to inform him of their actions. Cao Dingtian, with a gentle smile, expressed his understanding. After all, which parent could bear to witness their child suffer from the pangs of illness? At that moment, the expert from the ugly nation had just finished preparing the medication, allowing Cao Dingtian the opportunity to observe their medical standards. After concocting numerous remedies, the doctor finally spoke. Mr. Ho, your child's current condition is quite dire. If things continue as they are, he may not survive the next few days. Fortunately, we have recently developed a miraculous drug with just a single injection. Your child will be liberated from his afflictions. However, his tone shifted as he solemnly added, the cost for this treatment is 100 million. I hope you can settle it in one payment. Mr. Nash, please save my son. We can discuss the fees later, Mrs. Ho urged anxiously. Do not worry about that. Mr. Nash, I, Ho Wusher, will gladly provide cash, a check, or even currency from the ugly nation to save my child, Ho Wusher asserted with determination. Indeed, Mr. Ho is a man of his word, Nash replied with a hearty laugh, syringe in hand, ready to administer the treatment. Wait, just as the atmosphere became tense, Cao Dingtian's voice pierced through the silence, shattering their auditory senses. Nash, holding the syringe, turned to Cao Dingtian. Sir, what is your concern? The Ho couple mirrored his confusion. This injection will not awaken the child, Cao Dingtian stated softly, yet his words resonated with thunderous authority. What? Nash exclaimed in disbelief. Who is this audacious youth to challenge the advanced medical practices of their nation? The Ho couple feared they had offended Cao Dingtian, causing him to lose his temper at a critical moment, while Ho Tianhai and his grandson regarded him thoughtfully, having previously witnessed his remarkable abilities. Who are you? Nash asked, displeasure etched on his face. This is the world's most advanced miracle drug. What gives you the audacity to dismiss it? He turned to the Ho couple, his expression stern. Mr. Ho, this man has insulted me. Unless he apologizes, this matter will not be resolved. Furthermore, after his apology, I will require 200 million as compensation for emotional distress, or you can prepare for the worst regarding your son. The Ho couple was left in shock at his demands. It was akin to an outrageous price hike. Yet, they were unwilling to forfeit the miraculous drug, particularly Ho Wusher, who understood its efficacy all too well. However, how could he persuade Cao Dingtian to apologize to Nash? Chapter 65. A grave predicament ultimately, after a tumultuous internal struggle. Ho Wusher withdrew a check for 10 million. Brother Cao, I apologize for troubling you without cause. This is a token of my gratitude. He dared not offend anyone, especially not Cao Dingtian, who had been introduced by Ho Tianhai and possessed remarkable medical skills. He had chosen the miraculous drug over traditional Chinese medicine. Ho Tianhai was beside himself with frustration, stomping his feet. Upon witnessing Ho Wusher's decision, Nash lifted his chin in arrogance. A foolish individual harbored doubts regarding the efficacy of the miraculous drug from that unfortunate country, and thus deserved to be dismissed by his hosts. As for compelling Cao Dingtian to apologize, it was merely an effort to exert some pressure on Ho Wushi. After all, with 200 million in hand, one could live a life of ease. Once Mr. Ho had made his decision, Cao naturally complied. However, he could not accept the check, for he believed in the principle of not reaping rewards without effort. It seemed rather unjust to take Mr. Ho's hard-earned money without having contributed anything. With that said, Cao Dingtian rose to his feet and, with a respectful gesture, bid farewell to the elder Ho and Miss Ho. Brother Cao, elder brother Cao, both Ho Tianhai and his grandson urged him to stay, yet Cao Dingtian had already departed with his head held high. Alas! Ho Tianhai cast a reproachful glance at Ho Wushi and sighed helplessly. There is no need to be disheartened, elder Ho. With just one injection of the miraculous drug, in less than a minute, your grandson will be restored to health, Nash proclaimed with confidence. Ho Tianhai's expression remained inscrutable. He once believed that the advanced medical equipment of that unfortunate country could cure his lung cancer, but, regrettably, it proved ineffective. It was only upon meeting Cao Dingtian that he realized the true value of the legacy left by his ancestors. Madame Ho, with tears in her eyes, pleaded, "Dr. Nash, I implore you to save my poor child. Mr. Nash, that young man was disrespectful to you. I am willing to offer an additional 50 million as compensation for your emotional distress, hoping you will intervene and save him." Ho Wushi extended his 5 fingers in earnest. "Ha ha, Mr. Ho, your straightforwardness is commendable. If I were to refrain from offering assistance now, it would truly be unworthy of the white coat I wear," Nash responded, his face aglow with satisfaction. In truth, the additional 50 million was beyond his expectations. Initially, he had anticipated that Ho Wushi would merely apologize on behalf of Cao Dingtian before beseeching him for help. However, he was taken aback by Ho Wushi's generosity. This visit had indeed yielded substantial rewards. Everyone, do not blink. Such miraculous events are not something everyone gets to witness, Nash declared, as he administered an injection into the small monkey. Simultaneously, a wondrous phenomenon unfolded. A dazzling white light enveloped the small creature's body. Its previously dull complexion began to transform for the better. The Ho couple marveled, acknowledging the astonishing capabilities of the advanced drug from that unfortunate country. Ho Tianhai and his grandson fixed their resolute gazes upon the child in the bed, knowing that until the final moment, no one could predict the outcome. "Now, let the countdown commence," Nash announced, turning to the Ho couple with an air of arrogance. "In 30 seconds, your child will be able to walk." The couple immediately focused on the stopwatch. Those fleeting 30 seconds felt like 30 years in that moment. Nash smirked, seated comfortably in the grand chair, indulging in desserts and tea. At last, the couple endured the 30 seconds, and when they witnessed the child on the bed stir slightly, their eyes sparkled with hope. "He is awake! He is awake!" they exclaimed, embracing one another in tears. For days, they had been consumed with worry, yearning for their son to awaken, and now, witnessing this moment, how could they not be overwhelmed with emotion? "Mom, Dad!" Finally, the child on the bed, seemingly unaffected, slowly climbed down. The couple's excitement surged even higher. The expenditure of 250 million was truly worthwhile. "The little monkey has genuinely improved. Little monkey, tell mommy where you feel unwell." Madame Ho stepped forward, her heart brimming with excitement, for it had been quite some time since she had spoken with her son. "Mom, I feel fine now. There is no discomfort, just a slight dizziness," the child replied calmly, shaking his head. However, his gaze remained somewhat dazed, and his complexion appeared a touch pale. Upon hearing this, the woman finally felt reassured. The child had completely recovered. "Mr. Ho, you need not worry. These are normal symptoms. After a significant illness, the patient requires time to recuperate. With proper nourishment, he will be lively in a few days," Nash remarked with an air of nonchalance. Mr. Ho furrowed his brow, surprised by the competence of this expert from the ugly nation, realizing he had been somewhat biased against their medical practices. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Nash. Thank you for your assistance," he responded, trying to mask his gratitude. "Oh, Mr. Ho, you are too kind," Nash said with a sardonic tone. "The technology from my country is not something that the likes of you can question. I hope you will be cautious of such individuals in the future." After Cao Dingtian departed, he couldn't resist throwing in a derisive remark. Following this, he erupted into boisterous laughter. The expressions of Mr. Ho and his grandson soured. This man was insufferably arrogant. "Well then, Mr. Ho, I have successfully treated your son," Nash said eagerly, making a gesture as if to indicate money. Mr. Ho, understanding the implication, replied of course. He retrieved a check, preparing to write the amount. Suddenly, an ominous sound interrupted him, followed by his wife's exclamation. "Ah?" He turned to see his son violently spitting blood, his eyes beginning to glaze over, a clear indication of vitality slipping away. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. All eyes turned towards Nash, who was no longer composed or aloof. He sprang up, hastily using medical equipment on the child. "This is bad. There's no hope." The faces of everyone present turned ashen. As Cao Dingtian made his way past the security booth, the guard, having packed his belongings, was ready to leave. Upon seeing Cao Dingtian exit alone, he realized that the Ho family had withdrawn their favor. Given the Ho family's nature, would they not send a fleet of luxury cars for the treatment of their young master? Reflecting on how Cao Dingtian had cost him his job, he was determined not to let him off easily. "Kid, it seems the door to the Ho family is not easily open for you," the guard sneered. "Do you think you can leap into success? You're merely dreaming." He continued to rant. "You, a mere useless person, caused me to lose my stable job. Why don't you just disappear?" At that moment, the guard noticed Mr. Ho, flanked by a group of bodyguards, hastily approaching with an imposing presence. As if ready to confront someone, the guard's suspicions were confirmed. "You are in serious trouble, kid. You want to be leaving through that door today?" Serves you right. Chapter 66. A gamble for life, Brother Cao. I was in the wrong. The hurriedly arriving Ho Tianhai hastily knelt before Cao Dingtian. He had brought numerous bodyguards, instructing them to scour every path in pursuit of Cao Dingtian. Just moments ago, upon his son being sentenced to death, he felt on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, a sharp slap from Ho Tianhai jolted him back to reality. "Quickly summon Brother Cao. Do not return without him." Ho Wushi, realizing the gravity of the situation, understood that only Cao Dingtian could save his child. However, he felt it was somewhat unreasonable to seek his aid after having dismissed him so callously just moments before. With another resounding slap, Ho Tianhai urged him awake. "Even if it means cracking your skull, you must bring Brother Cao here." Ho Wushi found this reasoning compelling. Thus, he gathered all his bodyguards to pursue Cao Dingtian. Thud, thud, thud. He knocked his head against the ground several times, startling the gatekeeper. Hadn't they come to confront Cao Dingtian? Why were they now so subservient? An ominous feeling stirred within him. "Director Ho, this is unwise, truly unwise." Cao Dingtian remarked with a sardonic tone. "I, Cao, lack the capacity to accept such grand gestures." Undeterred, Ho Wushi continued to knock his head, drawing blood and entirely shedding the imposing demeanor he once possessed. "Brother Cao, I have been blinded by ignorance. It is my fault. For the sake of my love for my son, I implore your great mercy." Tears streamed down Ho Wushi's face. At that moment, Ho Tianhai and his grandson also arrived. Upon seeing that Cao Dingtian remained, they rushed to him, wishing to kneel, but were lifted by Cao Dingtian. "Out of respect for the elder, I shall overlook the earlier incident." Cao Dingtian's cold gaze swept over Ho Wushi. Filled with gratitude, Ho Wushi continued to bow. The security personnel were in disarray. What extraordinary influence did Cao Dingtian possess that compelled the Ho family to kneel before him in such a manner? "What trouble did you speak of earlier?" Cao Dingtian's stern visage faced the security guard, instilling a sense of dread that plunged him into an abyss of despair. The guard's eyes grew vacant, realizing he had provoked a force he should not have trifled with, and felt an impending doom. Furious, Ho Wushi shouted at the bodyguards, "Seize this guard and throw him out. Break his limbs, so he shall never speak recklessly again." Immediately, several bodyguards apprehended the guard, dragging him outside, where they rendered him limbless, knocked out a tooth, and severed his tongue. His anguished cries echoed, yet none felt pity for him. In the end, The bodyguards even remembered to leave funds for his treatment and called for an ambulance. For the rest of his life, he would only know existence from a wheelchair, incapable of engaging in verbal disputes ever again. "Brother Cao, please." At Ho Tianlai's invitation, Cao Dingtian returned to the chamber. Meanwhile, upon seeing Cao Dingtian, Nash's eyelids twitched slightly. The so-called miracle drug is of no use. Your arrival will be futile." Nash remarked coldly. "What nonsense miracle drug? What absurd technology from a loathsome country? In my eyes, it is worthless. If you cannot remedy such a minor ailment, how dare you maintain your lofty arrogance and disdain for all? If I were you, I would have dashed my head against that pillar and ended it all," Cao Dingtian remarked coldly. Nash was instantly infuriated, his eyes ablaze with rage. He sought to salvage his dignity, yet the miraculous remedy had already proven ineffective. Thus, he resorted to extreme measures. "Since you are so confident, are you daring enough to wager with me?" Nash declared indignantly. "Wager? I fear your stakes may be too insignificant," Cao Dingtian retorted with a sneer. "Well, if you find the stakes trivial, let us raise the ante," Nash suggested, licking his lips. "If you can save this child, my life is yours. However, should you fail to heal him, then your life is at my mercy." Nash was fully aware of the child's dire condition. Within an hour, the child would undoubtedly perish. What could this rustic man, Cao Dingtian, possibly employ to save him? The odds were overwhelmingly in his favor. Silence enveloped the crowd, astonished by the fierce competition unfolding between the two. To ensure absolute certainty, Nash respectfully addressed Mr. Ho Tianhai. "Mr. Ho, as the elder here, I implore you to serve as our witness." "Mr. Nash, this is no jest. Should you lose, it is your life at stake," Ho Tianhai responded gravely. Mr. Ho, with every wager comes the possibility of loss. Should I falter, I shall not evade responsibility nor shift the blame onto anyone else," Nash confidently asserted. "Conversely, if you lose, I ask that you be treated with equal fairness." Mr. Ho found himself in a quandary. Truth be told, he had no certainty that Cao Dingtian could revive his grandson. There was only a glimmer of hope. He could not unilaterally agree to Nash's terms. "I consent," Cao Dingtian finally spoke. Reluctantly, Ho Tianhai stood. "The wager between these two shall take effect immediately." The onlookers fixed their sharp gazes upon Cao Dingtian and Nash. "Very well, please proceed," Nash said, gesturing with delight. To him, there was no sign of hope for a successful revival. This fool was destined for failure. To insult their nation was a transgression deserving of death. Now that the wager was established, all he needed to do was await the outcome in silence. He reclined in his armchair, savoring delicacies and sipping tea. When he observed Cao Dingtian producing silver needles, he nearly choked. If antiquated acupuncture could cure this rare muscular atrophy, then why need not scour the world for remedies? Nash felt emboldened, even humming a popular tune from his homeland. Meanwhile, Cao Dingtian commenced the application of the first and fifth layers of the Jiu-Yang divine needle technique. Given the child's critical state, the integration of these two techniques was essential for restoration. The first layer aimed to eradicate the maladies within the child's body, while the fifth layer excelled in unblocking meridians and repairing and strengthening them. Without hesitation, he initiated the first layer of the technique. The needles flew swiftly. Perhaps due to his accumulated knowledge, executing the first layer now felt remarkably effortless, devoid of the prior exhaustion. Then, the white smoke gradually dissipated. This was a manifestation of the refining process. Pretentious, Nash scoffed lightly, then continued to sip his tea and indulge in desserts. After approximately 2 minutes, the white smoke vanished, and Cao Dingtian recognized that the symptoms within the child's body had improved. It was now time to employ the fifth tier of acupuncture techniques to mend and strengthen the child's meridians. After all, years of torment from muscle atrophy necessitated this. Without the fifth tier, the child's development would cease. As a physician, he was resolutely committed to ensuring the health of every patient. Swish, swish, swish. With practiced ease, another 21 silver needles pierced the child's body. In the next moment, radiant beams of divine light surged, striking at Ho's unseeing gaze. This was reminiscent of Nash's earlier injections, yet these divine rays imparted an overwhelming vitality. Chapter 67. Unable to leave at that moment, Ho Tianlai's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Though he was in his 80s, he could tangibly feel the resplendent light bestowing upon him an unparalleled vigor, making him feel as though he could live beyond 100 years. Grandfather Ho Wanjun also sensed something amiss. Her entire being blossomed like budding branches, flourishing in response to the divine radiance. She had a vague feeling that the button of her bra might burst open. Likewise, the Ho couple Nash and others all felt the potency of this divine light. Now, they faced the radiance as if venerating a deity. How miraculous! Such was the collective thought of the Ho family. Similarly, Nash harbored the same sentiments, albeit with additional concerns. Before long, the divine light faded, and the room returned to its original state. After removing the needles, Cao Dingtian was utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. The dual acupuncture techniques indeed complemented each other, enhancing efficiency. Yet the expenditure of vital energy was substantial. He felt that his current strength was still insufficient. If only he were stronger. Employing multiple layers of techniques simultaneously would not leave him breathless. He needed to cultivate more diligently. "Brother Cao, how are things?" The Ho couple approached him. Cao Dingtian, too fatigued to respond, indicated that the child was now out of danger. However, to Nash, this was not the case. Cao Dingtian's silence signified that he had done all he could. The child was beyond saving. This meant he had won his wager. "Kid, do you remember our bet?" Nash inquired with smug satisfaction. He then turned to Ho Tianlai. "Old man Ho, I shall claim this child's life." He cast a menacing glance at Cao Dingtian. "Boy cannot tarnish the honor of the ugly nation. Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of such disgrace." He extended his hand, commanding, "Bring me a knife." The whole family was taken aback. Shortly thereafter, a bodyguard indeed brought forth a knife, a curved blade. Nash seized the sharp weapon and coldly declared, "A bet is a bet. Accept your fate." Ho Tianlai's eyelids twitched furiously. He yearned to intervene, yet as the witness, stopping would invite gossip. No matter, saving Cao Dingtian took precedence. Just as Ho Tian was about to speak, a melodious voice, akin to that of a lark, resonated in the room. Instantly, silence enveloped the space, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Nash, clutching a machete, stood with his mouth agape like a cavern, his eyes bulging with disbelief. "This is impossible." He shook his head, his expression one of incredulity. "Little monkey, mama's good boy." Mrs. Ho clutched her son tightly. The roller coaster of emotions she had experienced that day had left her heart fragile and resentful. If anything were to happen to her child, she feared she might suffer a heart attack. "My child, do you feel unwell?" Ho asked tentatively. However, the innocent, radiant smile of little monkey shone like a ray of sunshine in his heart. Simultaneously, little monkey's face was flushed, his eyes vibrant with life, a stark contrast to before. "Daddy, I'm so hungry. I want to eat roasted goose," little monkey exclaimed. All right, Daddy will have Mommy take you right away," Ho said, tears of joy streaming down his face. This time, everything was truly all right. "Madam, please hurry and take the child to replenish his strength," Ho urged hastily. Nodding, his wife took the child to dine. At that moment, Nash felt as though he were dreaming, his expression one of astonishment. He could not believe this was real. "I just remember you saying that one must abide by one's bets." Suddenly, Cao Dingtian's words struck him like a bolt from the blue, jolting him from his reverie. Clang! Perhaps out of fear, Nash's hands trembled so violently that he could not grip the machete, which fell heavily to the ground. Please, don't kill me. Let's talk this over. Just spare my life," he stammered, his body quaking as he uttered those words with all his might. "Spare you?" Cao Dingtian scoffed. "If I were to lose, do you think you would let me go?" With a thud, Nash fell to his knees. "I was wrong. I won't dare again. I beg you, spare me." Desperate to save his life, he offered everything he had. "I'll give you all my savings, and even my woman. Just let me go." "You cannot leave." Cao Dingtian shook his head, aware that he was not a merciful man. If someone sought to take his life, he would certainly repay the debt in kind. Realizing that pleading for mercy was futile, Nash resolved to fight to the bitter end. He seized the machete from the ground and shouted, "I'll fight you." However, in the next instant, a gunshot rang out. Nash's head erupted with bright crimson blood, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, soaked in a pool of his own blood. It was the bodyguard who had fired the shot. The crowd was momentarily startled. "Bring this scoundrel to me. Chop him into meat paste to feed my beloved cats," Ho commanded loudly, and several bodyguards reappeared, promptly removing Nash's body. The outcome was evident. That night, Ho's cherished cats would feast. "Bastard, trying to play tricks," Ho muttered under his breath. Thankfully, the child was not present. Otherwise, witnessing such a gruesome scene would undoubtedly have had a detrimental effect on him. After disregarding the orders of his servants to clean, Ho Wushi took Cao Dingtian to the conference hall. He brewed tea worth thousands per pound and personally poured it for Cao Dingtian. "Brother Cao, I shall forever remember your life-saving grace," he declared, pouring himself a cup in self-reproach. He then turned to Ho Tianhai, humbly expressing, "Third uncle, thank you for awakening me. Otherwise, I would have no face to meet the ancestors of the Ho family." If he had previously harbored doubts about Ho Tianhai's support for Cao Dingtian, they were now completely dispelled. The wisdom of age proved its worth once more. Is mere verbal gratitude sufficient for Brother Cao? Ho Tianhai reprimanded sternly. "Oh, indeed, look at my folly," Ho Wushi nodded repeatedly. Overwhelmed with excitement and forgetting such essential decorum, he retrieved a check, scribbling numerous zeros, 200 million, and respectfully handed it to Cao Dingtian. "Brother Cao, please accept this." Cao Dingtian was taken aback at the sight. Had it not been for the complexities of the Huaxiao language, he would have been dizzy counting the zeros. "Mr. Ho, this is a trifling matter. Such a sum is far too generous for a mere consultation. I truly feel unworthy." Although he yearned for financial gain, he feared that such an effortless acquisition of wealth would rob him of sleep at night. In a moment of confusion, Ho Wushi pondered the situation. "How about this? Please return the 20 million check you just received. That would bring me peace of mind." 20 million for a wealthy young man's life seemed reasonable to Cao Dingtian. However, in the next breath, Ho Wushi wrote out another check for 50 million, his expression stern. "Brother Cao, do me the honor of accepting this. Otherwise, I may truly become incensed." Left with no other choice, Cao Dingtian reluctantly accepted the offer. He had once vowed to provide a comfortable life for his elderly father. Yet without any financial foundation, that promise seemed futile. Moreover, 50 million for a wealthy young man's life was indeed a reasonable exchange. He pocketed the check. At that moment, Madame Ho returned with her son. After dining, the child became even more lively and engaging, exuding an infectious charm. Cao Dingtian couldn't help but feel envious. How wonderful it would be to have such an adorable child of his own. Yet, thinking of Luo Qingcheng's attitude towards him, he feared it would be a far-off dream. Seeing his son so spirited, Ho Wushi beamed with joy, the most contented smile he had worn in years. After a brief conversation with the Ho family, Cao Dingtian exited the Ho residence, only to find it was around 5 in the afternoon when he arrived at the Luo family villa. Upon entering the hall, he noticed Lu Ruyin and Luo Yunfei seated, both wearing furrowed brows, seemingly in a gloomy mood. Cao Dingtian cast a glance at the marble table in front of his in-laws, which displayed a medical institution's license. Clearly, Ho Wushi had directed his subordinates to procure it for them. Yet, given Lu Ruyin's temperament, one would expect her to leap for joy upon receiving such news. Why did the atmosphere today feel so disconcerting? "Dad, Mom, is something troubling you?" Cao Dingtian inquired softly. "Dingtian, you're back," Luo Yunfei replied, raising his eyelids slightly. Last night's misunderstanding led him to believe that Cao Dingtian might linger there for a few days, yet he returned so swiftly. Quite well. However, his return does not alleviate the worries of the Luo family. What is the point of all this chatter? Lu Ruyin said impatiently. Upon seeing Cao Dingtian enter, a surge of anger welled up within her, yearning to unleash it upon him. "Dear, do not vent your anger on Dingtian. We must find a way to raise funds." Luo Yunfei spoke gently. Cao Dingtian discerned their distress concerning financial matters. Yet, Henti, they just received a 30 million advance payment? How could it be exhausted so rapidly? Dad, Mom, what has transpired? Perhaps I can assist. Cao Dingtian ventured cautiously. Assist? What assistance can you offer? Lu Ruyan retorted coldly. You are merely a son-in-law for a mere 500,000. What aid can you provide? Darling, do not be upset. Dingtian is also acting for the benefit of our Luo family. Luo Yunfei gently patted Lu Ruyan's back. For the benefit? What benefit? Lu Ruyan exclaimed, her expression stern and her resolve hardening. Everything we consume and require in a year has been provided by the Luo family. When have you ever contributed a single penny? She was exasperated, lamenting that if he genuinely cared for the Luo family, he should bring forth a capital of 50 million to help our company through this turmoil. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, convinced that Cao Dingtian was merely a harbinger of misfortune, bringing them ill luck. Dad, Mom, I happen to have 50 million right here. Take it if you wish, Cao Dingtian declared, producing a check and extending it to Lu Ruyan. Although he was reluctant, he generously offered it to resolve the Luo family's financial dilemma. Now endowed with extraordinary medical skills, he could earn money effortlessly and would soon amass a fortune once more. Upon seeing the check, Lu Ruyan's eyes ignited with indignation. At such a time, you still attempt to deceive me with a counterfeit check? Get out of the Luo family. In her agitation, she snatched the check from Cao Dingtian's hands, tearing it into several shreds without a second glance. Mom, this is real. Cao Dingtian felt his heart bleed. This was his first significant financial achievement, annihilated by Lu Ruyan. What is real? Lu Ruyan was incensed. Look at yourself. Do you possess 50 million? If you truly had that amount, you would not have become a son-in-law to the Luo family in the first place. She was no naive child. Meanwhile, Luo Yunfei gazed at the scattered fragments on the floor, his brow furrowing slightly. Mom, this is the 50 million given by Ho Wushi. It is genuine. Cao Dingtian insisted vehemently. A counterfeit check from Renmin Road? Don't think I'm unaware of your little tricks. You will not fool me, Lu Ruyan retorted. Suddenly, a sense of trepidation washed over her. She recalled having previously doubted Cao Dingtian's check, only to discover it was indeed authentic. Now, in her irrational state, she had torn it without hesitation. Gazing at the remnants on the floor, she felt as though she had lost something significant. Just then, the door swung open with a thud. Luo Qingcheng entered, her weary form dragging in, her eyes devoid of life, as if she had aged a decade in an instant. Qingcheng, have you discovered why the Wu family refuses to collaborate with me? Lu Ruyan inquired as she stepped forward. Mom, I do not know either, came Luo Qingcheng's response. Luo Qingcheng spoke weakly, then slumped onto the sofa, embodying a sense of desolation. Upon receiving the news this morning that the Wu family had ceased collaboration, she rushed to the company, fervently investigating the product quality. Perhaps it was a flaw in the product that had led the Wu family to terminate their partnership. However, after an entire morning of scrutiny, she found no discrepancies. When she called Wu Kaitai, he abruptly hung up on her. In her quest for clarity, she personally visited the Wu residence, only to be thwarted at the entrance by security who would not permit her entry. Consequently, she chose to wait outside, but after several hours, not a single soul appeared. Defeated, she could only drag her weary body back home. Without the Wu family's collaboration, their company was likely facing bankruptcy. Suddenly, Luo Qingcheng noticed a torn check on the ground. What the? She pointed. This check was fraudulently issued at the intersection of Renmin Road, claiming to be a sum of 50 million from Ho Wushi. He thinks he can dupe me. Not a chance, Lu Ruyan exclaimed. No, the check is genuine. Cao Dingtian asat famili. Luo Qingcheng could only roll her eyes in exasperation, glaring at Cao Dingtian. This man was certainly a source of worry. Did he not realize that forging checks was illegal? It was already unacceptable that he contributed nothing to the company's crisis. And now he had to stir up trouble as well. Luo Qingcheng collapsed onto the sofa. At that moment, Fu Yushu and her husband arrived. Having rushed over upon hearing the news of the Luo family's halted collaboration with the Wu family. Yushu, you're here, Lu Ruyan said, her tone considerably softened. Mom, Dad, I've gathered some information through friends. Fu Yushu began. It seems that the second son of the Wu family, Wu Erfan has been bullied, and Wu Kaitai has made threats to seek justice for his son. She pondered, could our termination of collaboration be related to this? Luo Yunfei and his wife shook their heads. Even if they were emboldened, they could not afford to offend the Wu family. They glanced at Cao Dingtian and shook their heads again. As a son-in-law, he was merely a house husband. He would never dare to provoke them. The unilateral termination of collaboration by the Wu family must have a deeper reason. It was then that Cao Dingtian realized why his in-laws appeared so troubled. It was, in fact, an act of revenge from the Wu family. A spark ignited in his eyes. The countdown to the Wu family's downfall had begun. Wait, why does this torn check look so familiar? At that moment, Fu Yushu picked up the torn check from the ground and began piecing it together. Yushu, don't touch that rubbish. Mom will just sweep it away, Lu Ruyan said indulgently. Suddenly, Fu Yushu's eyes widened in shock, her body trembling. Yushu, are you all right? Luo Yunfei asked, noticing her shivering, thinking she might be unwell. Mom, Dad, who tore this check? Fu Yushu's voice trembled with regret. The reason she was fixated on the check was that the handwriting looked somewhat familiar. Upon seeing the signature of Ho Wushi, she understood. This check had indeed been issued by Ho Wushi, and it was for a sum of 50 million. Initially, the construction of the Marquis estate was undertaken by their engineering team, and payments were made via checks, which Marquis Wushi disregarded. As the foreman of the engineering team, he became familiar with the distinctive strokes of Marquis Wushi's handwriting. Now, gazing at the torn remnants of the check, Fu Yushu realized that the 50 million was lost. Yushu, this is rubbish created at the intersection of Renmin Road. Why are you so concerned? Hurry, throw it in, Lu Ruyan instructed as she brought a trash can and broom. Mom, this is genuine, Fu Yushu replied, her heart aching. Ah, Lu Ruyan exclaimed. What did you say? Fu Yushu, her eyes dazed as she stared at the check, lamented, this check was issued by Marquis Wushi. I recognize his handwriting even in ashes. Luo Yunfei and his wife stared in disbelief at Cao Dingtian, recalling how last night, Marquis Wushi seemed to have sought a favor from him. Suddenly, it dawned on them. Could this check be the reward Cao Dingtian received for assisting Marquis Wushi? Lu Ruyan felt as if struck by lightning. If true, it would be more painful than death. Yushu, could you have misjudged? Lu Ruyan inquired. Impossible. If you don't believe me, you can verify it, Fu Yushu asserted. Subsequently, Lu Ruyan personally took her phone to check the number. Holding her breath, she silently wished for the check to be a forgery. However, upon completing her search, her body went limp. It was authentic. Struggling to accept this reality, she urged Luo Qingsheng and Luo Qingwu to check as well. The result was the same. It was indeed real. They were left dumbfounded. 50 million had vanished into thin air. Had it not been torn, their company could have been resurrected. Ah, Lu Ruyan cried out thrice. She felt an overwhelming urge to annihilate Cao Dingtian. Why didn't you stop me earlier? You worthless thing. She attempted to strike Cao Dingtian with the broom, but Luo Yunfei restrained her. Wife, you cannot blame Dingtian. When he handed the check to you, he insisted it was genuine. You dismissed it and tore it away. Luo Qingsheng was utterly shocked, unable to believe that Marquis Wushi would bestow such a large sum upon Cao Dingtian. Cao Dingtian, what is the meaning of this? She demanded. I use my massage techniques to alleviate Marquis Wushi's headache. Cao Dingtian fabricated a story through a series of embellishments. Ah, I see, Luo Qingsheng nodded. She had experienced Cao Dingtian's massage technique and acknowledged its unique efficacy. However, to Fu Yushu and his wife, it seemed that Cao Dingtian had merely stumbled upon luck. Yushu, can we still redeem it if we piece it back together? Lu Ruyan's heart bled. It's futile. Fu Yushu shook his head. Lu Ruyan felt darkness enveloping her, nearly fainting. Get out, she yelled at Cao Dingtian, steadying herself. Cao Dingtian lowered his head and ascended the stairs. Remaining any longer would only exacerbate Lu Ruyan's fury. That evening, during dinner, they did not invite Cao Dingtian, who could only sit cross-legged on the bed, practicing cultivation. Having reached the second level of Batiju, he found it increasingly challenging to advance further. After approximately an hour of practice, the door creaked open. Luo Qingsheng returned to her room, a steaming bowl of noodles in hand, topped with 2 fried eggs. "Are you hungry?" she inquired, presenting the fragrant dish before Cao Dingtian. The enticing aroma of the noodles warmed his heart, clearly freshly prepared by her. It was evident that she still held him in her thoughts. Regardless of the circumstances, he was the catalyst for their current predicament, and he felt compelled to assist the Luo family through this challenging time. However, one must first be nourished to have the strength to act. He accepted the large bowl of noodles and began to devour it ravenously. Luo Qingcheng smiled slightly, thinking him a true glutton. Yet, her expression suddenly stiffened as she sensed something amiss. Normally, she would not display such a countenance towards Cao Dingtian. What was different now? She shook her head in silence and proceeded to take a shower. Soon after, she emerged, adorned in a silk nightgown that subtly accentuated her form. Cao Dingtian, the company may face bankruptcy at any moment, and you might find yourself wandering the streets with me. Luo Qingcheng mused as she sat on a chair, perhaps forgetting something. As she crossed her legs, the sight of her fair skin caught Cao Dingtian's attention. "I can support you," he said with a naive grin. "You can support me?" Luo Qingcheng replied, taken aback. She had not anticipated such words from him. Indeed, he nodded earnestly. "I have learned a massage technique. If the company fails, I could open a massage parlor and earn a living for you." He contemplated revealing that he had taken over a medical clinic, but feared Luo Qingcheng might dismiss it as mere boastfulness. After all, what funds could a man who became a son-in-law for 50,000 possibly have to run a clinic? He decided to wait for the right moment to disclose this to her. With a sigh of resignation, Luo Qingcheng remarked, "If the company's financial issues were resolved, I would gladly invest in your massage parlor." She felt a sense of helplessness. A warmth spread through Cao Dingtian at her words. Luo Qingcheng had seemingly transformed overnight. Previously, she had only criticized his ineptitude, but now her perspective appeared to have shifted. He felt hopeful that the Cao family's prospects were brightening. "Rest assured, I will find a way to solve the financial problems and ensure that you do not end up on the streets with me," he promised. After speaking, Luo Qingcheng stood and lay down on the bed. Her flawless figure was undeniably alluring to a passionate young man like Cao Dingtian. "Shall I give you a massage?" he offered. Having observed her fatigue after a long day, he recognized her need for relief. Utilizing the ancestral massage techniques of the Cao family could alleviate her exhaustion and rejuvenate her spirit. A woman, like a vehicle, requires maintenance. Prolonged fatigue can lead to premature aging. Luo Qingcheng shot him a glance of exasperation. She had just bathed and was reluctant to rinse off again. However, recalling the remarkable efficacy of his technique, she nodded in acquiescence. Soon, soft moans filled the room, and an unsuspecting observer might assume something extraordinary was unfolding within. After a few minutes, the sounds finally ceased. Luo Qingcheng lay on the bed with a rosy complexion, feeling exceptionally comfortable. She had become quite enamored with this massage technique. The sensation was truly delightful. Slowly, she rose to take a shower, feeling an intensity greater than before. Her figure caught Cao Dingtian's gaze, leaving him momentarily speechless. Upon glancing at the spot where she had lain, he noticed evidence of a stain. His jaw dropped. Indeed, the ancestral massage technique of the Cao family was remarkable. Chapter 70. Settling accounts. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Cao Dingtian arose early to prepare breakfast for the Luo family. When he reached the second floor, he found Lu Ruyan practicing yoga in the hall. She was stretching her long, beautiful legs, her perfect figure on full display. However, upon seeing Cao Dingtian, memories of the previous day's incident regarding the torn check surged back to her mind, and she glared at him with fury. Perhaps due to overexertion, her thigh cramped painfully, causing her to cry out in distress. Cao Dingtian sensed something was amiss and hurried to Lu Ruyan's side. "Quickly, my thigh muscles are injured. Help me to the hospital." Lu Ruyan's expression was grim. She could barely stand, her legs refusing to cooperate. "No, let me use my massage technique to alleviate the pain," Cao Dingtian urged as he leaned closer. "Stop talking nonsense. Call for help and take me to the hospital," Lu Ruyan exclaimed angrily. "Trust me, I can handle it," Cao Dingtian replied, placing his hands on her thigh to assess the situation. It was a muscle strain, and without treatment, she risked permanent impairment. He was determined to employ the ancestral massage technique of the Cao family. "What are you doing, you fool?" Lu Ruiyan's displeasure was evident. Touching her thigh was a grave offense. Had it not been for her incapacitated state, Cao Dingtian would have faced dire consequences. "There's no need for the hospital. Don't you remember I can massage? A few presses will suffice," Cao Dingtian insisted. "What are you thinking? You're just complicating matters. Hurry and call Qingsheng and your father to take me to the hospital." Lu Ruiyan was in agony, feeling as if her legs were being sliced by a knife. She needed to get to the hospital promptly, or she would be confined to bed for life. "Lao Luo! Lao Luo! Qingsheng!" she called out loudly. "I can manage this," Cao Dingtian said, and without hesitation, he began to apply his massage technique on Lu Ruiyan's thigh, as she felt his hands hovering perilously close to her sensitive areas. A murderous rage simmered within her. "You scoundrel!" she cursed. At that moment, Luo Yunfei and Luo Qingsheng arrived. Upon witnessing the scene, they quickly pushed Cao Dingtian away. "What are you doing, Cao Dingtian?" Luo Qingsheng inquired. "Mother has a muscle strain, and I'm treating her," he explained. "You know nothing. Lao Luo, call an ambulance to take me away. I can't endure this." Lu Ruiyan gritted her teeth. Luo Qingsheng then understood the situation. She had initially thought Cao Dingtian was up to something nefarious. "Mother, let him try. It might yield miraculous results," Luo Qingsheng suggested. "Are you joking with my life? If he had that ability, why would he need to be your son-in-law?" Lu Ruiyan retorted, her expression stern. "Wife, let Dingtian give it a shot," Luo Yunfei urged. After all, the massage technique that alleviated the headaches that Ho had been ignoring was quite extraordinary. "Are you also indulging in this nonsense?" Lu Ruiyan remarked with a scowl. However, as time passed, her legs grew increasingly painful. After uttering this, she began to wail incessantly. "Quick, help me to the sofa." Upon hearing her plea, Cao Dingtian instructed, and Luo Yunfei and her father lifted Lu Ruiyan onto the couch. Thereafter, he commenced the application of the Cao family's ancestral massage technique. Lu Ruiyan cried out. "This is not healing. It feels more like torture." She vowed that once her legs healed, she would make this tormentor pay dearly. "Get away, get away!" Lu Ruiyan shouted. "Lao Luo, help me!" Yet, Cao Dingtian paid no heed to her protests and continued with the treatment. Clad in gray, form-fitting yoga pants, Lu Ruiyan had chosen to forego undergarments to enhance her ability to stretch. As Cao Dingtian massaged her, the contours and depths were distinctly visible. Gradually, as his technique deepened, Lu Ruiyan's cries of anguish subsided, replaced by sounds that stirred the imagination. Even Luo Qingsheng felt her cheeks flush at the thought of producing such sounds during her own massage by Cao Dingtian. It was quite embarrassing. Luo Yunfei's face also turned red. After a few minutes, Cao Dingtian withdrew his hands, having healed Lu Ruiyan's strained muscles. "Mother, how do you feel?" Luo Qingsheng inquired. It's better, truly better." Lu Ruiyan shrieked in delight. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss in her body, and her face turned crimson as she hurried to her room. "I'll deal with you later," she threatened Cao Dingtian before leaving. Luo Qingsheng chuckled softly. "Mom must be off to take a shower." "Ha ha ha, Dingtian, well done, well done. You are making progress." Luo Yunfei smiled knowingly. It seemed that Cao Dingtian was not as inept as he had once appeared. Observing him over the past few days, Luo Yunfei had begun to regard this son-in-law with newfound respect. Hurriedly finishing breakfast, Cao Dingtian hastily consumed a bowl of porridge before dashing off to the clinic, aware that lingering too long would earn him Lu Ruiyan's ire. Upon arriving at the clinic, he found his father busily sweeping the floor, immersed in his work. Cao Dingtian approached to call out to him, but his father insisted he could not be idle. This exemplified the industrious and kind nature of the men of Huaxia. Throughout the morning, a dozen patients arrived, though they presented only minor ailments, which Cao Dingtian entrusted to Zhao Yueru. He, in turn, devoted himself to the cultivation of his Ba Ti Ju. Naturally, all the consultation fees were collected by Cao Duong. The clinic's fees were flexible. Yet even during this short mourning period, they managed to earn a considerable sum. Cao Duong meticulously counted the bills, his demeanor serious. His son had established his own career. He would no longer need to bow his head in front of others. His happiness surpassed that of anyone else. Just then, the distinctive sounds of parking outside drew attention. A minute later, a group clad in matching uniforms entered the clinic, led by Su Qinglong, accompanied by his disciples from the Qinglong Hall, including Su Mei. Zhao Yueru, get out here. Su Qinglong's lips curled slightly, and a powerful wave of sound reverberated throughout the clinic, imbued with formidable inner strength. Upon hearing that voice, Zhao Yueren's expression immediately darkened to a profound gloom. She was all too familiar with it. It belonged to her former master, without a doubt. She hastily rushed to the front hall, where indeed she found Su Qinglong, accompanied by Su Mei. Clearly, Su Mei had divulged the details of her defection from the sect to Su Qinglong. Zhao Yueren attempted to speak, but realizing she had severed ties with the martial alliance, she resolutely altered her words. What brings you here? To settle accounts. Su Qinglong's voice resonated like thunder, imbued with formidable energy. Even though Zhao Yueren had prepared herself for the confrontation, the sonic waves emitted by Su Qinglong still threatened to rupture her eardrums. Zhao Yueren, you have rendered me powerless, turning me into a mere shell of my former self. Today, my master will take retribution on your behalf. Prepare to meet your end. Su Mei stepped forward. After Su Qinglong emerged from his seclusion, having finally broken through a long-standing bottleneck, Su Mei recognized that her chance for vengeance had arrived. This time, even if the King of Heaven himself intervened, there would be no salvation for Zhao Yueren. Get out, you wretched girl. Summon that person. Su Qinglong commanded. Leave at once. The person you seek is not here, Zhao Yueren retorted, gesturing dismissively. Wretched girl, do not drink the toast and refuse the punishment. My patience is limited. Su Qinglong's expression darkened as a wave of domineering power surged from him, wreaking havoc in the once pristine courtyard. Zhao Yueren was filled with trepidation. It was her first encounter with a formidable Earth-level master unleashing their wrath in Longjiang City. The sheer force was indeed terrifying. Did you not expect it? My master has broken through the bottleneck last night. I advise you to heed his words and refrain from futile struggles. Otherwise, you shall endure a severe beating. Su Mei proclaimed with pride. After her master's ascension to the Earth level, there were few challengers in Longjiang City. Although she had not witnessed Cao Dingtian's true prowess, Su Mei believed that an Earth-level master would instill fear in him. With overwhelming strength, she could compel Cao Dingtian to restore her damaged meridians. The thought of no longer being a waste stirred excitement within her. Begone, Zhao Yueren scolded. Incorrect response. Su Qinglong's eyes glinted with cold, murderous intent as he launched an attack on Zhao Yueren. For such a stubborn opponent, only strength could compel her submission. Aware that a direct confrontation was futile due to the vast disparity in their realms, Zhao Yueren opted for evasion. She skillfully employed the ghostly steps taught to her by Cao Dingtian. With each step she dodged, illusory afterimages trailed in her wake. This vile woman, her footwork has improved. Su Mei cursed inwardly. The Zhao Yueren of today exhibited a level of skill that was worlds apart from the previous day. What had she experienced to achieve such remarkable progress? The fellow disciples who had followed were equally puzzled. This ethereal footwork was a sight they had never witnessed before. What graceful steps! Su Qinglong Heis. For decades, he traversed the expanse of Longjiang City, encountering an array of combat techniques. Yet the one he faced now eluded his comprehension. His curiosity about the enigmatic master behind it grew stronger. Suddenly, a faint smile graced his lips. After all, relentless flight would eventually lead to exhaustion. At that moment, he could seize the opportunity. With a series of resounding strikes, he continued his assault. However, to his astonishment, Zhao Yueru remained unfazed, her movements as inscrutable as ever. The energy he expended in his attacks was considerable, and logically, Zhao Yueru's desperate evasions should have similarly drained her strength. This was exceedingly peculiar. Su Qinglong pondered. You stubborn girl, do not compel me to unleash my ultimate technique. His patience waned. This game of cat and mouse must come to an end. In the next instant, he clenched his fists tightly, letting out a fierce roar. A formidable wave of heat erupted from his body. This is bad. Zhao Yuru sensed the impending danger. Su Qinglong was truly resorting to his trump card, a formidable technique known as the Seven Injuries Fist. She had witnessed him wield this lethal move before, capable of shattering a stone into countless fragments. A cold sweat broke out beneath her feet. This time, she was surely doomed. Stop! At that moment, a voice rang out. Zhao Yuru recognized it was Cao Dingtian, alerted by Su Qinglong's overwhelming force. Cao Dingtian had appeared. Su Qinglong was taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. The youth's age was astonishingly young, utterly shattering his preconceived notions. It was known that once the Dantian was destroyed and the meridians severed, restoration was impossible. Yet, this lad, who appeared to be no older than 25, had achieved the impossible. He was genuinely astounded. Su Qinglong felt the wave of heat emanating from him collide with an invisible barrier. The once rippling heat, now obstructed, promptly relayed feedback to his brain. He fixed his gaze upon Cao Dingtian, sensing a connection to his presence. The Seven Injuries Fist was indeed no ordinary technique. Regrettably, Cao Dingtian spoke with an air of nonchalance, then added coldly, "The usage of this technique harms both the user and the opponent. Excessive reliance can lead to a backlash, endangering one's life." Su Qinglong felt an imperceptible chill of sweat trickle down his cheek. The secret of the Seven Injuries Fist had been passed down through generations, shrouded in secrecy from outsiders. How did this young man possess such knowledge? Su Qinglong felt as though Cao Dingtian had seen through him. Su Mei, however, was unfazed. "Kid, who do you think you're scaring? This is my master. If you know what's good for you, restore his Dantian and meridians quickly, or you will regret it." "Your master?" Cao Dingtian scoffed. "Then it seems you should prepare to seek another." Su Mei arched her brows in defiance. "What do you mean? Within a week, your master will perish," Cao Dingtian stated coldly. "What?" Everyone was taken aback. Cao Dingtian was courting death, daring to curse their master. "My master is thriving. He will surely live a long life." "What nonsense are you spouting, you raven?" Su Mei retorted defiantly. "Is that so?" Cao Dingtian narrowed his eyes, fixating on Su Qinglong. The space between the eyebrows has darkened, and the vitality is insufficient. In a desperate bid to break through this bottleneck, an excessive amount of elixirs has been consumed. Coupled with long-term repercussions from martial arts backlash, irreversible damage has ensued. He has become akin to a walking corpse. Young brother, while one may indulge in food indiscriminately, one must not speak recklessly. Su Qinglong restrained the surging power within him and gently spoke. Were it anyone else who uttered such words, they would have already become a cold corpse. However, for you, I shall grant you the opportunity to rephrase your statement. I understand your disbelief. From today onward, by the third day, your chest will feel as though pierced by needles. And each noon thereafter, you shall expel a mouthful of black blood. By the seventh day, your vitality will deplete, leading to a sudden demise. Cao Dingtian spoke in a somber tone. Su Qinglong Juke Sopti. Cao Dingtian, you truly have an exaggerated sense of your own narrative. If after 7 days, I still stand before you, vibrant and full of life, what then? You may do as you wish, whether to kill or to maim. Cao Dingtian retorted. Killing you is unnecessary. Su Qinglong replied with a smile. That girl's footwork must surely be your teaching, correct? If after 7 days I remain standing, will you not only save my disciple, but also bestow upon me that set of footwork? Certainly, Cao Dingtian acquiesced. Su Qinglong then completely withdrew his power and departed with his disciple. Today, he had truly witnessed what it means to be a master. There was indeed skill there, albeit a touch presumptuous. It was a jest. Having just broken through his limits, how could he possibly meet his end in 7 days? Since Cao Dingtian had asserted he would die within a week, Su Qinglong was resolute in ensuring he would stand before him, brimming with vitality, on the 7th day, thereby proving that Cao Dingtian's words were mere folly. He resolved to confront Cao Dingtian and earn that mystical footwork. With the enhancement of such techniques, his prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. The group of disciples trailed behind, expressing their confusion regarding their master's actions. The most aggrieved was Su Mei. her expression darkening to the point of resembling a stormy sky. Initially, she had anticipated defeating that wretched Zhao Yueru today and compelling Cao Dingtian to heal her injuries. But instead, she found herself utterly thwarted. Chapter 72. Young Master Gene Master, why didn't you deal with him on the spot? Upon returning to the martial alliance, Su Mei inquired about the lingering question that plagued her fellow disciples. Meanwhile, Su Qinglong sat cross-legged like an old monk, meditating and regulating the energy within him. He spoke slowly. Youthful minds often lack the necessary maturity to comprehend the complexities of matters. That enigmatic footwork, if forcibly acquired, may be fraught with hidden issues, leading to potential missteps in cultivation. With his eyes closed, Su Qinglong intoned, "If we can avoid risks, let us do so to the best of our ability. Rest assured, within a week they shall not escape, nor can they hide. Everything is well within my control. Master, once you have mastered that footwork, will you also impart it to your disciples?" Su Mei pondered, realizing the wisdom in waiting patiently for a week. As the master wisely advised, should one compel Cao Dingtian to mend his meridians, he might approach it with negligence, thereby diminishing his cultivation potential. This would be a grave miscalculation for Su Mei, who is fervently devoted to her practice. In any case, after 7 days, the master shall emerge victorious in the wager, and at that juncture, Cao Dingtian shall have no recourse for deceit. When has the master ever held back from you? Su Qinglong cast a disdainful glance at them. The disciples were elated, envisioning the acquisition of a new technique to enhance their agility, and all their previous discontent dissipated. Su Mei, in particular, felt a surge of delight. If she could master the same technique as Zhao Yueru, she would undoubtedly take great pleasure in humiliating her. Return and cultivate diligently in 7 days. I shall guide you to the pinnacle of your existence. Su Qinglong gestured dismissively. Once the disciples departed, Su Qinglong initiated another cycle of energy flow, but this time, something seemed amiss. It felt as though a boulder had lodged itself in his chest, and recalling Cao Dingtian's earlier words, a cold sweat broke out upon him. After considerable effort, he managed to restore the flow. "Ha ha ha! How foolish of me to worry," he chuckled. Once his breath was steady, Su Qinglong stood proudly, resembling a deity surveying the horizon. "I am brimming with vitality. How could I possibly meet my end in 7 days?" A smile crept across his lips. Youth. Thus concluded another day. Cao Dingtian wrapped up his work, having earned over $2,000 on his very first day. Even if he could not ascend immediately, this modest income would ensure a better life for his father, far superior to selling marinated meats. Cao Dingtian no longer needed to rise early to prepare ingredients. Merely working as a janitor and cashier would grant him financial freedom. Cao Dingtian felt increasingly optimistic about the future. After instructing Zhao Yueru to prepare dinner for his father, he returned home, fulfilling his duties as a son-in-law. However, when he called Luo Qinsheng to inquire about dinner plans, she informed him that her parents were attending a gathering, leaving only the two of them to dine at home. Finding this too much of a hassle, she generously suggested they go out for a lavish meal, an unprecedented act of extravagance. Cao Dingtian smiled knowingly. This would be their first sweet date since their marriage. He believed that the Cao family might soon flourish and expand. Following the location provided by Luo Qinsheng, he arrived early to await her arrival. Shortly thereafter, she drove up to collect him, and together they set off for their destination. The restaurant chosen by Luo Qinsheng was among the most renowned in Longjiang City, nestled in the heart of a bustling square. It was peak dining hour, and parking spaces were occupied by luxury vehicles. After a few minutes of searching, they finally secured a spot. As they exited the car, Luo Qinsheng, clad in a striking red bodycon dress and black stockings, showcased her exquisite figure flawlessly, bearing the title of Longjiang City's most beautiful woman. Her presence ignited a fervor in the hearts of all nearby men as she stepped out of the luxury vehicle, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. In the beginning, they believed she was merely a wealthy young lady, a sight they had encountered numerous times before. However, the moment Luo Qinsheng fully revealed herself to their gaze, time appeared to stand still. Their eyes were transfixed upon her, yearning to extract deeper insights from her presence. Among the crowd, there were affluent middle-aged men, accomplished young gentlemen, and an abundance of youthful, attractive individuals. Each harbored their own intentions regarding Luo Qingqing's beauty, eager to ingratiate themselves and perhaps forge a connection with her. Yet, when they beheld the individual accompanying her, their jaws nearly hit the floor. Such an exquisite beauty was inexplicably paired with a rustic, unsophisticated country bumpkin. Together, they resembled a fairy tale of Beauty and the Beast. They lamented the absurdity of such a stunning woman being linked to an unrefined figure. The pair entered a Michelin restaurant named UMO, and the atmosphere within was bustling. However, upon their arrival, an immediate hush fell over the room, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Her beauty was unparalleled, rendering the world momentarily frozen once more. Unfazed by their reactions, Luo Qingqing gracefully took a seat in a corner. A lovely waitress soon approached with a menu, shattering the silence. She ordered 2 medium-rare steaks, a salad, and a bottle of red wine. As the CEO, she navigated the situation with remarkable poise. In contrast, Cao Dingtian felt increasingly uncomfortable. This was his first visit to such a high-end restaurant, and he felt as out of place as a laborer in a bustling metropolis. Additionally, he bore the brunt of disdainful glares from the crowd, making him uneasy. Luo Qingqing shot him a few disapproving looks, yet ultimately, he managed to overcome his awkwardness and engage in conversation with her. Luo Qingqing occasionally crossed her beautiful legs, and with each shift in position, Cao Dingtian felt a surge of desire. Fortunately, the red wine tempered his impulses. At that moment, a stunning waitress approached with a tray, presenting an exquisite bottle of Lafite worth 80,000. Both Luo Qingqing and Cao Dingtian were momentarily taken aback. Following the waitress's gaze to a young man in his 30s who smiled gently at Luo Qingqing. With sculpted hair, ear piercings, and a dazzling gold ring adorning his hand, he exuded an air of undeniable wealth and status. Surrounding him were several elegantly dressed individuals, their expressions a mix of amusement and mockery directed at Cao Dingtian. Without a hint of hesitation, Luo Qingqing declined the gesture, stating, "I'm sorry, I do not know him. Please take it back." The waitress furrowed her brow, explaining that it was a kind gesture from the young master, and urged her not to refuse. Chapter 73. Humiliation Strikes Back. Luo Qingqing's eyes gleamed with a resolute brilliance. Her words seemed imbued with an irresistible authority. However, the young master was no ordinary figure, and the waitress had been tasked with this request. She remained undeterred. Jin Xiao was wealthy and affluent, and many women would eagerly seek to attach themselves to him. When he gifted you a bottle of Lafite, do you not consider it an honor? Cao Dingtian remained silent, for Chen Wendong had sent him a multimedia message. Upon opening it, he gasped in disbelief. Chen Wendong's once jovial visage now appeared hollow, dark circles under his eyes, and his chubby cheeks had noticeably thinned. Cao Dingtian instantly recognized that his vitality had been drained by unwholesome influences. To his astonishment, Chen Wendong seemed to disregard his warnings. At this rate, if left unresolved, he might soon be facing dire consequences. Thus, he sent him the location of the restaurant. "Take the wine back. You have already disturbed our meal. Do you dare to believe I will leave a negative review for your establishment?" Luo Qingqing said coldly. Perceiving her rejection, the waiter felt a flicker of annoyance. "Miss, a man like Jin Xiao is exceptional. You should cherish the opportunity to get close to him. Such chances are rare." The waiter, displeased by Luo Qingqing's demeanor, thought it absurd that any woman could be immune to the charms of such a wealthy bachelor, a dream for all the girls in Longjiang City. Luo Qingqing was merely putting on airs, feigning superiority. She continued, "Jin Xiao is infinitely better than the men around you. By associating with him, you would live a life adorned in gold and jewels, riding in a luxury car, dining on the finest seafood and red wine. Is this not the life we women desire?" The waiter regarded Cao Dingtian with disdain, his shabby appearance starkly contrasting with Jin Xiao's opulence. "Leave at once," Luo Qingqing commanded. The waiter, now perturbed, retorted, "Miss, enough of the pretense. It has grown tiresome." Luo Qing-chung slammed her hand on the table. Get out immediately. The waiter, feeling defeated, glanced towards Jin Bu-huan, who signaled her to withdraw. Then, Jin Bu-huan, adjusting his hair and straightening his bow tie, gracefully approached Luo Qing-chung, his expression radiating determination. Miss, my name is Jin Bu-huan. It is a pleasure to meet you today. Shall we be friends over a drink? His demeanor was composed, his movements elegant. Any woman who caught Jin Xiao's, I was bound to fall under his spell. Indeed, Jin Xiao's audacity to pursue another man's woman in front of him was audacious, a ruthless maneuver. Just the other day, a fiery girl had vehemently dismissed Jin Xiao, only to find herself in his bed for 100,000. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, eager for the unfolding drama. The waiter wore a smirk. Having seen many women like Luo Qing-chung, a display of Jin Bu-huan's strength would surely make her capitulate. Bah, pretentious harlot. Does she truly believe herself to be innocent? Luo Qing-chung glanced at Cao Dingtian, who was voraciously devouring his steak, seemingly unfazed, though their relationship was tenuous. Should not Cao Dingtian step forward to defend her in such a moment? Still preoccupied with food, I am truly exasperated. Cao Dingtian, have you had your fill? Once you have, we shall take our leave. Luo Qing-chung disregarded Jin Bu-huan's presence and addressed Cao Dingtian. Not yet. Cao Dingtian waved his hand. This steak costs several hundred yuan. It must not go to waste. However, being medium rare, it was quite a challenge to bite into, and he contemplated leaving a poor review upon his return. Luo Qing-chung scoffed, finding the dining experience exceedingly unsatisfactory. Coupled with her fruitless endeavors today, her mood darkened further. The waitress, observing Luo Qing-chung's lack of appreciation, continued, Miss, it is a rare fortune for someone like you to catch Jin Xiao's eye. He has taken the initiative. You ought to reciprocate with a warmer demeanor. Should Jin Xiao take offense, you may find yourself in grave trouble. How dare you speak to me like that? Jin Bu-huan interjected, his tone reproachful. I have always believed in treating beauties with gentleness. He approached Luo Qing-chung with a smile. Let's be clear, my dear. I'm quite taken with you. Name your price. He cast a glance at Cao Dingtian. A man like him is unworthy of a beauty such as yourself. As he spoke, Jin Bu-huan tossed a room card and a set of Lamborghini keys onto the table, prompting laughter from his companions. Jin Xiao's approach was indeed straightforward and crude. Leave at once. Luo Qing-chung's impatience was palpable. My dear, the conversation has reached this point. Do you wish for me to take more forceful measures? Jin Bu-huan remarked, when I speak of gentleness, it pertains to those who obey me. Should anyone resist, I have no qualms about being rough. He lightly slapped Cao Dingtian's face. Surely, you do not expect this worthless fool to ensure your safety? Jin Bu-huan chuckled disdainfully, delivering a couple more slaps to Cao Dingtian's face. Fool, I have taken a liking to your woman. Be wise and disappear. Witnessing Cao Dingtian being dominated by Jin Bu-huan, the onlookers could not help but marvel at the power of wealth. Meanwhile, the waitress gazed at Jin Bu-huan with eyes aglow with admiration. Public declarations of affection were what every girl yearned for. She fantasized about encountering a prince charming like Jin Xiao one day. How delightful that would be. Do you realize that privately slapping my face carries severe repercussions? Cao Dingtian finished his steak and pulled out a napkin to wipe the grease from his mouth. Jin Bu-huan, momentarily distracted, remarked, You, my friend, are quite fortunate. Even I find myself envious. Luo Qing-chung, a stunning beauty with both allure and grace, seemed to embody a tale of beauty and the beast alongside Cao Dingtian. However, upon recalling Cao Dingtian's audacious words, Jin Bu-huan could not help but sneer. What did you say, worthless fool? Slapping your face, you think there are consequences? Jin Bu-huan laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. This is undoubtedly the funniest joke I have heard all year. He anticipated how this fool would react. He continued to slap Cao Dingtian's face with abandon, but this time, unlike before, he missed. Bang! Cao Dingtian pushed back his chair, shifted his body, and seized Jin Bu-huan by the neck. With a forceful thrust, he slammed Jin's face into the plate on the table, shattering it into fragments. In an instant, juice splattered, mingled with bright red blood. Cao Dingtian seized the bottle of Lafite worth 80,000 and struck Jean Buhuan on the back of the head. With a resounding bang, the wine sprayed everywhere, and Jean Buhuan's skull burst open. Perhaps it was the alcohol meeting the wound that caused Jean to wail in agony. In response, the timid women screamed. Meanwhile, the men stood transfixed, unable to believe that someone of Jean's stature could be so utterly humiliated on his own turf. Chapter 74. A grave offense. Get out. Cao Dingtian delivered a swift kick to Jean Buhuan's rear, sending him crashing into several tables like a ball. The scene descended into chaos. Luo Qingsheng, witnessing Cao Dingtian's boldness, felt her earlier complaints dissipate significantly. Those who were previously stunned now fixated their gaze on Cao Dingtian. Sensing impending doom, the beautiful woman would surely be mistreated. They all recognized that Jean Buhuan's attire was worth millions, far beyond Cao Dingtian's means. Entangling oneself with such trouble would not end well today. Worthless fool, how dare you strike me? Jean Buhuan staggered to his feet, his face contorted with rage. You've landed yourself in serious trouble. His companions looked down on Cao Dingtian and his wife with disdain. A spectacle was surely about to unfold. The waiter, alarmed, summoned security from the restaurant. Ignoring their jeers, Cao Dingtian coldly addressed Jean Buhuan. I offer you a chance. Kneel and apologize to my wife. Otherwise, you will leave this establishment horizontally. His peers scoffed at his audacity. Do you even know who you are dealing with? He is the heir of the Jean family. One companion stepped forward. If you are unaware of the Jean Group, let me enlighten you. It is the largest real estate developer in Tianhai City. As for Jean, his family fortune amounts to hundreds of billions. What do you, a mere country bumpkin, think you can challenge him with? Luo Qingqing's complexion turned pale. She anticipated that this wealthy young master was Jean Buhuan, the sole heir of Jean Million. No wonder he was so arrogant. Today, crossing paths with them would likely spell disaster for the Luo family. An ominous premonition settled in her heart. The patrons murmured in astonishment, never expecting to encounter such a significant figure in this place. Truly, they felt a deep sense of respect. Jean Buhuan reveled in the adoration of the crowd, clutching his injured head as he approached Cao Dingtian. You have guts, kid, to strike me. I haven't encountered a rival who has embarrassed me in many years. Here in Longjiang, it seems a worthy adversary has emerged. He withdrew a cigar, lit it, and exhaled clouds of smoke. Those like us, when faced with loss, always seek to reclaim it. I offer you a choice. Cripple the arm that struck me and deliver the woman to my bed, and I shall overlook this incident. Cao Dingtian, undaunted, possessed a courage that still evoked a hint of respect from Jean Buhuan. As soon as the words left his lips, several companions drew out butterfly knives and converged upon Cao Dingtian, intent on severing his arm in an instant. Luo Qingqing's delicate face paled, and she shouted, Do not act recklessly, or I shall call the police. One of the men accompanying her scoffed, The officers at the precinct are mostly brothers of Jean Shao. Feel free to report. Cao Dingtian stepped forward and grasped Luo Qingqing's hand, speaking warmly, My dear, leave this matter to me. You may watch from the sidelines. However, upon hearing those words, Luo Qingqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her heart stirred with profound emotion, as if she were enveloped in a deep embrace by Cao Dingtian. At this critical moment, he exuded a certain masculinity. His earlier demands now seemed permissible. Cao Dingtian kun li at de Jean Buhuan. It appears you have forsaken your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to beg for mercy. Jean Buhuan spat defiantly. Those who would compel me to plead for mercy have yet to be born. He then waved his hand, commanding, Brothers, break his arms and let him understand that certain individuals in Tianhai City are to be avoided. The group of thugs sharpened their knives, eager for action. Yet, before they could make their move, Cao Dingtian delivered a swift kick, sending them sprawling to the ground. Utterly defeated, they writhed in pain, realizing that Cao Dingtian was not the useless fool they had presumed him to be. Useless fools! Get up and strike him! Jean Buhuan cursed furiously. Alas, his comrades had already lost consciousness. The waitress yelled, You scoundrels! Anyone who dares to strike Jean Shao shall not leave today. She waved her hand toward the security personnel, instructing, Seize him. A dozen security guards, armed with riot shields and batons, began to encircle Cao Dingtian. However, his movements were too elusive. Each time they nearly captured him, he slipped away like an eel. Then came his counterattack. With a swift kick, he sent one guard, shield in hand, flying several meters until he crashed into a counter, lying motionless. But it did not end there. Cao Dingtian, resembling a charging leopard, seized the opportunity to target another guard wielding a baton. This time, he crashed into the group like a bowling ball, scattering the remaining guards. In just 2 moves, he subdued the once arrogant security personnel who thrived on bullying others. Incredible! Luo Qingcheng gasped in astonishment. She had never anticipated that Cao Dingtian possessed such remarkable skills. After a year of close companionship, he had concealed his prowess deeply. Meanwhile, the waitress, witnessing her support being overpowered, crumpled to the floor, paralyzed with fear. A foul liquid pooling beneath her, clearly having succumbed to terror. Jin Buhuan trembled with fear as well. The man who had once stood unyielding in the face of danger now displayed unmistakable terror on his face. Cao Dingtian was far too formidable. If given a chance, he would undoubtedly refrain from being impulsive and provoking such a formidable adversary. For the first time, he contemplated self-castration. The tide had turned. He had relinquished all resistance. The onlookers were equally astonished, unable to fathom that the immensely powerful young Master Jin could face such setbacks on his own turf. If word of this spread, it would surely be monumental news. Come on, continue. Cao Dingtian beckoned with a gesture toward Jin Buhuan. However, Jin Buhuan dared not move. He was a master at bullying women, yet when it came to combat, he was utterly inept. He timidly replied, "Kid, I admit you are strong. I advise you to know when to back down. The Jin family behind me is not someone you can provoke." With a dismissive attitude, Cao Dingtian delivered a resounding slap across his face. Is the Jin family truly that formidable? Jin Buhuan clutched his stinging cheek, indignantly retorting, "You're courting disaster. Do you want my father to issue a bounty on you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Cao Dingtian responded with another sharp slap. "Who is your father? Is he truly that impressive? Let him come and see." The trembling waitress interjected, "You should pray for young Master Jin's mercy. If the Jin family places a bounty on you, they will certainly call upon the power of the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce. At that point, there will be no refuge for you in Longjiang City, or even the entirety of Huaxia." She began to muster some confidence. This restaurant belongs to Sister Qilian, protected by the Earth Tiger Chamber. Causing a disturbance here is tantamount to a death sentence. Chapter 75. My husband is ambitious, huh? Now you understand the chasm between us. Do you not? If you surrender and deliver the woman to my bed, perhaps I might show you some leniency, Jin Buhuan said, lifting his chin defiantly. In that moment, a flicker of his former royal confidence ignited. The waitress also adopted a superior demeanor, scoffing at Cao Dingtian's defiance. Had he complied and handed the woman to young Master Jin, this predicament could have been avoided. In this world, weakness is indeed the original sin, she mused quietly. However, to everyone's astonishment, Cao Dingtian disregarded their words as mere background noise and delivered a powerful kick, sending Jin Buhuan flying several meters. Several ribs were broken, and his internal organs shifted. "Fool," he spat. The days of being threatened were long gone since inheriting the legacy of the Cao family. The waitress stood in stunned silence. How could this rustic fool not comprehend the gravity of the situation? At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps reverberated like a drumbeat in the hearts of the onlookers. Shortly thereafter, a woman in her 30s, clad in a qipao, emerged before them. She exuded an enchanting charm, with a slender waist and captivating eyes. Her figure both alluring and striking. The high slit of her qipao revealed her flawless, long legs, amplifying her irresistible allure. She was none other than Qilian, the proprietor of the restaurant, and also the woman of Chunwendong. Accompanying her were several formidable bodyguards, each bearing a fierce countenance, donning sunglasses, and exuding an air of intimidation. Well, young Master Jin, who is so audacious as to dare lay hands on you." Qilian slithered closer to Jin Buhuan like a serpent, helping him to his feet. "Who among you has touched Jin Shao? Step forward." She looked knowingly at Cao Dingtian. What connection do you have with the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce? Cao Dingtian asked coldly. I am but a humble woman, fortunate enough to receive the protection of the chamber to make a living in Longjiang City, she replied, her face radiating allure. Young man, fighting is strictly prohibited here. If you cause trouble, you must provide me with an explanation today. You place the blame on me without inquiring into the circumstances? Cao Dingtian Vito E. Li. Chilean waved her soft, delicate hand and laughed lightly. Here, if I say you're wrong, then you're wrong. A glimmer of menace flickered across Cao Dingtian's icy visage. Your arrogance is intolerable. I believe it is time for your establishment to close for a thorough inspection. Chilean's expression shifted. Are you threatening me? No one in Longjiang City has dared utter such words before me. She scoffed. If you have the ability, then shut my restaurant. She pulled out a chair, perched herself upon it, and flirtatiously played with her long hair, exuding charm. I await your attempt to close my establishment. If you succeed today, I shall call you father for the rest of my life. The bodyguards accompanying her burst into laughter. It was said that even the local police chief would show her some respect. Closing Chilean's restaurant was akin to scaling the heavens. Cao Dingtian produced his phone and quickly dialed. Just wait. In a few minutes. I hope you will still be laughing this merrily. After hanging up, he stated. Chilean and her companions remained unimpressed, finding the young man amusing. They decided to wait a few minutes, curious to see what he would use to close the restaurant. Meanwhile, Luo Qingsheng furrowed her brow. What was Cao Dingtian up to? Which of his acquaintances possessed such influence to shut down a venue protected by the Earth Tiger Chamber? The only name that came to her mind was Ho Wushi. Yet, even he would not be able to intervene in this matter. Soon, a few minutes elapsed, and a series of synchronized footsteps echoed. A middle-aged bald man in uniform appeared before Chilean and her entourage. Cao Dahua. Chilean's alluring face displayed an expression of disbelief. Cao Dahua, known as the Tiger of the Criminal Investigation Unit, harbored a deep-seated animosity towards organizations like theirs. She never anticipated that Cao Dingtian could summon him. This was becoming complicated. Luo Qingsheng was equally taken aback, astonished that Cao Dingtian knew the righteous Cao Dahua. What brings you here, Cao? Please, take a seat. Chilean finally lost her composure, slowly rising to offer him the main seat. My brother indicated there was a disturbance here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect it to be true, Cao Dahua declared with righteous indignation, gesturing grandly. Arrest them, close the restaurant. Several of his uniformed subordinates advanced to cuff Jean Buhuan and the others with silver bracelets. At that moment, Chilean's charming facade crumbled. She produced a check, leaned in close to Cao Dahua, and discreetly slipped it to him, pleading, Cao, let us discuss this amicably. We have no grievances in the past, nor enmity in the present. Let us not escalate this minor issue into a major conflict. Cao Dahua's expression grew serious as he brushed aside her check. Are you instructing me in my duties? He acted with unyielding resolve, bribing public officials and exacerbating the crime. He had her handcuffed as well. Upon hearing that Cao Dahua was known for his integrity, Chilean was taken aback at how far matters had escalated. Cao, grant me a chance. Can we not have a proper conversation? Chilean lamented with a sorrowful expression. A chance? Cao Dahua replied coldly. Did you consider giving my brother a chance when he tried to reason with you? Did you think of sparing him when you sought to harm him? My brother is kind-hearted and may not hold it against you. But as a fierce protector of the criminal division, I must ensure social stability and prosperity. I will not rest until justice is served. He shouted vehemently. Whoever dares to obstruct my enforcement will face dire consequences. Cao Dahua's words resonated with the weight of a decree, causing even Jean Buhuan, who had the Jean family as his backing, to tremble in fear. Chilean, too, felt the same trepidation. If the Daihuzhang Association were to summon Chen Wending, perhaps Cao Dahua might relent and resolve the matter with an apology. Yet, would Chen Wending dare to confront this thorny issue? Chilean's face was drenched in cold sweat. If she were to antagonize Cao Dahua, her life in Longjiang City would become a perilous endeavor. She began to regret provoking Cao Dingtian. Had she captured him earlier, such turmoil might have been avoided. Luo Qingsheng was perplexed. What was it about Cao Dingtian that inspired such loyalty from Cao Dahua? Suddenly, She recalled the gala from a few nights prior. Surely, it was after Cao Dingtian shone brightly at that event that Cao Dahua began to regard him with newfound respect. A warmth filled her heart. Her husband was beginning to achieve success. Just then, the restaurant doors swung open once more, revealing a group of 10 to 20 men. Upon seeing the rotund figure resembling a benevolent Buddha at the forefront, Chilian's enchanting visage was marked by 2 trails of grateful tears. This rough man still held her in his heart. Chapter 76. An unexpected turn. Chilian hurried to Chun Wending's side, exclaiming, "Brother Dong, if you do not arrive soon, I may never see you again." Chun Wending surveyed the restaurant, astonished by the presence of so many police officers, especially with Cao Dahua in attendance. His journey had been fraught with difficulties. Just as he was about to leave, a tire had unexpectedly deflated, necessitating a replacement before he could continue. Along the way, he encountered several funerals, transforming what should have been a brief 10-minute trip into an arduous hour-long ordeal. Only upon meeting Cao Dingtian did he finally feel at ease. These past few days had indeed been as disastrous as Cao Dingtian had described. What transpired? Chun Wending inquired, gently massaging her slender waist. "Brother Dong, it is all due to that individual," Chilian whispered softly in his ear, recounting the entire sequence of events. Initially, his expression was as still and deep as an ancient well, devoid of any emotion. However, as Chilian continued to speak, his face turned pale and weary. Combined with the torment he had recently endured, his visage resembled that of a skull encased in skin. "Brother Dong, you must advocate for me," she implored. The red serpent believed she had a formidable ally, which emboldened her. In reality, at that moment, Chun Wending harbored a deeper reverence for Cao Dingtian than anyone else. "Bring that bastard to me," he commanded. When the red serpent heard Chun Wending utter those words, warmth flooded her heart. Could Cao Dingtian escape after offending her? Chun Wending's actions against Cao Dingtian in front of Cao Dahua implied a direct affront to him as well. The red serpent remained unfazed. Having already crossed that line once, what harm was there in doing so again? She gazed at Cao Dingtian, envisioning his demise. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chun Wending's reference was not to Cao Dingtian, but rather to Jin Buhuai. He was dragged before Chun Wending by his capable subordinate. With a resounding slap, Chun Wending struck Jin Buhuai's face, leaving the red serpent in a state of shock. "Who are you?" Jin Buhuai groaned, clutching his severely disfigured cheek. "Boss Chun, it's me, Jin Buhuai. We've met before," he murmured. "I don't recognize you," Chun Wending retorted, delivering another slap. He proclaimed loudly, "After this matter is resolved, I will seek an explanation from your elders." The red serpent was left speechless. Chun Wending's presence here was not to support her. It seemed to be in defense of Cao Dingtian. Her eyes appeared vacant. "Brother Cao, it is my poor governance that has led to this. Please, let us settle this matter amicably," Chun Wending implored, lowering his voice as he approached Cao Dingtian. "I cannot concede," Cao Dingtian replied, shaking his head coldly. "He sought to trample on me and bully my wife, claiming that the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce was his sanctuary. If we let this slide today, people will label me a coward, and my wife will continue to suffer such indignities." As Cao Dingtian spoke, the red serpent and Jin Buhuai turned ashen. "Give him a thorough beating," Chun Wending ordered. The restaurant erupted with cries akin to a slaughterhouse. "Boss Chun, my father is Jin Baiwan. For his sake, spare me." Jin Buhuai resorted to invoking his father's name. "Your father? Are you suggesting we bring him into this? Is he living too long?" Chun Wending replied coldly. "Your father holds no weight here." Jin Buhuai's face turned pale. In terms of wealth, his father was not inferior to Chun Wending. However, many of the Jin family's projects relied on the influence of the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce for protection. Without their involvement, the Jin Group could hardly secure contracts, and thus they treated the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce as a valued ally, paying hefty protection fees annually. Chun Wending showed no signs of relenting. Like a furious beast, he declared, "Brother Cao is my ally. Opposing him is equivalent to opposing me and the Earth Tiger Chamber of Commerce. Anyone who has laid a hand on him today will find themselves with a severed hand or foot." The moment Chun Wending's words fell, an overwhelming aura of destruction enveloped the entire restaurant. Aware that Cao Dahua's presence made the situation delicate, Cao Dingtian arranged for him to escort Luo Qingxing home. After all, he needed to remain available to help Chen Wendin avert disaster, as he could not leave home for the time being. Cao Dahua had originally come under the banner of Cao Dingtian, and upon seeing that Cao Dingtian was unharmed, he naturally had no reason to linger. "Darling, hurry home." As she slid into the car, Luo Qingxing's melodious voice resonated in Cao Dingtian's heart like a song echoing through a tranquil valley. After turning around, Cao Dingtian beamed with unparalleled brilliance. Following the departure of Luo Qingxing and her companions, the restaurant was engulfed in despair. The group led by Jinbu Huan found their limbs shattered, likely to be confined to wheelchairs for a considerable time. The women among them bore a lighter burden, sustaining merely the loss of one hand. The security personnel fared worse. After suffering broken limbs, they were summarily dismissed. "Kneel." Once the outsiders had left, Chen Wendong commanded Qi Lian. Without hesitation, Qi Lian fell to her knees before Cao Dingtian. "Brother Cao, I was wrong. I should not have aided in such tyranny. Please forgive me." She struck her own face repeatedly, her once beautiful visage marred by her own hand. "May I seal your establishment?" Cao Dingtian quaidit con li. Yes. Qi Lian nodded vigorously. "Call me Daddy," Cao Dingtian instructed. Daddy. Qi Lian uttered reluctantly. Yet her lips were honest. If she failed to earn Cao Dingtian's forgiveness, her life would undoubtedly be ruined. "Enough begone. In the future, keep your wits about you. And do not let Chen Wendong clean up your mess," he admonished. During this exchange, Qi Lian seized a fallen butterfly knife and plunged it into her palm, creating 2 deep wounds, blood flowing freely. She intended this act as a reminder to remain vigilant in her endeavors and to never offend Cao Dingtian again. Cao Dingtian sighed inwardly. This woman was indeed harsh on herself, befitting the partner of a formidable leader. A target had emerged. In another location, after Luo Qingxing's car reached a secluded area, a hidden cement truck roared to life. The driver, wearing a cap, directly called their employer. "Crash into her." The employer commanded coldly. "There's an issue. A police car is following her," the driver replied. "Why bother with that? Flatten them all, police car included." Meanwhile, at the hospital, a menacing voice filled the patient room. Moments later, a loud explosion echoed from the phone. He smiled coldly. "My dear brother, I have avenged you this time. I have always said, those who entangle with Cao Dingtian will meet a grim fate." The speaker was Wu Dafan. As he gazed at the unconscious Wu Erfan on the hospital bed, his fierce expression softened considerably. Chapter 77. Ominous Blackness at the Restaurant. Chen Wendong reserved a lavish private room filled with an extravagant array of dishes, alongside a bottle of 1982 Lafite, a gesture of sincerity. Observing Chen Wendong's current state, Cao Dingtian sensed a shadow of misfortune looming over him, without the exorcising treatment of his 9 Yang Divine Needle's 3rd tier. His vitality would be drained within 3 days, leading to his untimely demise in the dead of night. Yet, before Cao Dingtian could voice his concerns, Chen Wendong's phone began to ring. "Brother Cao, it is that scoundrel Jin Million." Chen Wendong gritted his teeth and said, "This old rascal contacted me after realizing the gravity of the situation, seeking to apologize." "It matters not," Cao Dingtian replied nonchalantly. After hearing this, Chen Wendong sent the address to Jin Million. After all, the person offended was not someone to be trifled with. Chen Wendong had promised to seek an explanation from Jinbu Huan on behalf of Cao Dingtian, and he was determined to fulfill that promise. Soon, a knock echoed at the door of the private room. Chen Wendong opened it to reveal 2 individuals. The man, around 50 years of age, sported a sharp buzz cut and wore a gold chain weighing 2 to 3 pounds around his neck, exuding an imposing presence as he walked. The woman, approximately 35, adorned in luxurious attire that accentuated her graceful figure, swayed her curvaceous hips with an alluring gait. They were Jin Million, the chairman of the Jin Group, and his wife, Mai Ruoli. With gifts in hand, they approached Chen Wendong and respectfully said, "Boss Chen, my son has acted recklessly. I apologize on his behalf and hope you can show mercy and let him off the hook." With that, He placed a gift box on the table and resolutely slapped his own face, displaying decisive remorse. Boss Chun, my son is foolish. I will educate him properly from now on, Mayor Wolin added. They could not afford to offend the Jin family. Should Chen Wendong take offense, their competitors would surely seize the opportunity, leading to irreversible consequences. Although their son had suffered physical harm, it paled in comparison to the Jin family's fortune. This matter had to be swallowed, no matter how bitter. They had gathered enough information to know that the entire incident was linked to the son-in-law, Cao Dingtian, and one day, they would ensure he paid for it. Chen Wendong coldly remarked, "Your apology is futile. Your child has offended Brother Cao. Until he speaks, this matter is far from resolved." Jean Million forced a strained smile, first warmly shaking hands with Cao Dingtian, then producing a check for 2 million. "Brother Cao, regarding my son, I hope you can show magnanimity and not hold it against us." Beneath Mei Wolin's charming facade lay a desire to eliminate Cao Dingtian. Nevertheless, she maintained a smile, ensuring no one sensed her true intentions. Cao Dingtian declined the check, stating, "Thank you, Mr. Jean. I only hope this is the last occurrence." The couple forced smiles in unison, saying understood, understood. They plotted in their minds about when to thoroughly manipulate this worthless son-in-law in the future. Cao Dingtian sensed the underlying animosity behind their smiles. This would certainly not conclude with this encounter. Should there be another offense, he would have no qualms about including the Jean family in his list of obliterations. "Enough. Let us conclude your business here," Chen Wendong interjected, displeased. "Is your fault for wasting so much time. I still need Brother Cao to attend to my health." The couple's hatred for Cao Dingtian intensified further. "Brother Cao, let us begin," Chen Wendong said with a smile. "The last time I asked you to rearrange the furniture, it seems you paid no heed to my words. Consequently, your fortune has been consumed by ominous forces, resulting in your current predicament." Cao Dingtian, speaking with the authority of a master, remarked, "The talisman meant to dispel evil should have shielded you from a significant portion of misfortune. However, your lack of respect has diminished its potency by 2/3. Under normal circumstances, the symptoms of your exhaustion would manifest after 7 days, yet they have appeared prematurely, as your body has already been largely infiltrated by malevolent energies." Chen Wendong retrieved the talisman, now soaked and damaged from the refuse bin, with 2/3 of it utterly destroyed. "Just look at it. With such a state, how can you still expect it to protect you?" Cao Dingtian shook his head, emphasizing that your disrespect has placed you in grave danger on multiple occasions. "Am I not correct? Enough of this nonsense. Stop deceiving Chun Lauda." Mei Ruo-Lin could no longer contain herself and stood up, exclaiming, "It is the 21st century, and your talk of feudal superstitions lacks any merit. Chun Lauda, this fellow is undoubtedly a charlatan. Do not listen to his absurdities." She began to understand why Chen Wendong had resorted to such extreme measures against his own son. It was all a result of being misled by this charlatan. Cao Dingtian, reflecting on Chen Wendong's typically astute nature, it was indeed lamentable to see him so momentarily confused. "Silence!" Chen Wendong thundered in anger. "You, a mere woman, know nothing. Chen Lauda, please do not be angry. My wife speaks her mind without malice." Jean Baiwan hurriedly intervened, speaking with reverence. "I implore both of you to forgive and overlook this incident." Chen Wendong let out a cold huff, his icy gaze fixed upon the couple, as if to issue a warning. He recalled how he had disdainfully tossed the talisman into the trash upon receiving it just days prior, only for misfortune to subsequently befall him, being dragged by Chen Shan to act as a scapegoat, nearly crushed by a large vehicle, and narrowly escaping death by explosion. He had hoped that possessing the talisman would ensure his safety, yet he found himself plagued by nightmares each night, feeling as though his very essence was being drained, growing weaker by the day. Had he not reached a breaking point, he would not have contacted Cao Dingtian so hastily. "Cao, can this misfortune be dispelled?" Chen Wendong asked with a tremor in his heart. He could distinctly feel his vitality waning, his body resembling but an empty shell, devoid of strength. "Your current condition reveals a black malevolence, the size of a thumb, gathering at your heart. Should it grow to the size of a fist, prepare for dire consequences." Before Cao Dingtian could finish his statement, Mei Ruo-Lin interjected, her frustration boiling over. Chun Lauda, this man is undoubtedly a fraud, preying on individuals like yourself. What misfortune! I see only a complete charlatan, fabricating deceitful tactics solely to exploit your finances. Chun Lauda, turn back while you still can. We do not wish for you to fall into the clutches of this con artist, becoming his unwitting marionette. After expressing her thoughts, Mei Ruo Lin felt a sense of relief. Confident that upon realizing he had been deceived, Chen Wendong would not hesitate to deal harshly with this worthless son-in-law. Cao Dingtian. Silence. A foreboding darkness loomed ominously over Chun Wending's chest. Speak further, and I shall have you thrown out, he bellowed, slamming his hand upon the table, as he pushed aside his ancient garb to reveal his rotund belly. Chapter 78. What is this, made of water? Jin Baiwan and his wife observed a black spot, reminiscent of a glass orb, situated over Chun Wending's heart. From Chen's reaction, it was evident he was astonished that Cao Dingtian could articulate his affliction so accurately. Jin Baiwan mused silently. Could it be that Cao Dingtian possesses some skill? Brother Cao, Chun Wending began. Initially, that dark spot was not so vibrant. I thought I merely bumped into something. However, over the past few days, the situation has grown increasingly dire, and I fear I may be in real trouble. A wave of dread washed over him as he contemplated the source of all malevolence, where all misfortunes converged, slowly eroding his heart until he would be left breathless. Cao Dingtian continued, Do you not feel utterly drained, as if your breath could falter at any moment? Chun Wending nodded solemnly. You are fortunate this time. Were it not for this talisman possessing some capability to dispel misfortune, and your timely search for my aid, even the mightiest would be unable to save you today. Chun Wending's vacant gaze dimmed further. Merely a moment of distrust had nearly led him to his demise, instilling within him a solemn vow to heed Cao Dingtian's counsel henceforth. Mei Ruoling scoffed. In this world, such mysticism is nonsensical. It is merely that with enough charlatans, others begin to believe. Before she could finish her thought, the talisman in Chen's hand crumbled into a cloud of ash. At that moment, the ominous blackness upon his chest burgeoned wildly, akin to spring bamboo sprouting after the rain. Ah! Cried his sycophants, the boss is about to meet his end. As Chun observed the dark energy swelling, his bodily functions began to wane. Breathing became a torment. He felt death looming. Brother Cao, I admit my fault in disrespecting the divine. I shall henceforth show them the reverence they deserve. I implore you, have mercy and spare my life. I do not wish to perish so soon. Chun Wending pleaded desperately, exerting every ounce of strength to voice his lament. They say one learns wisdom through adversity. This profound lesson would be etched into his very being. Rest assured, Cao Dingtian replied, since I have taken on your plight, I shall undoubtedly save your life. He motioned for Chun Wending to sit upon the grand chair, producing a silver needle from his belongings. However, upon seeing the needle, Mei Ruoling interjected with a derisive laugh. Chun Wending, I advise you to rush to a public hospital for treatment. Can traditional Chinese medicine truly remedy your condition? This is no ist. She was adamant in her disbelief of Cao Dingtian's medical prowess. If one were to seek traditional medicine, the illustrious Huatong Tian was the obvious choice. She sighed inwardly, lamenting Chun Wending's desperate and misguided search for help. Enough of your prattle, or I shall have someone silence you, Chun Wending declared, having lost faith in all but Cao Dingtian. After experiencing a setback, he became wiser. The couple, Jin Baiwan, fell silent, eager to witness the true prowess of Cao Dingtian. Cao Dingtian, with a hint of irritation, tapped Chun Wending on the head, admonishing him to remain still, warning that any movement during the acupuncture might lead to perilous consequences. Chun Wending immediately froze like a statue. Satisfied, Cao Dingtian began his work. The third level of the Nine-Yang Divine Needle, a technique specifically designed to dispel evil and eradicate misfortune, was employed. Historically, there had been a significant upheaval caused by malevolent entities, leading many to suffer from their malign influence. Fortunately, the ancestors of the Cao family had remarkable medical skills and devised this profound technique in a timely manner. On that fateful night, cries of anguish echoed across the land. Yet joyous sounds resonated through the skies, ensuring the preservation of this acupuncture method. As Cao Dingtian executed the first needle, within mere seconds, a dark smoke emanated from Chun Wenden's body. This was the nefarious essence being refined away by the 9-yang divine needle. The onlookers were utterly astonished, as if witnessing a magic trick. Subsequently, Cao Dingtian continued with several more needles, causing the ominous essence to rise and dissipate. Through these initial treatments, Chun Wenden, who had resembled a skeletal figure, now appeared reinvigorated, his cheeks plumping to a healthy hue, resembling a normal person once more. With the next needle, his dark circles vanished. By the 9th needle, Cao Dingtian ceased his work. 9 needles delivered, and even the king of hell would be astounded by the transformation. Soon, the dark omen haunting Chun Wenden's chest was eradicated, and he had regained his prior vitality. All is well, the boss is fine now, exclaimed the enthusiastic lackey, as though his own father had miraculously survived a dire fate. Chun Wenden gazed at his chest, where the unsettling darkness no longer resided, and he exhaled slowly, feeling an overwhelming sense of clarity and vigor, the suffocating sensation of death having vanished. He felt more than capable of battling the woman, Qi Lian, for countless rounds. Initially, Jin Baiwan considered Cao Dingtian to be a charlatan, yet witnessing him bring back Chun Wenden from the brink of death significantly altered his perception. Brother Cao, I feel as strong as an ox and filled with vitality. Thank you for your life-saving grace, Chun Wenden expressed with fervor. Having learned from his experience, Cao Dingtian advised, make sure to arrange your furniture properly upon returning, including your bed. Huh, what nonsense! If it were truly so malevolent, how come we haven't been afflicted by such misfortune? We have slept comfortably for decades without issue, raising a healthy child, Mei Ruolin retorted, unable to tolerate Cao Dingtian's admonishing demeanor. Cao Dingtian shot her a cold glare before addressing Jin Baiwan. Mr. Jin, did you sustain a severe blow to your lower back when you were 5? Jin Baiwan was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Ah, Brother Cao, you truly are a miraculous healer. How did you come to know of this? Mei Ruolin was taken aback. Lao Jin, do you truly have a problem? Cao Dingtian replied coolly just now. When I shook hands with President Jin, I also took the opportunity to assess his condition and discovered some underlying issues within him. Brother Cao, a remarkable individual. No wonder he is esteemed by old Chun. He nodded and continued. Indeed, when I was 5, a severed machine belt struck my abdomen with great force. And to this day, it still causes me discomfort. Cao Dingtian smiled faintly. Since that grave injury, your Ren meridian has been completely obstructed. Aside from the quality of your intimate life being affected, all of your functions have diminished. Upon hearing this, Jin Baiwan felt as if struck by lightning. Mei Ruolin's expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed, "What nonsense about taking the pulse? There is no such thing." She grasped Jin Baiwan's hand, urging, "Lao, Jin, let us leave. We need not listen to this charlatan's ramblings." Jin Baiwan forcefully shook off Mei Ruolin's arm and turned to Cao Dingtian, asking, "Are you implying that I will never be able to father children?" Cao Dingtian snickered coldly. The Ren meridian governs fertility. It is completely blocked, rendering your capabilities merely a fade. You scoundrel. Jin Baiwan slapped Mei Ruolin across the face and stormed off in fury. Chapter 79. Where's my husband? With Jin Baiwan's departure, Cao Dingtian was well aware of his intentions. After reiterating his instructions to Chen Wendong, he exited the restaurant. As he left, Chen Wendong presented him with a check for 5 million. Initially, Cao Dingtian intended to refuse it. However, reflecting on his demonstration of exceptional medical prowess, martial arts, and fortune-telling abilities, he recognized the substantial value Chen Wendong saw in him. Had it been someone less astute, Chen Wendong might have resorted to violence. Moreover, considering his desire for his father to enjoy a life of ease, that white stack of banknotes was precisely what he needed. Thus, he accepted it. Yet, just as he reached the corner to hail a cab, Cao Dahua delivered dire news. "Brother Cao, we were in a car accident on our way back." Cao Dingtian felt as though struck by lightning. "What about my wife?" "She was knocked unconscious." Cao Dahua recalled the chaotic scene with confusion. He merely felt his vehicle being forcefully thrust, and then his chest ignited with a searing pain before he lost consciousness, awakening later in the hospital. "I'm on my way." Cao Dingtian hung up and rushed to the hospital. At that moment, Cao Dahua was filled with disbelief. The massive truck laden with mud had seemed destined for destruction upon impact, yet their vehicle sustained only varying degrees of damage, while the truck driver had perished instantly. Even now, as he reflected on the harrowing experience, Cao Dahua felt a chill of fear. He touched his previously burning chest and discovered that the talisman given by Cao Dingtian had disintegrated into countless particles. His eyes widened in realization. Recalling Cao Dingtian's words, he understood that this talisman had saved his life. No wonder he had felt such intense heat in his chest. It was the talisman's power safeguarding them. Cao Dahua sighed in relief. Had he heeded his wife's advice and discarded the talisman, he feared that he and Luo Qingsheng would have ended up as mere remnants. Soon, Cao Dingtian arrived at the hospital. "How is she? Is everything all right?" he inquired anxiously. "Thanks to your talisman, Brother Cao. Otherwise, I would be lying in the morgue by now," Cao Dahua replied, pulling a handful of ash from his pocket, which Cao Dingtian immediately recognized as the remnants of the talisman's power. "Your wife was struck by the airbag and lost consciousness, but she will be fine." Hearing this, Cao Dingtian sighed in relief. Was it intentional or merely an accident? He asked, his fists clenched, each word punctuated with tension. "I just received news from the criminal investigation team. The incident was caused by human intervention." Cao Dahua's voice dripped with bitterness as he continued. "The driver, upon investigation, turned out to be a lifelong bachelor and a terminal cancer patient. After his death, the trail goes cold." Pondering this, Cao Dingtian asked warily, "Could it be the Wu family behind this? Their recent termination of cooperation with the Luo family suggests they are plotting revenge. If it truly was the Wu family, Cao Dingtian would need to be more vigilant. This possibility cannot be dismissed. I will conduct a thorough investigation and provide you with satisfactory results," Cao Dahua assured him. Saluting in gratitude for Cao Dingtian's life-saving help and expressing his determination to stand against evil forces. After Cao Dahua departed, Cao Dingtian entered Luo Qingqing's hospital room. Though she lay unconscious, her captivating beauty remained undiminished. He checked her pulse, finding it steady and unharmed, merely a result of shock. He resolved to stay by her side. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and 4 figures entered, Lu Ruyan and her companions. Upon seeing Luo Qingsheng in a state of unconsciousness, she strode directly towards Cao Dingtian, her expression fierce. "You useless man, what purpose do you serve for the Luo family? Have you fulfilled your duty as a man to protect your woman? If anything happens to Qingsheng today, I will hold you accountable." Cao Dingtian remained silent. The incident involving Luo Qingsheng was indeed related to him. "Cao Dingtian, once my sister awakens, you should divorce her. The Luo family does not welcome a coward without responsibility," Luo Qingwu interjected, scolding him. "Did you hear that? Wu, hold your tongue. Dingtian doesn't wish for this either," Luo Yunfei sympathized, casting a glance at Cao Dingtian. "Wu is right. Divorce is essential." Lu Ruyan rolled up her sleeves, her demeanor serious. "Qingsheng works to support this good-for-nothing, yet when trouble arises, he abandons her. How could that be?" "No, that is not how it happened," Cao Dingtian protested vehemently. "Still making excuses?" Lu Ruyan's words poured forth like a relentless barrage. Any attempt at defense from Cao Dingtian was swiftly silenced. "To fail in protecting your woman is unforgivable. You are a despicable coward. And Qingsheng must have been blind to choose you," Fu Yushu exclaimed indignantly. Though he and Cao Dingtian were of similar age, if not older, he still had to address him as brother-in-law. If Cao Dingtian were a wealthy second-generation heir, it might be acceptable. However, he was merely a son-in-law who compromised for a mere 500,000. This long-standing resentment towards Cao Dingtian had long been harbored by Fu Yushu. "Did you hear that? Did you hear that?" Lu Ruyan clapped her hands. "Look at Yushu, so responsible, so civic-minded, so devoted to his wife. There is no harm without comparison." Fu Yushu was indeed worlds apart from Cao Dingtian. Lu Ruyan was frustrated, wishing fervently for Cao Dingtian to leave their home at once. "Dear, this is a hospital room. Please mind the noise, Luo Yunfei said helplessly. He believed that Cao Dingtian did not wish for such a scene either. Father, to admit one's mistakes, one must lower their head. To receive punishment, one must stand straight. By favoring him so, you may find him coming to you for favors, Fu Yushu remarked sharply. Indeed, old Luo, once our daughter awakens, we must persuade her to divorce this good-for-nothing. Lu Ruyan glared at Cao Dingtian with disdain, as if his presence was entirely unwarranted. She pushed him away, exclaiming, "Good-for-nothing, go stand guard outside. You have no business here." Dejected, Cao Dingtian turned and waited in the hospital corridor. Luo Qingsheng was the legally recognized woman in his life, and unless she willingly chose to abandon him, he would not leave her side. "Mom, Dad." Shortly after, Luo Qingsheng finally awoke. The bright light caused her eyes discomfort. "Daughter, how do you feel? Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" Lu Ruyan rushed to her side, examining her closely. "Huh? Where's my husband?" Luo Qingsheng surveyed the room, but found no trace of Cao Dingtian. "Husband?" The four stood in stunned silence. Chapter 80. Intermediate-level strongman. Not long after awakening, Luo Qingsheng was discharged from the hospital. However, as they left, Cao Dingtian was instructed to take a taxi on his own. Lu Ruyan vehemently insisted that Luo Qingsheng divorce Cao Dingtian, but Luo Qingsheng steadfastly refused her proposal, leaving the four in shock, convinced that she must have lost her senses. Lu Ruyan, already irate, was further incensed, insisting that Cao Dingtian take a taxi home alone. Cao Dingtian had no expectations of returning with them and felt no disappointment. Just moments ago, Luo Qingsheng had tenderly caressed his reddened face, her expression filled with concern, as if she wished to be enveloped in his embrace. Such affection was a rare treat. Now that Cao Dingtian had achieved minor success in the second layer of the dominant body technique, Lu Ruyan's slap felt merely like a playful tickle to him. He believed that his future with Luo Qingsheng was increasingly promising, envisioning a day when he would bring forth many children for the Cao family. At the Wu residence, a thunderous crash echoed through the grand living room as Wu Dafan, seething with rage, shattered a cup into countless fragments. Sitting nearby, Jiang Huaqiang, Su Wanru, and Su Shan trembled in fear. Wu Dafan was the most violent individual they had ever encountered. They were baffled as to why such a massive truck could not demolish two small cars. Wu Dafan's fearsome visage exuded an aura of malevolence, casting a pall of grimness over the entire hall. He had initially anticipated that after fatally colliding with Cao Dingtian's most cherished companion, the latter would be compelled to experience the excruciating anguish of losing a beloved. The champagne was already prepared. However, the unfortunate news revealed that Luo Qingsheng had emerged from the hospital unscathed. Not only had he incurred a loss of several million, but he now risked becoming a suspect for the criminal investigation. "Brother Fan, what shall we do next?" Jiang Huaqiang's voice was faint, akin to that of a mosquito, devoid of his usual youthful exuberance. Indeed, in the presence of the Wu family, Jiang was but an ant compared to an elephant, utterly incomparable. The plan was to torment Cao Dingtian slowly, rendering him to a state worse than death. Wu Dafan remained tormented by his obsession, inflicting unbearable suffering upon his beloved brother, nearly landing him in prison. Such humiliation must be avenged. In Longjiang, no company that collaborates with our Wu family shall engage with the Luo family. I intend to see them utterly bankrupt, Wu Dafan declared with fury. I wish to witness Cao Dingtian's family torn apart, abandoned by all, his face reflecting sheer despair. The bankruptcy of the Luo family was a given. Yet dealing with Cao Dingtian posed a considerable challenge. Jiang Huaqiang felt a sense of trepidation. These past days, he observed Cao Dingtian transform completely, boldly confronting the Wu family, no longer the worthless son-in-law he once was. Su Wanru and Su Shan wore furrowed brows, as they did not desire to see Cao Dingtian thriving, particularly Su Wanru, who had discarded him, feeling restless at the thought of his peace. TSK, you underestimate the Wu family far too much. Our power is beyond the comprehension of mere ants like you, Wu Dafan sneered. Although his words unsettled Jiang Huaqiang, the latter suppressed his anger. You, And you, come here, Wu Dafan commanded, gesturing towards Su Wanru and Su Shan, his expression unmistakable in its intent. The two halted, trembling with fear. Brother Dafan, this is unreasonable, Jiang Huaqiang interjected softly. At that moment, Wu Dafan abruptly stood, furiously striking Jiang Huaqiang across the face. When did it become your place to choose? If you do not obediently serve as my dog, the downfall of the Jiang family is merely a matter of time. How audacious! To show disrespect to the heir of my family is tantamount to seeking death. Just then, a voice like thunder resonated from outside the door, reverberating with formidable energy that nearly shattered the eardrums of those present. Clearly, a powerful master had arrived. As the words faded, an elderly man with a vigorous stature appeared before the crowd. Upon seeing the elder, a flicker of joy crossed Jiang Huaqiang's face. He was Huang Yifei, the guardian of the Jiang family. Elder Huang, you have emerged from seclusion. The Jiang family had invested significant resources seeking his protection. Having recently reached the pinnacle of his cultivation, he had chosen to enter retreat. Now that he had emerged, it signified that his mastery was complete, ascending to a new level of strength. He now stood as a formidable earth-level expert, and Jiang Huaqiang's spirits soared with delight. Longjiang City, a realm of formidable power. Now, he can traverse Longjiang City with impunity. The Jiang family is destined to soar from this moment onward. Little one, you have but a fleeting second to bow and apologize to our young master. Otherwise, death shall be your fate. Huang Yifei unleashed a torrent of overwhelming energy, instantly saturating the room with an aura of supremacy. Those lacking cultivation were particularly affected, their eardrums rupturing, making even the act of breathing excruciatingly difficult. Wu Dafan was astonished. He had not anticipated such a terrifying elder within the Jiang family. Wu Dafan, even with your family's immense wealth, before a being of earth-grade strength, you remain as insignificant as an ant. Jiang Huaqiang swiftly regained his composure. Now, to slay you is as effortless as dispatching a mere dog. The obliteration of your Wu family lies solely within my thoughts. He was brimming with confidence. Wu Dafan, times have changed. Just moments ago, you harbored ill intentions towards my girlfriend, and I shall ensure you pay the price. Su Wanru felt warmth in her heart. Oh, what price do you seek from me? Wu Dafan replied with a mocking grin. Inflict 10 slaps upon your own face, then kneel and beg for my girlfriend's forgiveness. Jiang Huaqiang coldly chuckled. Your life and death are but a mere flick of my hand in my eyes. Wu Dafan, do you think my sister and I are within your reach? Just look at your pitiful state, Neil. With the presence of a being of earth-grade strength on her side, Su Wanru found her courage to confront him. Truth be told, while Wu Dafan was not lacking in appearance, his demeanor was cruel, bordering on the psychotic. Little one, will you choose to kneel or to die? Huang Yifei's icy gaze bore down on Wu Dafan. If you have the ability, then kill me. Wu Dafan resolutely refused to submit, though a barely perceptible smirk of pride danced upon his lips. Seeking death, Jiang Huaqiang waved his hand. Huang, act against him. At the command, Huang Yifei surged forward like a cannonball, aiming for Wu Dafan's life. However, in the next instant, a figure, seemingly from nowhere, appeared before Wu Dafan. It was another elder. With a chilling smile, he struck Huang Yifei squarely in the chest. The sound resonated deeply, shattering Huang Yifei's defenses and dismantling Jiang Huaqiang's arrogance. Huang Yifei was sent reeling several meters back before slowly rising. You are an earth-grade mid-level powerhouse. After uttering these words, he directly succumbed to death. An earth-grade mid-level powerhouse. Fear filled Jiang Huaqiang's eyes, while Wu Dafan's predatory gaze was now fixed upon Su Wanru and her companion. Chapter 81. The auction. When Cao Dingtian returned to the Luo family villa, the lights on the first to fourth floors had already been extinguished. He stealthily illuminated his path with a flashlight to Luo Qingqing's room and opened the door. Before him lay a stunning beauty clad in silk pajamas, engaged in a phone conversation. Upon noticing Cao Dingtian's return, a subtle smile flickered across Luo Qingqing's face, only to be swiftly replaced by an icy demeanor. Ah, Qingqing, why have you not yet divorced this wastrel? How shall I articulate my thoughts on you? In a world replete with exceptional young men, you have chosen a fool. The sharp tones of sarcasm echoed from the phone, and Cao Dingtian realized that Luo Qingsheng was conversing with her friend, Xia Ling Ling Ling. What does this have to do with business? All right, I shall not trouble you further. I must attend to company matters tomorrow, so do rest early. With that, Luo Qingsheng hung up the phone. Old Cao, did those individuals trouble you today? Luo Qingsheng nearly uttered the term husband, but fortunately, she caught herself just in time. With Cao Dahua and Chen Winden supporting Cao Dingtian today, she feared that he might be ensnared in a whirlpool of complications. Cao Dingtian felt a warmth in his heart and shook his head. I owe them my life. How could I be troubled? As for Jin Buhuan, it would be prudent to avoid him in the future, lest he brings calamity upon us. The thought of it made Luo Qingsheng's heart race. Were it not for Cao Dingtian's presence, she might have already fallen into the jaws of danger tonight. She cautioned Cao Dingtian. It would be wise to steer clear of someone like Chen Winden. As for Cao Dahua, she had no words of caution. Indeed, he was her savior. Cao Dingtian nodded with a smile. Jin Baimian knew that if Jin Buhuan were not his son, he would have eradicated him without hesitation. The prospect of encountering Jin Buhuan again remained uncertain. Should they cross paths, provoking him would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. As for Chen Winden, there was no need for concern. After tonight, if he was ordered to head west, he would not dare venture east. Yet, Luo Qingsheng felt a lingering unease. She perceived that a predator like Chen Winden, who devoured his prey whole, would ensnare Cao Dingtian in conflict without difficulty. An idea struck her. Next month, I shall prepare a gift worth 100,000 to express my gratitude to Chen Winden, after which I shall sever all ties with him. Such a formidable entity is beyond our means. Her heart ached. I merely wish to lead a stable life with you. A warm current surged within Cao Dingtian. This woman had indeed transformed over these past few days. Perhaps his own changes had allowed her to envision a hopeful future. He silently vowed to become exceptional, to support her, and to start a family. I promise you, he tactically acquiesced. After all, the current status he shared with Chen Winden would be met with disbelief if revealed. Luo Qingsheng nodded in satisfaction. So obedient. After she navigated this challenge, she thought. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. Tonight, do not sleep downstairs. Luo Qingsheng bit her luscious red lip, exuding an intoxicating allure. However, she received no response from Cao Dingtian. She found it peculiar. Had he not sought to take advantage of her just days prior? Now that she was so forward, why did he not leap upon her like a beast? Yet, when she glanced over, she found Cao Dingtian fast asleep. Frustration gnawed at her as she ground her teeth. Nevertheless, she secretly sighed in relief. If Cao Dingtian had approached her, would she have been able to respond? She was thankful he had succumbed to slumber. Such matters could wait until after the company weathered this storm. The following day, when Cao Dingtian awakened, Luo Qingsheng was nowhere to be seen. She had left him a note, instructing him to pick her up at the Summer Breeze Club that evening, while also reminding him to seek a proper job. Cao Dingtian shook his head in quiet contemplation. Now he has become the owner of a medical clinic. Is that not a respectable occupation? However, he could not yet let Luo Qingsheng know. At that moment, a call from Cao Dahua came in. Hello, Brother Da. Cao Dingtian thought that Cao Dahua must have some leads. Brother Cao, we have thoroughly investigated that driver. 2 days ago, 2 million unexpectedly appeared in his bank account. This transfer originated from Wu Dafan, the eldest son of the Wu family. Wu Dafan, Cao Dingtian was filled with immense hatred. Those who dare to touch his woman would see the Wu family enter a countdown to destruction. The Wu family had Liao Jianba backing them, making it somewhat challenging to take action. Nevertheless, Brother Cao, rest assured, we will wholeheartedly gather evidence of their crimes and restore your honor. Cao Dahua spoke with righteous indignation before hanging up. Subsequently, Cao Dingtian sent a message to Chen Wendong. Just as he was about to freshen up, his phone rang again. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was Shangwan Wanner. Hello, Wanner. What can I do for you? Cao Dingtian inquired. Your question truly chills my heart. Can I call you if there's nothing wrong? The woman lazily uttered, her tone filled with allure. as if she were trying to ensnare Cao Dingtian's very soul through the phone. "Oh dear, my apologies, my apologies." Cao Dingtian repeatedly apologized, causing Shangwan Wanner on the other end to burst into laughter. The largest auction house in Longjiang City is holding an unprecedented auction today, and I would like to take you to see it, Shangwan Wanner said with a smile. Today, Longjiang City gathered celebrities from all corners of the world, hosting a grand auction at the Tianlong building of Tianlong Group. As the leader of Tianlong Group, Shangwan Wanner naturally wanted to seize this opportunity to allow Cao Dingtian to interact with prominent figures in the community. Cao Dingtian hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, he awkwardly confessed, "My wife told me to find a job." A burst of laughter erupted from Shangwan Wanner on the line. At today's auction, there are stones, medicinal herbs, and antiques, rare treasures that are hard to come by in a century. If you manage to acquire a gem, you could become wealthy overnight. Young man, do you wish to become wealthy overnight? Do you desire to meet young models at the club? But my wife told me to find a respectable job. Otherwise, she wouldn't let me sleep in bed tonight, Cao Dingtian replied, prompting another round of laughter from Shangwan Wanner. If she won't let you sleep in her bed, you can come to my place. I have a large bed, she teased. Cao Dingtian nearly stumbled in shock. How could he encounter a woman more audacious than himself? We can seek work another day. Let us seize this opportunity first. I'm coming to pick you up right now, Shangwan Wanner insisted, not giving him a chance to refuse before hanging up. With a face full of despair, Cao Dingtian contemplated the potential treasures he might encounter at the auction. Moreover, considering the Luo family was facing a financial crisis, acquiring and selling treasures could help them weather the storm. With this thought in mind, Cao Dingtian hastily freshened up and headed to the meeting point to await Shangwan Wanner. Chapter 82. The Shield 20 minutes later. Shangwan Wanner arrived at a platform to pick up Cao Dingtian. As he entered the Maserati, he was taken aback by her stunning beauty. Today, she donned a black dress, yet her unique styling captivated him endlessly. "Is there something on my face?" Shangwan Wanner inquired with a playful smile. Realizing the awkwardness of the moment, Cao Dingtian shook his head and quickly turned away, prompting her to beam even more brightly. "You are a married man, yet you behave like a young boy," she thought, finding Cao Dingtian quite amusing as she started the car, heading straight for the Tianlong building. Soon, they arrived at the Tianlong building, a towering structure with over 100 floors, its summit shrouded in wisps of white clouds. Cao Dingtian couldn't help but marvel at the sight, recognizing that this woman truly deserved her title as the wealthiest in Longjiang City. The edifice reflected her lofty status. "Wanner, I've been waiting for you," a voice called out from behind them just as they exited the vehicle. Cao Dingtian turned to see a young man in a white suit, around 28 years old, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet. He was strikingly handsome. Upon seeing him, Shangwan Wanner instinctively linked her arm with Cao Dingtian's, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. From a man's address to Shangwan Wanner's intense reaction, Cao Dingtian began to piece together the situation. He appeared to be nothing more than a shield. The young man soon approached them, and upon noticing Shangwan Wanner intimately close to another man, his eyes sparkled with resentment. Moreover, this man, dressed in a considerably less refined manner than himself, left him questioning how Shangwan Wanner could possibly be attracted to someone of such a lowly appearance. This man was Huiyun, the son of Hua Jingliang, the richest man in Longjiang City and one of Shangwan Wanner's suitors. "Who are you?" Huiyun asked, displeased, as he glared at Cao Dingtian, brimming with hostility. Cao Dingtian managed an awkward smile, but before he could respond, Shangwan Wanner interjected, "This is my boyfriend, Cao Dingtian." She leaned closer to him, presenting a picture of affection. Huiyun, who had persistently pursued her like a leech, had become a source of annoyance for Shangwan Wanner. Today, she had invited Cao Dingtian to the auction not only to introduce him to influential figures, but also to use him as a shield against her relentless admirers. With Huiyun's unyielding pursuit, she seized this opportunity to confront those who pined after her, ensuring they understood the futility of their efforts, allowing her to focus on her career without distractions. Cao Dingtian was taken aback, realizing that the auction had yet to commence, and already this woman was garnering animosity on his behalf. Cao Dingtian? I've never heard of you. Hua Yun scoffed, shaking his head and frowning. Listen here, kid. I am the only son of Hua Jingliang. Do you understand that you are competing with me for a woman? His tone was domineering. If you know what's good for you, you'll leave immediately. Otherwise, your life in Longjiang City will be unbearable. Cao Dingtian was astonished to discover that the man before him was indeed the son of Hua Jingliang. Hua Jingliang was well aware that he was a frequent guest on financial television, brimming with philosophical insights about life, embodying the essence of a successful individual. Hello, Brother Hua. I am Cao Dingtian, and this is my partner, Shangwan Wanner. With that, Cao Dingtian planted a kiss on Shangwan Wanner's lips, fully immersing himself in the performance. After all, how else could he compel Hui Yun to retreat? Simultaneously, he sought to chastise Shangwan Wanner for using him as a human shield, provoking unnecessary troubles. Shangwan Wanner was in turmoil, stunned by Cao Dingtian's audacity. It was her first experience of being kissed by a man. You insolent boy! How dare you presume to touch Wanner? Hui Yun seethed with indignation. A beauty like Shangwan Wanner was only worthy of him, Hui Yun. The sight of her engaging in such intimate acts with Cao Dingtian was akin to a flower blooming amidst dung. As Shangwan Wanner's mind spiraled into chaos, Cao Dingtian kissed her once more, this time on the lips, further disarraying her thoughts. Her first kiss, which she had cherished for 20 years, was now lost. She felt desolate, yet she had employed Cao Dingtian as a shield. Even as her first kiss slipped away, she would swallow her pride and endure the humiliation. You fool, you seek death. Hui Yun raged. The woman he had longed for was being toyed with by another man right before his eyes. How could he possibly bear such an affront? Brother Hua, you remain as tempestuous as ever. It is no wonder Wanner initially rejected you. Just as Hui Yun was about to intervene and separate the two, a delicate voice called out from behind. Turning, he beheld a strikingly handsome man with long hair, exuding beauty that could rival even the most exquisite of women, should he don makeup and enhance his figure. Etiquette holds no meaning for someone so androgynous. Wanner would never be drawn to you, Hui Yun retorted angrily. The air crackled with tension as the two men confronted each other, clearly having a history filled with friction. What good fortune this gentleman possesses to have one Wanner-esque affection. The handsome man, Guan Lijia, purred, introducing himself as the son of Guan Zhaohui. Cao Dingtian, he exclaimed in recognition. The name resonated with significance. Guan Zhaohui was a coal magnate in Longjiang City, and his family held an unassailable status in Huaxia. Wanner often used Guan Zhaohui to provoke him, leaving a lasting impression. Guan Lijia's smile, however, was unsettling to Cao Dingtian as it reeked of insincerity. My Brother Hua and Brother Guan, your actions are remarkably swift. At that moment, another young gentleman emerged, fanning himself with a white paper fan, exuding poise, yet concealing a hint of malice beneath his warm smile. If he were not deeply cunning, he was certainly ruthless. Brother Situ, while we may act quickly, we still find ourselves bested by this gentleman, Guan Lijia remarked with a flirtatious grin. Oh, Situ Guangsha narrowed his eyes at Cao Dingtian, an insidious smile creeping onto his lips. And who might this gentleman be? Cao Dingtian, Van es boyfriend, Hu Yun interjected. Oh, Situ Guangsha chuckled coldly. With such an extraordinary physique and striking presence, it is no wonder Wanner has chosen you. Cao Dingtian was left speechless. The auction had yet to commence. Yet 3 adversaries had already emerged, casting a shadow of foreboding over the day. Beware of that individual. I fear he may pose a threat to you, whispered Shangwan Wanner into Cao Dingtian's ear. Ah, it seems everyone has arrived. At that moment, a procession of individuals appeared behind them. Cao Dingtian turned to see none other than Wu Fan, accompanied by Jiang Huachong and 2 others. To his astonishment, Su Wanru and Su Shan were flanking Wu Fan. Jiang Huachong bore an expression akin to one mourning a great loss, as though he had recently endured a severe beating. Upon spotting Cao Dingtian, their faces displayed a myriad of vivid emotions. Chapter 84. Secure Shangwan Yutian had a particular fondness for landscape paintings and the moonlit sea masterpiece, crafted with the artist's formidable skill. depicted an epic landscape that was truly breathtaking. This painting was a coveted prize for Shangguan Wan'er. Such extravagance from Shangguan Wan'er, young and affluent. She is indeed a remarkable figure, murmured the onlookers. Ah, since it is the female tycoon of Longjiang City making the bid, I shall restrain myself from parting with my own treasures. The atmosphere was rife with speculation as the wealthy admirers of the painting began to reconsider their intentions upon hearing Shangguan Wan'er's name. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher bid? If not, this painting will belong to Miss Shangguan, announced the host, surveying the crowd. Just as she was about to finalize the sale, a voice rang out. I bid 2 million. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience as they turned to see Wu Defan, the scion of the Wu family. The families of Hua, Guan, Situ, and Shangguan, along with Wu, ranked among the notable families of Longjiang City. Miss Shangguan, I trust you won't hold it against me for bidding higher than you? Wu Defan said with a smug glance. This painting is of great interest to Liao Jianbo. I intend to acquire it as a gift for him. After all, Liao Jianbo has assisted the Wu family in times of need. Such debts of gratitude must be honored. 250,000. Shangguan Wan'er gritted her teeth, resolute in her desire to claim the painting. 350,000. Wu Defan escalated the bid significantly, just as Shangguan Wan'er prepared to counter. Cao Dingtian tugged at her sleeve. I must secure this painting at all costs. Shangguan Wan'er cast him an irritable glance, her voice rising as she declared. 400,000. Unfazed, Wu Defan promptly raised the stakes to 500,000. Do not raise it further. It is not worth that much. Though Cao Dingtian's words were spoken softly, they were heard by those present. Ha ha, Brother Cao, this is a renowned artwork with certification. What could have captivated Wan'er about you? Chimed in the trio from the Hua family. At that moment, Wu Defan laughed heartily. If one lacks the means. One lacks the means. Who can deem it unworthy? Cao Dingtian grasped Shangguan Wan'er's hand firmly, saying, trust me. Annoyed, she shot him a glare, ultimately conceding the victory to Wu Defan. Congratulations to this dashing gentleman, proclaimed the host, finalizing the sale with a decisive gesture towards the exuberant Wu Defan. At this moment, the spotlight shone upon him, and he reveled in the adoration of the crowd. Su Wanru furrowed her brow. Witnessing the downfall of Cao Dingtian's companion brought her a sense of relief. Next, for the second artifact, please welcome. After the introduction by the female host, a bronze ding appeared before the audience. This time, the reaction was even more fervent than before. A splendid piece dating back to the Western Zhou period. In my humble opinion, it is from the Han Dynasty. No, it belongs to the Shang Dynasty. The appearance of the bronze vessel immediately sparked discussions among the wealthy attendees, all of whom displayed a keen interest in this artifact. However, there was an issue. As a descendant of the tomb-raiding lineage, Cao Dingtian discerned that this was a high-quality replica. Had it not been for the presence of seasoned appraisers, many would have been deceived. Ah, Brother Cao, you are mistaken. This is indeed an ancient bronze artifact, quite authentic, Gu Nlg interjected with a smile. I have studied under Master Ji for several years, and I can assure you it is genuine. To feign understanding while lacking knowledge is unwise. Best remain silent. Cao Dingtian felt a surge of anger towards Huiyun. Master Ji was a distinguished expert at the museum, and Gu Nlg had absorbed a significant portion of his expertise. How could one dare to question it? To doubt Gu Nlg would be to slap Master Ji in the face. Huiyun produced a gold card. Are you attempting to instill doubt about this bronze vessel, hoping to exploit the situation? His piercing gaze fixed on Cao Dingtian. He smugly declared, regardless of the cost, I shall acquire this bronze vessel today. Believe it or not, it matters not. Cao Dingtian muttered under his breath. What followed was a fierce bidding war, even more intense than the previous round. It was evident how deeply the affluent cherished ancient bronzes. After a heated contest, it ultimately sold for 54 million, and the fortunate buyer was none other than Huiyun. Initially, Wu Defan had engaged in a fierce competition with an elder, but as soon as Huiyun entered the fray, he outbid his rivals by several million, easily dissuading them. The son of the wealthiest man was indeed extravagant. During the auction, Shangguan Wan'er contemplated joining Huiyun in the bidding, but Cao Dingtian persuaded her otherwise. With no choice but to relent, she withdrew. Hey, Wanner, if you desire it, I shall gift it to you, Hui Yun boasted, reveling in his own triumph while holding onto a counterfeit bronze vessel. Cao Dingtian's words only added fuel to the fire. Kid, don't think of leaving after the auction. I will have Master Ji authenticate it personally. If it is genuine, you better steer clear of Wanner. Cao Dingtian remained unfazed. Had he not been coerced, he would naturally distance himself from Shangwan Wanner. However, being forced into submission was out of the question. He boldly embraced Shangwan Wanner, nearly inciting Hui Yun to rage. Brother Cao, your eyes have deceived you. This is indeed an ancient bronze artifact, its collectible value far surpassing the final bid. Gu in LG smiled sweetly. Last year, I acquired a similarly dated bronze ding for about the same price. Hui Yun's previously darkened expression transformed as if by magic, instantly brightening with a smile. Wanner, just say the word, and this bronze ding shall be yours. No more. I shall purchase what I desire myself, declared Shangwan Wanner, shaking her head in refusal. Hui Yun felt as though he had been struck by lightning. In rejecting him, she simultaneously supported the assertions of Cao Dingtian. He resolved that after the conference, he would seek out Elder Ji to authenticate the bronze ding, and then he would deliver a resounding blow to Cao Dingtian's face. Silence. We shall now proceed to the third round of the auction. Under the host's introduction, a translucent porcelain piece appeared on the enormous screen. This time, the audience was utterly astonished, rendered speechless. The emergence of this porcelain had shattered their previous understanding. In their memories, not a single piece of this kind had ever been intact. Those that were complete were merely high-quality replicas. If this porcelain were genuine, it could potentially become a national treasure. Cao Dingtian closed his eyes, his mind racing through ancestral records. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, and he softly instructed Shangwan Wanner. Bid on it. Wu Dafan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Meanwhile, 3 positions away, C2 Guangsha, deep in thought, revealed a barely perceptible sinister grin. Chapter 85. Rare Guests. Rare Guests, is it authentic? Shangwan Wanner asked, astonished. After such a lengthy pause, Cao Dingtian had finally spoken. He then discreetly murmured something almost inaudible in her ear. This action, of course, garnered him considerable animosity. 30 million. Upon uttering this, Shangwan Wanner was the first to raise her paddle. The crowd gasped at such a high bid, feeling a wave of shock. However, with Shangwan Wanner bidding so boldly, it was evident that the porcelain was extraordinary. 35 million, 40 million, 45 million. As the bids escalated, the porcelain, initially priced at 10 million, had now soared past 100 million, and the momentum continued to rise wildly. Are you playing with me? I have plenty of money. Hui Yun stood up, flaunting his gleaming bank card, determined to call the highest bid. 120 million. I bid 200 million. At that moment, a voice caused Hui Yun to startle, for it was none other than C2 Guangsha. I hope you don't mind my lofty bid. C2 Guangsha maintained his genteel demeanor, though the sinister smile lurking at the corners of his lips eluded detection by others. In an auction, the highest bidder prevails. There's no room for sentimentality. Hui Yun begrudgingly sat back down, wishing to appear heroic before Shangwan Wanner. But alas, C2 Guangsha would not grant him that favor. Shangwan Wanner exchanged glances with Cao Dingtian, and upon receiving his negative signal, she ceased her bidding. Earlier, Cao Dingtian had whispered to her that the porcelain's limit was around 200 million. Beyond that, they would not bid. Soon, silence enveloped the venue. A stark contrast to the earlier clamor, replaced only by impotent sighs. After all, that was 200 million in hard cash. Unsurprisingly, the porcelain ultimately fell into the hands of C2 Guangsha. The subsequent auctions were equally riveting, each bid more breathtaking than the last. Under the guidance of Cao Dingtian, Shangwan Wanner procured a magnificent landscape painting for 100 million, with an astute eye for value. Cao Dingtian surmised that the painting's worth far exceeded the price paid. Meanwhile, Wu Dafan, unwilling to be outdone, expended nearly 200 million on a battered bronze artifact. Cao Dingtian felt a chuckle rising within him. Should Wu Dafan seek expert appraisal on his acquisition, he would surely be incensed. As time progressed, the auction advanced to its most exhilarating phase, the stone betting. Those who partake in this gamble are well aware that amidst the uncertainty, the sound of cutting ignites a thrill within. Sudden wealth or ruin hinges solely on fortune. The stone betting arena is located on the second floor, where a grand hall houses thousands of stones, each marked with its own number to ensure seamless transactions between buyers and sellers. This space conceals both the promise of soaring success and the peril of devastating loss. Betting on stones is a delightful diversion in moderation, yet hazardous when taken to extremes. The stone betting room on the second floor, while primarily focused on such wagers, also showcases treasures from other collectors. Indeed, the exhibition stands display an array of eclectic collectibles, calligraphy, traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, small bronze wares, porcelain, and even animal bones. In essence, the second-floor gallery resembles a vast museum, brimming with rare and exquisite curiosities. As Cao Dingtian and Shangwan Wanner passed by one of the display stands, he found himself captivated by a particular painting. What was it? He abruptly halted, and in the momentum of his stop, Shangwan Wanner inadvertently propelled him forward, much to the astonishment of the onlooking Huiyun. Cao Dingtian approached the painting, eager to examine it closely. "This is new. Even I can tell," Shangwan Wanner remarked proudly. "Did you hear that, Brother Cao? Wanner says it's new." "You are wasting time," Huiyun chimed in, ever the sycophant, quick to align with Shangwan Wanner's opinions. "This painting is not ordinary." Cao Dingtian's gaze was fixed, probing for its hidden intricacies. "Based on my years of experience, I can confidently assert that this is a high-quality replica, with obvious flaws," Guan Lijia interjected, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he spoke like a refined lady of the court. "I have always believed this painting to be a genuine masterpiece, and its value is certainly not negligible." Cao Dingtian mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Shangwan Wanner shot him an incredulous glance. Even a novice like her could discern its inauthenticity. Why was Cao Dingtian so engrossed? Was there truly some hidden significance? "Ha, Brother Cao, this painting wouldn't fool the uninitiated, let alone us," Wu Daffin sneered, having spent nearly 300 million on his acquisitions, all of which were undoubtedly worth their price. He intended to present them to his ailing father, hoping to uplift his spirits. "Esteemed guests, is there anything you wish to purchase?" At that moment, a young and beautiful saleswoman appeared before them, unmistakably one of the many youthful and attractive attendants populating the exhibition hall. "Miss, how much is this painting?" Cao Dingtian inquired. A young woman revealed a sweet smile and inquired respectfully, "Did you participate in the bidding during the initial auction, sir?" She continued, "If you have just made a transaction amounting to 200 million, this painting can be yours as a gift." The woman did not harbor any disdain, for it was the auction house's policy that any expenditure exceeding 200 million entitled the buyer to a complimentary treasure from the display, limited to one item. "My apologies. I did not participate earlier, but I truly admire this painting." "Please, make an offer," Cao Dingtian interjected eagerly, seemingly having discerned the painting's profound allure. The audience gasped in astonishment. "Brother Cao, since you are so fond of it, as your elder, I shall gift it to you. Do remember to take me out for a celebration when you sell it for an exorbitant price." Wu Daffin scoffed. He then produced the receipt for his recent expenditure and presented it to the young woman. Upon examining it, she nodded with a smile, declaring, "Sir, this painting is now yours." She proceeded to wrap it for Cao Dingtian, inadvertently provoking a hearty laughter among the onlookers. "What is so amusing?" A venerable yet authoritative voice resonated, and an elderly man emerged before the crowd. It was Elder Ji. "Master, what brings you here?" Guan Lijia inquired, bowing in greeting upon seeing Elder Ji. "I heard there was an exorbitantly priced jade stone being auctioned, so I came to appraise it. Yet here you are, making such a ruckus," Elder Ji admonished. "My apologies, I shall not repeat such behavior," Guan Lijia responded, bowing his head in contrition. At that moment, Elder Ji's gaze fell upon Cao Dingtian. Brother Cao, you have come as well. A rare guest indeed. Since our last meeting, I have missed you greatly. I have long wished for you to become my disciple. Seeing you now is truly delightful. How about it? Would you consider becoming my closed-door disciple? I shall impart all my knowledge to you." The abrupt shift in Elder Ji's demeanor left the crowd speechless. The first to be astonished was Guan Lijie, who understood how challenging it was to be accepted by Elder Ji as a disciple. It had taken his father's intervention and considerable effort to secure merely a nominal apprentice title for him. The news had elated his family as if they had won a multi-million lottery. In stark contrast, Cao Dingtian had not only garnered Elder Ji's attention, but had also become an enviable closed-door disciple. Such an achievement was beyond Guan Lijie's wildest dreams. Shangguan Wan'er gazed at Cao Dingtian, her eyes shimmering with admiration. She recognized Elder Ji's stature and understood that being acknowledged by him was a significant feat. With Elder Ji's fervent interest in Cao Dingtian, it was evident that the matter transcended mere recognition. A twinge of jealousy stirred within her towards Luo Qingsheng, for she was oblivious to such an exceptional husband. Simultaneously, regarding the painting, she sensed that Cao Dingtian must have perceived something of great value within it. Meanwhile, the once derisive Wu Dafan and Huiyun found their expressions stiffening as they witnessed Elder Ji's esteemed regard for Cao Dingtian. Was this truly the same Cao Dingtian they had known? Su Wanru felt tears welling up at the corners of her eyes, as vivid memories of their past encounters flooded her mind. At that time, he was filled with youthful ambition, vowing to become the unparalleled hero for Su Wanru. Meanwhile, she, innocent and naive, wished to be the celestial figure of Cao Dingtian. Alas, fate played a cruel jest upon them. Henceforth, she found herself in the embrace of Jiang Huaqiang, while Cao Dingtian traversed his solitary path. Just days ago, in the glaring eyes of the public, she had vehemently humiliated her former lover. Now, however, he had become the favorite of the esteemed Ji Lao, igniting within her a longing for rekindled affection. This sentiment was not merely due to Cao Dingtian's newfound excellence, but also because of an unforgettable experience from her past. Cao Dingtian possessed remarkable strength and vigor. A single charge could keep her energized for days on end. As for Jiang Huaqiang, he was no longer the radiant star he once was, now resembling a dust-covered glass orb. Brother Cao, you must not let this old man feel disheartened any longer. After the conference, may I take you as my disciple? Ji Lao felt a stirring desire, yearning to press Cao Dingtian's head to the ground in reverence. Sir, this is your possession. Please take care of it. At that moment, the carefully wrapped scroll was handed to Cao Dingtian. Driven by curiosity, Ji Lao took the initiative to receive it, eager to discover what treasure Cao Dingtian had acquired. Brother Cao, would you mind if this old man took a look? Ji Lao inquired. Please, go ahead. Cao Dingtian gestured invitingly. Ji Lao cradled the scroll and approached a table over 2 meters long to unfurl it, followed closely by others. Some were eager to witness Cao Dingtian's folly, while others were curious about his insistence on purchasing this particular piece. Ji Lao recognized the painting. It had been stored away for many years. He too was intrigued as to why, after all this time, it had remained unsold. Now it seemed it had caught Cao Dingtian's eye. On the surface, the craftsmanship of the painting was quite commendable, yet the paper appeared too pristine, easily discernible as a forgery to the discerning eye of a seasoned master. Wait! Ji Lao suddenly experienced a spark of inspiration, but as quickly as it came, it eluded him again. Bring me a magnifying glass, he instructed a young woman nearby. Grasping the magnifying glass, he scrutinized the piece once more. With every glance, it seemed increasingly authentic, yet he lacked any theoretical basis to support this impression. He found himself at a loss. A seasoned museum curator, was there truly a treasure in this world he did not recognize? He shook his head. Ha ha ha, I told you. This painting is nothing but worthless trash, not even fit for a dog. Huiyun laughed, then raised his voice towards Wu Dafan, saying, Brother Wu, there is no need for concern. Tonight, you shall enjoy yourself, but do remember to pay your own way. Ha! Wu Dafan clutched his stomach in laughter. Who are you? Ji Lao asked, his expression displeased, regarding Huiyun as if he were a simpleton. Esteemed Ji, I am Huiyun, Huiyun replied with respect. Hui Jingliang is my father. Ji Lao acknowledged with an O, then fixed his gaze on the 2 bronze artifacts in Huiyun's possession. one valued at over 40 million, the other exceeding 200 million. Let me take a look at those. Ji Lao extended his hand to request. Hui Yun felt a surge of delight. He had long wished to have Ji Lao appraise them. He certainly did not forget how Cao Dingtian had just boasted, causing him to lose face before Shangwan Wan'er. The item was indeed authentic. Old Master Ji recognized it immediately with his magnifying glass. It was genuine. However, his subsequent words caused a radiant smile on Hui Yun's face to turn rigid. This is from the Detu period, and it should be worth several thousand to 10,000. What? Hui Yun's eyes nearly bulged, and he almost lost his balance. He had spent a staggering 40 million on this. Old Ji, please take another look. Perhaps you were mistaken, Hui Yun said, his face turning pale. You think I'm old and my eyesight has failed, don't you? Old Master Ji angrily pointed at the bronze artifact, his expression displeased. See, this is the characteristic of bronze from the Dazhou period. Your piece is not even a proper imitation. He pointed out the flaws on the bronze, each word piercing Hui Yun's chest like a knife. He had not anticipated that the auction house would have counterfeits. Now, finding the original owner felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. Old Ji, please look at this one. It's guaranteed authentic. Hui Yun handed him another piece. My old eyes are dim. Are you certain you want me to look? Old Master Ji asked with a stern face. Calm down, calm down. What I said earlier was thoughtless. Please do not take offense. Hui Yun repeatedly nodded in apology. You spent quite a bit, didn't you? Old Master Ji inquired. Lifting his head, Hui Yun forced a smile, squeezing out the words, not much, just 200 million. Old Master Ji's eyes brightened, but his brow furrowed. And Hui Yun suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Hua Jingliang's fortune will soon be squandered. This item is better suited as a night pot for him, as that would be its greatest use. Hui Yun felt as if the sky had fallen, nearly collapsing in despair. The auction was indeed unscrupulous. He was on the verge of tears. Shangwan Wan'er secretly rejoiced. Cao Dingtian had just warned her to avoid such traps, and now seeing Old Master Ji's appraisal, she felt incredibly fortunate. Cao Dingtian was truly her lucky star. What about you? Would you like to take a look? Old Master Ji turned to Wu Dafan. Wu Dafan placed his treasures on the table and readily agreed to let Old Master Ji admire them. One Hui Yun was more than enough. He was determined to be the most profitable one. After about 10 minutes of examination, Old Master Ji took even longer than he had with Hui Yun, maintaining a serious demeanor throughout. This greatly boosted Wu Dafan's confidence. Young man, who is your father? After reviewing the treasures, Old Master Ji asked. Old Master Ji, I am Wu Dafan, son of Wu Kaitai. Wu Dafan replied respectfully. All these items are fake. Old Master Ji sighed. If you show these to Wu Kaitai, I guarantee he will raise a ruckus. Upon hearing this, Wu Dafan's face turned ashen. Chapter 87. Truly a divine being, Wu Dafan found himself engulfed in darkness. Unable to steady himself. After spending over 200 million, he had merely acquired a worthless piece of paper and a few scraps of copper. He had hoped to gift these to Liao Jianbo. If Liao Jianbo received counterfeit goods, he could forget about any protection for life. With this thought, Wu Dafan felt as if he had narrowly escaped a disaster. Without money to earn, without protection, he realized earning would be impossible. You two truly are your father's excellent sons. The items one purchases for oneself often turn out to be mere trinkets, yet some dare to criticize others. Who grants you such audacity? Old Master Ji lamented, shaking his head in dismay. Both Hui Yun and Wu Dafan were as despondent as if they had lost their fathers. Subsequently, Old Master Ji naturally assisted in appraising the works of a young lady, Guan Wan'er. Her discerning eye matched that of an elder. Indeed, this painting was authentic, valued in billions. Upon further inspection, he confirmed that this time it was genuine. His previously somber expression transformed into one of radiant joy. He then proceeded to evaluate Guan Lijia's selection. As his disciple, any failure at such a moment would undoubtedly provoke Old Master Ji's wrath. However, to his relief, Guan Lijia's judgment reflected some of his teachings, as the items chosen were indeed correct. Meanwhile, Situ Kuangsha could no longer remain still. After spending 2 billion on a porcelain piece, he fervently hoped it was genuine. He resolved to present it to Old Master Ji. After scrutinizing it repeatedly, Old Master G's brows furrowed in concentration, his demeanor suggesting profound despair. Observing this, Situ Quangsha's heart raced with trepidation. Hui Yun and Wu Dafan watched with barely concealed schadenfreude, for they were not the only ones facing misfortune. Finally, Old Master G's words soothed Situ Quangsha's anxiety, restoring his heart to its rightful place. His pulse quickened as he learned it was worth over 2 billion. Old Master G raised 2 fingers, indicating that if it were to fall into the hands of an aficionado, the value might even double. This was a piece unique to the nation, thus immensely valuable. Situ Quangsha trembled with excitement, clutching his paper fan, having unearthed a true treasure. Simultaneously, his keen gaze fixated on Cao Dingtian, a subtle, sinister smile gracing his lips. Wu Dafan and Hui Yun, however, wore expressions as dark as soot, clearly unimpressed. You 3 exhibit considerable potential in the art of appraisal. Continue your efforts. Old Master G remarked with a benevolent smile. Yet, his expression stiffened as he turned his attention to the painting chosen by Cao Dingtian. Upon closer examination, he ultimately shook his head in defeat. Brother Cao, I must confess my inadequacy. I cannot discern its authenticity, and I feel quite ashamed. Though he did not wish to doubt Cao Dingtian's judgment, he simply could not fathom its validity given his current understanding. Of course, it's a forgery. I would rather meet my demise than believe I purchased a $2 billion trinket that is genuine, Wu Dafan retorted indignantly. Having incurred significant losses at the auction, he was determined to recover his fortunes in the realm of stone gambling, where he was known as the Prince of Stone Betting. He vowed to reclaim his losses. Old Master G, it is indeed real, Cao Dingtian asserted firmly. But before he could elaborate, Hui Yun interjected. TSK, 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 a stubborn duck refusing to yield. Even the curator of a museum has declared it a forgery, and you still persist in your denial. If this painting were authentic, I would personally consume it. Hui Yun blurted out. Having embarrassed himself in front of Guan Wanner today, he feared she would distance herself from him in the future, placing the blame for all misfortunes squarely on Cao Dingtian. Now is not the time for words, but for action. It is genuine. Old Master G merely perceives the surface and has not delved into its deeper mysteries, he believed. Had these words escaped the lips of Elder G, many would have certainly nodded in reverence, eager to absorb his wisdom. Yet, when spoken by Cao Dingtian, they could hardly suppress their laughter, particularly Wu Dafan. Upon learning that Cao Dingtian was merely a useless son-in-law, he mused that without the support of the illustrious Shangguan Wanner, even entering the grand edifice of Tianlong would be a formidable challenge for him. Similarly, the others harbored similar sentiments. Brother Cao, does this painting truly possess hidden depths? Elder G inquired, puzzled. Elder G, I firmly believe this painting is genuine. Shangguan Wanner interjected gracefully, elaborating, the artwork I just acquired was only possible through Brother Tian's guidance. I trust his discerning eye. Brother Tian? Elder G scrutinized the duo of Cao Dingtian and Shangguan Wanner, sensing an incongruity. Cao Dingtian was a married man. What could possibly explain the intimate bond he shared with Shangguan, his niece? Realizing the implications, Shangguan Wanner subtly distanced herself from Cao Dingtian. Brother Cao, is what Miss Shangguan claims indeed true? Elder G returned to the crux of the matter, now harboring doubts about the authenticity of the painting. While he initially suspected it was a forgery, he could not overlook the profound confidence reflected in Cao Dingtian's demeanor, igniting his curiosity about the enigma concealed within the artwork. Elder G, it was merely a fortunate coincidence, nothing to dwell upon, Cao Dingtian replied, but before he could catch his breath, Hui Yun derisively interjected, Elder G, you heard him admit it was merely luck. Indeed, it lacks any profundity. Wu Dafan concurred, as both found a sense of superiority in belittling Cao Dingtian. Elder G, visibly displeased, cast a stern glare at Wu Dafan and Hui Yun, compelling them to silence. He vividly recalled how Lu Ruyan had once treated celestial grapes as mere trinkets, only to be beset by a throng of women. The thought of that incident made him want to curse. Brother Cao, I am but a simpleton. Might you provide me with a hint? Elder G inquired humbly. Cao Dingtian smiled knowingly and gestured towards the beginning and the end of the painting. Elder Ji, Qian Kuan, do you grasp my meaning? Elder Ji closed his eyes, meticulously recalling every gesture Cao Dingtian had made moments prior. Gradually, each frame of Cao Dingtian's actions flashed in his mind, culminating in a moment of clarity. Qian Kuan, he murmured to himself before suddenly exclaiming, "Ah, I comprehend." With uncontainable excitement, he leaped to his feet and seized the painting, tearing it slightly. Wu Dafan and Hui Yun exchanged incredulous glances, questioning whether the old man had lost his senses, envisioning the destruction of the artwork. "Ah!" A voice cried out, jolting Wu Dafan and the others back to reality. Their astonishment was palpable as they beheld the painting transform into a pristine scroll before their eyes. The group stood speechless, utterly astounded by the miraculous phenomenon of a painting within a painting. However, they understood that despite the intricate fusion, if the artwork held no value, it would be akin to mere folly, particularly for Hui Yun and Wu Dafan, who were acutely aware of this truth. Having spent over 200 million, it turns out he merely acquired a heap of worthless debris. Ha ha ha! I have come to enlightenment. At this moment, the voice of the venerable elder resonated throughout the exhibition hall, his hands striking his thighs with a resounding clap. Stimulating, I have attained understanding. He proclaimed that he was on the verge of unveiling the truth, yet his thoughts became momentarily ensnared, unable to recall the details. Until the fortuitous assistance from Brother Cao. He experienced a sudden revelation. Truly, Brother Cao is a remarkable individual. Chapter 88. The Saint of Painting? No, the God of Painting. Master. This painting, Gu In Lg observed beads of sweat forming on his forehead, noting that the master had been fixated on the painting for quite some time. Yet his brow remained furrowed in distress. He employed every magnifying glass and flashlight at his disposal, but still, no resolution emerged. The crowd grew restless, particularly Hui Yun and Wu Dafan, who did not wish for the painting to be authentic. Otherwise, they would certainly endure a severe beating from Cao Dingtian. Though Cao Dingtian was adamant that the painting was genuine, should an authoritative institution declare it false, it would undoubtedly be deemed counterfeit. Xiao Ji, why are you still here? A mysterious treasure has emerged over there. I thought you had already appraised it, yet here you are, still playing around. At that moment, an even older voice, though faint, resonated in the ears of the crowd. Yet for Ji Lao, it was thunderous and clear. The speaker was an aged man with flowing white hair, clad in ancient garb, his long eyebrows and ears resembling a venerable Buddha. Although appearing advanced in years, he stood tall and upright. "Ah, master, what brings you here?" Ji Lao expressed profound respect upon seeing the figure. "Master?" The crowd exclaimed in unison. Ji Lao's stature was already intimidating. The presence of his master was indeed astonishing. It was only natural, as today's auction in Longjiang City was the most splendid affair in history, and the presence of eminent figures was hardly surprising. Esteemed guests, allow me to introduce my revered mentor, a national treasure of Huaxia, Master Zhou Tong, who is 125 years old this year. Upon Ji Lao's declaration, the audience was left in awe, not only at his esteemed status, but also at his astonishing longevity. A 125-year-old elder, possessing such vitality, rivaled even Ji Lao. "Huh!" Zhou Tong chuckled heartily, his teeth shining like snow. After expressing his admiration for the master ancestor, Gu In Lg approached and bowed respectfully. "No need for excessive courtesy," Zhou Tong replied, exuding warmth akin to sunlight, dispelling the chill within the hearts of those present. "Xiao Ji, there's an ancient jade awaiting appraisal over there. The experts we sent could not provide a definitive answer, and I thought you might also be unable to discern it. Yet here you are hiding away. Master, your disciple is incompetent," Ji Lao lamented, his face drawn with frustration, explaining that he had been perplexed by a painting for quite some time, hence his delay in departing. "Oh," Zhou Tong expressed a hint of astonishment. The skills of Xiao Ji were imparted through his own teachings. One could say he was invincible beneath the celestial realm, yet conceded a fraction to those above. In Huaxia, hardly any treasure could escape the discerning eyes of Xiao Ji. At present, Xiao Ji wore a frown, seemingly grappling with a genuine dilemma. Xiao Ji, allow me to see what kind of masterpiece this is, Zhou Tong remarked, guided by Elder Ji, who also engaged in the appraisal of the painting. Meanwhile, Cao Dingtian and the others trailed closely behind, surrounding a table measuring over 2 meters by 3 meters, making it nearly impossible to pass. Upon Zhou Tong's first glance at the painting, a spark of brilliance suddenly ignited in his murky eyes. He slowly leaned forward, meticulously examining it with a magnifying glass. Master, I have compared this painting with all the renowned scholars and artists in history, and I discern their essence within this work. However, I am unable to ascertain the true identity of the artist. Elder Ji spoke weakly. It is entirely normal not to recognize it, Zhou Tong comforted, a hint of excitement in his voice. He focused intently on the signature, and, after thorough scrutiny, he erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha! Zhou Tong trembled with exhilaration. I found it. I finally discovered it. He danced about in sheer delight, leaving Elder Ji momentarily bewildered. One must understand that this national treasure of Huaxia had lived over a century, having witnessed countless storms. Yet here he was, stirred to exuberance by a mere painting. What could this mean? Hui Yun and his companion felt as if they had been pricked by needles at the sight of the old man's reaction. Realizing that the painting was indeed extraordinary, Wu Dafan ground his teeth, the sound echoing ominously. After all, this painting was something he had carelessly given to Cao Dingtian in exchange for points, treating it as mere refuse. Hui Yun's anger matched Wu Dafan's. Cao Dingtian's rising prominence would only serve to deepen Shangwan Wanner's infatuation with him. Both felt a murderous intent brewing within them. Master, does this painting hold significant origins? Elder Yi inquired. Disciple, you have made a monumental contribution. Had it not been for your discovery, this painting might have remained buried in the mundane. Zhou Tong gently patted Elder Ji's shoulder. My esteemed disciple, you have performed splendidly. Truly, you are a source of pride. Rest assured, upon my return to the imperial capital, I shall report to the Empress and request that she grant you an official position, so you may accompany me in the capital. Zhou Tong was brimming with uncontainable pride, for this young Xiao Ji had truly elevated his standing. Master, I am but a foolish disciple, unaware of the deeper meaning behind this. I implore you to elucidate. Elder Ji remained in a state of confusion. It is merely a painting, yet you speak of it as if it could elevate the heavens and earth. Disciple, sometimes the foolish are blessed. Zhou Tong chuckled, patting Elder Ji's shoulder once more before gently inquiring, are you familiar with the saint of painting? Upon hearing Zhou Tong's words, Cao Dingtian furrowed his brow. He had not expected this elder, despite his age, to possess such knowledge. Yet, Elder Ji's eyes widened momentarily. He understood that the saint of painting, Wu Tiandao, was a paragon in the art world, known for his priceless masterpieces. It was said that he had numerous disciples throughout Huaxia. Master, could this painting possibly be the work of the saint of painting? Elder Ji asked. Not at all. Not at all. Zhou Tong shook his head, dousing Elder Ji with a splash of cold water. To be honest, upon initially hearing Zhou Tong's prompt, Elder Ji had begun to see the light. He had hoped for clarity, yet ultimately found himself at an impasse. A knowing smile spread across Cao Dingtian's face. Indeed, this venerable gentleman is extraordinary. To call him a terrestrial immortal would not be an exaggeration. Shangwan Wanner grasped Cao Dingtian's waist, eager to inquire about the underlying reasons, while Cao Dingtian spoke to her in an incomprehensible manner, shrouded in ambiguity. Ultimately, she cast a sidelong glance at him, shifting her gaze toward Zhou Tong, convinced that she could glean some valuable insights from his words. Master, your disciple is filled with shame. Please unveil the mysteries that weigh upon my heart. Bowed Elder Ji. My esteemed disciple, this painting carries profound significance, a legacy that surpasses even its creator, Zhou Tong replied, his eyes sparkling, his limbs trembling with excitement. This artwork was also derived from my grandmaster, depicting the divine painter Zhang Sanfeng's unparalleled creation. Zhang Sanfeng. Elder Ji certainly recognized the name. It is said that nothing could escape resolution under his brush. If there were, he would merely apply 3 more strokes. Thus, herein the moniker Three Strokes. During Zhang Sanfeng's reign over Huaxia, Wu Tiandao was merely one of his outer disciples. Elder Ji's heart surged with tumultuous waves as the explosive revelations cascaded through his mind, overwhelming his limited capacity to comprehend. Chapter 89. The Gift of the Divine Painter Zhang Sanfeng. This news spread through the minds of all present. Initially, they believed that the title of Holy Painter represented the pinnacle of this artwork, but it soon became clear that this was merely the beginning. Who among the people of Huaxia is unaware of the esteemed positions held by the two in the realm of painting? A single piece from the Holy Painter could fetch hundreds of millions with no upper limit. The works of the Divine Painter are even more precious. It is said that he is indifferent to fame and fortune, making his calligraphy and paintings exceedingly rare. This particular piece is his crowning achievement, undoubtedly a gem among gems. Its value beyond estimation. Wu Dafan felt his world spinning. How could this be? This painting was undeniably his. At that moment, Shang Wanwaner also grasped the truth behind Cao Dingtian's earlier enigmatic words, deepening her jealousy toward Luo Qingqing. Ha ha ha, my excellent disciple. Let this painting accompany me to the imperial capital, where it can adorn the National Museum, allowing people from around the world to pay homage to our Huaxia. Zhou Tong exclaimed joyfully. However, Elder Ji's complexion immediately turned pale and frail. This is not his painting, he stammered. This artwork is a world-class treasure. To not place it in the National Museum would render it bereft of glory. Zhou Tong suddenly realized something, chuckling, disciple, you need not worry. The descendants of the Ji family shall inherit unbroken, enjoying the highest leadership privileges of Huaxia. Elder Ji repeatedly declined. Master, this painting does not belong to me. It is that brother Chao's. He pointed toward Cao Dingtian. What? Zhou Tong was taken aback. The painting had been discovered by another. He was eager to see who this individual was. Following Elder Ji's gesture, he looked over, his gaze freezing for several seconds, as if struck by lightning. He quickly shook off the shock and focused intently. Before him stood a man of remarkable bone structure, strikingly handsome, undoubtedly a dragon among men. Ignoring his own image, he rushed to Cao Dingtian's side, seizing his hand without hesitation and vigorously examining his bones. He then proceeded to examine each bone meticulously. The art of bone reading, a form of divination in the land of Huaxia. The visage of an emperor, the bones of an emperor, the bearing of an emperor. Zhou Tong exclaimed. His expertise in bone reading had never faltered. He had once predicted, after examining the bones of the former empress, that she would undoubtedly rise to become a sovereign ruler. Indeed, the following year, she ascended to power. The crowd was astonished by Zhou Tong's words, taken aback by his high regard for Cao Dingtian. Those unfamiliar with the art of bone reading dismissed it as mere superstition. Young brother, would you consider taking me as your mentor? Zhou Tong inquired. Cao Dingtian found himself at a loss for words. He had merely sought to purchase a painting, but had unwittingly stumbled into a web of complications. If he took the painting away, it would likely lead to incessant troubles. Old Zhou, I am accustomed to my freedom and do not yearn for a life of constraints. I appreciate your kind offer, he replied. Zhou Tong's face fell, and in an instant he seemed to age a decade. Very well, he conceded. Mentorship could not be forced. It must align with Cao Dingtian's desires. Young brother, representing the will of the Empress of Huaxia, I wish to purchase this national treasure for 1 billion. The Cao family, as a hereditary lineage, will enjoy the highest privileges in Huaxia, Zhou Tong stated with a smile. What say you? 1 billion. Wu Dafan nearly faltered. Such a sum constituted a significant fraction of their family's wealth. In a single night, Cao Dingtian had transformed into a millionaire, and all of this was attributed to him. Wu Dafan seethed with resentment. Meanwhile, Su Wanru felt as though she were in despair. Once, a sincere love had been laid before her. Yet she had sacrificed it for material gain, inflicting pain upon that person. Now, he possessed an abundance of wealth and a love that ignited her jealousy. If heaven granted her a second chance, she would remain steadfastly devoted to him. But contemplating the irreversibility of her actions, her heart ached with regret. After hearing Zhou Tong's words, Cao Dingtian shook his head, leaving the crowd in utter disbelief. Was he truly raising the stakes? What a greedy individual. 2 billion. How about that? At this, the crowd was taken aback. One dared to raise the price, while the other dared to offer. No. Cao Dingtian shook his head again. Wu Dafan and his companions believed Cao Dingtian had lost his senses, attempting to extort an exorbitant amount. Zhou Tong remained composed. He was determined to acquire Zhang Sanfeng's masterpiece, even if it meant depleting the national treasury. He was confident that Her Majesty would support his endeavors. Let us not waste time. Young brother, name your price, and I shall accept it, Zhou Tong said earnestly. Wu Dafan was momentarily stunned. Cao Dingtian, once a mere son-in-law of no consequence, was on the brink of becoming a magnate in Longjiang City, potentially displacing several prominent families. The tides in Longjiang City were about to change. Hui Yun clenched his fists. Once Cao Dingtian rose, he would never again capture the attention of Shangguan Wan'er. Their animosity towards Cao Dingtian reached its zenith. Brother Cao, rest assured in your bidding. My master shall not disappoint you, declared Mr. Ji. Cao Dingtian offered a faint smile. At that moment, the hearts of the gathered crowd raced in anticipation. Old Zhou, given the significance of this painting to the nation of Huaxia, might I present it as a tribute to Her Majesty the Empress? After all, this artwork was acquired by Wu Dafan in exchange for points, and I have contributed not a single penny. Gifting it to Huaxia and showcasing it to the world would be no loss. What did you say? Zhou Tong momentarily failed to grasp the gravity of the statement. Similarly, the others present were so taken aback by Cao Dingtian's words that they nearly collapsed. This was a golden opportunity for Cao Dingtian to ascend to greatness. How could he possibly forsake such a chance? Surely, this was not a jest. Old Zhou, I have bequeathed this painting to Her Majesty. Do you understand? Cao Dingtian enunciated each word with clarity and conviction. At this revelation, Zhou Tong comprehended the weight of the gesture. Overcome with emotion, he dropped to his knees. Young brother, your noble spirit is a model for us all. On behalf of Her Majesty, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Tears welled in Zhou Tong's eyes. Such a precious national treasure would surely evoke reverence from Her Majesty, who would bow in worship as if it were divine. Old Zhou, this is too much, too much. Cao Dingtian hastily helped Zhou Tong to his feet. The painting was akin to a double-edged sword. Mishandling it could invite dire consequences. Should that occur, his father and the Luo family might find themselves in turmoil. It was prudent to distance himself from it, allowing for a sense of liberation. A gentleman appreciates wealth, but only through righteous means. Old Zhou cradled the painting as if it were a priceless treasure, unwilling to part with it for even a moment. After expressing profound gratitude to Cao Dingtian, he departed with Mr. Ji to authenticate the gem. Brother Wu, is it not time to fulfill the promise made earlier? Cao Dingtian remarked to Wu Dafan before turning to Hui Yun. Brother Hua, you did proclaim with great confidence that, should this painting prove authentic, you would consume it. Now, here it is, still encased. Please proceed. Chapter 90. A fondness for wagering, Wu Dafan certainly had no intention of meeting an untimely demise, and Hui Yun was equally disinclined to ingest the outer layer of the scroll. The two engaged in a playful ruse. As for Cao Dingtian, he did not dwell on the matter too heavily. Though he had relinquished the chance for sudden wealth, he had gained much in return. At that moment, Shangguan Wan'er had entwined her arm with his, reluctant to let go, her soft presence stirring his heart. Cao Dingtian smiled. He had not suffered in this endeavor. The pair strolled through the exhibition hall once more, failing to uncover any further valuable items. While Cao Dingtian noted several stones of decent quality, they did not capture his interest. Having found nothing of worth, they resolved to visit the stone gambling hall in search of fortune. Soon, they arrived at the bustling stone gambling hall, teeming with patrons of notable stature. Among them were rotund tycoons and elegantly adorned noblewomen, all utilizing specialized flashlights to illuminate stones that piqued their interest, hoping for a life-altering discovery. At that moment, Cao Dingtian spotted a familiar face, Su Qinglong, accompanied by several disciples, including Su Mei. Two groups of individuals encountered each other face to face. It's you. What brings you here? Su Mei was the first to recognize Cao Dingtian. Upon noticing the enchanting woman beside him, Su Mei couldn't help but marvel at the sheer beauty that existed in the world. Although she considered herself fair in appearance, she felt overshadowed by Shangwan Wan'er. If he can come, why can't I? Cao Dingtian retorted with a cold smirk. Su Qinglong waved his hand, signaling Su Mei to refrain from engaging in a verbal spar with Cao Dingtian. With a calm demeanor, he turned to Cao Dingtian and smiled. Surely, you remember our wager? How could I forget? Cao Dingtian replied with a sardonic tone. In 6 days, at the banquet hosted by your martial alliance, I shall attend with my wife to pay my respects. One of Su Qinglong's male disciples attempted to charge at Cao Dingtian, intent on taking his life, but was halted by Su Qinglong. Chongqing, do not be disrespectful. Su Qinglong gestured dismissively before stepping closer to Cao Dingtian, exuding confidence. Young man, this wager is as good as lost for you. After saying this, he walked past, laughing heartily. Yet as he reached a couple of paces behind Cao Dingtian, he felt an inexplicable sharp pain in his heart, as if pricked by a needle. He paused, clutching his chest in discomfort, and after a moment of forcibly channeling his internal energy to suppress it, he managed to regain his composure. At that moment, recalling Cao Dingtian's earlier words, cold sweat broke out on him. However, when he turned back, Cao Dingtian had already vanished. Father, are you all right? Su Chongqing, noticing his father's pallor, wiped away a bead of cold sweat. Master, you do not look well. Su Mei voiced her concern. I'm fine. Su Qinglong replied weakly. I was just about to break through to a minor realm, but my internal energy was improperly channeled, causing a temporary blockage. Oh, I see. Su Mei sighed in relief, realizing her worries were unfounded. Surely her master, a formidable warrior, could not be in any real danger, nor could he possibly be, as Cao Dingtian had suggested. The group had merely been startled. After the two groups dispersed, Cao Dingtian and his companions arrived at the most bustling area of the stone gambling scene. They encountered Wu Dafan and his entourage once again, who were still clutching several stones. You just arrived? Wu Dafan scoffed. All the good pieces have already been picked clean. Coming now, there's nothing left. As the prince of stone gambling, he could easily discern the potential in stones. Having swiftly acquired the promising ones moments ago, confident that he could turn a modest investment into a fortune and recover the 2 billion lost by the auction house. Wan'er, I just purchased a few large stones. I'll gift you a substantial piece once we unveil them. Huiyun attempted to ingratiate himself with Shangwan Wan'er, but her icy response only deepened his resentment towards Cao Dingtian. Like Wu Dafan, he too had just acquired a considerable number of stones, including some sizable ones, and harbored unwavering confidence in their profitability. Brother Cao, could you take a look at these items for me? Are they promising? Although Guan Lijia, a disciple of the treasure appraisal master Jilao, was competent in calligraphy and painting, he was utterly ignorant in the realm of stone gambling and could only rely on intuition for his purchases. Thus, he sought Cao Dingtian's opinion. After all, the talent that Cao Dingtian had just displayed truly took him by surprise. Li Jia, you are mistaken. Surely you do not believe that he possesses such extraordinary luck every time? Huiyun mocked. The recent painting has exhausted all his fortune for this lifetime. Wu Dafan also scoffed derisively. Cao Dingtian is indeed a fool, squandering his only opportunity for redemption in this life. He will forever remain a scorned son-in-law. Clearly, both Wu Dafan and Huiyun believed that Cao Dingtian's recent display of prowess was merely a stroke of luck, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Cao Dingtian, however, remained undeterred, approaching Guan Lijia and meticulously examining several fist-sized stones. After a few minutes, he concluded his inspection and casually inquired, "How much did these stones cost?" "Approximately 20 million, Guan Lijia replied with a smile, though there was an undertone of desire to embrace Cao Dingtian within his expression. Feeling a slight discomfort, Cao Dingtian swallowed hard and remarked, "For a few 100,000, you don't seem to have lost out." "Haha, you can still assess stones." Wu Dafan could hardly contain his laughter. "Those stones of Guan's are of the lowest quality. If there were no loss, I would consume them myself." Indeed, in the realm of stone gambling, success relies not solely on skill, But fortune also plays a substantial role. The saying goes, one moment rich, the next impoverished. This industry is fraught with complexities that you cannot grasp. Hui Yun echoed this sentiment with a sardonic tone. The remarks of the two ignited a fierce indignation in Shangwan Wanner, who pointed an accusing finger at them. Tiange knows far more than you can fathom. If he were to truly reveal his abilities, it would terrify you. Cao Dingtian was her benefactor, and she would not allow him to be insulted. Anyone who dared to harm Cao Dingtian would face her wrath. Wu Dafan and Hui Yun burst into laughter, clearly dismissive of her words. Very well, Miss Shangwan. Let your Tian Good demonstrate his skills. If he selects high-quality stones, I, Wu Dafan, will purchase them at 10 times the market price. As soon as Wu Dafan finished, Hui Yun chimed in, Wanner, I must say, such a man is merely a pretty face, utterly useless. If he knows how to gamble with stones, I shall walk out of the Tianlong building upside down. Hui Yun did not forget to threaten Cao Dingtian. Kid, if you lack the ability yet dare to approach Wanner, you will never find a place in our circle. I have no desire to penetrate your circle. I am merely intrigued by your wager, Cao Dingtian replied, looking at Wu Dafan and Hui Yun. If I select high-quality stones, you will purchase them at 10 times the price? And you will walk out of the Tianlong building upside down? Wu Dafan and Hui Yun exchanged a glance and simultaneously replied, agreed. They further stipulated that if Cao Dingtian failed to select high-quality stones, he must kneel and apologize to Wu Dafan, vowing to keep his distance from Shangwan Wanner henceforth. Cao Dingtian readily accepted. Having previously allowed them to escape, he was determined that this time they would taste the bitterness of their own words. Chapter 91. Stone gambling Shangwan Wanner resolutely decided to stand behind Cao Dingtian this time, declaring that he could choose freely, with all expenses covered by her. Such was the grandiosity of the female tycoon. After Cao Dingtian accepted the wager, he proceeded to the exhibition hall where the stones were displayed, fervently searching for treasures. However, he was vexed to find that the best stones had already been claimed, and the remaining stones were valued at around 10 million. He contemplated acquiring those stones worth over 100 million. Alas, he arrived too late, and they had all been purchased by others. Consequently, he strolled leisurely and selected a few stones that others had overlooked. Is this all? Wu Dafan sneered upon seeing Cao Dingtian return with several shabby stones. Any one of the stones in his hand could easily outshine all that Cao Dingtian possessed. Just moments ago, he had exuded arrogance, eagerly awaiting an apology. Wanner, it seems you have entrusted your hopes to the wrong person. Hui Yun could no longer suppress his laughter, mockingly suggesting, shall we declare our wager null and void? It seems rather cruel to Brother Cao. Hui Yun was nearly overcome with laughter. The few worn stones in Cao Dingtian's possession had elicited disapproving shakes of the head from the experts moments earlier. Now, Wanner was trapped. Just wait, Cao Dingtian said nonchalantly. Shangwan Wanner scrutinized the stones in Cao Dingtian's hands, a sense of doubt washing over her. Did these worn stones truly possess such immense potential? A foreboding feeling gripped her. Cao Dingtian must lose. The loss of money was inconsequential, but she could not bear the thought of his reputation being tarnished. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to cut a colossal specimen, a solemn voice announced, capturing the attention of all present, who turned their gazes toward the gigantic stone beside the cutting machine. It weighed approximately 2 to 3 tons, reportedly acquired by a wealthy individual for over 100 million. Ha ha! Dear friends, I am Dong Jiaqing, who, despite my modesty, spent over 90 million to procure this gem. It is my honor to reveal its true nature in your presence. Should this stone yield high-quality results, your feasting here today will be on my account. The crowd's gaze shifted to a portly middle-aged man, around 50, adorned with various rings on his fingers, exuding an unmistakable air of opulence. He was Dong Jiaqing, the wealthiest man in the Magic City, with a fortune in the billions. Shangwan Wanner whispered softly in Cao Dingtian's ear, the richest man in the Magic City. No wonder he reeks of money. This display is indeed fitting. Let's commence, Dong Jiaqing declared, and as his words echoed, the cutting machine in the exhibition hall began to whirl with ferocity. The jarring noise, though unbearable, was of little concern to them as they fixated on the immense stone. Especially Dong Jiaqing, whose forehead glistened with sweat, his breathing becoming labored, and his blood pressure surging dramatically. After all, wagering over 100 million was a testament to his audacity. Unlike business, where solid foundation guarantees profit in due time, this stone could evaporate a fortune in an instant with just one cut. As the cutting blade penetrated the stone, the hearts of the onlookers nearly leapt from their chests. "It's a medium-quality stone," the cutter exclaimed first. The stone was subsequently revealed to the crowd, indeed a piece of medium-quality jade. Dong Jiaqing exhaled slowly, relieved. If it had been of high quality, it would have been perfect, potentially earning him billions. However, with this medium-quality jade, he would merely scrape together a few tens of millions. Ladies and gentlemen, today, Mr. Dong is in high spirits, so please indulge in sumptuous food and drink, as all expenses will be covered by him. Mr. Dong's extravagant generosity earned him the admiration of everyone present, and rightly so, for he is the wealthiest man in the magical city, showcasing a grand vision that leaves all the affluent individuals of Longjiang City in awe. Seated among the guests, Zhou Tong expressed his admiration, acknowledging that Mr. Dong truly stands out as a paragon of the younger generation, possessing a distinctly different perspective. As soon as he finished speaking, another massive stone block weighing approximately a ton was presented, boasting an even higher yield than the previous one, reportedly purchased for over 100 million. "Huh! I shall partake in the finest lafite and medium-grade black ace," exclaimed a gray-haired middle-aged man who stood up, exuding a warm and approachable demeanor. In contrast to Mr. Dong's ostentation, he was much more understated, adorned only with a silver necklace and a wedding ring. "Who is he?" "Inquit Cao Dingtian." "Ha! It is no surprise you do not recognize him," Wu Fan quipped. "He is Mo Wan San, a petroleum magnate from Huaxia, responsible for distributing half of the world's oil." Cao Dingtian was astonished to learn that such an affluent individual could appear as unassuming as a humble vegetable vendor. He has held the title of the world's richest person for a decade, a legendary figure in Huaxia. Huyan also held Mo Wan San in high regard. In Longjiang City, the Hua family could command respect, yet in Huaxia, they scarcely made a mark. There is always someone greater, and Cao Dingtian, upon hearing this, felt a profound sense of calm. Although he may be obscure now, he vowed that one day he would ascend to a status worthy of admiration from such illustrious figures. "Young man, do not dwell on such thoughts. Focus on our wager." Hui Yun's words splashed cold water on Cao Dingtian, pulling him back to reality. "Medium grade. Still a medium grade," the cutter shouted again. Mo Wan San stood up, smiling. "Ladies and gentlemen, drink freely. Everything is on me." He reignited the enthusiasm of the gathering, and they began to flaunt their black ace. However, after a brief moment of merriment, the atmosphere grew serious once more as the cutter presented another colossal stone. Upon seeing the number, Hui Yun's face reflected both excitement and seriousness. This was the stone he had purchased for over 100 million. Earlier backstage, he had even requested the host to prepare an opening statement. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a stone acquired by young Master Hui Yun. Should it reveal top-quality jade, he is willing to gift it entirely to his beloved Miss Shangwan Wanner." Was this a declaration of love? All eyes turned to Hui Yun, particularly those of the young heiresses, their gazes intense, wishing to leap into his embrace. They were enamored by the notion of a wealthy scion making such extravagant gestures. However, upon realizing that Hui Yun's beloved was the wealthiest woman in Longjiang City, their hopes were dashed. They felt they could never compete. "Ha, indeed. Hua Jingliang's son is audacious and astute, possessing true resolve. This is how young people should be," Mr. Dong praised. "In every era, there emerges a talented individual, and with each generation, a new cohort supplants the old. It seems our time is drawing to a close, old Dong." Mo Wan San also bestows high praise upon this audacious young man. At this moment, Shangwan Wanner's face flushed crimson, her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared at Hui Yun, exuding an air of wanting to devour him whole. Chapter 92. Witness of the Great Ones as Shangwan Wanner attempted to rise and tear Hui Yun apart. Cao Dingtian restrained her. After all, this exhibition was attended by many, and it would be quite unbecoming for the illustrious female tycoon of Longjiang City to display such a lack of decorum in front of so many eyes, inevitably attracting the sensationalist media. Ultimately, Shangguan Wan'er was swayed by Cao Dingtian, though her demands left him lamenting in despair. She pinched a bit of flesh on Cao Dingtian's side, applying a sudden force that sent a sharp pain coursing through his every nerve. Observing his pained expression brought Shangguan Wan'er a sense of satisfaction. Yet, to Huiyun, their intimate contact appeared as an ostentatious display of affection, fueling his resentment towards Cao Dingtian even further. "Cut it, for heaven's sake," he shouted. The cutting worker immediately aimed the saw and pressed the activation button. The grating sound was still jarring to the ears, but for the stone gamblers, this process was nothing short of exhilarating. As the saw cleaved the massive stone in two, the cutter revealed the incision. "Medium quality, still medium quality," the cutter announced. Huiyun exhaled in relief. Medium quality would suffice. Gazing at the sizable stone, he realized it could still yield him several million. The losses incurred today were somewhat mitigated. "Brother Hua, congratulations." "Well done, Brother Hua." Wu Dafan and Guanli approached to extend their felicitations. However, Situ Quangsha displayed no interest in what Huiyun had achieved. His gaze was fixated on the few meager stones in Cao Dingtian's possession. This decisive cut had earned Huiyun a measure of renown, significantly altering Ji Lao's perception of him. The wealthy patrons offered their thumbs up, praising the formidable youth. Indeed, Hu Jingliang's son has inherited some true talent, like father, like son. Naturally, Dong Jiaqing appreciated such audacious and resolute youth far more than his own wayward offspring. Mo once and also commended. "Our children will undoubtedly face this powerful rival in the future." After sharing a hearty toast, both men erupted into laughter, basking in the adulation of the crowd. Huiyun felt a swell of pride. He had expected Shangguan Wan'er to cast him a lingering glance, yet she remained stubbornly glued to Cao Dingtian's side, draining his joy instantaneously. Undoubtedly, he would not miss the chance to sarcastically jab at Cao Dingtian. "Brother Cao, a mere trial of skills, a token of respect." Cao Dingtian retorted without hesitation. "A medium-quality jade has you forgetting your own surname. If I were to present a superior gem, what would you do then?" He feigned an expression of despair, leaving Huiyun feeling as though he had struck a pillow. "Huh, you lack the fortune for that." Wu Dafan sneered. "Anyone can unveil a superior jade, but you, without a doubt, cannot." Wu Dafan and Huiyun were united like a tightly woven rope. "Do not forget our wager. Shortly, I shall demonstrate the vast chasm that separates you from us." Cao Dingtian, unyielding, declared, "Whoever breaks their word shall be deemed a dog." Huiyun and his companion, undeterred, responded with a display of formidable confidence, indicating their complete lack of fear. After a lengthy deliberation, they finally arrived at the last substantial stone, purchased by Wu Dafan for 200 million. As the self-proclaimed prince of gambling stones, he believed himself to possess an extraordinary vision, determined to acquire the stone at any cost. The anticipation surrounding this stone's reveal underscored its significance in the eyes of the gathered crowd. "Brother Dong, what grade do you believe this stone will yield?" Mo Wansan inquired, glancing at Dong Jiaqing. "Isn't this the eldest son of Wu Kaitai?" Dong Jiaqing expressed his astonishment, admitting he had underestimated the son's courage, which surpassed that of his father. After sipping his red wine, he remarked, "The grade is hard to ascertain, but I believe this large stone will undoubtedly yield a profit of at least half." "I concur." Mo Wansan nodded in agreement. At that moment, the chorus of admiration and astonishment enveloped Wu Dafan, elevating him to the pinnacle of his life. "Cao, do not blink, else you might miss the most splendid spectacle of your life," Wu Dafan proclaimed with pride. "Huh, what is there to anticipate from a mere rock? It is a futile endeavor to gaze upon it," Cao Dingtian retorted, closing his eyes to rest against Shangguan Wan'er's shoulder. His dismissive gesture ignited a surge of ire in both Huiyun and Wu Dafan. "Let us begin," Wu Dafan commanded, prompting the cutting workers to activate the machinery once more. Soon, results began to materialize. This time, the cutting workers exhibited a calm demeanor, markedly different from their previous excitement. "What a pity, low-grade material," one announced. "What?" The exhibition hall erupted in a stir. This was supposed to be the most regal material. How could it possibly be of inferior quality? Yet, upon closer inspection, they confirmed it was indeed low-grade, devoid of any other impurities, a purely low-grade stone. My heavens! Dong Jiaqing exclaimed, utterly taken aback. Ha ha, brother Dong. It seems the more we are convinced of our certainty, the more cautious we must be. Montak Vanzan chuckled. Nevertheless, even low-grade material is not a total loss. At least we can recover our investment. They exchanged knowing smiles and raised their glasses in toast. At that moment, Wu Dafin's countenance darkened to the shade of a charred pot. The stone he had entrusted with such hopes had yielded nothing but a low-grade jade. Fortunately, he could recoup his costs. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences upon returning home. I told you it was a worthless stone, yet you refused to believe. Thankfully, I can still sell it for something. Otherwise, I would have lost significantly today, Cao Dingtian remarked, his words igniting Wu Dafin's fury. You shall not escape unscathed. Wu Dafin slammed his hand on the table, declaring, Mark my words, if you unveil a superior grade jade, I, Wu Dafin, will purchase it at 10 times the price. Should it fail to meet that standard, not only must you kneel and apologize, but you shall also keep your distance from me henceforth. Perhaps due to the emergence of a subpar item, Wu Dafin found himself in a rather foul mood. His actions drew the attention of the spotlight, and his words were overheard by all the prominent figures present, effectively challenging them and inviting their witness. Oh, how intriguing. There's more to unravel. Who is that individual? How did Wu Dafin come to confront him? I've never seen this person before, murmured a friend of a friend, referring to his son-in-law who had bent the knee for a mere 500,000. TSK, this Wu Dafin, a scion of a prestigious family, is taking this worthless person so seriously. It's quite beneath him. The crowd buzzed with speculation, just as they anticipated that Cao Dingtian would retreat like a coward. His response shocked the onlookers. All right, I've absorbed everything you just said, and I have no objections regarding Huiyin. A simple statement, yet it garnered the acknowledgement of esteemed figures, rendering any boastful claims credible. Cao Dingtian adhered to the principle of not instigating trouble unless provoked. Conversely, if wronged, he would show no mercy. Chapter 93. Regret over past choices. As the final massive piece was cut, only smaller materials remained, prompting a switch to a new cutting machine. Near the guest seating, distinguished and seasoned individuals gathered. Elder Ji and Zhou Tong occupied the prime seats. Cao Dingtian and his companions rose to join the others. With ample spectacle preceding them, the crowd continued to swell. It took considerable effort for Cao Dingtian and his group to push through. Upon seeing Cao Dingtian, Elder Ji and Zhou Tong greeted him with beaming smiles. This young lad always managed to surprise them, and both hoped he would showcase his remarkable talent during this stone gambling event. The process of gambling on stones was tedious, as the raw materials in possession yielded little of value, the best being of mediocre quality. The cutting workers and guests nearly succumbed to slumber. After approximately half an hour, the moment of great anticipation finally arrived. Only Cao Dingtian's stone remained uncut. Kid, it's not too late to concede now. Once you step onto the execution platform, there's no turning back, Wu Dafin sneered, a sinister grin on his face. If you admit defeat now, I can spare you the humiliation of kneeling to apologize or retreating in disgrace. All I require is for you to call me Daddy Wu Dafin. What do you say? Wu Dafin, you are utterly outrageous, exclaimed Shangwan Wan'er, furious and ready to confront him. Yet, Cao Dingtian restrained her, saying, Wan'er, ignore that fool. He won't last long. He offered her a confident look, but deep down, Shangwan Wan'er felt uncertain. In matters of medicine and art appreciation, she firmly believed in Cao Dingtian's unparalleled expertise. However, stone gambling depended on accumulated experience, a realm in which he, as a son-in-law, had little exposure. Doubt crept into her heart, and her faith in Cao Dingtian began to wane once more. Wan'er, observe how your kindness is met with ingratitude. Such a man is truly lacking in character. I suggest you sever ties with him and let us engage in a more meaningful conversation. Huiyin interjected with a mocking tone. Pay no heed to those two fools. They are destined to fail today, and no one is allowed to escape. Cao Dingtian proclaimed, placing a fist-sized stone before the cutter, softly instructing, "Do not cut it. Merely polish the surface." The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. What sort of operation is this? To only polish the outer layer? Mo Wansan and Dong Jiaqing exchanged knowing looks, a glimmer of seasoned wisdom illuminating their eyes. Cao Dingtian, I have shown you respect by addressing you as Brother Cao, yet you truly believe yourself to be divine? You, a mere son-in-law, presume everyone else to be foolish? Wu Dafan exclaimed. As the news circulated through the crowd, disdainful gazes emerged. A son-in-law, inferior to a dog. Some even complained that sharing an exhibition hall with a son-in-law tarnished their own status. Meanwhile, the crowd began to criticize Cao Dingtian, the son-in-law, even more audaciously. Some took it upon themselves to instruct the cutter to slice the stone from the middle. Everyone's silence. A venerable and commanding voice broke through, revealing that it was Elder Zhou who had risen. His previously gentle demeanor now radiated a formidable aura. Who dares question the one I have chosen? Step forward. This declaration struck the crowd like a thunderclap. They fell silent, utterly bewildered. A mere son-in-law, living off others. What capabilities could he possibly possess to warrant the support of a terrestrial deity like Zhou Tong? Dong Jiaqing and Mo Wansan wore expressions of confusion. Zhou Tong was an individual they deeply revered. His endorsement of Cao Dingtian instantly elevated their perception of him as an extraordinary talent. Since no one dares to speak, we shall proceed as my young brother suggests. I warn you once more, should anyone dare to act the fool, do not blame Zhou for being unkind. As Zhou Tong spoke, a palpable menace directed at Wu Dafan and Hoi Yun seeped from him, causing cold sweat to bead on their brows. While they maintained a facade of calm, their thoughts were filled with curses for Cao Dingtian and his entire lineage. Let us begin, Zhou Tong declared, prompting the cutter to commence work with the grinding machine. Master, what is your perspective? After sitting down, Elder Ji quietly inquired into Zhou Tong's ear. Alas, Zhou Tong sighed deeply. With his century of experience, he could discern no potential for valuable material within this stone. In fact, it was unlikely to yield anything of worth. Yet, what gave Cao Dingtian the audacity to pursue this? It must be noted that stones suitable for polishing possess an astonishing yield rate, often consisting entirely of jade. Zhou Tong racked his brain, unable to fathom how Cao Dingtian could be so certain of the stone as contents. However, recalling the recent scroll, even he, an adept appraiser, had failed to notice the hidden layers within the artwork. Thus, he ceased to dwell on it any further. Even jesting internally, one mused that henceforth he should be called Zhou Budong.